Statistics are harsh. In Japan, there are only 2.4 doctors per 1,000 people. Tinkai thoughtfully looks at these figures and notes, his country in the OECD is fifth from the bottom. Yet even then he understands that this is a luxury compared to places like Tanzania, where the rate drops to a shocking 0.06 doctors per thousand. His thoughts rise to an even more terrible reality. He imagines a lonely doctor standing against a colossal monster against the backdrop of a storm of fire and debris. The creature looms dominantly, its scales shimmer and its eyes burn with ancient power, and it silently throws an existential question about the true essence of the healer's duty. He shakes off the heavy thoughts as he enters a brightly lit izakaya in the very heart of the city, and hastily apologizes to his friends for being late. Inside, Okuzawa and Yamagishi tear their eyes away from their drinks, warmly greet them, and ask if the schedule at the clinic has been delayed. The three friends get caught up in a familiar rhythm, recalling how long it has been since they truly drank together since the times when they were residents. Okuzawa and Yamagishi joke about the relentless pace of work and how rarely they manage to leave on time, while Tenkai stays a bit apart, his thoughts still stuck somewhere between the everyday world and his inner reflections. The light atmosphere sharply changes when Yamagishi leans forward with a serious expression and announces that he will soon become a father of a revelation, which momentarily leaves his companions speechless. He receives loud congratulations from his friends. The news of impending fatherhood raises a wave of excitement at the table. The one about to become a father suggests celebrating everything in style, but the mood sharply changes as soon as the conversation turns to a possible farewell. One of the friends wonders if this meeting has a double meaning, but finally his gaze stops on the quietest in the company. It seems he has something heavy on his heart. To their curious looks, he drops a bombshell and the comrades freeze, not believing what they heard. The sudden silence is broken only by his own surprise at their sharp reaction, as if he himself did not realize how heavy his words were. He offers humble apologies for the inconvenience, but the friends are stunned by the news of his sudden transfer, so they cannot accept it. They interrogate him eagerly for details, unable to understand why he has to leave right now, especially when his career seems so firmly rooted. The destination is revealed as a remote island clinic in a village desperately in need of medical aid, with departure scheduled for the very next day. Such shocking suddenness and complete isolation of the location leave his friends speechless. He explains his decision with a firm smile, all because of a simple thing: people suffer and need help. Friends worry about how this will affect his career and the prestige of his current position, but they cannot help but notice how much he has changed. He traded ambitions for a sense of duty. When the word career hangs in the air, his phone starts vibrating, a call from University Hospital. He apologizes at the table, and professional duties press on him, pushing him away from that personal moment. His face hardens in evaluative concentration as an urgent message arrives from the hospital. Without a pause, he begins issuing orders about blood units and emergency procedure. Reshi's thoughts already jumping from the farewell dinner to the harsh reality of the operating room where seconds decide everything. He explains the urgency. A patient with liver cirrhosis is vomiting blood due to suspected esophageal varices rupture. Despite the fact that he is about to leave, he insists on taking on the case because the patient is still under his care. One of his friends throws out a final, sincere word of greeting as he rushes to where the crisis is unfolding. He rushed to the taxi that was already waiting, leaving his comrades on the sidewalk behind. Okuzawa aloud wonders if hospital intrigues pushed out his friend, but Yamagishi clarifies the transfer was entirely voluntary. He had heard about the island's trouble and decided to go where he was needed most. Once again finding themselves in a quiet restaurant, the two remaining friends exchange thoughts about the sudden departure. The elder complains that their honored guest did not stay even for a single sip, while his companion recalls that he used to enjoy such outings, as if his priorities have changed or he has driven himself into discipline. They reflect on how he always strove to prevent any future reproaches through his patience, and how his selflessness seems to define his entire career. His life is a constant, almost sole focus on the well-being of others, often at the cost of his own time. Now he was fully immersed in the emergency situation, standing in the sterile light of the operating room. His face was partially covered by a surgical mask. Calmly announces the start of the hemostasis procedure and orders to prepare the endoscopic equipment for varicose ligation, his gaze sharp, focused. With the increasingly deep night, the hospital remains a beacon of movement. Its windows glow against the backdrop of dark trees around. The first crisis is extinguished right here, within these walls, while the rest of the city sleeps in oppressive silence. By morning, the hospital grounds are bathed in sunlight. The frantic bustle of the previous night has given way to the steady, professional rhythm of the new day. In the consultation room, the specialist points to a set of X-ray images and explains the complex diagnosis: a mutation in the PHEX gene. This genetic anomaly caused a condition called hypophosphatemic rickets, and the listener is left to digest the full weight of this medical discovery. The doctor sits opposite his young patient and her mother. His expression softens as he delivers the good news. He says the medicine is already starting to work, so they can finally breathe a sigh of relief, and this feeling is clearly reflected on the grateful face of the mother. While he continued to perform his duties, colleagues watched him from the corridor and quietly whispered about his unwavering dedication even on his last day at the hospital. They whispered that he fully took responsibility for his patients until the very end and was able to find the root cause of the girl's recurring fractures, which no one else could determine. The quiet atmosphere is suddenly shattered by the explosive voice of a girl. She beams at him, shouts a sincere "thank you," and calls him uncle. The mother immediately intervenes, gently reminding her daughter to address him as doctor. In response, he gives a wide, sincere grin that perfectly replicates a child's smile, chipped with gaps. Observing this warm conversation, other medical workers slightly sadly recall his departure. One laments, such a talented and kind-hearted doctor is leaving the university, and her companion only notes that truly good people often cannot stay long within the strict confines of such a large institution. Eventually, he does stand up to see them off, gives a final reminder not to forget the medicine, confirms that today is his last day. His voice carries both professional determination and a touch of sadness as he says goodbye. A young girl, already in her sunny hat, looks back one last time and waves her hand energetically. She shouts one more goodbye to her, uncleaned. Her spirit has completely changed after all the torment she had to endure earlier. Left alone, he watches them for a long time, thoughtfully and composed, fully aware that his colleagues consider such work in a doctorless village a professional dead end, but he does not retreat. Finally, he sets off to leave. In the noisy hospital corridors, the staff bustle, almost colliding in haste, performing the last duties of the shift. Entering the office for the last time, the young doctor makes a deep bow and thanks his colleagues for their advice and support. The employees lift their eyes from their desks, struck by the sudden finality of his farewell. With a quiet, hopeful smile, he shows a sincere desire to return to this place in the future, and his gaze is calm determination and not yet released nostalgia. Soon a small boat cuts through the raging waves in the open sea and carries him far away from the city, while the final farewell cry echoes over the water. On the deck, the burly captain bellows, overpowers the roar of the engine, and mocks the traveler who has already hung overboard for the second time. His face pales from the merciless rocking of the boat. He can barely respond between bouts of illness, weakly muttering that the medicine he took turned out to be completely powerless against the furious sea wave. The boat continues to make its way through the dark, stormy waters toward the distant coast shrouded in rain, and the captain grumbles about the extraordinarily harsh sea conditions today. When he finally reached the shore under a heavy downpour, he was met by a local man with a rough, unfamiliar dialect, and the man left him standing silently confused until he realized how far his path had pushed him from the usual urban world. He stands before the group, speaks evenly despite the pouring rain, and explains that he understands this village has long been without a doctor. He immediately offers his services and asks if anyone present needs urgent medical help. In response, the elder speaks, but the words, a dense, impenetrable confusion of the local dialect, leave the young doctor completely bewildered. The elder's face is kind, but his speech is a complete mystery, and it quickly becomes clear. Understanding will be the first great obstacle. He bows his head in a flurry of apologies, and shame cuts deep for not being able to understand those who came to greet him. He stammers and promises to learn their language and be ready to understand them by the time his clinical duties officially begin. A group of weathered men silently watches him. Their faces are burned by the harsh life of the coast, and their gazes hold curiosity and quiet expectations toward the newcomer. Despite the language barrier, their warm attitude is unmistakable. They gather around him, shake his hand, and sincerely express deep gratitude for his arrival. The village elder tells how much his presence means to them. And the elder adds, in a country with so many remote, doctorless places, they are truly happy that he is here. The bare fact the situation is harsh, a Across the country, hundreds of villages still lack medical care. They rejoice at every help, but often their requests get lost and remain unanswered by the central authorities. Realizing this burden, he again confirms his readiness to close the distance, knowing, learning their language is not politeness but a necessity for survival. As the meeting comes to an end, the men begin to disperse into the darkness, advise him to rest, and promise to return the next day as soon as the storm finally subsides. He watches them disappear, calls out one last time and bows, earnestly asking without any hesitation to find him if any of them suddenly fall ill. His determination strengthens as he embraces his new life. He releases a long, exhausted sigh that cuts through the merciless pounding of rain on the clinic walls, and finally lets the fatigue of the day completely overwhelm him. Collapsing onto the thin mattress in his new quarters, he stared at the ceiling and realized, the primary task is to overcome the terrible language barrier of the local dialect without verbs. Seeking to clear his head even for a moment, he sits down and takes a cold bottle of water from the small refrigerator. The cold plastic sharply contrasts with the damp night atmosphere. Suddenly, the dark sky is torn by a dazzling flash. A huge lightning bolt strikes with a deafening roar, and the entire clinic is momentarily illuminated by a ghostly white light. A powerful discharge from the heavens violently pierces the building, striking him with such fury that it shatters the silence of his first night. A heavy cart rumbles through the thicket, wheels tearing up dust and leaves beneath them. On the wooden frame, a guard keeps watch, his hand rests near the blade. Behind, in the dust, a young girl with animal ears drags herself along. She is exhausted, trying not to fall behind because heavy iron chains bind her movements. The beasts forced to pull the load are huge, tusked creatures. Their breathing bursts from their chests in ragged clumps as they strain at the limit in their harnesses. Strong jaws are clenched in a grimace of effort, and foam drips from their muzzles. These monsters are controlled by two men in protective goggles and hoods. They carry whips, ready to strike. They shout commands, their voices barely audible through the forest chaos and the rumble of the carriage wheels. The source of the girl's suffering is a thick, rusty chain that shackled her neck and locked with a padlock. Every jolt of the carriage jerks the metal sharply, as if grabbing her chest. It cuts into her skin, rubs it raw, and forces her to move forward. She grimaces, her lynx-like ears twitch and tremble as she tries to endure the humiliation and physical blow. Fatigue clouds her eyes, and a thin trickle of blood runs from the lip she bit in silent defiance. Suddenly, one of the riders shouted a sharp question to the guard on the roof. "What is the delay?" The man above barked back roughly and impatiently. He ordered the caravan to keep moving without stopping, to stop complaining and just push forward. Next to her is another Captivian elf with long, pointed ear, stumbling, and the weight of their shared chains threatens to pull them both to the ground. The guard looms over them like a shadow. His presence constantly reminds them of lost freedom. When the caravan slows down near the clearing, the chief guard barks, orders the captives not to stop and to keep pace. He warns that any delay will be punished. Then he singles out one of them. Crane orders the prisoner to stand straight and keep going, regardless of their exhaustion. The merchant lord peers out from the carriage, and his voice is cold as he gives the merciless command. The guard, shaken by the sudden order, asks again, but the lord remains indifferent. Puffing on his pipe, he explains, they do not need a marriage commodity and they will not simply release him. Despite the guards protesting how much effort it took to capture the prisoner, the lord's decision is unchanged. Having warmed up the team, the guard approaches the trembling beastwoman, who lies bound and crying in the mud. He tells his master to wait a moment, wants to make sure the execution won't cause a dirty scene that others will see. Raising his weapon, he prepares to strike, ordering the girl to curse her own failure and weakness. Heavy shackles clink as she runs, awaiting the end. And just as the blow is about to land, a monstrous chimera bursts out from the thicket of the underbrush with a deafening roar. Its sudden flight as a winged beast confuses the guard. The creature lunged forward, its gigantic figure casting a shadow over the frightened man. He screamed in fear, begged for help, and the realization of the chimera's appearance overwhelmed him. Her eyes flash with a predatory intent as she looms over the stage, her fangs bared in a wild growl. Nearby, the beast girl can only watch, frozen with horror. Her body convulses with trembling spasms. The forest explodes with chaos. Birds take flight, fleeing from the sound of the clash. Among ancient trees, the predator has turned the execution into a desperate struggle for survival. Tinkai stands amid thick foliage, scratching the back of his head and looking around awkwardly, surveying unfamiliar places. He cautiously calls someone. His voice rolls between the trees as he asks if anyone is nearby, but only the rustle of leaves answers. Suddenly, his attention is caught by a rhythmic, dull tapping. He freezes in place. His eyes widen, he aims his gaze at the source of the noise, and his breath falters with anticipation. Near his feet in the tall grass lies an abandoned plastic water bottle. Something small and transparent touches it and pushes it, so a quiet tinkling is heard. Exactly what he heard. He freezes and stares at the strange spectacle. His silhouette lies on the sun-pierced forest floor. In front of him sits a quirky jelly-like creature with a small wooden bucket on top of it, which seems to serve as an improvised helmet. The impossibility of the very existence of this creature takes his breath away. His face flashes with shock and delight at the same time. He can hardly believe what his eyes see. To make sure he wasn't pulled into a vivid dream, he reaches his hand down and sharply pinches the back of his own wrist. It stings immediately and leaves no doubt, meaning the sensations are working properly, and this whole encounter is truly real. He crouches to get a better look, and an admiring smile flashes across his face as he compares this creature to a character from a fantasy game. He marvels at her semi-transparent body, wonders how the biological mechanisms of such a being work, and also thinks about whether the sports drink she is aiming for is safe for him. Noticing that the creature was interested, he gently extends the bottle and asks if it wants to drink. He gives it without hesitation, and his first fear recedes, yielding to the budding curiosity about this strange new companion. As long as the little creature stays nearby, he sits in the clearing and looks around, pondering everything around him. He makes sure this is definitely not Nishijima. The area seems completely foreign, as if he stepped into some other world. He suddenly notices a young girl with animal ears whose wrists are bound by heavy chains. She gasps for air convulsively, her body trembles, and she lies on the grass in obvious agony. Noticing her ragged, heavy breathing, he realizes this does not resemble a medical emergency. He knows he must act immediately to assess her condition. He lunges at her sharply, his eyes widening in shock as he sees her beastly form. She looks down at him, her gaze mixing pain and confusion as she struggles to breathe further. He tries to start a conversation with her, apologizes because he cannot understand her words, but insists he needs to examine her. She responds with incomprehensible sounds of pain, and her gaze is clouded by fever or exhaustion. Before he could start the inspection, the small, slippery creature he had met earlier suddenly leaps through the air with amazing force. It lands right on his face with splashing, and his vision disappears under a jelly-like mass. He screams sharply in surprise, momentarily blinded by this slimy thickness. While he struggles to remove the creature, the girl remains on the ground. Her breathing is still heavy, and Strainedge endures her mysterious ailment as if unaware of the chaos unfolding nearby. He makes his way through the thick foliage, and his voice echoes through the forest as he tries to piece together those strange, broken words reaching his ears. The realization that he cannot understand the local language adds even more panic to his desperate escape. Picking up the unconscious prisoner, he finds himself face to face with a nightmare embodied in flesh, a gigantic chimera with a lion's head and curved horns. The beast looks at him with a predatory intent, and its low growl rumbles through the forest floor as it prepares to pounce. He hung for a moment, sweat stings his eyes, and the weight of the girl and the terrifying hopelessness of the situation are already beginning to take their toll. With a sharp adrenaline rush, he lunges forward, holding the girl tightly pressed to his chest just as the chimera lunged at him. Its massive claws cut through the air where he had stood only a moment ago. He almost twisted his ankle, his heart pounds in his chest as if beating against his ribs. The shadow of the beast looms, and the distance sharply shortens, pushing him to the ground to shield the girl from the inevitable blow. He grits his teeth as his thoughts race in search of any way out of this inevitable death. When the creature lands with rattling bones, he rummages in search of his medical penlight, the only thing he has left. He barely audibly begs the girl to be silent, then pulls her further into the safety of dense bushes. He bursts into the clearing and, roaring at the top of his lungs, draws the predator's gaze away from the hidden girl. The chimera's golden eyes fixate on him, her attention fully shifts to the lone man rushing through the thicket. He dodges a giant, sweeping claw attack but crashes into the ground and breaks the surrounding trees. His chest bursts, breathing breaks into convulsive, ragged gasps. Behind him, a girl watches, frozen, with wide, frightened eyes as he risks everything to draw the monster away from her. He barely manages to dodge the beast's strike when a massive flash of white gunpowder erupts between them, blanketing the forest floor and confusing the predator. Due to the sudden eruption, the creature abruptly stops the chase. The predatory gaze changes to irritation and confusion as fine dust clogs its nostrils. In a moment, the chimera is forced to retreat, shamefully retreating backward and fleeing into the distance, releases a whole series of harsh sneezes unable to withstand the irritating clouds. When the threat disappears, he shifts his gaze to the small slug, sincerely thanks him for the timely intervention. He cannot recover from his bravery, calls him incredible, and wonders if he really understood his trouble when he released the powder. Turning to the girl, he sees her condition has sharply worsened. While he examines the cruel rash spreading over the skin, understanding hits him like a physical blow. This is not a magical curse nor an ordinary fever, it is a fierce allergic reaction. A young beast girl convulsively gasps for air, breaths are ragged with hoarse catches, her skin flashes with hives, and her eyes roll back as consciousness begins to slip away under the weight of a sudden, harsh reaction. Seeing her despair, Tenkai quickly grabs her wrist, but his face pales when he finds no radial pulse. He already knows the terrible truth. If the pulse disappears here, blood pressure drops to critically low levels, a clear sign that the body is entering shock, which can be fatal within minutes. Suddenly, he is gripped by fear. This is anaphylaxis, a life-threatening allergic reaction spreading through her body. This world is unfamiliar to him, full of strange creatures, but the biological symptoms are unmistakable. And he understands, if he does not intervene immediately, her heart will stop very soon. Desperate to save her, he frantically rummages through his things until his fingers grasp a familiar device. It is an adrenaline auto-injector, a vital tool from his own world, designed to halt the progression of such a severe reaction. Without any pause, he drives the needle into her thigh, injecting a life-saving dose. The girl jerks sharply and gasps painfully as the medicine begins to fight against her airways closing. When he leans toward her, a shadow falls on them and a rough voice demands to know what the person is doing. From the surrounding forests emerges a group of werebeasts. Their presence is oppressive and unsettling as they look down on the scene. He sharply raises his gaze, stunned by their sudden appearance, while his small, transparent companion remains nearby, motionless and faithful. Around them are peasants from the nearby settlement. The air buzzes with tension as they watch the newcomers. Among the werebeasts, the elder steps forward, eyes wide open in shock and anger as he recognizes the girl as his granddaughter. He demands explanations for the human's actions, and the guard, ready to intervene immediately, stands on alert while the young man looks back firm in determination, though a threat already looms over them. He did not move from his place among the giant trees, spoke evenly, explaining that he was providing medical assistance. Understanding how everything was burning, he ordered to immediately take her to a clean, securely protected place. The girl's life still hung by a thread. The elder's eyes sharply widened in disbelief as soon as the mention of treatment sounded, a thing that seemed foreign to him. But when he saw the grim determination in the young man's gaze and the suffering of his granddaughter, suspicion turned into a desperate plea for help. They quickly rushed through the damp forest and came out to a sturdy wooden structure, a temporary hospital. Inside, he did not waste time. He laid the girl on a wooden table and began preparing his equipment while the werewolves watched, mixing admiration with anxiety. A small luminous device was attached to her finger. The screen flickered and turned on to monitor the oxygen flow in her blood. When the indicator stabilized at 98, he was overwhelmed with relief. He understood. The immediate danger of suffocation had passed, but he still did not let go of his attention, calculating the necessary steroid dosage and the placement of the intravenous catheter to ensure her full recovery. The elder silently observed. His weathered face was carved with a complex mixture of hope and stubborn distrust. He had seen many die from this mysterious ailment. The skin swelled, breathing ceased. It was often dismissed as a divine curse, but he did not know if this stranger truly had the power to reverse everything. While the young doctor hung a bag of clear liquid and connected it to the girl's arm, the elder could only silently watch his presence, proof of how fragile trust was now placed in the hands of a stranger. He stands before the werewolf, his face focused and motionless. The elder looks at him, mixing admiration with suspicion, and concludes that this man is a true mage since he is capable of such tricks. Returning to his patient, the young doctor watches her steady breathing and feels a wave of relief. The immediate danger has passed and she is finally stable. The elder's gaze remains fixed on the event, his eyes wide open as he comprehends the amazing recovery unfolding right before him. While the medicine steadily and persistently drips from the hanging bottle, the young girl's eyes twitch and open wide. Her pupils dilate in confusion as she returns to reality. Noticing her awakening, he gives her a warm, genuine smile and joyfully says that her level of consciousness has noticeably improved. She looks back at him, holding her breath as she realizes a person is standing over her. Words escape her lips in a flustered whisper. Suddenly, panic overwhelms her and she rushes away from him, not noticing that the medical tubes are still connected to her arm. He shouts for her to stop, but she is already struggling and flustered on the wooden floor in despair, trying to escape. The imposed madness breaks off as she curls up by the wall, and he remains kneeling at a distance without a threatening stance, trying to calm the frightened girl. She does not move as he leans closer. His voice is soft as he asks about that delayed, still burning pain in her leg. Through her silence, he continues quietly and further, gently asking permission to examine her more thoroughly to make sure the recovery is complete. In response to his gentle smile and sincere request, she suddenly finds herself in a warm, foamy bath, and her eyes open wide in shock and confusion because of this unfamiliar human custom. The sudden transition to the bathtub makes her thrash about, convulsively splashing in the foam. Her animal instincts clash with the strange, cozy softness of the water. When the first attack of panic subsides, he patiently waits nearby until she finally breaks down and barely whispers one cautious word. Raising her gaze from reverence and plunging into the deep blush that colored her cheeks, she finally seems to give in and whispers a request for his continued care. Meanwhile, in the distance from the quiet village, the sun sets over the sprawling, majestic city, where a massive, luxurious cathedral towers, and the very atmosphere seems to carry fragments of an ancient tale about the poisoned apple and a life that has come to an end. In this distant center of power, a refined figure with loose hair and precious adornments looks ahead, her face inscrutable while the prophecy continues. It is about the one who wanted to enter the house but will never return. She reaches out her hand, and the palm gently rests on the forehead of the trembling man. She stands as a beacon of heavenly light. Their presence fills the room with unearthly radiance as the ritual of restoration begins. And when strength flows back into him again, the terrible wounds that disfigure the body begin to close. The skin draws back as if those injuries had never existed. The man inhales sharply, eyes wide open, shock and deep relief mixed, for finally the unbearable weight of his wounds lifts from him. He bows low in the luxurious hall, his voice trembling with emotion as he thanks the high priestess for saving his life after the encounter with the deadly beast. She remains calm and denies it. It was not her power, but the divine guidance of the gods that led to this miraculous outcome. She shifts her gaze to the gifts of gold and says that his recovery is a direct gift for his unwavering devotion. But as soon as the mention of his fallen comrade sounds, her tone darkens, as if, had they arrived even a little earlier, perhaps one more life could have been saved. She lowers her gaze beautiful and eerie and coldly remarks that perhaps the companion's faith was insufficient for this miracle to happen at all. Outside the city, dim twilight falls into quiet shadows and no one suspects the cold verdicts being passed within the temple walls. He finishes his work with a satisfied smile and declares the treatment complete. The girl with animal ears looks down at her body and cannot believe it, no pain on at all. He reassures her, saying the painkiller is doing its job and her youth will help her recover quickly. Relief washes over him as he puts away the instruments and she quietly, sincerely thanks him. In the quiet, rural, cramped wooden hut, she watches him intently and curiosity finally breaks through. She asks directly if he is a mage, her voice both surprised and uncertain. The flickering flame of the hearth pulls light and shadow, stretching shadows across the room as he freezes. The weight of her question hangs in the air like silence. He meets her gaze with a soft, self-deprecating smile, dispels the thought of magical intervention. He explains, if he really had magic, he wouldn't have to trim her nails and carefully monitor her pulse, nor could he have removed the heavy iron collar from her neck. He insists he is just a doctor, an ordinary therapist, despite the lingering doubt in her that such advanced medical techniques were never intended for her kind. He spoke gently to the captive girl, explaining that medicine is not magic reserved for the chosen, but a skill anyone can master if they dedicate themselves to the craft. She looked at him, eyes wide, a mixture of distrust and hope just beginning to sprout in her gaze as she considered the thought this knowledge could become her own. Noticing her interest, he offered his help if she truly wanted to learn, prompting her to shyly give her name Koron. He smiled warmly in response and introduced himself. Tenkai, thus a fragile but trusting bond formed between them. While the conversation continued, he sincerely rejoiced at the meeting and did not notice the grim figure watching them from the shadows. For a time, the air was light, a brief respite from the harsh reality of her situation. The moment of silence was broken by the appearance of the village elder. His wrinkled face was etched with anxiety. He was told that his grandson's health had noticeably improved as proof of the effectiveness of the treatment he had just witnessed himself. Despite the good news, a gloomy grimace remained on his face as he explained that everything had been restored with the boy. Now they could return the girl to the slave traders. This news hit like a physical shock. The young man froze in an icy stupor while the elder chose the village's safety over the girl's freedom. The young doctor watched as the elder gestured to call the armed guards, emphasizing, "Stealing slaves is strictly forbidden, and it will bring destruction to their people." The elder insisted, "Returning her is the only way to fulfill the agreement and keep the village out of the authorities' attention." His voice became stern as he reminded, "Any treatment conducted outside the church's authority is a grave crime. He would not allow the village to pay the price for such ignorance." His resolve hardened despite the moral weight of this choice. "I despair," exclaimed Coronet to her grandfather, but he coldly cut her off, reminding her of her status, a mere slave. The young doctor could only silently freeze in horror as the girl he had just befriended was prepared to return to a life of bondage. He stands firm, does not avert his gaze, and says he cannot simply turn away when someone is in trouble right before his eyes. In response, the elder's eyes sharply widen. Cold, hard truth reflects in them as he replies, "In this world, magic is a commodity more valuable than a single lie." Weakened by such a cold-blooded view of the world, the young healer objects to this absurd statement, but the old man does not budge, indifferently stating that he has become a burden and must be erased. Suddenly the earth shakes. A huge chimera beast, a revered forest god, descends upon the village in a whirlwind of rage and dust. Panic rises among the beast folk. They frantically shove each other, saving their own heads, and cries of despair echo in the air. They cannot understand why their guardian has turned against them and fear this signals the end of their home. In the shattered silence, the elder fiercely glares at the stranger, his suspicion turning into accusation, and he aloud wonders whether the human presence was the trigger for this sudden catastrophe. The stranger looks up as a titanic creature looms over him. Its scorching breath streams and its presence suffocates. Yet the beast freezes, its several heads are fixed on him, and in this attentive impression nothing can be read. He froze in place, stunned by the creature's hesitation and not understanding why it had not struck yet, while a young girl beside him shouted in despair for him to retreat from the deadly predator. He stands still as the giant creature looms over him, and there is no fear in his gaze. On the contrary, pure concentration and keen observation. Nearby, a small slime trembles, its eyes fixed on the same center of attention, and they both understand. The beast is not simply attacking, it is reacting to something. Looking closely, he notices the source of the creature's torment, a thick, jagged wooden stake deeply embedded in its side. Understanding strikes him. The beast is not attacking out of malice, it is fighting in blind, furious pain, torn and driven mad by a festering wound. Turning back to the gathered werebeasts, he raised his voice, commanding their attention, and proposed a desperate deal. He explained that he had already identified the cause of the forest god's suffering and swore he could fix everything, but only if they agreed to safely release him and the captive girl from the village in exchange for his medical intervention. The elder, with a weathered and stern face, silently weighs the proposal for a long time until he finally nods in acceptance. He warns, if the man is truly capable of providing a solution and paying the price of his freedom with this act, then the deal will be fulfilled. As soon as the deal is made, the doctor summons his own resolve and his gaze tightens as he fully focuses on what lies ahead. There can be no mistakes. The life of the village and his own freedom depend on his steady hand and sharp mind, which he must apply now. He cautiously approaches the gigantic beast and quietly whispers, as if trying to calm its spirit while assessing the wound. He decides, a precise incision is needed to extract the stake without causing further internal damage, understanding that the skin is thick but manageable. As he moves closer to the monstrous, massive, furious snout, the elder watches, filled with suspicion and admiration. The beast emits a low, resonant growl, its eyes cloud with pain as the man reaches for the jagged object protruding from its side. He turns to Charon and calmly explains that he will remove the foreign object causing the forest god's suffering. When he asks for her help, she responds with a bright, determined smile ready to help save their deity, even at risk. Meanwhile, he reflects on his duty, never to refuse anyone in need of help. He prepares his instruments, holding a bottle of saline solution while explaining his unbreakable rule. Regardless of who stands before him, thief or deity, he will never refuse treatment to those who come to him. With a calm and focused gaze, the young man reaffirms, this duty is the very essence of being a doctor. Because of this decision, he immediately begins the exhausting work of cleaning the massive wound, and the creature sharply cries out in pain. The liquid hits the exposed flesh. The beast fiercely jerks in response to the burning prick. The lion's head roars, and the tail with snake heads twitches and snaps while it writhes in pain. As chaos unfolds, he asks his companion to help her stretch the creature. He thanks her for her efforts, and the little slime also tries hard to keep the massive body still. To further soothe the creature's agony, he administers lidocaine, a local anesthetic designed to dull the nerves and block motor function in the affected area. In a moment, he finishes with metazolem, a powerful sedative that finally takes effect. The feverish movements of the forest god subside, and he falls into a deep, chemically induced sleep. When the patient's condition stabilizes, he takes out a razor to shave the thick fur around the wound. He understands this increases the risk of infection, but clearly cannot see where exactly to make the necessary incision if he does not do this. He carefully examines the wound and emits a thoughtful hum, noticing how the jagged piece of wood is deeply embedded in the creature's thick skin. He turns to his young assistant and their little gelatinous companion and explains the grim truth. Probably there is a barb on the tip, like on a fishing hook, that prevents pulling it out in one motion. While he complains about the lack of a proper operating room, he realizes they must act with what they have. To prevent infection, he prepares povidone, a strong antiseptic known for its distinctive smell and dark tint. He carefully applies the solution around the puncture site, doing everything to keep the area as sterile as possible. When the site is prepared, he covers the beast with a sterile cloth, leaving only the wound exposed through a central opening. He calls the girl, signaling that it is time for her to assist him directly. He takes out a small, hermetically sealed package with a surgical blade and explains the next step. He instructs her to secure the blade onto the handle with metal tweezers and emphasizes that she must not touch the sharp edge with bare hands under any circumstances. The girl's eyes widen sharply, filled with both fear and determination as she takes the tools. He gives a final warning about the blade's lethality, and she firmly nods, ready to play her part. With a steady hand, she maneuvers the surgical tweezers, carefully aligning the cut on the blade with the handle. Strictly following his precise instructions, she slides the metal into place until it clicks and locks securely. Finished gathering and triumphantly raised the instrument with a glow. She extends to him the ready scalpel, her first fear melted away, giving way to pride in the completed work. Tenkai announces that he will undergo treatment alone, and she looks up in surprise. When she asks what her role should be, he gives her a vital task, to care for the other injured beast people. He orders to rinse their wounds with clean water and apply pressure with fresh cloth, then promises to examine them himself as soon as he finishes here. The young beast girl looks down, her face revealing nothing as she considers his request. Tenkai watches silently and decides, after that trauma, he will not force her to see the terrible truth of the operation if she is not ready. Her eyes, wide open and shining with new determination, reflect a sharp change in her mood. The hesitation that previously clouded her gaze has disappeared, replaced by a sharp, focused tension. She rushes swiftly for supplies, leaving the young doctor alone with his enormous patient. Holding his hand steady and clenching his jaw, he turns to the creature and announces the start of the operation to remove the foreign object. His voice sounds firm and professional. The crown's eyes widened sharply in disbelief, and she whispered the name of the forest god. Her voice trembled, mixing awe and anxiety. Beside her, an elder explained that their very existence here is a blessing granted by the protection of the deity, sustained by their daily prayers and reverence. He recounted how the great beast, with its mighty claws and fangs, drives away anyone who dares harm their people, acting as the divine guardian of the forest. But the doctor saw it differently. He heard warnings that a curse would befall anyone who dared touch the wounded creature, and he decided to challenge this superstition with science. The massive chimera froze in place, a silent verdict on the gravity of the moment, while the decree remained clear. No one was to approach the forest god under any circumstances. He and his colleague dismantled the cruel weapon mechanism embedded in B's side, noting, its serrated tip worked like a fishhook, so removing it safely was impossible without fatal damage. They concluded that the spear could only be removed this way, without provoking further internal tears, making a precise incision to bypass the serration's grip, effectively performing an operation on the ghost. Depriving him of resolve, the surgeon pressed his fingers to the creature's skin to fix the spot, after which he carefully lowered the blade and began the delicate operation. He carefully guides the scalpel, feeling relief. The density of the creature's skin is within manageable limits. The tension does not release, but the first incision is clean. He immediately begins the delicate process of extraction. His eyes widen as he encounters slight resistance. The blade snaps against the tough alien tissue. He freezes for a moment, tightening his grip so the cut remains even and precise. He further widens the opening around the embedded spear with steady, collected hands. The metal of the instrument glints in the darkness on the dull, wet-like fur as he makes enough space to bypass those cruel, spiky protrusions. He works intently, trembling, sweat rolling down his forehead, silently praying the spear stays in place. Any sudden movement and the barbs could tear deeper, reaching the vital organs of the forest god. Too high in the sky, two moons cast a pale, ethereal glow on the silent forest, as if marking time on earth. He moves to the other side of the huge creature and repeats the careful process so the wound is fully accessible. Nearby, the beast freezes and watches, holding its breath. On their faces, a carved surge of hope mixed with fear and deadly intent. One guard mutters a dark oath to kill the alien if he fails, and the elder grimly states, even if the operation succeeds, the human will most likely still be struck by a divine curse. Silence, oppressive and taut, is broken by a familiar voice. A young captive approaches, carrying a basket of supplies. She calls the elder. Her appearance is an instant spark of normal life amid the clash where life and death walk side by side. She looks at her grandfather with stubbornness, declaring she will treat the wounds of all her people. The old man can only silently freeze in mute surprise at her determination, even as the fate of their god hangs by a thread. She freezes in impatient expectation while the spear remains embedded deep in the flesh, a grim reminder of that first wound. Tenkai, fully immersed in the role of surgeon, examines his meager instruments and mutters about the need to suture the incision later, though he knows every second counts for life. He complains about the lack of a proper operating table in this primitive place, and his attention is focused solely on the work. He reaches out to the wooden shaft of the weapon. His fingers do not tremble for a moment despite the incredible pressure of the situation. Nearby, the cold steel of the surgical instruments gleams ready for the next phase of the procedure. Firmly gripping the spear, he plants his feet on the ground and feels the weapon shift slightly. Realizing the time to act has come, he proclaims, "Finally, it moves." His eyes narrow with sharp concentration, likewise his comrade's gaze filled with anxiety as they both stare at the stick. One thought in his mind, to extract the foreign object, it is devouring him completely. He pulls with all his might and the forest god releases a ragged, steaming breath, his giant body trembling with tension. The dart begins to slip out of the deep wound millimeter by millimeter in agony. He finally clenches the bloodied spear in his hands. His breath bursts out in short, ragged gasps from exhaustion. He looks at the weapon and, with a heavy heart, understands. The creature was stabbed when it was defenseless and asleep. He tightens his grip on the shaft, and his determination grows stronger as he prepares for the next step. He knows the hardest part of the healing process is still ahead, but this time he has decided to see it through and cope. He acts with maximum caution. His hand is steady as he draws the weapon from the side of the creature. Slowly and deliberately, with a jerk pulling, the serrated metal slips out of the flesh, then follows disgusting splashing and heavy bloody powder settling on the ground. Despite the successful extraction, one of the beastmen growls in defiance of refusing any further treatment and mocking the very idea that a slave trying to imitate mage's arts can do anything. His poisonous venom is directed at a young girl, reminding her of her lowly status. Hearing the harsh words, the young captive girl lowers her gaze, acknowledging her status as a slave, yet a spark of determination remains in her eyes as she prepares to speak. She lifts her gaze full of compassion, begging to be allowed to help. She knows all too well what torment it is when a wound is left untreated. She says that slavery does not change the fact that the pain is unbearable, and she cannot watch anyone else suffer the same fate. Under the glow of 2 moons, the tension begins to ease as the guards watch the treatment take effect. They notice with surprise that the bleeding has already started to subside. The team shifts their gaze to the elder. The burden of the situation falls on them as they wait for his advice in the night silence. Finally, the blood-covered spear is set aside. The danger of piercing has just passed, but the air is still thick with the metallic smell of the clash. He exhaled. He did not know. He held on until the cursed metal with jagged edges finally slid out of the flesh. Liberation for a moment. A short pause and a struggle on the edge to save that forest. But relief is instantly shattered by a cruel, rhythmic eruption of dark liquid from the newly opened cavities. The local beastfolk recoil in horror. Voices break into a panic chorus as soon as they see how the lifeblood flows uncontrollably onto the ground and floods the forest floor. One shouts that the spear surely cut the main vessel, and others already fear the consequences of such a terrible wound, warning that just touching the sacred blood will bring a terrible curse. Amid the splashes, he remains unshaken. His surgical clothes quickly soak through, permeated with warm, metallic-smelling liquid, while he plunges his hands back into the mass to stop the flow. He squints and carefully examines the hidden injury, searching for the point of hemorrhage. He breathes steadily and presses thoughts racing through the steps needed to save this huge creature. While the beastfolk shout warnings about the curse and divine retribution, he calmly soothes the trembling Kuroni. His own inner thoughts are much darker, but suddenly with a sharp flash of alarm he realizes the surrounding light is fading very quickly, and performing delicate work inside the wow is almost impossible. The flowing blood begins to hide everything around a dark, viscous lake, threatening to engulf his efforts. He knows, if the bleeding is not stopped within the next few minutes, the Force God will be lost. Turning his head slightly, he sharply calls to Kuroni, begging urgently for a light source to pierce the growing darkness. He admits to himself, no matter how skilled he is, he cannot handle this alone. He needs her help to get through the darkness and save the dying deity. He looks at the young beastwoman with a warm, encouraging smile and says that medical knowledge is something anyone can learn and master. Impressed by his words, Kuroni straightens up and, without taking her eyes off the task ahead, declares her readiness to work alongside him. She glances briefly at the stunned elder and quietly apologizes for breaking the traditions that forbid approaching the forced god. The old beastfolk just stares in shock, for the girl he once protected chooses her own path. Without saying another word, she swiftly rushes across the clearing to the giant, wounded deity. Her figure flashes in the flickering light of the torches held aside by the watchful guards. Behind, the beastfolk silently watch, a mixture of awe and fear, as she crosses the boundary and enters the sacred space. The surgeon, already dressed in protective gear, acknowledges her arrival with a nod of thanks for the torch she carries. He speaks calmly, asks her not to be nervous, and explains that he needs her help for the critical steps ahead. He begins the procedure with a request to find among his supplies the necessary tool, a pair of hemostatic forceps. He carefully describes the instrument, the curved tip, and how it resembles another tool she has already seen him use. She listens attentively while her eyes scan the set. She quickly recognizes the metal instrument, picks it up, and asks if it is really the curved PN forceps he needed. Impressed by her instant intuition, he confirms the choice and marvels at how easily she understood his technical description. Taking the forceps from her, he points with his finger at a small cylindrical object in the tray and asks to get the next penlight. His actions are precise and economical in Movement's entire gaze fixed on the struggle of life and death unfolding under his hands. She extends to him a shining device, recognizing in it the magical instrument he had already used in the forest. When the beam of light pierces the shadows of the deep wound, he understands. As soon as he removes the temporary gauze, arterial bleeding will burst out agony, and he will have only a moment to clamp the vessel. He exhales with relief as the metal clamp bites in and finally stops the crimson flow. Nearby, a young beastman with animal features freezes with wide-open eyes, watching the sudden cessation of the deadly spray. Although she twitches from the blood staining his clothes, he does not get distracted. He reassures her that the urgent crisis is already under control and that they need to move on to the next phase of the operation. Looking down at the huge, dozing figure of the forest god, he acknowledged the harsh truth about where they had ended up. Though the environment was far from the sterile standards of a normal infirmary, infectious risks gave way to the inevitable necessity of the moment. To stop this procedure meant signing the death sentence for the great beast. With a resolute gleam in his eyes, he declares, "A true healer never turns away from a patient in need of help, regardless of the circumstances." This unwavering conviction seems to give the girl strength as he waves to them, Continue your desperate work. Then he shifts his gaze to the special threads needed for the work and selects a stitch of a certain precise thickness. The choice is critical because the marking of these threads determines their strength and suitability to close such an important incision. While he begins the delicate process of sewing a torn vessel, his thoughts drift to what exactly he will have to work with. For internal repairs, where nothing can be removed, he uses sutures that are supposed to dissolve in the body over time, and for areas that require long-term structural strength, he leaves more permanent threads. The first series of knots are tightened to the limit, securing the repair against the internal pressure of the beast's pulse. He carefully examines the spot. The bleeding has stopped for a moment, but the entire procedure still hangs by a thread. One single broken stitch and the hemorrhage will break through again. His hands move with refined precision. The needle passes through the dense fabric of the forest god. Every movement calculates a silent dance of steel and thread in the dim light of the cave. With a final decisive jerk, he tightens the last stitches. The thread buzzes from the tension, pulling the wound into a tight closure. The giant creature holds steady, and the only sound in the tense silence is its measured breathing until the operation nears its end. He carefully performs vascular ligation, and his hands remain steady as he removes the hemostatic clamps. As soon as the immediate threat of bleeding passes, he focuses on the surrounding tissues and meticulously cleans the contaminated layers. He explains the need for a Penrose drain to prevent fluid accumulation, a critical step, even with the risks of closing such a wound in these non-sterile conditions. Returning to the gathered beastly crowd, he asks a young girl if she can stay by his side just a little longer to help with the final steps. She promptly and sincerely agrees. Her relief that the operation has progressed is palpable in the air. The even row of stitches holds firm. A rubber tube Penrose drain is placed there, a device named after the American gynecologist Charles Bingham Penrose, which protrudes slightly to ensure proper drainage of bodily fluids. He understands the importance of monitoring recovery, but quietly regrets that he cannot stay in the village to personally oversee the healing process. As the first ray of dawn begins to break through the dense canopy, the birds' chirping signals the end of a long, exhausting night. He lifts his gaze and with surprise sees the sun already rising above the horizon. He has completely lost track of time during the operation. With a weary but sincere smile, he looks at the resting force god and then at the young girl. He thanks her for her courage and praises the huge beast for incredible endurance during this trying journey, acknowledging that they both fought well to reach this moment. High above the ground, a flock of birds takes flight into the morning sky. Thus ends the desperate struggle. The forest's silence returns, and with it comes a sense of hard-won peace as the medical procedure is declared complete. The god of the forest finally opens his eyes, looking straight and clear as the body begins to recover. Overcome by incredible physical and mental exhaustion overnight, the exhausted doctor falls onto the grass. The worried coronet rushes to him as the successful operation to remove the foreign object finally comes to an end. The young doctor stood by the turbulent river, and the icy water stung his skin as he washed off the remnants of the procedure. When a companion offered to help with washing the clothes, he gently declined, saying he was already cleaning the blood off himself, so no difficulties. He paused, and his face became stern as he spoke about the invisible dangers remaining in the blood. The fear of viral infection did not leave him for a moment, a constant burden in his thoughts, a risk he could not afford to ignore in this unfamiliar world. She tilted her head to the side, and the word virus sounded foreign and strange to her, as if it were not from her lips. The very idea of an invisible enemy hiding in the blood was completely incomprehensible to her, a mystery she could not fully grasp. He stepped closer and reached out to her, his voice soft but firm. He said she also needed to rinse her eyes, a necessary precaution that caught her off guard and momentarily stunned her. Carefully sprinkling her face with river water, he explained the necessity of this step. He warned, viruses can enter the body through the eyes, so they must be thoroughly rinsed, no matter how slight the stinging she might feel. Nearby, their little slug watched everything with attentive, curious eyes. The process continued in silence, a sharp reminder of the protocols he once followed. In his world, medics vigilantly guarded against bloodborne pathogens like hepatitis C could easily infect someone through the mucous membranes of the eyes. Without the glasses he usually wore, this primitive washing was his only protection. Later, when they caught up with the beastmen again, his thoughts returned to the lack of normal conditions. The river did its job, but he longed for the comfort of a real bathhouse. And although he suspected that such luxuries were allowed here only to the human nobility far from the simple street routine of the village. A sudden guess struck him in the head just as he was thinking about the social hierarchy. The word nobility seemed to catch a new thought and he was momentarily confused, lost in reflection while his companion watched him with quiet curiosity, sensing the change in mood. He is confused when the young werebeast lunges at him with playful energy and a pounce. He reaches out, trying to warn there is still blood on his clothes, so he must keep them clean to avoid infection. While he deals with the child, the village elder sits outside in front of a modest wooden house in silence and contemplation. The old man pronounces a difficult decision. He wants the girl to leave the village and set out on the road together with the guest. The elder's words weigh heavily in his chest as he squats in his new clothes and listens attentively. Old Wolf Man fears that the people who captured her will eventually return and finish what they started. Listening to the elder continue his grim tale, he learns the girl's mother died shortly after childbirth and the father was taken by wounds sustained during a hunt. He is struck by the realization in this world even the simplest actions to survive are fraught with deadly danger. He compares this harsh reality with the medical history of his world, where breakthroughs sharply reduced maternal mortality. He realizes that without the intervention of a healing mage, life in this village is an unending struggle against the inevitable. While he contemplates these indicators, the old man looks down from above at the small cluster of huts and bitterly laments the fate of his people. The forest god is wounded, and the youth is fading away. He fears it is only a matter of time before people seize the land itself. He suggests maybe it is simply the girl's fate to seek life beyond these borders. From the doorway, the young man looks at the quiet village, weighing the elder's request in his hands. Suddenly, the young girl stirred, calling to her grandfather in a sleepy voice. The elder only watched this sadness and determination mixed within him, for he felt he had already tried everything to protect his home and its future. She watches the traveler as he examines the faces of those he once knew. His thoughts hold to the principle: no one should ever be truly abandoned or left behind. He fixes his gaze with quiet, intense concentration, certain there must be a way forward for all of Themeven in this broken world. A young girl breaks the heavy silence and tells her grandfather that he no longer needs to bear the burdens of the village alone. Then she makes a stunning declaration, at which the old man falls silent and vows that he will return to the village, his home, later. She reveals her purpose. She says she wants to help the villagers and their protector, and that she seeks to serve the one who saved her to repay the debt. She swears to return as soon as she masters the art of healingable to cure any wound and any disease, and asks where to find the knowledge and tools to achieve this goal. He admits he feels like a stranger in the human kingdoms of this land, and his sense of belonging is as distant as the world he left behind. He offers another path, to find a place where she will be safe and can flourish, placing her well-being above returning to human society. He lifts his gaze, his voice steady as he asks about a refuge where different races could live together in harmony, seeking a way forward for themselves and their companion. This search leads to a breathtaking sight: the hollow of the world tree, the heart of the elven kingdom. It rises into the sky like a gigantic greenish pillar with birds soaring around it. Within the giant trunk sprawls an entire realm. Here a lively civilization grows among whimsical buildings and bridges woven directly into the living tree, and tied to hanging vines. The city exists in perfect unity with nature. The paved galleries teem with movement. Life here is vibrant, and one can see a society that has thrived in isolation for generations, far from the strife of human worlds. In the depths of this wooden city, a solemn announcement resounds. 2 skilled mages are dispatched to help due to an urgent matter. Their uniforms indicate that they are elite fighters of the elf forces. Next to them, chosen representatives prepare for action. A stern-faced man gripping a staff and a woman in pointed military attire, both ready for what lies ahead with unwavering determination. Queen Melina, her gaze sharp and focused, acknowledges the full seriousness of the situation and prepares to personally oversee the necessary medical intervention. She stands beside Princess Juno and explains the strange limitation of their world. Elves have great power, but the art of healing magic is a gift granted only to humans. She slightly bows her head, formally requesting cooperation from the queen and acknowledging the depth of their shared faith. Queen Melina accepts this gesture with a calm, all-knowing smile. She closes her eyes and for a moment sinks into silence and reflection. Her face suddenly changes and she skeptically questions the true meaning of faith when healing magic is turned into a commodity, heavily taxed and used as a tool of political control. Melina remains silent, not raising her gaze, as if acknowledging the burden of these harsh realities. This internal conflict in the palace sharply contrasts with what is happening outside, where the restrictions on magic are felt especially acutely. No matter how powerful the elves are, in this world there are too many wounds and diseases that magic itself cannot reach. So many people suffer in silence. Birds take flight over the landscape, a quiet reminder of the world's vastness, where the power to heal flesh and bone is a rare and precious gift, often unreachable precisely for those who need it most. In the distance, Tenkai and Karon make their way into the bustling settlement of best folk, and they are immediately met by a group of curious yet weary locals. One of them, an elder with a thick bandage on his head, looks at Tenkai, hope and doubt in his eyes, and he asks if he is truly a master of the healing art. He responds with a gentle, reassuring smile. Their needs have already been tended to. The beast folk are impressed by his humility and the effectiveness of his methods. They marvel at how a human can be so skillful, especially in how carefully he cleaned their wounds, a technique that seems to have made a tangible difference. As they leave the settlement behind, the two head along a winding forest path leading deeper into the western lands. Tenkai looks back at the changing landscape and says they have entered a land where no humans are seen anywhere. Instead, a complex society exists here, where many other races live side by side. Before moving on, they stop one last time to say a word to the beast elder. Tenkai thanks him for his hospitality. Meanwhile, the elder looks at Karon, acknowledging her presence as they prepare to continue their journey through the wild lands ahead. He listens attentively while his companion explains why they need new roles. To stay safe during their journey through these lands, as a human and a beastkin, she insists, let him call her master. This, she says, is a vital precaution to prevent curious glances from asking about the nature of their bond or his presence in the Western territories. The young man finds this proposal incredibly embarrassing. His face flushes and he stammers, poking at his own discomfort. Instead, she shines with a mischievous, fangy smile, and it is clear that she truly enjoys watching him embarrassed, so now her playful power leads their journey. When their new rhythm was already established, the couple set off further and left behind the safety of the village. He carried heavy supplies, lagging a bit while she paved the way with a light, confident step through the sun-dappled path leading into the wild thickets. Behind them, the community they helped gathers to hold a ceremony. The elder, leaning on a staff, looks with respect and a hint of unfinished curiosity, and nearby the steadfast guardians, who initially met the person with such hostility, now only quietly observe. The peasants raised their voices in a chorus of farewells. Their previous suspicions subsided. They became sincerely grateful. In these parts, it is a rare sight, a pack of werebeasts seeing off a person with such warmth and kindness, a testament to the effect of his medical aid. Delving deeper into the surrounding forests, he admits that the anxiety for the great creature they saw earlier still does not leave him. He hoped to check how the forest god's wound was healing, but the massive beast disappeared into the thickets before he could make a final examination. His mind drifts toward the medical risks of such a severe trauma, especially the danger of dead space forming under the skin. He knows all too well, if fluid or pus accumulates in these hidden pockets, a deadly infection may flare up. And the thought of a majestic creature suffering silently weighs heavily on his conscience. When the alarm reaches its peak, a quiet rustle sounds in the bushes, and from the darkness of ancient trees emerges a huge figure. The forest god himself rises from the shadow, golden eyes fixed on the frightened feather as if he awaited the healer's return to complete his work. A massive creature lay waiting like a silent guardian in the clearing. Tenkai rushed to Ithai's voice rose in a mixture of wonder and realization as he wondered if the beast had truly stayed there just for his return. His flesh regenerated at an incredible speed, deep tears completely closed, and new fur was already breaking through where once there was bare, raw skin. He said he would like to observe the healing a bit longer, but his journey required him to leave this place immediately. He reached out his hand and gently touched the creature's muzzle, silently apologizing for the abrupt departure. He asked the guard to be vigilant and prevent further harm, but to himself he lamented, such an exciting medical case would never make it into a formal treatise. When he and Karon turned to continue their way through the thick foliage, a heavy dull thud of paws sounded behind. The forest god rose, his gigantic figure closely followed them, not retreating into the shadow of the trees. He glanced over his shoulder and his eyes widened sharply as he realized the creature was not going to stay behind. He asked aloud if it really intended to go with them on their uncertain path. In response, the beast leaned closer and gently touched him with its nasi so warm that the young man could not help but laugh sincerely. The bond born from his touches during treatment had definitely gone beyond simple doctor-patient relations. He pondered what such friendship meant to him. The locals revered this creature as a deity, but it stubbornly clung to the simple traveler. The coronet watched the exchange of glances with complete bewilderment, unable to understand what to do with their new divine companion. Eventually, he decided that such a powerful ally could be the best choice, especially to protect the creature from the malice of other people. He ran his hand again over the thick, soft fur, accepting the forest god into their company on the road ahead. He gently strokes the fur of the forest god and only then realizes he forgot about his little companion. He smiles awkwardly, reaches for pet, and he too is covered in slime and apologizes for not taking care of him. His touch remains gentle as he shifts his gaze to the young beast girl Karon, who is resting. He softly runs his hand through her hair, a silent promise of protection in his tender gesture. When everyone is ready, the group sets off on a journey through the wilderness. The road ahead is shrouded in mystery, and the rules of this world remain a puzzle, but he feels calm. He will not have to walk this path alone. As they begin their journey far from the forest, the elf captain voices his concerns to Queen Melina, warning that this is not just a rumor. Among the long-lived races, some possess great wisdom and may already know about the shifts in the winds, to which Melina responds coldly and decisively that if there is even a hint that their healing magic is being imitated, it must be stopped immediately. She reflects on the history of their people and notes how people gain prosperity and the respect of others only through special healing arts given to them. It is this very power that allowed them to take everything they now have. The commander presses her with questions about what the leak of their magic to other states will lead. Toned, her face turns to stone. She says, their survival depends on this monopoly. Without it, their kingdom would be wiped off the map in an instant. This power she speaks of grows from an ancient legend at times when the world suffered, and the gods took pity on the mortals' torment. It is said that a deity granted humanity a share of heavenly wonder, the art of healing, to ease pain and allow them to flourish. But this gift had a hidden purpose because God did not want humanity to perish. The miracle was also intended so that they would not become too powerful and arrogant. It was a force to preserve life, but one that could bring about the destruction of the world if used without proper wisdom. Somewhere deep in the primeval forests, the boundary between the natural and the supernatural begins to blur. A snake glides silently through the thickets, passing under the massive, shaggy leg of a creature that defies all logic. Through this domain kingdom of supreme sorceress power, a small band of travelers makes their way. Tenkai carries the tools of his trade, and on his face is calm determination as he leads Karon and their gelatinous friend through the lush light, with a giant forest god rising behind them. Yes, the man trained in the pedantic arts of general medicine stops and examines the local flora with the curiosity of a scientist. His companion watches him with a radiant smile, her chains finally becoming a memory of the past as they set off on a path where science will dispel the darkness of this magical world. The commander addresses the princess and asks if such a step is really acceptable. He grimly surveys the situation. Magic and medicine yield no results, and immediately concludes the task is simply impossible. After his joyless assessment, her eyes sharply widen in shock until the weight of what is happening finally sinks in. The realization, the one sent to their lands for healing chose retreat and flight. This is a bitter truth hard to swallow. Observing her reaction, he continues the warning. His voice is low and heavy as a threat of a future clash. He warns, if they return now, they will likely be accused of having started the fire. In the worst case, this could escalate into a full-scale war with humans. He looks into the distance where a huge tree stands a silent witness. He urges immediate action. He insists they must honestly say that medicine is impossible and leave here immediately before the situation becomes deadly. Meanwhile, far away in the royal chambers, the queen sat on her exquisite throne, surrounded by the ghostly glow of the elven palace. Two servants approached her along the long ceremonial path, their presence already shouting urgent news. Her daughter bursts into the room, breath breaking into short gasps, and she calls her mother. Her face is full of despair. She utters terrible news: the human healer they were counting on has fled. Seeing her daughter overwhelmed by pain, the queen raises her hand or merely arches her brow as if the weight of her crown has become even more unbearable. For a moment, she closes her eyes, contemplating the dire consequences of the healer's disappearance for her people. She listens as her daughter decides what to do and realizes, if they do not take action immediately, others will most likely notice what happened very soon. Having grasped the full weight of the moment, the ruler decides she must deliver the news herself directly, personally. Her face is tense and worry twists her features. Barely beyond the threshold, two mighty figures are waiting. Their horns and stern faces reveal them as the powerful leaders of their own kind. Approaching them with her daughter beside her, she first quietly apologizes before beginning her report. The horned lord nods. If she had not come out to meet them, they would have been caught off guard. After that, she gives a firm order: clear the path so that their meeting can take place without obstacles. Tension in the room rises until the third one, growing fiercer, demands to know how the elves intend to resolve this defeat. The cutter tightens into a threatening smile. Far from the suffocating atmosphere of the palace, nothing disturbs the silence of the forest. Birds calmly soar above the ancient canopy. In this green refuge, the blade carefully trims the matted fur, performing delicate work with practiced precision. Having finished the work, the young healer announces that the great beast is finally healed, and while his companions watch, receives from the huge creature a grateful, heavily slobbered lick. He explains that it seems to her his recovery is natural, but the speed and effectiveness of his treatment are actually quite extraordinary. Coron listens with wide-open eyes, asking in surprise why he so casually reveals such an important secret about his abilities. Before she could squeeze closer for additional details, a massive, grown limb of the deity swung at her from the forest, gently pushing her forward. She broke out in a frightened scream, completely bewildered by the sudden movement of the great beast. The forest god lowers his head and his large eyes convey an apology for the accidental injury to her leg. It quickly becomes clear. The creature expresses deep gratitude for having removed the heavy magical collar that had held it for so long. She is overwhelmed by the feeling of how gently the deity behaves and the realization that they share freedom. Her face lights up with a radiant, joyful smile. She suddenly jumps forward to embrace the moment of silence, giving the massive creature her own thanks, while nearby a small slimy one sitting on the doctor's head begins pouring a stream of cool liquid on him. He twitches and blinks as the liquid abundantly soaks his hair and face, unable to comprehend what made his transparent companion suddenly show affection so wetly. Meanwhile, in a much more dangerous part of the region, the traveler in a hood suddenly finds herself cornered by a pack of rabid, dark-furred beasts. She raises her hands and summons glowing magical circles to fend off the predators as they circle around. She struggles to hold the defense. Her breath falters as she realizes that at the worst moment she has encountered a pack of cursed black wolves. Even despite her skill, such a number of attackers threatens to break her magical barriers. She was on the verge of being torn apart when a huge shadow covered the wolves. The forest god descended like a thunderbolt, and his mighty limbs scattered the predators in a whirlwind of dust and furious barks. When the beast landed, Tenkai, climbing onto its back, immediately noticed a figure that had fallen. He loudly raised the alarm. Understood. The stranger was wounded and urgently needed help. Majinya raised her head and her eyes flashed with disbelief at the unthinkable sight. The legendary deity carried in its arms a human child and a beast child. The incredible absurdity of this union momentarily drowned out her pain. Her strength finally ran out, her head sluggishly fell to the side, and blood flowed from a deep wound near the temple. The world began to drown in a dark, blurred haze. He rushed forward and managed to catch her fragile figure just a moment before she hit the hard ground. A heavy, relieved sigh escaped him. They arrived in time to prevent the worst. Kuroni rushed to him, her voice trembling as she begged for instructions. He replied calmly and authoritatively, "Treatment will begin immediately." Then he ordered her to safely help the woman settle in. Suddenly, a small slug-like body jumped forward and stretched out its transparent insides like a source of pure liquid. He looked at the creature surprised and at the same time grateful and understood. It sensed how urgent everything was. He took that proposed liquid. It appeared in the usual vessel, carefully washing dirt and blood from the mage's wounds, starting with the most severe injuries. His hands were steady despite the tension of the moment. He works with applied precision, pressing a clean square of gauze to the wound on the mage's head while Kuroni watches with wide, anxiously open eyes. He lifts the fabric to see the continuous bleeding and realizes that a regular bandage will not help. Then he asks his young assistant for a specific medical ampule. She quickly takes out the needed bottle, and while he takes it, he explains, This anesthetic contains a vasoconstrictor. He clarifies that by adding epinephrine to lidocaine, they can significantly reduce bleeding and simultaneously numb the area for the next procedure. He pierces the rubber stopper with a steady hand and draws the clear liquid into a sterile syringe. He carefully inserts the needle, aiming to inject the solution directly into the tissues around the tear, rather than just applying it to the surface. He carefully pushes the needle into the body, slowly presses the plunger to release the medicine, while the werewolf girl watches, holding her breath in anticipation. He confirms that the bleeding has finally stopped on the young girl's face. As she watches the wound stabilize, an expression of immense relief and wonder appears. Then he reaches for the next instrument, a surgical skin stapler, and notes that it will close the wound more effectively than traditional stitches without disrupting blood flow in the skin. He carefully places the surgical stapler over the wound, noting that it significantly reduces the procedure time, but it must be used very carefully near bones, nerves, or blood vessels within 5 millimeters of the skin. With a precise click, the metal staple is driven into the flesh, pulling the edges of the torn wound together. Next to Koroni, the enemy freezes with wide-open eyes as the wound closes so easily, and he modestly explains, supposedly a clean, shallow cut made everything simple. Having finished the initial treatment, he steps back to survey his work, but a shadow of worry crosses his face as he notices how quickly his medical supplies are dwindling and wonders how he will handle future emergencies. Suddenly, the closed eyes of the witches in hoods twitch and open, a cloudy, confused gaze, but she begins to regain consciousness. She exhales sharply and sits up abruptly, her hand instantly flying to her head, confused, trying to understand what is around and feeling a strange tingling from the braces. A sharp convulsive spasm of pain stops her movement, and the whole group immediately pays attention. Coronet and the rest exhale with relief but also watch cautiously as the mage realizes she is no longer alone. He quickly warns her not to touch the wound, explaining, the bleeding has already stopped, but the injury is still far from fully healed and requires rest. He watches closely as she touches her head, not believing the bleeding has completely stopped, although the wound was terrible. He calmly explains that he stapled it and quietly apologizes for the possible scar, adding that her hair will easily hide it. After his explanation, she looks up at him wide open, inquisitive eyes, and asks if he also possesses healing magic. The question catches him off guard. He falls silent for a moment, trying to comprehend the unfamiliar term. She continues to fix her gaze on him, hope and despair mixed on her face. Hearing his hesitation, the young beast girl suddenly jumps to defend and loudly declares that her master is the most skillful healer magician in the human world. He can only respond with an embarrassed denial, saying he has never compared his medical skills to anyone else's. Despite his own confusion, he decides to do everything he can to Hellfie's face hardens with determination. Looking at him, the mage wonders if his appearance is not a trick of the church, but rather divine intervention by the forest gods. Seizing the moment, she lowers her head and begs him to save her people, her voice trembling under the weight of the plea. He agrees without a single pause, and from this she gasps in shock. Then he simply asks where they need to go. Her eyes fill with his instant and selfless kindness. Tears gather, and then begin to run down her cheeks. She quickly tries to brush it off, but relief and gratitude overwhelm her, and she just quietly cries in the soft light. She begs him to go to her homeland. Her voice grows hoarse from the weight of the request to cure a terrible disease. She calls it a sickness from which bloody vomit flows. He repeats the name of the disease. The medical mind is already overwhelmed as he comprehends the full extent of her plea. When they sit together in the clearing, she tells about the terrible symptoms. The victims first have unbearable abdominal pain, then they start coughing up blood. Their strength fades due to dark, sticky, tarry discharges until they eventually die. He listens attentively. Beside him stand a young beast girl and a curious slime, and he reels in his mind the horrifying details of the epidemic that destroyed her village. He focuses on the clinical consequences and concludes, the combination of hematemesis and melena directly indicates severe bleeding in the upper gastrointestinal tract. While he weighs the limitations of his available medical resources, determination flashes in his eyes. He knows he cannot turn away from those in need of help. Despite the critical situation, he gets up and declares they must leave immediately to examine the patients in person. A mental map of the human digestive system flashes in his mind from the esophagus to the lower intestines as he prepares for the road ahead, realizing that every moment is precious. turns to the huge winged guardian of the forest. He asks if it agrees to carry them across the sky once more. The creature responds with a low, guttural rumble. Its sharp eyes stare into the horizon as if sensing how urgent their mission is. In an instant, the whole team frantically leapt onto the broad back of the beast and clung to its thick fur as it tensed its mighty muscles. With a thunderous leap that raised a cloud of dust, the forest god took off, its huge wings flapping sharply against the wind. When the ground slips from beneath their feet, they soar high above the lush carpet of ancient trees and steep mountain peaks. A cry of pure delight bursts into the sky and echoes across the vast, sunlit wild landscape as they break away from the forest. High above the world, the wind lashes their hair as they look down at the sprawling landscape stretching beneath them. Their journey to the homeland of the mage has truly begun, flying on the wings of legend towards an unknown medical crisis. In the dimly lit chamber, the demon lords gathered to discuss their unfolding plan. One subordinate asked if their target would truly return here as expected. The bearded leader froze emotionless, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. She stood nearby in heavy iron chains, bound like a common animal on a leash. Her tormentor gripped tighter and coldly declared the man they were looking for would inevitably return, crawling in despair, for the other alternative was too terrible to endure. He leaned forward, a predatory gleam flashing in his eyes while indifferently chewing, outlining the bloody stakes of their game. With a twisted smile, he promised, if their demands were not met, he would personally take full responsibility for the destruction, cutting down the entire nation and the royal family without hesitation. Her eyes widened at a pure, paralyzing horror as the weight of his words finally sank in. In the relentless silence of her imprisonment, only one memory echoed in her silent, doomed plea for the safety of her daughter, Juno. He was drawn back again to the time before the changes in the world, a memory of the sterile corridors where he once worked. There was his colleague Okuzawa who reminded him to take it easy during the fishing trip the next day. Tenkai just replied that there was no point incurring a hangover with even more drinking, and the friends saw how he used that. Another man laughed loudly, acknowledging that the prospect of receiving a reprimand from Senior Dr. Okazuva was truly a frightening thought. They briefly shared a light, joking mood, a sharp contrast to the weight of his current duties. When memory began to crumble, some voice ordered him to take care of himself. He uttered a quiet, drawn-out yes, and then his gaze fixed on the familiar cityscape, and it suddenly seemed to be behind him for an eternity. The enveloping gaze into the past suddenly vanished, replaced by the towering spires of the capital of the Elf Kingdom reaching to the sky. Melina gestured toward the grand structure, calling it a castle where those suffering from a mysterious deceased blood that erupted in vomiting were isolated. Nearby, Koron silently froze, looking up at the scale of this fortress as if unable to believe what she saw. She stopped, and her regal restraint wavered as a flash of guilt crossed her face. Lowering her gaze, she admitted there was something she needed to confess. The queen offered sincere apologies and explained that she initially intended to hide the whole truth so they wouldn't get involved in such a dangerous matter, but she realized that continuing the deception would be a grave offense to the healer's kindness. Koron bowed her head, frowning in confusion as soon as she heard the queen call her companion by such high titles. Thank you for watching. They moved on to the huge, masterfully carved gates of the royal residence. The young beast girl could hardly believe her own eyes. The splendor of elven architecture far surpassed anything she had ever imagined. She is part of the group approaching the demon lords, standing in a tight line. The envoy warns of their arrival and urges caution. They watch as the group finally reaches the clearing. Princess Juno immediately jumps forward, desperately begging the leader, Alec, to keep his promise and free her mother now that the promised mage has been brought. She watches as the formidable demon lord with sharp teeth mocks the very idea of a trap, ridiculing whether they really think a mere chimera can threaten his soul, and dismisses their efforts as foolish lies. He raises an accusatory finger and with cold finality declares that it was the elves who truly broke their sacred pact. He and the queen meet, glances a heavy silence. The air thickens with mutual distrust and the threat of inevitable violence. His face twists into a horrible, wide-open smile as he growls that his family has truly staked their entire lives on the elves, and if they now intend to neglect honor, then only death remains for them. Princess Juno is stopped by fierce resistance. Her face flares with anger as she cuts off. Yes, they are grateful for the protection given by the military might of the demons, but it was the demons who first shattered the pact. She insists that the elves did everything they could for them, only to receive the kidnapping and torment of her mother in return. She stubbornly holds her position, shouting that he must understand the torment seeing the father suffer, and that he has no right to speak of honor while holding life hostage. But the demon lord only responds with a frightening, predatory, grim smile whenever life is mentioned. He grimaces, sneers at the princess, and asks where she got such sudden audacity to speak as if she understands the depth of their suffering. He emphasizes the hypocrisy of their so-called covenant, how demons were reduced to lower beings, their power extracted, and at the same time deprived of the simplest dignity of life. Tenkai watches this quarrel. The weight of demonic anger hangs in the air like a taut string. Continuing his tirade, he describes the bitter truth of their existence. Healing magic is a luxury they cannot afford, while the elves gather wealth and comforts in their storerooms. He declares that since they were given only pain and death, he will return this gift to them in kind, promising to make them feel the same agony for free. Suddenly, tense negotiations are shattered by a violent explosion of energy. It rolls like an echo across the entire clearing. Tenkai and Juno can only freeze in horror as the very earth seems to scream. A pillar of dark power tears through the atmosphere and floods everything with a blinding flash of light and debris, as if nothing else can be seen there. Grabbing the medical bag amid the swirling dust, he freezes in shock, surveying the colossal scale of destruction. Behind him, demon lords stand still, but they too seem bewildered as a gigantic amanfist with slanted slit-like pupils rises from the smoke looking down at him, filled with ancient, predatory determination. The smoke disperses and a gigantic dragon with obsidian scales appears. It emits a glow of a sinister aura that chills the very air wave. It stands like a monument to total destruction. Its figure overwhelms all present and warns of a terrible shift in the balance of power. Stunned by fear, the young doctor can barely comprehend the night unfolding before him as the golden eye of the beast fixes on him. The dragon lets out a deafening roar sound that shakes his bones and challenges the people to try to heal the destruction it is about to unleash. Without warning, the creature unleashes a barrage of scorching energy beams from its maw, cutting through the landscape with surgical precision. The force of the attack is staggering. Once a peaceful meeting place, it turns into a scorched wasteland in seconds. When the rays strike, a giant chimera jumps onto the battlefield. Forest god. Its formidable figure bursts into the clash and confronts the dark power of the alien. Two titans face each other, and this clash promises a battle that will reshape the very foundations of the world. He braces himself against the sudden, violent eruption of energy as the battlefield dissolves into complete chaos. Tenkai froze with wide-open eyes, unable to believe his own vision. The small slime crouched nearby was also stunned by the force of the blow that made the very ground tremble. He shudders as a colossal sphere of water suddenly materializes from the air and completely disrupts the obsidian dragon's plan. The torrent sweeps over everyone, washing away the fighters. The forest god and the gathered company are soaked to the bone and stare stunned at this sudden elemental onslaught. He is forgotten for a moment while Tenkai finds himself amid the damp ruin, and the loyal slime still clings to his head as he thanks it for constant support. Outside them, the titanic struggle continues. The forest god and the dragon roar at each other, and their deadly dance briefly freezes. A roar of pure contempt bursts from Alec in response, and his fury only intensifies from the human interference. Meanwhile, two giants clash again. Their claws and teeth seek purchase in the brutal spectacle of raw power threatening to tear the forest to pieces. He freezes in disbelief as Tenkai raises his hand, commanding attention, and his voice cuts through the battle grotto with astonishing authority, a calm that shatters the madness around. The young man asks where exactly the sick person suffering from the disease that causes bloody vomiting is, insisting he must be examined immediately. He stands firm, eyes burning with unyielding determination, declaring that his duty has not changed. He will save his patient regardless of who stands in his way. Nearby, his comrades look on with surprise and anxiety in their souls, and the words hanging in the air like a heavy burden are. His bold statement immediately meets a sharp change in atmosphere. From the flickering light emerges a majestic and formidable figure. This is the king of the dragon tribe, a mad dragon dissolute worm, clad in an elegant, flowing kimono and crowned with magnificent feathered horns. She stands accompanied by stony guards in dark suits, and a suffocating aura of ancient power washes over her. Seeing her arrival, the elven royalty exchange looks of utter shock and anxiety. They realize the scale of the power that has just entered the battle and the danger it poses to all present. Her concern is justified. The Dragon King casts a heavy gaze upon her. The voice is cold, mocking, and she interrogates the young healer about his intentions. She asks why he tried to kill her by offering treatment. and forces him to comprehend the true nature of the being he is dealing with. While she confronts the healer, the demon lord nearby watches the enormous chimera. His face reveals nothing as he remarks that the appearance came at the right moment. He says such a creature will not catch him off guard, even as it looms in the background like a silent testament to the chaotic forces he commands. As he watches, she ignores the tension around and begins to move forward with confident steps, her entourage never lagging behind. With an icy smile, she says she is glad she decided to come. Her gaze does not waver from the target. Her eyes with strange, cross-shaped pupils narrow as she directs all her relentless will. Even the air seems to crackle under the weight of her gaze, revealing the depth of power, ancient and terrifying. She finally stands directly before the group, towering over Tenkai and the rest, as if a higher authority embodied in flesh. Looking down on them with a predatory, self-satisfied smile, she presses down with her mere presence so that the young healer and his companions freeze in a state of shocked, stunned silence. Her hand reaches forward, arc-painted nails clutch the soft, translucent body of a bucket, splashing and sloshing. She greets the creature with eerie familiarity, addressing it informally as to an elder, and recalls how long it has been since they last met, while Tenkai stands nearby, trembling and sweating profusely under the weight of her all-conquering presence. A cruel smile plays on her lips as she continues to toy with the slime. Her amusement sharply contrasts with the growing fear among those present. After this, the healthy chimera beast falls prostrate before her, and her voice drowns in reproaches. She takes full responsibility for the current crisis, begs forgiveness, and insists that everything happened because of her fault. The focus shifts again to the Dragon King. She demands that Demon Lord Alec immediately release Queen Melina, but he does not move from his place. He only replies that he has no reason to apologize or obey her orders. Suddenly, the air thickens with the smell of iron. She coughs up splashes of blood harshly and forcibly, and her majestic composure disappears in an instant from physical pain. Suddenly, Tenkai grasps the medical truth. She is the very patient he was supposed to find. He shouts for Princess Juno so they can take her to a safe place for treatment, while Karon growls at him and warns the human, "Do not dare touch her leader." He freezes like a pillar, his gaze fixed on the fallen monarch, eyes full of unbreakable determination to fulfill his duty as a healer. He watches as the Dragon King's eyes twitch. The cross-shaped pupil struggles with all its might to maintain focus while her strength drains away. As the window of opportunity narrows, he shouts about speed, his gaze sharpened by the weight of life hanging in the balance. Moments later, the group carries the unconscious monarch to a huge bed covered with a canopy, and he begins a frantic yet methodical examination under the watchful, tense eyes of the gathered leaders. He carefully pulls back her eyelid, and a sharp, bloodless whiteness emerges, proof that his worst fears about her internal condition have been confirmed. Returning to the others, he explains. He cannot be sure that their physiology matches his world's, but the signs are clear: severe anemia, and transfusion may be the only hope. When the young beast girl, confused, tilts her head at the unfamiliar term, he explains, they need to take blood from another and transfuse it into the queen's body, which can no longer endure. The proposal hung in the air, and it was met with a wave of shock and distrust from those who had never heard of such a radical procedure. The elven queen steps forward, and her voice sounds tinged with distrust. She asks whether such a transfer of life essence was ever truly performed in their history. He continues the explanation, detailing the deadly risks of blood transfusion, from hygiene problems to fatal reactions caused by incompatible blood groups. And he says that in his world this practice was once banned. Too many people died in terrible agony. In response to his stern warning, Queen Melina shows a bright leaf and explains that it is from the world tree itself. With a heavy heart, she admits, even these sacred leaves, which usually heal all fevers and pain, this time proved powerless against the ailment that befell the Dragon King. She tells the story of her people. They built their entire nation around the world tree precisely because of its miraculous healing properties. While she speaks, a memory of the great forest god looms over her, a testament to ancient magic that usually keeps their world in balance. Examining the sample, he inquires about their preparation methods. When the queen explains that they usually steep the leaves in tea, he offers another option, whether a decoction from the tree bark might provide a more concentrated essence. A sudden thought strikes him as he compares their natural remedy with the synthetic marvels of his world, and, as if in passing, he recalls substances like aspirin and quinine. His companions look at him in a mixture of confusion and curiosity, unable to grasp the foreign concepts he weighs in his mind. Digging into his supplies, he pulls out a small silvery strip of tablets, a sight that makes the Dragon King cast a sharp, inquisitive glance. She freezes, staring at the strange, man-made object, and her eyes widen with admiration for this artifact from another world. He explains that this potion, known as aspirin, is extremely effective, capable of suppressing both fever and pain. The queen agrees that it resembles the leaves of their world tree, but he emphasizes, this refined substance might be exactly what is needed to stabilize the patient. But he immediately adds a crucial warning. He cautions that the medicine has a dangerous side effect given the king's current condition. It can irritate the stomach, and worse, it significantly thins the blood, sharply increasing the risk of internal bleeding. He continues the explanation and lays out how even ancient physicians like Hippocrates used willow bark, but modern aspirin, though effective, carries the risk of stomach irritation and internal bleeding. Queen Melina listens attentively, and her anxiety only grows as she realizes this could backfire against the Dragon King. Because of these risks, he firmly advises them to immediately stop the current treatment. He explains, continuing could do more harm than good, and these words hang in heavy silence as Lindworm looks at him with a penetrating gaze. She remains skeptical, questioning the truthfulness of his statements, while he admits to himself that without proper diagnostic tools, it is difficult to prove the theory with absolute certainty, although the symptoms perfectly match his fears. The way she acts is a mixture of despair and power. She leans forward and demands, what exactly does the person propose if these medicines are too dangerous to use? He explains that the ideal solution is endoscopic treatment, to find and stop the bleeding in the upper parts of the digestive tract. Around them, the demon lords and Charon froze in confusion, wondering if he was talking about some unknown magical charm. To clarify his meaning, he shows a special medical instrument designed to look inside the body. He says that it can not only find the source of the blood but also stop it. For Queen Melina, this seems completely alien and at the same time amazing, while the Dragon King sits silently. When the weight of his proposal settles, she stares at him motionlessly from the bed. It seems she now sees him differently, recognizing in him a person who has knowledge far greater than theirs. Then she notices a small slimy growth nearby and realizes, even the ancient old woman stays close to this stranger. A weak, conscious glance and she concludes that he is truly a rare person, a guest from another world who may hold the key to her survival. She lies motionless and her strength fades while the rest watch in heavy silence. Tenkai carefully watches her and his face reveals nothing as he assesses the full seriousness of the situation. Next to her, Alex's face twists with a mixture of distrust and bitterness that only grows. He calls to her, his voice trembling, still holding a desperate hope, but she meets his gaze calmly, tiredly, and accepts the inevitable without resistance. He watches as she speaks quietly, admitting she cannot go any further. The finality in her voice hits him like a physical blow, so he widens his eyes and gasps as the reality of her condition strikes him. He barely manages to comprehend her words as she continues. She cannot claim to have been fully ready for the end, but she has come to terms when all options are exhausted, one must yield to fate. With a barely perceptible, regretful sigh, she apologizes once more to the elven delegation for her time here. In a desperate gesture of closeness, he reaches out and firmly grasps her hand as if only his strength can keep her in this world of the living and prevent her from disappearing. He watches as she closes her eyes. A single crystal-clear tear traces a path down her cheek and she releases a long, final sigh. Her body stills and finally silence and peace come. The silence that falls is absolute. It is broken only by the quiet, strained breathing of those gathered around the bed. Tenkai watches the room, his gaze fixed on the fallen Dragon King, while Koron calls her master in a small, broken voice. She pleads with him, tears shining in her eyes as she looks at the doctor and asks if there really is nothing that can be done to save her master. She watches him intently, and her plea still hangs in the air as he shifts his gaze to the medical supplies at hand. He looks at the pack of onapracin, weighing the options. The medicine can slow stomach acid production to treat ulcers and reflux, but he knows their limits. Performing surgery blindly without the necessary tools is a gamble he is not ready for, yet the situation demands a decision beyond simple pharmacology. Suddenly, a flash of insight lights up his face sharp, as if cutting through the gloomy silence in the room. He raises his eyes, wide with clarity. The rescue plan comes together as a single picture. Even the huge chimera beast seems to sense the change in his mood. It looks silently, attentively, with patient expectation. The sudden change and how clearly it was presented immediately draw the attention of the young beast girl. She watches, mixing fear with hope that is just awakening. Nearby, the Dragon King has not moved. Her figure slumps forward as if exhausted to the edge or worse and seemingly resigned to the inevitable. She is the reason he does not give up, and with unwavering determination declaring that the path to salvation may still exist, he clings to the last chance. Even if the patient herself has lost the will to fight, he does not abandon her. His voice sounds firm, authoritative, like a surgeon's, making it clear. The time for pity has passed, the time for a miracle has come. Tenkai stood before the Dragon King, calm in expression despite her sharp distrust. She doubted his humanity, but he did not look away. He pointed to a small, fresh wound on her arm and asked to confirm where it came from. Noticing her reaction, he watched as she looked down at the scratch and disdainfully confirmed. It happened while she was in her dragon form. That was enough for him. Determination flared in his eyes. She began to explain that her body's reaction to that particular injury opened a new path for treatment. Nearby, the young beast girl watched attentively. Her sharp teeth were bared in her gaze, both curiosity and impatience, as she urged, "Let him explain faster." With a confident smile, he explained, even without his usual medical instruments to look inside the patient, such a huge creature as a dragon offers a special opportunity. If the patient is large enough, no optical device is needed to see the problem. Then he made a stunning statement, the intention to enter her body directly while she is in dragon form to manually stop the internal bleeding. The boldness of the idea was enough to leave both the Dragon King and the young girl speechless, their eyes wide open in shock. When the weight of his proposal settled on the forest village, he addressed the gathered crowd and explained, "For this to work, the involvement of everyone present is needed." That proposal met with instant hostility from the demon Lord Alec. He spat in response. He would not trust a human with such a task. The Dragon Queen was silent, and her gaze hardened as she weighed the risks of the human's unreal plan. He clenches his fist in a white-knuckled grip from tension, and his voice cuts through the air with a sharp, ragged protest. The very fact that some ordinary mortal is meddling in the insides of their king is an insult he cannot swallow, and he declares, this proposal is absolutely impossible. Unmoved by his outburst, the young doctor remains remarkably calm and offers a compromise. If his words of healing have no power, let the demon simply stand guard and watch his every step. And if anywhere it seems like a deception, Tenkai invites any punishment that he himself deems appropriate. Watching him closely, the Dragon King, exhausted but piercingly, she surveys the exchange and asks herself if he is even sane. She aloud wonders if he truly has not a drop of fear considering the stakes and who he associates with. Meeting her eyes' cross-shaped pupils and not betraying determination, he admits, yes, he has no fear. But his terror is born not from the monsters ahead, but from the dreadful thought of losing the patient because he did not react. Convinced by his conviction, she falls silent, her eyes slowly close as she absorbs the weight of his words. Leaving her alone with her thoughts, the group sets off upward on an exhausting climb up huge stone stairs carved directly into the mountain slope. Coronet snorts from the strain, her beastly ears twitching as she grumbles about this seemingly endless ascent. As soon as they reached the summit, they were greeted by the view of a gigantic round plateau stretching to the horizon. The scale of the arena was impressive, an endless expanse of open land high above the clouds. Standing at the edge of the great expanse, he raises his hands and shouts so that his voice carries on the wind. Behind him are lined Worm and Alec follow. Their human appearance sharply contrasts with the colossal power they embody in this sacred, high mountain height. She peers out at the boundless space and doubts whether such a large area is really necessary for the procedure. The Dragon Queen confirms this with a simple, unwavering nod, her gaze fixed on the work ahead. In the preparations, the Elven Queen and Princess step forward, extending a large, sturdy woven basket. He accepts the gift with a grateful nod, assuring them he can handle the weight as he grips the packing material. Nearby, like a shadow, the Demon Lord silently watches the exchange, his sharp eyes squinting as if weighing how heavy these moments will become. Turning back to the group, the young doctor realizes that he lacks a vital instrument and asks if they expect him to proceed empty-handed. But Alec, standing straight with a confident, self-satisfied smile, seems to have anticipated exactly this. He leans closer to the Demon Lord and explains that he needs a large, extremely sharp blade to perform internal surgery. Alec calmly holds his gaze and promises he will provide exactly what is needed. The demon lord's face sharply changes to cold concentration as he orders the doctor to watch closely. His predatory eyes pierce the man's gaze in a moment of eerie, frank intimacy. Without any pause, the demon lord raises his hand and with fierce strength tears out one of his own enormous horns. Dark blood spurts from the wound. The cruelty of the act crashes down on the doctor, freezes, stunned to the bone, in a state of pure, unadulterated shock. As the severed horn falls to the ground, it begins to sway, stretch, and transform into a long black sheath blade. He cannot movingly stare at the weapon. Now it lies before him, forged from the very flesh of the demon lord. He freezes, staring at the object being handed to him. His breath catches as the weight of the sacrifice finally sinks in. The demon lord explains, this weapon is forged from his own blood in essence, a tool born of magic and pain, and demands it be used immediately. The intensity in the demon lord's gaze does not wane for a moment, despite the fresh, hot blood staining his hand and the torn wound where his horn once stood. He nods briefly as if understanding everything and shifts his gaze to the horizon where the Dragon King approaches. When the group gathers again, the young doctor's concern immediately turns to the bloody wound on his comrade's hand, offers to treat it. The demon lord merely snorts disdainfully, brushing off the injury with the pride of a man who has seen and endured far worse. The conversation shifts to the very nature of the power they are about to wield. When asked about the essence of magic, the queen explains, it is the art of transforming mana that permeates the world around them. She clarifies that the method of such transformation is unique to each race, and each individual a complex interaction of spirit and atmosphere that the young man cannot fully grasp yet. Understanding the theory will have to wait until a calmer time. He tightens his grip on the hilt of the gift. He knows he must trust this strange power even if its depths remain a mystery to him. Firmly, without hesitation, he begins to draw the blade. Only the metal touches the air, it flares. A burst of magical energy erupts along the entire blade in bright, dancing flames. He cries out in alarm, almost dropping his weapon as it transforms into a roaring flamethrower of ghostly fire. The sudden burst of power stuns everyone present. Each one freezes in silent, amazed wonder. He freezes in delight, watching a pillar of flame burst from the hilt, his eyes wide open, and he exclaims that it looks incredible. Princess Juno compares the spectacle to a fiery dragon, but Queen Melina remains grounded. She notices that the flame seems to have quieted, disappeared into the metal, so she suggests treating it as an ordinary blade for a while. He confidently sheathes the blade back into the scabbard. The steel clicks, settling into place with a satisfying finality. He believes that this unique blade may still be better than any standard sword he has used before, and Princess Juno watches him and declares that all their preparations are finally complete. Far from others, in the middle of a deserted, sun-scorched wasteland, two figures stand apart, and the silence in the sky grows heavier with impatient anticipation. Lindworm gives a sharp, decisive nod. Her gaze hardens as she prepares to unleash the power she had restrained. She is suddenly enveloped by a shimmering trail of celestial light, and her eyes flash with a brightness tinged with the otherworldly, for the mana begins to flow through her body. She makes the earth tremble as soon as she releases a catastrophic burst of energy, a shockwave of pure force that tears through the air and scatters debris in all directions. The world dissolves into a dazzling white void as the explosion reaches its peak. A roar of absolute power devours the horizon. Tenkai looks up, stunned by the scale of the creature emerging from the radiant explosion of mana. The air crackles with power. A gigantic, scaly being coils in the sky, and its presence fills the entire horizon. His head, a masterpiece of draconic grandeur, hovers very close. His eyes burn with such intensity that it emphasizes his status as the ruler of the dragon tribe. Every scale and every horn pulses with wild, transformative energy, showing that the true beginning of the trial has already come. A massive obsidian dragon flies through the sky, its wings casting a wide shadow over the rugged land below. A close-up shows the intricate, stone-like texture of its scales and the sharp, predatory curve of its snout as it descends toward the ground. While the young man looks at the descent, he is struck by the vastness of the creature. It is far larger than he had imagined. Nearby, the girl beast simply freezes and looks up, silently captivated, and the others in their company greet the arrival of the majestic being with mixed feelings, respect and anxiety. He takes a deep breath and a light sweat appears on his face, as if the weight of the task ahead settles on his shoulders. Despite the fear of the forest god himself, a calm, stubborn determination flashes in his eyes. Standing next to Dragon King in her more human form, he prepares for the next step of the procedure. She remains impassive, a steady gaze fixed forward, and she trusts the skill of the one who came to help her. Before they begin, he shifts his attention to the young beast girl who is straining with all her might to pull a heavy container. He asks if she is okay, but she resists. Despite her small stature, her back sways under the weight as she carries the necessary supplies. Turning his attention to the patient, he orders the Dragon King to lie on her left side to ease the treatment. She obis, growling low and muffled. Her giant form shifts as she settles on the ground under the watchful eyes of the entire group. His command was cut off as the dragon's body convulsed spasmodically. A stream of dark, viscous liquid burst from its jaws. It wildly splashed onto the ground, raising clouds of steam and debris as it struck the stone with incredible force. He shudders from shock, his eyes widening as he realizes the liquid is incredibly hot and caustic. The stone floor under the discharge begins to hiss and corrode, so he concludes that it is an extremely strong and dangerous stomach acid. He froze in place, sweat poured down his forehead as he realized how close he had come to a terrible death. If that corrosive liquid had gotten into his mouth, life would have been overran. He owes his survival only to a reflexive swallow that happened just in time. His physiological reaction, concentrated at the base of the tongue and the back of the throat, serves as a vital protection against such dangers. This is the same involuntary sensation that makes endoscopic examination so difficult. The body forces itself to reject foreign objects or hazardous substances. Looking intently at him, Dragon King with a slight hint of contempt notes. He seemed completely unaware of the heat until the very last second. She wonders aloud whether she should have just let the acid take him and asks herself if her restraint was even necessary given his obvious carelessness. She silently watches as he offers a sincere apology for this close chance, but his gaze remains steady and firm. He insists it is too early to give up and abandon their efforts, then asks if there are any other biological wonders of her species he needs to know about to proceed safely. He listens carefully as she raises 2 fingers and talks about the deadly nature of her anatomy. First, she says that dragons have stones in their throats. Then she warns, the acid in her stomach is so strong that it dissolves everything instantly. Touch any of those shining stones or the liquid and death is inevitable. Next to her huge ball, the body is twisted. Suddenly, a voice sounds calling the master. Corona appears as if out of nowhere, asks where to secure the equipment, and completely confuses the doctor. The young girl beast sharply and decisively salutes in response as soon as he says he relies on her in the next phase of the procedure. She is eager to help, although she has not yet realized that an unconventional task lies ahead. She looks down at the medical tube in her hands, and her eyes widen in disbelief as she clarifies the plan. When he confirms that the tube really has to go through the dragon's nose, her face instantly changes to pure shock. She climbs up the massive, textured side of the dragon, pulling herself up by the rope. The logic of this approach is flawless. Entering through the nose, they avoid the sensitive gag reflex deep in the throat, a medical technique that is increasingly becoming viable thanks to advances in imaging technology. This allows detailed observation of conditions like early-stage cancer without the usual discomfort. Below her, the young doctor holds the line firmly, not lowering his eyes as she overcomes the peak on the creature's face. The scale of the work is colossal, but they stick to the chosen path to save the beast. The dragon's nostrils flared like giant caves, each even breath spewing hot, moist air. The vastness of this passage pressed on the chest a gateway into darkness, into the unknown depths of its body. He steals courage for himself, tightly gripping medical tubes in firm hands. Despite sweat pouring down his forehead under the unbearable heat radiated by the dragon, his gaze remains fixed and unwavering as he prepares for the next phase. After the final nod from the companion, the signal is given. He officially announces the start of upper gastrointestinal hemostasis, a complex procedure where one must dive deep into the dragon's body to find and stop the source of internal bleeding. In the dark, damp tunnel of the nasal passage, he crawls forward, dragging his gear strapped to his back. The walls are slippery and the air thick with the suffocating smell of the dragon's internal heat. Suddenly, a sizzling stream of hot liquid bursts out from the depths and erupts outside, instantly drenching him. The heat is almost unbearable. He doesn't have time to recover, and the self-wet flood knocks him off his feet as he tries to hold on. He shudders from shock. A hot wave of liquid suddenly floods, threatening to wash him away. In a moment, the surroundings become hostile, and he cannot help but wonder if he will withstand even the first step of this dangerous operation. He shudders when he sees a small transparent elder has followed him into the very depths of the dragon's mouth. The creature calmly hovers inside the wooden bucket as if it is not affected at all by the hot brew. He worries about his safety. He warns the slippery one that this place is too dangerous and urges him to return to the surface. But instead of obeying, the creature jumps on his head, settles there with a submissive sigh. He accepts it. Now they will have to go together. When they go further, his eye suddenly catches a flash of light. He notices with surprise that the path ahead is amazingly brightening. The tunnel opens into a gigantic, spacious grotto inside the dragon, and the walls are covered with countless radiant, crystal inlays. He is almost shaken by the revelation. These must be the legendary luminous stones he had heard about. Examining the crystals more closely, he feels their insanely strong, almost tangible energy. Realizing that even approaching closely is dangerous, he stays away from the pharyngeal walls to avoid any contact. His gaze sharpens sharply as he assesses the narrow passage ahead. There is only one way forward. You must perfectly time his movements and swiftly slide into the esophagus opening. He himself takes the wheel, gripping the medical equipment tight. Lithe air around hums with the strange light of crystals as he prepares for the next stage of this deadly dangerous descent. With a jerk he lunges forward. Slime sticks to his head as they dive deeper into the dragon's entrails. On his face is the full tension of the moment as he fully enters the maneuver. He dives into the dark, slimy depths of the esophagus. The walls rush past him in a chaotic haze of heat and moisture. The urgent fall abruptly stops. He brakes sharply and slides until he comes to a halt, doubled over and gasping hoarsely for air, while the Dragon King watches him. Her face remains inscrutable in the dim light. His fingers are slippery with sweat. Lunges toward the medical penlight nearby, trying to control his ragged, broken breathing. A sharp click cuts through the silence and echoes in the spacious cave as soon as he turns on the light. A narrow beam pierces its way through the dense, suffocating darkness. He shines a beam of light into the entrance of the stomach and reveals a series of round, angry ulcers as if caused by burning hot heat. Looking more closely at the surrounding fabric, he suddenly sees the full scale of the inflammation and sharply inhales. The evidence is unequivocal. The Dragon King suffers from a severe form of reflux esophagitis, a disease in which stomach acid has corroded the unprotected mucous membrane of the esophagus, reaching a severity that in humans would be classified as grade B. Standing in the dark, he realizes the junction of the organs is so horribly damaged that it is no wonder the creature suffers from such fierce hematemesis. He freezes, catching with his ears a low, rhythmic humming, a burp rolling out of the dragon's mouth like an echo. The sound is deep and eerie, vibrating through the fleshy walls of the huge throat. He aloud wonders what could be coming from above, and a sudden sharp anxiety appears on his face. Suddenly the walls around him begin to shake wildly, sharply, rhythmically contracting and relaxing. He is gripped by fear. He sees peristalsis with his own eyes, involuntary muscular movements of the digestive tract. Hundreds of powerful muscular rings above him contract wildly with incredible force to push everything in the esophagus downward toward the stomach. When the muscular wave knocks him off his feet, he helplessly tumbles into the dark abyss below. A memory from medical training rings in his head, a stern warning. Ahead is the stomach, a vat of corrosive acid capable of dissolving anything it touches. He understands with chilling certainty, if he is immersed in these gastric juices, his path in life will end instantly. Tenkai tightly grips the rope, his face hardening with determination as he makes his way through the strange, organic environment inside the dragon. He does not understand what is happening. The walls around seem to shift and react to his presence. Meanwhile, the Lindworm looks at him with curiosity and at the same time with warnings. Suddenly the ground splits and he is pulled into a dark, narrow shaft. He gasps hoarsely from surprise, and his hands convulsively cling to the slippery, pulsating walls as he is drawn deeper inside the creature. He continues to fall uncontrollably downward, and slime buckets fly nearby, tumbling through the air. The scale of the dragon's innards is staggering, an endless and terrible cathedral of flesh and bones with no end. With a desperate jerk, he manages to grab the end of the rope. His body jerks and abruptly stops. He hangs over a dark, boiling abyss. Far below, the splash of liquid echoes, a cold reminder if he falls, the same fate awaits him. He pauses to catch his breath, his heart pounding like a hammer in his ribs. He sharply turns his head toward his slimy companion and shudders. The creature is remarkably calm despite their plight, and its simple eyes reflect the dim light of the cave. Despite all attempts to hold on, the rope breaks and he is rapidly thrown down, straight into a pool of caustic stomach acid. Horror grips him, falling there means death. He frantically searches for a way to stop the fall as the burning heat of the liquid rises and catches up with him. His boot digs into the surface and a splash of caustic liquid flies out from beneath it. His eyes widen a pure horror as he suddenly realizes he is mortal. The dark abyss of the dragon's stomach is about to swallow him whole. He dives into the very depths. Splashes of corrosive liquid burst around, and he barely manages to avoid a deadly immersion. Gasping for air, he realizes how close he was to being dissolved. Looking at the solid ledge, he catches his breath. His heart pounds in his ribs, and only then does it occur to him that if he hadn't been dressed for movement, he might not have survived the fall. As soon as he finds footing, he immediately rushes to his companion and frantically asks if the little creature is unharmed or, by any chance, injured somewhere. Carefully lifts the bucket in the slime and expresses deep gratitude, acknowledging they survive only thanks to his quick actions. Looking back at the transparent creature, he repeats again how incredible it is, and at the same time apologizes for involving her in such a dangerous situation. A wide, sincere smile cuts across his face as he thanks from the bottom of his heart. His eyes shine with relief and gratitude for the slime's loyalty. When the adrenaline begins to subside, he feels discomfort, whether to continue addressing the being so formally or if there is a better name for it. He recalls Lindworm, whose piercing gaze seems to hold ancient secrets, called this slime elder. This title suggests that the small creature has weight and history far greater than its simple appearance. While she was busy somewhere else, he stood amid the pulsating, organic walls and pondered the name she had given his companion. The elders advised something ancient and revered, so he decided to shorten it, kindly christening the small, slippery creature F. A brief wave of lightness washed over him as soon as he imagined a world full of these useful creatures. There were no buckets swinging cheerfully, but the heaviness of their current trouble immediately returned, and he looked at Elle with a different feeling, as if they were truly partners, and he was resolutely determined. Having torn away his resolve, the young man declared, "It is time to venture into the dark, bottomless depths of the beast." Somewhere inside the giant creature, the Dragon King suddenly shuddered. Her hand gripped the sword hilt as a quiet, rustling slide echoed through the fleshy corridors. Something began to stir in the shadows. She made her way along a shaky, narrow path along the internal structures of the creature, and her patience trembled as she whispered about the unbearable uncertainty of their situation. Meanwhile, the young man appeared like a tiny speck against the backdrop of the endless, labyrinthine network of veins and muscles that made up the creature's internal anatomy. He checked against the internal map, precisely determining his location in the giant's stomach chamber, while keeping an eye on the surrounding tissues, watching for any changes or danger. His breath caught when he noticed a dark, viscous liquid began to seep from the walls. The flow of blood confirmed that he had finally approached the core. He cautiously makes his way through the huge, organic tunnel, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. He notices, although the liquid on the walls is not gastric juice, it makes the ground treacherous, so he must step very carefully to avoid slipping. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoes in the chamber. The sound itself, like a wall, cuts through the air with a roar and vibrates within it. The unexpected shock jerks both him and his small companion. Their eyes widen with anxiety as the ground trembles beneath them. Gathering himself, he aims the beam at the dark, viscous puddle spreading across the floor. He is struck by a sudden realization. This is no longer digestive fluid. It is fresh, relatively new blood, so some kind of plague awaits him ahead in the darkness. His light finally encounters a huge, grotesque protrusion emerging from the organic wall. The growth is round and uneven, rough in texture, and this anomaly surprises even in such a strange place. As he carefully looks at the mass, sweat gathers on his forehead and his thoughts wildly sift through medical classifications. He recognizes the uneven surface structure as a type 4 tumor according to Yamada, and this realization hides a heavy, somber silence on his face. The weight of the situation settles on him as he intently studies the growth. He concludes, this is not just an infection, it is a malignant new organism, cancer that is devouring the giant from within. Meanwhile, far from the inner depths, the Dragon Queen gnashes her teeth in anger and anxiety. She stands beside the huge, dozing dragon head, and on her face with each moment grow feelings of urgency and rising fear. Silence bursts outside as soon as a colossal, fibrous outgrowth or structure begins to crack, split, and settle. The scale of destruction is enormous if internal rot has finally spilled out in a brutal, explosive collapse. In the thicket so dense you couldn't bite into it, the elf commander squeezed through the thick branches, and with every step his anger grew. He grumbled about the strange location they were forced to traverse, saying there was no sign of a path at all, while nearby a young mage noted that this very variety of thickets, which the commander hated, gave them the necessary cover for movement. Yet despite this tactical advantage, he remained angry, cursing those who made a man of his stature high. She held her breath, her gaze fixed on the road behind them, and a troubling thought overwhelmed her. Aloud she asked why their spells of cleansing and rebirth and even the sacred leaves of the world tree had proven completely useless. The failure of the strongest healing arts pressed on her heart. Her eyes widened with the realization that this was something beyond their understanding. He did not stop or look back. The voice was cold, and he brushed off her concerns, saying such details no longer mattered. Yet he could not resist threw out one last icy remark. Under normal circumstances, the disease that tore out blood should have succumbed to their magic. His words hung in the air, confirming the plague destroying the land was no ordinary ailment. Clenching his teeth, he explained through thick anger that nothing worked on that man, and for him the healer was a complete anomaly. A failure who fell out of the natural order, defied all logic, and rewrote the rules of their world. While he spoke, a wave of ancient power rose nearby. Radiant runes flashed and trembled in the air as the spell was activated. Turning to his companion, he inquired about the rumors regarding the doctor's abilities, aloud wondering if some miserable case could really cure the fierce disease bloody vomiting. She watched him intently, her face unreadable as she absorbed his deep doubts. The image of the Elven Queen flashed in their minds, a reminder that she could not be measured as a standard for all. He insisted that the healer was an anomaly. By their experience, those called failures were never planned to be saved, let alone empowered to save others. She gripped her staff tighter, a spark of determination flaring inside as soon as she fancied that they too might find a way to intervene. Their thoughts were interrupted by a sudden signal. She felt danger approaching through the dense thickets. She warned the commander about the pack of black wolves converging ahead, and he sharply shouted in sudden alarm as a piece of the forest seemed to vanish. Somewhere far away, deep in the heart of the forest, young healers stood before a grotesque, pulsating mass that had engulfed an ancient structure, wondering if human logic was even applicable when dealing with such a monster. He leaned even closer, his eyes narrowed as he saw a massive tumor, the true source of deadly infection. After careful assessment, he noticed with some relief that the base of the growth looked healthy, so precise excision might be able to stop the disease without completely destroying the host. He stares into the pulsating mass, while surgical protocols continuously flash through his mind. Usually he would take special clips or a loop to clamp the base and cut off blood supply before making an incision with an electric scalpel. But now he painfully realizes that he does not have the necessary equipment, and even if he did, the scale of this growth would render standard tools useless. Looking down at the sturdy rope in his hands, he doubts whether his own strength will be enough to tie the knot tightly enough for it to serve as a temporary tourniquet. The material is elastic and withstands intense heat, but the risk remains. If he cannot completely stop the blood flow, the consequences will be fatal. Then his gaze falls on the heavy blade he brought with him. Initially, it was meant to serve as a massive scalpel if there was a need for large-scale dissection. Unlike the modern electrosurgical device, which can flawlessly switch between cutting and cauterizing, this sword is a blunt instrument of war. Yet he still wonders, could the heat from the edge cauterize the vessels and allow him to extract it relatively safely? The fear of uncontrolled bleeding gnaws at him from within. He knows, without proper hemostasis, the procedure is a lottery with life at stake. He imagines the complex settings of the medical generator, a luxury he currently lacks in this primitive environment. He looks at the Dragon Queen and notices her pale face and fragile health due to severe anemia. If tumor removal causes another bleed or allows corrosive stomach fluids into her cavity, she most likely will not survive the journey back. A dead resolve settles on his face as soon as he realizes the weight of the choice before him. He knows waiting is no longer an option. Standing before this gigantic growth of disease, he understands. The condition of Lindworm will worsen with every moment, even if he retreats and looks for better tools. There is no guarantee that he will find anything useful or even manage to return to this hidden place. Drops of sweat gather on his forehead as he contemplates the grim reality of the disease's progression. It can lead to complete organ failure and metastases if not stopped. Taking a sharp breath, he steels his nervous understanding that he must perform the surgery immediately or he will lose her forever. He looks straight ahead, his pupils are dilated, filled with both fear and intense concentration. Small beads of sweat run down his forehead as he prepares for the impossible task ahead. Drowned in the fleshy, pulsating walls of the Dragon King's innards, a young doctor and his small, transparent companion work at a frantic pace. They have tied the base of a gigantic, grotesque growth threatening the monarch's life with thick ropes. The very air thickens with the sound of the creature's heavy breathing. His hand, slippery with moisture, grips the coarse rope with a blondish strength. The entire being focuses on one point of contact, feeling the rhythmic, rattling pulse of the tumor through the weave. He stands firm against the organic mass. He calculates the next move. He needs to tie the knot so tightly that it compresses the blood vessels but does not break the rope. It is a fragile balance between brute force and surgical precision, a desperate attempt to ligate the source of internal bleeding. With a sharp inhale, he begins to pull. The rope cuts deep into the soft, spongy body of the growth. He tightens the blade, knowing, once the flow is cut off, he will have only moments to act. He throws his entire weight into the jerkai's face, contorts with tension as he pulls the rope. Nearby, a small, slippery creature freezes and silently watches, while the tension in the empty space of the cave stretches to the limit. Despite all efforts, the tumor continues to pulse wildly. Dark fluid is already beginning to ooze from the constriction site. He grits his teeth and muscles scream in pain as he tries to tighten the knot even more and does not allow his hand to weaken. A heavy afterglow of doom runs across his face as he sees the blood continue to lash out. The tourniquet does not hold. With a panicked jerk, it dawns on him. The pressure is too high and the vessels are too large. Ropes alone will not stop this. He tensed against the weight of this task. His muscles stiffened as he pulled the ropes with all he had. Fibers in the core bit deep into the pulsing mass, and the pressure from within threatened to nullify his work. His breath came in hoarse gasps, and his hands slipped from sweat as he struggled to hold the grip on the makeshift loop knot. As his strength began to fail, suddenly something tugged at his gaze. From the bucket on the little companion's head emerged a pale, strong, branch-like growth that shot forward with incredible speed and precision, wrapping around the ropes. He could only freeze in shock, watching as that unexpected reinforcement gripped firmly. The little slug used the tree growing on its head to obtain the necessary lever. It was covered with relief and surprise. It realized that the creature understood the critical situation and acted to save the procedure. And with this new support, the impossible task pulling the massive vessel suddenly became achievable. He whispered his quick thank you to his loyal friend, and his eyes flashed with new determination. While the slime's branch served as a strong anchor, he gripped with his whole body for one last, final surge to tighten the knots. Stepping back for a moment, he turned on his portable flashlight and illuminated the area, examining the tumor that had now shrunk. The hanging giant growth, which had previously been a chaotic source of bleeding, was now tightly gripped, tied, and isolated from the rest of the Dragon King's circulatory system. He carefully examined the site, relieved to notice that the bleeding had finally stopped. The unplaced fixation and blood flow blockage appeared fully completed, so the path was cleared for the most dangerous part of the operation. He reached for his specialized tool and activated the blade. Once it turned on, the blade hummed, releasing colossal energy. A dazzling white-hot glare flashed from the edge, casting long shadows across the vast interior of the great beast as he prepared to make the first cut. With a steady hand, he lowered the blazing blade onto the mass. The strike caused a wild response. Sparks flew into the air as the charged blade cut through the dense, damaged fabric. He closely examines the work ahead. He admits to himself that his homemade tool is not a perfect substitute for a real electric scalpel, but for the delicate work needed, he will have to make do with it. Holding his hand steady, he begins the cut and notes the amazing softness of the mass as he carefully guides the blade-charged edge with painful precision. The blade sinks deeply, and as soon as the tumor begins to recede under the fierce energy, a sharp, explosive reaction triggers. Keeping a distance, the Dragon King grits her teeth irritably, her patience bursting at the seams as she asks why human actions drag on so slowly. Sensing the tension, the young beast girl steps forward to calm things down and insists that her master will undoubtedly save the mother of the Dragon King. The Dragon King remains skeptical, demands to name the basis for such blind faith, and warns that defeat will have a heavy price for all involved. Not afraid, the girl replied with her own experience. Her master saved her when she suffered from a similar ailment, so she gained complete trust. Next to her, the Elven Queen silently watches the exchange, then adds her voice, expressing hope for a full recovery as an old friend who transcends national borders. She speaks calmly and authoritatively, acknowledging how increasingly enraged Dragon King is, but gently reminds that they have no choice but to trust the process and wait. Her words weigh heavily on both the emphasize that Dragon King's mother is also trapped in the struggle for survival. When she finishes her plea, the expression of the Dragon King remains a mass contradictions are tangled within it. Her gaze reveals a deep, hidden anxiety that even the unshakable presence of the queen cannot fully calm. Suddenly, the operating room silence is broken by a sharp, hoarse groan as the massive eye dragons unfold, and a sudden, unbearable attack of pain washes over them. Before anyone can react, the body of the great beast convulses wildly. A real stream of dark, viscous blood bursts from its jaws, flooding the stone and covering the entire scene with the shadow of immediate, terrifying defeat. A precise strike cuts through the living mass, a necessary incision right at the peak of that moment. Suddenly, he realizes the connection is severed. His eyes open wide as the reality of the situation hits him. Removal of the growth is brutal. The mass pulses as it is forcibly torn from the host. When the procedure reaches its climax, he watches in shock as this area begins to emit a threatening, pulsating light. Suddenly, the world dissolves into a chaotic whirl of darkness and light, a disorienting shift that defies all logic. He suddenly finds himself alone in an endless, dark space. The weight of the backpack and a small satellite nearby remain the only familiar things in this alien place. Panic washes over him in waves as he realizes the critical nature. Arterial bleeding, a deadly complication requiring immediate action. Before he can recover, he is ripped from his place and thrown into dark, corrosive depths threatening to engulf him completely. He plunges rapidly into the turbulent darkness of the abyss. The impact scatters a harsh splash of caustic liquid into the air as the chasm swallows him. It sinks into the pitiful liquid. His chest heaves for air that isn't there. He grips the bucket tighter as darkness approaches, ready to obscure all sensations. Above the surface, others watch in horror as the ground trembles beneath them. Lindworm jerks Queen Melina from the edge, while Coronet shouts warnings as the situation rapidly spirals out of control. Suddenly, the rope they used to hold the connection is pulled downward. It disappears into the murky, crimson abyss despite their desperate attempts to hold on. A gigantic dragon emits a low growl, and its golden eye instantly widens with sharp despair as the cry for their master spreads through the air. The surface of the acid continued to boil and hiss, and the single remaining line vainly stretched into the depths where the surgeon disappeared. On the shore, Koroni paces back and forth, strides wildly, and her voice trembles. She fears he will not return. Nearby, Lindworm, kneeling, touches the ground and notes that the liquid is unnaturally cold. And with grim concentration, he notes, the volume of blood now significantly exceeds even the stomach acid. She watches as the temperature inside that huge creature continues to drop rapidly and realizes, if this continues, death is inevitable. Directly overhead hangs an obsidian dragon. Its body radiates a strange, ominous glow. The dragon's eye narrows, burning with fierce, ancient determination. It declares that it will no longer remain silent while humans dictate the course of events. Below, Koroni remains frozen in horror, watching and wondering what he is about to do. With a sharp and fiercely violent movement, the obsidian dragon descends, its claws tearing the ground near the fallen, gigantic figure of the Dragon King. It begins to glow with an ethereal, blinding radiance. A wave of power rolls through everything, and Koroni finds herself utterly breathless. She is stunned and confused as she sees the impossible unfold before her. Even the demon lords, usually so composed, are gripped by incredible shock. Their faces contort with surprise as they watch the frenzied display of the dragon's power. Voices from the crowd burst out begging the young master to stop, arguing that such a sacrifice is not what his mentor would have wanted. Amid all this turmoil, Koroni's eyes suddenly widen. She notices the atmosphere changing. Queen Melina steps forward to explain the deadly mechanics of their kind. Usually dragons feed on mana from the atmosphere through reverse scales on their necks, but the weakened body loses the ability to absorb this vital energy. She warns, for a dragon, loss of mana is as deadly as loss of blood, and this realization leaves Koroni frozen, silently and wide-eyed with speechless horror. She watches as the giant creature gasps sharply. The obsidian scales tremble as the magic transfer presses on it. The dragon's eye is wide open from the effort. Steam or heavy breath escapes its jaws as it squeezes out its absolute limit. Seeing the agony of the creature, the demon lords shout for him to stop this mad frenzy. Alex shouts back. They understand his devotion, but it will all be in vain if he falls beside the one he strives to save. He remains pressed to the ground, his gigantic body trembling from exhaustion. In the silence of his own mind, he is pierced by a bitter realization. Alone, he is powerless to change their fate. His claws tear deeply into the dry soil, a bodily manifestation of the anger boiling inside. He curses his own weakness, and these relentless, desperate attempts seem to him nothing more than a pitiful struggle while his queen lies broken before him. Despite the devastating loss of strength, he refuses to give up. His gaze is fixed firmly on the unconscious figure of the Dragon King. He mutters a silent vow he will not allow this to be the end. Even as his power fades, his determination only hardens. They freeze in stunned silence, all holding their breath together as they see the dragon's unwavering defiance. From the Elven Queen to the Beast Girl, every witness is riveted to the event unfolding before them and feels the full weight of the sacrifice. She can no longer hold back tears, her hands clasped in a desperate prayer for a miracle. Nearby, the dragon clings to the last, flickering hope, placing all his final trust in the one person who can still change the course of events. Suddenly, a flashing light begins to coalesce into a solid form, forming the ephemeral silhouette of the youth everyone thought lost. He stands among the shimmering particles, a ghostly figure silently responding to the dragons. He appears in a dazzling flash of light, a spectral presence amid the chaos. Lainstorm stares at him motionless, silently stunned, while a fountain of liquid bursts nearby. The colossal force of internal pressure finally finds an outlet. Standing in the dark, deep innards of this creature, he quietly thanks for the protection that once again saved his life. Even corrosive stomach acid could not destroy him, and he remained whole in this bodily chamber. His form begins to shimmer. The ghostly glow on his palm shows that this vision is fleeting and cannot last long. Suddenly he notices that the binding threads that once held him have disappeared, and now he can move freely through the swirling mists. He focuses on the task and understands he must find the main core of the malignant growth. There is no time to delay. While his strength has not yet been exhausted, he must confirm where this corruption comes from. He makes his way through the treacherous depths. He realizes the bloody stream flowing as a continuous sea has diluted the stomach acid, so it will neither blow him away nor carry him off with internal currents. A cruel twist of fate born from the creature's own torment. His face hardens with determination as soon as he approaches the goal. In this race against time, every second counts because the dragon's life force is already fading. Finally, he reaches the heart of the curse, a huge, pulsating, organic structure looming over him like a dark monument. Beneath his feet, the ground is slippery with the nourishing blood of the great beast. He watches as blood sluggishly flows from the torn mass. He notices the pressure is dropping very quickly. The realization strikes with icy clarity. The dragon is already entering a state of shock, and the chance to save him disappears with every moment. He stands amid a wave rising from the dark liquid, and his thoughts race with the urgency of the moment. Leaving no hesitation in the past, he focuses on one single goal: to stop the bleeding. Following the flow, he sees the strength of this flow is finally weakening, and that means now is the critical window to act. Having found a chance, he surveys the internal space. His gaze wildly darts in search of the lost blade. He knows it is necessary to immediately apply a thermal coagulant to the exposed blood vessels, but while he has no weapon, the dragon's life hangs by a thread under threat. Tenkai declares that he is resuming medical treatment. His face hardens with determination as he prepares to engage again in this terrible work. He fully commits to the task. The air around trembles with the weight of his concentration as he enters a state of absolute flow. The young doctor rushes forward to the giant wound and carefully applies his instruments to stop the bleeding without causing further harm to the creature's internal, vital organs. He acts with fierce precision and with anxiety notes. The dragon's blood pressure continues to fall despite the magical aid provided by the slime. The doctor lets out a guttural scream of effort from his chest and pours every last ounce of his strength into the hopeless procedure as the situation becomes increasingly critical. His actions tear from the dragon a terrifying, piercing roar of agony, a sound that waves over Queen Melina, Princess Juno, and Coronet with fear as they watch the colossal suffering of the creature. She wildly, madly contorts against the pain. Her gigantic mass shakes the earth as the struggle for life reaches its extreme peak. The beast's eye rolls back into the skull, reflecting the full extent of the trauma. It holds on as the operation enters its most critical and dangerous phase. Lindworm realizes she has reached the absolute limit of her strength. Her gaze, which until now kept everyone under control, fades and softens in tired submission as she looks at the human doctor and admits, from now on, everything depends only on him. When her strength wanes, the great beast lets out a final, agonizing cry, jaws agape, and vital power falters and ominously dims. Nearby demon lords stand in a state of utter panic, shouting that their master's mana is completely exhausted. Amid this chaos, the young doctor remains bent over his work, his face a mask of stern determination despite the incredible pressure. Suddenly, from the side of the operation bursts a blinding flash energy, a harsh discharge that shakes the very foundations of the dragon's insides. When the light finally recedes, he stands alone before the colossal, pulsating mass of the dragon's heart. The silence that follows is heavy, and completely his own ragged breathing breaks it as he stares at the huge feat he has just acquired. Finally, he breaks the silence, announcing with a tired sigh that the main treatment is finally complete. Returning to his small, transparent companion, he sees the slime folded up, exhausted to the limit. The young beast girl looks at him with wide-open, distrustful eyes, whispering with delight, "The bleeding has really stopped." He quietly thanks the slime and promises that after the ordeal, he will give it a proper drink. Sorting through his things, he finds his pen light a small but vital island of comfort in this darkness. He exhales with relief. Good that after all the chaos of the procedure, this simple tool is back in his hands. Looking around, he reads the harsh truth of his circumstances. Inside the beast is slaughter, a blood-soaked interior filled with a thick metallic haze from burnt meat. The huge volumes of that carnage knock him down, and a weary, painfully lingering thirst to return home takes deeper root in him. The situation becomes even more complicated when he realizes his equipment has either been lost or destroyed in the clash. He stands amid the ruins of the procedure. Now all he can do is guess how he will even find a way back from this nightmare. He stumbles through thick, dark thickets, the rustle of leaves loudly cutting the silence. A voice calls from the shadows asking if he is finally heading home, but he barely pauses, diverting his thoughts elsewhere. This fatigue is no news. It brings back memories of how I sat on a quiet bench in the park with a colleague. Then his friend joked about whether he had even woken up. Supposedly, his eyes were almost closed. He was sitting broken in his white robe. The conversation became serious when his companion asked why he forced himself to cross such boundaries. He had no simple answer. His gaze slid aside as he pondered the burden of the chosen path. Suddenly, the earth shakes as a huge black dragon begins to convulse, and a deep, guttural sound bursts from its throat. With a heavy jerk, it spits out a large, dark object that hurtles headlong to the ground, and those nearby freeze in pure shock. The blow raises a column of dust into the air, and while it settles, the dragon queen, Lindworm, crawls out of the rubble. She coughs. Her delicate clothes are already stained, and her breathing is heavy after the ordeal inside the beast. When she appears in the world, the guards and lords around panic and rush forward. They shout with relief and concern, immediately asking if she is all right and what condition the one who was beside her is in. Outside the group, the obsidian scales of the giant dragon shimmer under the light as it remains motionless. Its massive figure dominates the landscape after the internal tremors have subsided. Her subordinates support her. She turns her gaze to the gaping maw of the dragon. The silence that follows presses with the realization of exactly what and who remains inside its entrails. She froze, eyes wide open in silent shock. Her breath caught, the reality of the events finally sank in, and a cold fear washed over her like a wave. From the fog emerges a group of figures, their silhouettes sharply outlined against the pale ground. Witnesses only whisper, barely audible. Voices tremble with a mixture of awe and uncertainty as they recognize the approaching ones. Next to her, a young princess and the queen, holding their breath, gaze into the horizon. On their faces is a mask of majestic anxiety and quiet hope. The eyes of the young werewolf widen sharply. The sharp ears twitch as she catches a sound or smell that others might not notice, and her heart begins to pound wildly. Despite the heavy silence and the queen's gloomy admission that their lady has not yet returned from the dragon depths, the girl does not waver in determination. She does not take her eyes off the giant, motionless beast, focused and almost despairing. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the tension, calls her name, and breaks the spell of despair that was already beginning to engulf the group. In the dragon's jaws, the young man finally breaks free, tearing off his shackles with an exhausted but triumphant smile, and loudly proclaims his return to the living world. Relief surged and she suddenly burst into tears. Her face glowed with genuine, unadulterated joy, while the whole group rushed forward to greet their friend, who had been returned from the edge of the unknown. She watched as the tension finally eased, and Alec blocked questions about the human and demanded, "What happened to the dragon's internal organs?" Tinkai, still gasping for air, gestured toward a massive calcified boulder lying nearby on the ground. When Alec asked what this strange object was, the doctor explained, it was expelled along with him. It was exactly what had been the source of the dragon's suffering and the cause of the entire crisis. He gave everyone gathered a soft, reassuring smile and let the crowd understand the danger had passed so they could finally breathe out. When the tension subsided, Alec shifted his gaze to the great beast and saw her massive eyes, finally open, clear and full of life, were breathing again. At this sight, the demon lord froze in stunned silence. He could only whisper the name and did not believe his own eyes, while his companions looked on nearby with the same relief. He could no longer hold back the flood of emotions. Tears of deep relief streamed down his face as he looked at the recovered dragon. Seeing the joy his efforts had brought, Tenkai beamed a triumphant smile and officially declared the complex surgical procedure a complete success. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated victory for modern medicine, which he had brought to this fantastic world, proving that even the oldest ailments could be cured. The village was once again bustling with life. Elves and beastfolk gathered after titanic labor. The air thickened with the feeling of peace earned through hard work as the community began to settle after the tension of recent events. Queen Melina and Princess Juno watched with quiet satisfaction. The queen said it was time to call Tenkai and his companions, and that meant the official completion of surgery on the great dragon, as well as recognition of the success of their efforts. He was abruptly torn from the moment by a low rumble. The ground shook. Nearby, Coronet and the small slime pressed close, tensed, and their eyes widened as they saw a huge creature began to stir and prepare for the next strike. The obsidian dragon narrowed its golden eye, aiming its power. It let out a restrained roar and exhaled a compressed stream of snow-white, blazing hot flame that illuminated the entire valley. The heat of the blast radiated outward in waves. It maintained a steady barrage of fire, and the heat shimmered in waves in the air. Tinkai stood still, shielding his eyes, and explained to his bewildered companions. This display was actually a necessary part of their medical procedure to expel any remaining threats. The dragon's breath worked like a purifying forge. It burned the used scalpel blades. This insane heat ensured that any biological contaminants or pathogens from the surgery were completely neutralized, leaving only sterilized ash. He reflected on the pure efficiency of using dragon fire for sterilization, yet he still could not help but worry about the cost. The pathogens, of course, were gone, but this insane heat had most likely ruined the temper of his remaining surgical instruments, and now they were useless for future operations. He stood before his companions and tried to explain the invisible world of pathogens. Coronet tilted her head in wonder, unable to grasp what bacteria and viruses were, while beside her the huge dragon remained skeptical, doubting the reality of what could not be seen with the naked eye. Realizing the differences of this land, he admits, it cannot be certain, but his own curiosity is already ignited. He decides to find a way to prove the existence of these microscopic creatures, speaking to the group sincerely and focused. When the procedure with great trouble was completed, he gives the obsidian dragon a warm, sincere smile. He addresses the creature named Alec and expresses sincere gratitude for the dragon's cooperation throughout the entire trial. Nearby, the focus shifts to the royal elves. Princess Juno examines her bandaged hand, while Queen Melina watches her closely. The tension after surgery finally subsides and a quiet moment of recovery begins, although the young princess seems somewhat upset about her temporary limitations. Suddenly, with a loud, thunderous shout, a wave of gratitude bursts out. It bangs so hard that everyone around shudders. The enormous volume of these words cuts through the air, and for a moment the silence of the yard is shattered. Turning to the princess, Queen Melina hands her a set of clothes and explains that she prepared what could be mended. Juno watches intently, her eyes wide as she processes this gesture of care from the queen. She quickly tries to refuse, and her face flushes with shame and embarrassment. But the queen gently insists, brushing off the princess's protests. She urges her to accept the gift without any worries. Under the sun scorching the united crowd, the air fills with a sense of rebirth. The festival in honor of the Dragon King's recovery is officially underway, a historic moment when dragons and elves stand side by side in peace once again. He looks surprised while his friends insist he is working too hard. Jokingly, they suggest the idea of postponing talks about germs for a day and just relaxing. Realizing they are right, he agrees to join and see what all the fuss is about. Taking a step into the very heart of the city, he immediately gets lost in the scale of this event. Under the huge spires of the castle, a crowd has gathered, a sea of people celebrating beneath falling petals drifting through the air like snow. Around him there is continuous noise. The air is thick with laughter and the clinking of mugs. People from all walks of life are feasting together. On their faces is genuine joy because they are savoring the peace that has finally returned to their land after so many uncertainties. He can hardly believe his own iced scene unfolding before him seems like a grand festival encompassing the entire world. The living energy of the crowd lifts him up, washing away the traces of fatigue from his recent labors and weaving in their place a sense of wonder. Slightly smiling during the celebrations, the queen expresses her own joy. She admits that she has always loved seeing how the people of the Tree of the World share such joy, and how everyone gathered here together warms her heart more than words can convey. They continue to walk through the noisy streets. The group moves as one whole amid the festive chaos and absorbs every detail of this historic event. Eventually, he comes face to face with Dragon King herself. As soon as he politely greets her, she acknowledges the joint efforts that created this thing, and her gaze lingers on him with particular harshness, as if she knows exactly how much he contributed. His gaze slides over her impressive features, and he asks if he may look into her eyes for a moment. Even in the midst of this celebration, his dedication to his work is still alive. He notices something that requires a closer look. He carefully examines the eye of the Dragon King, noticing that the color of the conjunctiva has slightly improved. Although the redness remains, the signs of anemia are clearly receding. She watches him closely and asks how much more time she needs to fully recover. He responds with a simple, affirmative nod. Yet he admits creating a flawless timeline is not easy. When he confesses that he honestly does not know, this revelation clearly unsettles her. She demands an explanation of what that means and notes that the treatment seems to have worked. In response, he raises two fingers and explains. His doubts boil down to two specific reasons. First, he analyzes the first factor, that dragon-like healing may proceed at a completely different pace, not the one human medical standards are accustomed to. He gestures toward the forest god, emphasizing his point, and recalls how the creature's abdominal wound healed several times faster than anyone's among humans. He hints, if her recovery is following the same accelerated path, then his usual measurements may not apply. They listen, holding their breath as he speaks, and the young beast girl excitedly confirms how quickly the forest god regained his strength. Then the companion in the dark cloud urges him to tell the second reason for his concern. He shifts attention to an even more troubling matter and reminds them of the mysterious tumor she had previously coughed up. He reflects on the nature of the mass and she coughs, weighing whether it was truly a malignant tumor devouring her or something harmless. Without his modern medical equipment, he admits, he cannot make a definitive diagnosis now. Turning to the Dragon Queen, he sincerely apologizes and admits frustration. He cannot specify exact terms for her full recovery. Watching him and the queen, the entourage, the dragon judge, the young beast mistress, and the elven queen remain silent. A heaviness of uncertainty hangs in the air. While they watch, she leans closer, a soft smile glides across her lips, and she reassures him, saying he has nothing to apologize for. She admits, the technical details are beyond her, but she is confident now her recovery depends on her own strength and will. She continues and says she already feels the spark of her former vitality returning, not just sitting passively and waiting, and she asks if there is anything effective she can do to help her own recovery process. In response to her words, he suggests the idea of regular medical checkups and directly asks if she minds these periodic examinations to monitor her condition. Listening to him, the young beast mistress blushes at the unfamiliar term and asks what exactly this examination entails. He answers her and explains that it involves inspecting the treated area at set intervals to ensure no new problems have appeared. He is met with a stern reminder of the ordeal he endured. The Lindworm speaks of the dragons inside a place she calls outright hell for any person and asks if he really intends to enter such a nightmare again. Beside her, an official stands in stunned silence, and the hint hangs in the air like a heavy burden. In response to her warning, the young doctor, smiling awkwardly, scratches the back of his head. He sincerely apologizes and admits, although he regrets causing her so much suffering, he saw no other way under these circumstances. The coronet stands nearby, Her gaze shows both concern and slight irritation at his reckless devotion. His frank honesty suddenly throws the Dragon King off guard. Her eyes widen sharply in genuine surprise, and her majestic composure falters for a moment as she comprehends his unwavering determination and complete lack of hesitation. Suddenly, she bursts into loud laughter that rolls through the room. The candid audacity of his spirit seems to delight her and turns the tense atmosphere into an unexpected amusement to the surprise of her companion. He laughed, embarrassed by her reaction. She praises his courage. She finds his eccentric nature much more stylish. She admits that such a passionate approach is rare and refreshing. Wiping a tear of laughter from the corner of her eye, she looks at him with a different warmth and tenderness now. She admits that she has truly grown attached to him and says she wants to continue sticking together and working closely. Against the backdrop of the bustling crowd, Tenkai meets a young woman named Rin. She says they will probably get along well because the upcoming test will make them spend a long time together. He responds with a polite nod, accepting the acquaintance and all the responsibility that comes with it. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by loud laughter. Nearby, a large, burly man finds all this amusing. He bellows that it is truly a rare spectacle when a dragon chooses a human, and Vren looks stunned by his sudden, piercing outburst. The man, Norman, is greeted with respect everywhere. He looks like a figure of great power. He dismisses any doubts about his presence or intentions, insisting that in such a festive place, suspecting him of ill intentions would simply be illogical. Without warning, he suddenly lunges forward and presses a huge wooden mug with strong alcohol into Tenka's mouth. The young man is completely lost. His eyes widen as the liquid pours down his throat with uncontrollable force. The young man on the left coughs and gasps for air, while the noisy giant watches him with a self-satisfied smile, explaining that he was just offering a festive drink, as if unaware of the physical toll his brazenly hospitable gesture took on his gas. His loud master sits down heavily and declares that this is the strongest alcohol in the whole country. He challenges Tenkai to drink it all, and the young man sits on the ground as if rooted, still unable to recover and digest how harsh this drink is. After the first shock, he takes another sip. The taste is rough, unrefined, but amazingly deep. He understands that the alcohol does not have a sense of excessive punch, and he has already been told, this is the second strongest liqueur in the country. The thought gives him goosebumps. What then is the first like? While he was coming to his senses, she approached to apologize for the boss's rude behavior and explained, his fiery temper often leads to such overly loud, welcoming receptions. Tenkai, still sitting on the ground and catching his breath, quietly nodded in response, accepted the apology while they prepared to continue with the inspection matters. He is overwhelmed by a wave of complete despair, seems to be lost among the bizarre company gathered before him. In the background, huge chimera loons roar, and nearby proudly stands the Dragon King Lindworm. The jester Normund leader laughs and dispels the tension, telling the boy not to worry, to ignore the terrifying faces surrounding him. Among the crowd, a young boy with small horns on his forehead watches the newcomer intently, his face full of pure irritation. He is not impressed by this spectacle at all. Crossing his arms, he sighs heavily, breaking into a complaint about the chaotic energy of his comrades. Far from the noisy gathering, a dark and bloody fight flares up in the forest thickets. Shadows flit and claws tear the underbrush while an invisible predator strikes deadly fast. Colonel Escoda pushes through the thickets, gasping for breath repeatedly as he realizes how serious everything is. He mutters about the impossible mix of threats: wolves, dragons, and elves that have come together in this one cursed place. Next to him, the starry sorceress falls to her knees, her chest heaving heavily as she struggles with all her might to maintain composure. He looks back, his eyes wide with anxiety, calling to her in a pleading voice, trying to find out if she is still able to move. She squeezes his shoulder and his voice breaks into a ragged whisper as she begs him to use regeneration magic. He freezes, only now realizing she was wounded in the fight. He frowns, nods, and quickly focuses to keep her condition stable. He stands on watch while she rests on the forest floor, his eyes twitching side to side among the dark trees, searching for any sign of their pursuers. The silence in the forest presses down, broken only by their heavy breathing. Looking down at her from above with stubbornness and fear in his chest, explains the harsh truth of their situation. He can heal her now, but warns, if he falls first, her healing magic will have no power against the physical injuries that await them. He understands the true price of his strength and decides to preserve it, not knowing what the future will bring in this dangerous forest. Despite his determination, the commander noticeably trembles. His breathing falters as he bears the weight of their situation. Voices mock his suffering, saying he hasn't even shed blood yet but is already overreacting to minor scratches he inflicted on himself. Next to her, Magka freezes, eyes wide open in horror. Her breath catches as the true nature of their situation finally dawns on her, and the sounds of the forest grow even more menacing. The silence of the forest is suddenly torn by the frantic rustle of the undergrowth. It warns, something predatory and large is rapidly approaching. He reacts instantly, grabs the mage and starts pulling her through the thick thickets, barely audible cursing when he realizes the pack of wolves has found them again. The chase turns deadly. A huge wolf tumbles out of the darkness and clamps its jaws, snapping just inches from him. He lets out a terrified scream, wildly retreats backward while the beast's claws tear through the air. Seeing him in danger, she stretches out trembling hand. Her voice breaks as she calls his name, desperately trying to close the distance between them before the monsters get closer. When hope seems completely lost, a group of elves appears in the clearing. Their voices rise in a single collective shout, and they welcome the arrival of Princess Juno as if warning of a possible turning point in the battle. She politely apologizes and heads to the other girls as the celebrations begin. Tinkai, watching her go, asks what will happen now, and the bearded leader replies that it's time to dance. He orders the young man not to lift his gaze from the ground there where the dancers gather. The air is thick with anticipation just as the first rhythmic steps sound. They move in a synchronous, joyful circle, their dresses fluttering as they jump over the forest floor. Light steps jingle in the clearing, composing a melody of movement. When their feet strike the ground, barely visible rings of light begin to pulse beneath their feet. With each smooth jump from the soil, small radiant sprouts instantly grow. He exhales sharply and freezes eyes wide as he points to the sudden glow. Nearby, a veteran warrior urges, "Look more closely at the rings of light. He knows what secret they hide." Light manifestations multiply and spread across the earth like a carpet of stars. The magic of dance seems to breathe life directly into the roots of the great tree. He finally understands the nature of this phenomenon and realizes that these are special mushrooms. His companion confirms this. They react specifically to elven mana and grow wildly where their power touches the ground. The old warrior continues, noting that without the elves, the middle of the world tree would have plunged into complete darkness. He recalls how this very light served as their guide when they once got lost and wandered aimlessly. He continues to explain, his voice hoarse but sincere as he addresses the young doctor. Tenkai listens silently, absorbing the weight of the elder's words. Their conversation flows to the sanctuary where they live, a place that gives elves shelter without any discrimination. The burning tree of the world stands as a beacon, and its leaves have the power to soothe pain, the two most precious pearls of this land. Turning his gaze to outsider, Elder acknowledges his long-standing distrust of people. He is certain, no matter how great the power is, it is worthless if not directed to help others. And summing up, he concludes that the magic of this kingdom is much more reliable. Before setting off on the road with his companions, a shadow of regret flashed across his face. His thought clung to a simple idea: if his people had ever had healing magic, their fate could have taken a much more reliable path. With a final encouraging glance, he says goodbye to Tenkai. Although unsure which path this young man will take, he sincerely wants to see what he will achieve in the coming days. When they part ways, he leaves behind silence and an empty trace of a gap, and a deep realization washes over him. In this world, the very definition and true value of medicine are fundamentally different from everything he knew before. And he admits to himself, his former understanding was only a thin mask. A new sense of purpose sprouts within him as he looks at the horizon. Alongside his new allies, he feels for the first time a glimpse of clarity about his role in this strange land. A moment of quiet reflection is shattered by a furious scream that echoes through the clearing. Panic rises as a scout warns of black wolves approaching. Everyone immediately prepares to be on alert. He bursts in dizzy, appearing so suddenly that the elven princess and her companion are twisted by surprise. They demand to know what his urgent news means and ask him to explain in detail what exactly happened. Gasping for air, he identifies the culprits: humans. He says that healer mages who recently fled were ambushed by black wolves in the forest. In a desperate escape, they inadvertently led the entire pack to the settlement. An icy seriousness covers the gathered leaders as they listen to the grim report. While the threat hangs overhead, the veteran warrior shifts his gaze to the young doctor, looking into the burden of past events and the almost magical nature of his medical skills. He proclaims the boy a benefactor for their people and warns, any harm that comes to him will be unacceptable. He admits that without the doctor's intervention, the world tree itself might have come to an end. As his statement of protection echoes, the dragon officer's face hardens with determination. The experienced warrior growls with rage, vowing to end that threat once and for all, and the elves pledge full cooperation in the upcoming battle. Caught between this sharp turn toward violence, the young doctor can only stare frozen, shocked at how casually the massacre is mentioned. The fortress walls crack under siege. Monsters' claws tear stone as defenders hold the line with all their might. The officer shouts that the enemy is climbing up one by one and orders his men to hold them off until reinforcements arrive. In the smoke and fire of the assault, he stands with a twisted grimace watching the destruction. He rages over what has happened and blames all the chaos on the actions of others while the battle rages around him. He clutched the massive trunk convulsively, his face cut by panic. He shouts to be let in, reminding those inside, the festival is already in full swing and he cannot be left here. Someone cautiously breaks the anxious silence, trying to speak. All the gathered leaders, the princess, the demon lord, and the draconic official turn their gaze to the one who interrupted the pause. He steps forward, his gaze fixed, and addresses the group. He explains, time cannot be wasted, so he will speak briefly. The main thing is not to let even more blood be shed and not to lose anyone else's life in his conflict. His words hang in the air, hitting the nerves of those present. Lined Worm and Juno watch him, their eyes wide open. There is both surprise and hope budding on the verge from his firmness. She calls him, her voice trembling with emotion. He asks for a weapon, and as soon as the blade is handed over, she thanks and from the depths of her heart begs, let her remain alive and safe. He silently watches as Princess Juno leaves. Her determination is visible from the first word when she announces her departure. Beside her, the dragon official and veteran warrior Normam can only stare frozen, while the young elf rushes headlong into the thick of it. Turning his gaze to him, the dragon official speaks sharply and with stinging insistence. She insists that the invaders are fundamentally unlike humans. They are driven by a belief in their own natural superiority. She waves her hand toward where the slaughter is already unfolding and demands an answer. Does he really intend to stick to his pacifist stance when faced with such heartless monsters who see death in everyone around? He listens quietly, his gaze steady as he accepts her words. He acknowledges, he fully understands the gravity of the situation and the logic of her warnings. But his resolve will not waver, he explains. Under any circumstances, he simply cannot turn away from those suffering right before his eyes. This unwavering morality clearly irritates her. She grits her teeth, restraining her anger. He stands motionless behind, repeatedly asserting that his principles will not falter, no matter what kind of opponent they encounter. Memories of past defeats or perhaps the weight of current losses flicker in the air like a shimmer. The image of closed doors drifts by and the light of healing magic fades. Someone speaks of a healer who has already left, so only the cold truth of those who could not be saved remains. She is noticeably tense. Sweat appears on her forehead as she struggles with the conflict between her pragmatic worldview and his idealistic stubbornness. Despite the tension, he remains a calm presence between her and the young beast girl Koroni. He is a bridge between their divided worlds, even as the threat outside grows ever stronger. He is called the Dragon King and urges to fulfill his own duty. Her gaze is firm, her voice carries the weight of her rank, so, addressing the one she calls Yudo, she pushes him to do what he must. His eyes widen, suddenly determination flashes in them as the weight of her words settles on him and ignites the awareness of his own destiny. Turning her gaze aside, she addresses the official nearby and advises him to properly consider his own principles and stick to his path, rather than blindly following others. The official's face twitches with severity, his eyebrows furrow as he contemplates the challenge to his unshakable worldview and the unexpected advice from his solvers. Suddenly, a gigantic chimera creature emerges from afar. Its appearance is accompanied by a desperate cry of "Mommy," and this clearly indicates that the nearest clash is changing. Against the backdrop of unfolding chaos, the Dragon King notes, "They will indeed come and save." At these words, the officials momentarily lose the power of speech and it is visible, they tremble. Hearing the call to action, the young man stands shoulder to shoulder with his comrades and his voice sounds as a firm confirmation. He is ready to defend those in need. Two female dragons watch how the scene unfolds. Their faces are a mixture of expectation and still unrelieved doubts until the path forward becomes clear and the true battle finally starts. The giant beast thudded heavily with its paws on the rocky path. Each step echoed the rhythm of the approaching inevitable doom. It burst into the sky, the lion-like form twisted in leathery hissing as it soared over the unsuspecting city, and the serpentine tail trailed behind like a black banner. Watching the monster's departure, the Dragon King turned to his companions and ordered them to stay close to Princess Juno and protect her. After that, he looked directly at his loyal official, naming him as if those very words hung in the air with heavy expectation. He responded with fierce determination. Teeth ground as a dazzling light burst from the very heart. This signified the beginning of profound changes. The brightness grew until the man disappeared, and his place was immediately taken by the majestic and terrible figure of the obsidian dragon. Wings unfolded amid a shower of sparks. Beyond that battlefield, a complete bacchanalia raged. A flock of dark, winged monsters crashed into the elven ranks, tearing through their defensive lines with predatory, ruthless efficiency. Their captain struggled to maintain order. Desperation was frozen on his face as he urged the soldiers to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived, even as a relentless wave of enemies advanced on them. He froze in shock when she appeared at the head of the newly formed battalion. Her voice carried through the chaos to announce their arrival and lift the spirits of the exhausted defenders. She leads the fight with unbreakable determination. Her figure is like a beacon of hope amid the dark swarm. Her warriors rally behind her, shouts of "Princess" and everyone echo as they rush into the fray to support their weakened comrades. Suddenly, the very sky seems to collapse as the obsidian dragon crashes into the ground with a roar. The impact is catastrophic. A blast wave scatters dust and debris, driving the monsters away in flocks like dry leaves in a storm. Seeing the enormous dragon, the elven warriors freeze in awe. Their voices tremble as they recognize Alex's transformed state. Nearby, a gigantic chimeric creature lets out a roar challenging, its primal instincts wildly ignited by the appearance of such a fearsome predator. Exhausted and battered, the defenders can hardly believe their eyes. They whisper that they have been saved. And when the dragon and reinforcements flood the field, the desperate struggle turns into a coordinated counterattack. The chaotic clash with the monster finally breaks, and the air thickens with the smell of ozone and wet earth. The elven captain stands among his unit and reports. He remained unharmed, but during the fight one of his men received a severe blow. Somewhere above the urgent concern, the obsidian dragon keeps silent watch. His golden body watches eyes upward, tracking movements every step of those who survive below with unfathomable focus. He watches as a youth from another world approaches the wounded elf. His voice calm but firm, he asks to examine the injury to determine how severe the damage is. The wound itself is a cruel proof of beastly fury. 3 deep grooves carved into the soldier's arm, releasing crimson onto his sleeve. He creates a deadly risk of infection. The healer explains that dirt on the claws of a wild creature can be even more dangerous than the first strike. The captain listens increasingly anxiously, tormented by the thought, is it even possible to ever patch such a torn mark? He proposes the most sensible plan, to immediately transport the patient to the castle, as there are the best chances for a sterile, controlled environment for treatment. The captain silently looks back, momentarily stunned by the gravity of the situation and the suggested location. He adds a modest explanation. He chooses the castle only because he does not know another place here on this unfamiliar land where proper care can be provided. Then he joins the others as they finish their plans. The official dragon agrees to wait in the castle, and the captain is ordered to stay close to the wounded to ensure their safe transport. He urgently asks if there are any more victims. Captain Heat assures him that it seems everyone is safe for now, and Princess Juno sighs with relief that the immediate threat has passed. But still, the obsidian dragon Alex sharply intervenes and dismisses this warning with terrifying confidence. The trial is far from over. The group freezes, and their brief relief shatters at his grim warning. A sudden fierce tremor shakes the earth, and a dull blow thunders so that debris flies in all directions. Against the backdrop of chaos, Norman laughs loudly and watches as the rest of the wolves flee in fear. He seems completely unconcerned about the true nature of the threat Alex mentioned. Alex's golden arrows, with a predatory focus, fixed his gaze on the noisy man. With a thunderous strike, the dragon slams its colossal body against the ground. It slaps force carves a crater and raises a cloud of dust into the air. Tenkai and the others can only stand silently, watching as the beast confidently asserts its dominance. He moves right up to Tenkai and his voice drops lower, a threatening, predatory growl. He reminds the young man of the warning. If they do not act, the next to suffer will be an innocent person, and next time it will end in death. Normu, already just inches from the dragon's jaw, freezes in fear. His intention becomes clear as soon as he looms over the frightened Normum. The latter can only scream madly from senseless terror. Alec concludes, for the future, it is best to end this nonsense right here and right now. He momentarily lost his predatory focus. A desperate plea from Tenkana to wait stopped him. The young man found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of a gigantic golden ion that seemed to pierce right through his very soul. He narrowed his gaze, the slit pupil contracted as he silently weighed the sincerity of the human's interference. The oppressive silence was broken when Hit addressed the boy and inquired about his nature, while Normam, still pressed down, frantically begged the others to convince the beast to release him. Their frantic exchange was abruptly cut off by the thunderous roar of the dragon, which forced all their attention to focus on it unconditionally. Then he loomed over the trembling captive, his voice mockingly calm and the threatening growl compelled. He demanded to know where the other person who was supposed to be here was. His question shocked the group, but his managed to regain his voice. He stated that they had seen no one except the man currently held in their grasp. They watched as the dragon processed the information and concluded with cold logic. The missing person, supposedly, was abandoned during the chaos after the wolf attack, a cruel act he considered typical of human behavior. He loomed over the trembling man and rumbled in a low voice, delivering a grim ultimatum. Though ready to end the life right there, he left only one narrow path to salvation: find the one who is missing. This is the golden, and Orochi fixes his gaze with predatory focus as he explains what is at stake. There will be no second chance. If the search yields nothing, death will be instant and final. Seeing this impossible demand, the bearded leader instantly breaks into a cold sweat and his thoughts race to find a way out. It occurs to him, maybe even showing the corpse could quell the dragon's anger, but in the end, he decides, the only chance is to buy time, find a gap and escape. As the gigantic creature begins to shift its weight, the man freezes and watches it retreat, noting the direction. High above the chopped uneven ground, a winged chimera rises into the sky. Its gigantic figure casts a long shadow on the earth. From the back of this creature, a young man urges his companions forward, knowing every second counts. His face is full of utter despair. He shouts for them to move faster. He is haunted by a firm conviction: if they do not intervene immediately, the dragon's patience will break and a massacre will follow. Against the backdrop of mounting tension, the elven captain stands unyielding. His hand rests near the blade as he addresses the squad. He reminds them that his presence is not a choice but an order from his queen, and that he has sworn to protect their safety despite the looming threat. With a strong flap of its wings, the monster lunges forward and disappears into the misty distance, leaving behind only a trail of scattered clouds. The creature glides over a landscape of torn cliffs and skeleton trees, and the earth below bears witness to recent, brutal devastation. It lands right among the ruins, its huge wings raise dust while another winged figure falls to the ground nearby, noting that they have finally caught up with their delayed march. High atop the beast's back, the group surveys the ruins. The queen looks at the scorched earth. She understands this is a nursery for young dragons and a source of a mother's fury, and below, the commander prepares to defend his comrades. Suddenly, the brush flashes with movement. Predators tear through the thicket, lunging forward. Their jaws snap almost instantly. They rush past the young mage who jumped into the underbrush for safety. She crouches low, her breath faltering as she tries to disappear from sight, but a cold voice cuts through the rustling leaves and announces, she has already been found. Before she can turn around, a giant dark limb looms over her. Its strong grip grabs her cloak and effortlessly pulls her up. The girl is thrown onto the forest floor. She lies motionless among the wildflowers, and it seems her spirit is shattered by the oppressive, inevitable presence looming over her. One reptile narrows its gaze when aiming at its prey, coldly and calculatedly. He lowers his gaze to the fallen mage, and his gigantic figure casts a long shadow over her broken body. When Tenkai suddenly breaks and stops, the dragon coldly states, the woman is already at the brink of death. Ignoring the dragon's grim judgment, the young healer rushes to the woman, tightly clutching the medical bag. Behind him walks Coronet, her eyes filled with anxiety as they approach the scene of the struggle. The mage lies on the grass, gasping for air, and on her shoulder is clearly visible the characteristic star-shaped mark drawn directly on the skin. Her breathing is shallow and convulsive, and nearby in the mud lies a small star-shaped talisman, a silent proof of the cruelty of her captivity. He leans closer, frowning, carefully examining the visible tension on her neck and the cold sweat that has appeared on her skin. The situation is critical. Every second counter condition is rapidly deteriorating. With an outstretched hand at his usual speed, he reaches into the bag and takes out a stethoscope. The metallic click of the instrument cuts through the sudden silence in the clearing as he prepares to assess internal injuries. She presses the device's body to the skin and carefully moves it, listening for faint signs of life or their absence. Her heart beats in a ragged rhythm, and the air passing through her lungs barely rustles, as if this is already the limit. Instead of wordsonely stunned silence, passers-by can only watch. Faces are masks of incomprehension at these alien medical techniques. The dragon squints, and the elven captain averts his gaze in complete disbelief, unable to understand what exactly the human is trying to do. He raises his gaze, his face hardening, and announces, "Breath on the right side has disappeared." Immediately understanding the danger, he urgently calls Corona to bring a needle, diagnosing that life-threatening pressure is already building in the woman's chest. He remains focused on what he must do, kneeling beside the fallen mage preparing for the procedure. Elven Captain Hit watches and grows increasingly wary, demanding to know exactly what he intends to do to this woman. The captain endures a moment, and his patient twitches from a sharp click, while the captain's voice rises higher, breaking into a sharper reproach. He asks whether this is truly an attempt at treatment or merely a display of racial favoritism, accusing the healer of valuing one of his own humans above those who truly sacrifice themselves. The captain roars. The star mage deserves rescue. The one who risked everything for their causing demands an explanation for these seemingly utterly senseless actions. He holds his position, his gaze sharp, and declares the necessity of immediate triage. The situation is critical. Every second counts for the wounded. It is necessary to quickly and decisively assess who can be saved now and who will have to wait. He implements a system where the principles of medical prioritization are established as an absolute law. Black tag for those beyond help, red for critically wounded needing immediate intervention, yellow for those whose treatment can be postponed, green for minor cases requiring minimal attention. Through the chaos, the obsidian dragon howls in agony. Its gigantic body trembles from the pain caused by wounds. He demands to be treated first, and his voice, a hoarse roar of vanity, echoes through the clearing. But the doctor sharply orders him to be silent, not intimidated by the beast's status or size while others suffer. Turning his back on the dragon's demands, he explained his philosophy to the spectators. He insists, even if high-ranking individuals or powerful creatures must wait, the priority remains what is in the most immediate danger regardless of their race or status. Observing this display of unwavering ethics, the elven captain understands. The man before him is unlike anyone else. He recalls how the doctor saved the queen and king of dragons not out of loyalty, but for his own unfathomable reasons, treating all lives with the same cold clinical detachment. Despite persistent words that elven life should take precedence due to longevity and status, the doctor still holds to his cause. He ignores the captain's protests and orders the next patient to be examined immediately. He examines the hand, which has a small burn remaining, and quickly deduces the wound was caused by excessive exhaustion of fire magic. He continues his work with clinical skill, quickly tags the captain of the boat with a green tag for minor injuries, and urges him to move as fast as possible to the designated area. Lifting his gaze from the confused sailor, he nods and briefly apologizes but does not back down. He says others need urgent and specialized care. This dismissal stuns both the elven captain and the brutal sailor completely. Their faces freeze in shock. The human healer passed them by, and they were passed over. Nearby, a beastman roars in protest. His bared fangs protrude as he demands, "Is this young man some unlicensed fraud for ignoring his status?" Heat's outrage flares. He shouts that treating a high-ranking elf should be considered a rare privilege. Yet he still sees. The doctor remains focused on the torn weaver girl lying in the grass. Ignoring the surrounding noise, the young man aims his gaze at the patient's chest and mentally marks the exact spot between the second and third ribs to perform the life-saving intervention. The elven captain continues to press him, trying to understand his system. The severity of the wound determines the order of care. He notices that the beast girl looks like the one in the most hopeless condition. While he continues to question the logic of what is happening, the needle is already ready for the procedure. The captain's voice sounds for the last time, demanding an explanation of why the healer chose to start with this particular individual. He confidently presses the needle into the girl's chest. The metal pierces her skin with cold, clinical precision. A young girl beast suddenly opens her eyes wide. A sharp cry bursts from her lips as a sudden prick from the needle twists her back into consciousness. From the side, as if rooted to the spot, the captain and his companion freeze in shocked disbelief, their eyes wide open as they watch a procedure far beyond their understanding. A sharp hiss of air escaping follows the needle puncture like a signal, the deadly pressure compressing her lungs finally released. This condition attention pneumothorax occurs when air that has entered the chest cavity begins to compress the heart and healthy lung, creating a life-threatening condition that requires immediate intervention. Tenkai carefully watches the girl, noticing, on the surface everything looked different, but her condition was much more fragile. Passers-by around, including Captain Heath, remain silent. A moment of anticipation and the amazing effectiveness of the healer's actions leave them speechless for a second. Turning to the others with a reassuring smile, the young healer explains, this bought them precious time, but the girl's treatment must continue as soon as they reach the safety of the castle. Heath, his initial skepticism turned into duty and relief, promises to visit her immediately after arrival, sincerely apologizes for the tension his early doubts caused. He bowed his head with a rare gesture of humility and sincerely apologized for his earlier doubts. Although the procedure was successful, the captain still could not find peace, troubled by thoughts about the strange laws of this magic and whether the young werewolf could truly fully recover. While tension hung in the air, the cowardly merchant seized a moment of distraction and dashed across the clearing. But he did not get far just as a huge shadow loomed over the path. A commanding voice thundered. He called those who fled fools. He was silenced in the midst of a scream when the obsidian dragon's tail snapped, coiling around the waist like a whip. The others from the group only watched in stern silence as the beast effortlessly tossed the struggling person into the air. The prisoner writhed in chains, his face twisted into a mask of horror and arrogance. He screamed desperately for help, demanded that the fake mage save him, and reminded everyone of his importance, even as the situation grew increasingly hopeless. Meanwhile, the captain again turned his gaze to the healer. His face stiffened once more. He admitted, the only reason he even considered following Tenkai was that the young man seemed the only one capable of handling this whirlpool of chaos. Then he gestured towards the shopkeeper hanging nearby and asked what Tenkai intended to do with such a man. Tenkai, looking a little tired, replied that he intended to take the prisoner with him to provide medical assistance as soon as they reached safety. The captain's gaze narrowed. He was searching for logic behind such mercy. Nearby, a young doctor met his eyes calmly, resolutely, yet it was felt. The burden of this decision weighed on him. He finally voiced his disapproval directly, said he did not understand whose side the doctor was really on. For a soldier, a person who brought so much suffering does not deserve the gift of life, not to mention the care of a doctor. He watched Tenkai closely. His gaze, sharp as a young man's, stood firm. Tenkai's expression remained unbreakable. Sweat ran down his forehead as he prepared to defend his choice to save even those considered unworthy. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Captain Tenkai, he quietly apologized, admitting that his stubborn desire to save everyone might seem selfish. Yet he did not back down. He simply could not abandon anyone whose life he had the power to save. This conviction arose because she saw a young beastman, Karon, lying nearby in deep despair. Her face was burning with fever, her consciousness hoarsely clearing and fading, and her small body trembled incessantly. To ease her condition, an effective remedy was prepared. A large cauldron was boiling over the fire. It was filled with a decoction of the leaves of the giant world tree towering over the settlement. The ancient power of the tree was transferred into the healing broth. While the medicine was being prepared, Queen Melina in the infirmary took care of the wounded captain. She asked him to hold on and, pouring the infusion from the world tree, did so, although the humble soldier felt that such royal attention was far more than he deserved. The quiet moment was interrupted by Tenkai suddenly jumping into the room. His voice trembled with concern. He apologized for the sudden entrance and sincerely hoped that the treatment would quickly ease the pain of everyone recovering there. Coming up almost close, the captain, already on his feet, carefully carried the unconscious coronet to the ward. He ordered the others to immediately prepare the bed, while Rin and the rest of the group stood nearby, mixing anxiety with readiness to help. With great care, she was laid down on the soft bed. All attention shifted to the recovery of the young girl as the weight of her fragile body settled on the mattress, the first step in the healing process, which was hoped to turn out successful. She lies motionless while Tenkai calms the queen and Rin, assuring that if she does not move, her condition will stabilize. He recognizes the mage who escaped but emphasizes that for now she is just a patient in need of care, asking permission to take up space and prioritizing her treatment above all. In the quiet silence of the infirmary, the group gathers around the bed where she lies. The queen and her captain watch intently as the young doctor prepares to begin work. Tension thickens in the air. Glancing down at her, he notices deep, jagged cut lines on her skin. The bandages applied are clean, but he anxiously realizes the wounds themselves have not been properly treated. He tightly grips the cup of medicine, his face tense as he prepares for the next step. He slides the cup closer and immediately recognizes the distinct, extremely strong aroma of the world tree leaves. It is obvious here. Such a decoction is a common thing to dull the pain, but he still keeps his focus and gently asks how much she had to endure. She forces a weak smile and whispers that she can endure the pain, but the sweat on her forehead tells a different story. He knows the limits of local medicine and to prevent infection tells her, now he must wash the wounds. Tenkai focused on the task and carefully cleans the dirt from the deep wound from which blood oozes. Nearby, a young beast girl watches him and her gaze mixes curiosity and concern. Then he prepares a syringe with a local anesthetic and calmly explains to the elven captain that the incision needs to be widened to properly treat the damage beneath it. At the thought of further injury, the captain shudders with disbelief. The captain and his companions froze with wide-open eyes from horror and paleness, their faces filled with fear at the thought of such a completely contradictory procedure. She voices his protest, denying that the wound is already severe enough and that the injury should not be worsened. Nearby, the queen and her maid watch the conversation, hearts clenched. The burden of what is happening falls on everyone in the room. In response, the healer holds his position and warns, if the deeper infection is neglected, nothing good will come of it, everything will end much worse. The captain still doubts, while the young woman beside him watches and feels hope growing. Tense silence covers the room as the first cautious steps of the procedure begin. The gaze clings to the smallest details of flesh and instruments. The captain admits his people do not understand this strange form of magic, but the young woman replies that they clearly see the intent, a desperate, sincere attempt to save a life. The beast girl adds, her faith in her master's abilities is unshakable. He nods small, stubborn when the captain finally gives in and entrusts the lives of his people to these foreign hands. With a firm grip, the healer takes the surgical instruments and is ready to start the operation seriously. He begins the painstaking work, bringing the sharp metal of medical scissors to the torn, charred edges of the elf's wounds. With steady hands, the doctor carefully cuts away the dead, necrotic flesh, a necessary but grim step for the body to truly heal. The clatter of metal clicks in the silence of the room, sending chills through those present. Hig stands with wide-open eyes in horror, while Vren watches both with awe and anxiety as the last piece of damaged tissue is removed. While the procedure continues, Queen Milena and Coronet slip unnoticed into the tent. Their faces flash with alarm as they see the strange, bloodless bloodletting ritual unfolding right before them. Unflinchingly, despite the growing audience, the doctor keeps his focus on his patient. His movements are measured as he works to save the wounded soldier under the watchful and skeptical gaze of Heath. Only when the jagged traces of corruption disappear cleanly does he exhale with relief and announce that the debridement is finally complete. Moving to the next stage, he asks for petroleum jelly to protect the exposed tissues, beginning a thorough cleaning of the area while the elven captain observes. His initial shock slowly recedes, giving way to an appreciation of this man's skill. He adds a final word of reassurance. The wound is now stable and will heal. The witnesses are left only to puzzle over the miracle of his foreign medicines. He offers a soothing smile, promising to monitor the patient's recovery until the very end. This promise brings a noticeable wave of relief to the young elf. He exhales the air he seemed to be holding in his chest, and his face clears up. A new hope appears in him. Watching this altercation, Captain Hitch freezes in place. His eyes wide, he tries to comprehend the miracle he has just witnessed. The captain silently marvels whether what he saw was the embodiment of the unique magic of a healer. His gaze is stubbornly fixed on the young man who works with such calm, precise efficiency. Without lingering to bask in the captain's admiration, the doctor returns to the next bed and announces that he will begin the next procedure immediately. Hitch, still stunned, asks if he really intends to continue without rest, but the healer only orders his young assistant, Coronet, to prepare the diagnostic instruments. He explains that everything has a necessary sequence, so the captain remains impressed by the person whose zeal to save lives knows neither ranks nor races. The elven warrior watches him intently. Deep respect and quiet concentration appear on his face as he realizes how strong and indisputable the stranger's conviction is. She watches as Queen Melina stands beside Rin and her handmaidens. Her face is full of calm determination as she observes the ongoing medical measures. Nearby, Tinkai continues tirelessly working, explaining that a tube must be inserted to drain air from the chest cavity and expand the lungs, even going as far as pleurotomy to cauterize the membranes if the first treatment cannot heal the patient. Seeing how deeply devoted the young doctor is to his work, the queen turns to Rin and announces her decision is made. They will create a permanent place for him here in the very sanctuary of the World Tree. He freezes for a moment, tired, but a genuine smile barely touches his lips as the vision of his refuge for work begins to take shape under the radiant branches of the great tree. Heavy iron bars of the cell grate slam loudly shut, and the deafening metallic clang rolls through the cold stone corridor in echoes. Behind these bars is a man who once held power, now trapped. The elven guard coldly informs him that his magic is powerless within these walls, and any struggle is a futile waste of energy. He grasps the cold iron, his face contorted with shock and growing rage as the truth of his imprisonment sinks in. He neighs with despair. He wildly chokes on his words, shouting that they will surely regret this and that such treatment of a man is an unforgivable insult to his status. From behind the bars, he continues to scream madly, insisting that he bears no responsibility for the queen's mother being beyond any help. With a nasty snort, he hurls insults at his executioners, calling them nothing more than fried lizards. Quietly stood behind the Dragon King, 3 demon lords watched the prisoners outburst with cold, unyielding faces. Their presence hung over the atmosphere like a heavy burden. She does not avert her gaze from his insults, not the least bit embarrassed. Her voice drops to a chilling tone as she explains, the only reason he still breathes is that he is not even worth the effort to kill. Leaning toward the iron bars, she shows a predatory smile and a wave of fear washes over the man. She makes it clear, if his actions lead to war, she will meet the conflict with open arms, eagerly awaiting everything he values to fall apart. Without a word, her fist tears forward, the air cracks and the full-force blow hits the prisoner's face, its echo rolling through the stone chamber. As he collapses from the blow, she towers over him. Her voice trembles with righteous anger as she declares that he is a true failure, and his reproaches and regrets are only just beginning. Meanwhile, far from the violence in the dungeon, Rin lies in a deep, peaceful sleep, her face impassive, untouched by any political storm gathering on the horizon. Outside, the grand architecture of the city stands silently under the moonlight, a deceptive calm that hides the tension threatening to tear the peace to shreds. High Priest Eccles stands atop the central stairs of the great library, a silent guardian amid an endless sea of knowledge. From below approaches a messenger. His voice cuts through the silence of the sacred hall as he prepares to deliver a report on the chief priest and his assistant, who were sent to the World Tree. With a calm, eerie expression on his face, he receives the news, not averting his gaze from the documents before him. The report confirms a catastrophic turn of events. The delegation abandoned the medical mission and was captured. He processes this defeat with a barely noticeable, understanding smile, while the weight of the situation settles into the silence of the room. Lined Worms confidently steps into the hall. Her appearance instantly draws all attention. Queen Melina, surrounded by Rin and her followers, greets the Dragon King with a graceful nod. Melina thanks him for the visit and suggests without delay to begin the official ceremonies. Continuing the conversation, the queen proposes the official restoration of their ancient alliance. She shifts her gaze to the guests, her face calm but resolute, and emphasizes the importance of further cooperation between their peoples. At these words, the Dragon Queen pauses and reflects on the recent turn of events, admitting that the current state of affairs suits her perfectly. She recalls Alec and asks whether such a state of affairs is truly acceptable to all parties, her gaze briefly lingering on the elven queen. She continues, and a detached wisdom appears in her voice. Though the petty details of this era may fade from memory over time, the restoration of the queen is an event she will not soon be able to forget. Her gaze sharply narrows, one piercing eye captures the full weight of her next words. She announces that she has a specific proposal for the assembly, one on which the future depends. While the summit continues, encircling the large round table, Tenkai listens without lowering his eyes, and the scribe notes the course of events. The conversation turns to the fact that the Dragon Clan commits to protecting the Elven Kingdom, and this protection extends directly to Tenkai. The scribe freezes, the tip of her pen hovering in the air as she realizes, for his sake, they are effectively isolating themselves from other states. She adjusts her glasses, and her thoughts race through the strategic intricacies of such a move. Silently, she thinks, is this an attempt to keep him in a cage under their protection, or is the reality much more complex? Perhaps he is not trapped, but rather by his very presence holds everything in place. She listens attentively as the Dragon King addresses her directly, dismissing any remaining concerns, saying this is a closed circle without end. Blind Worm recalls the decisive moment when Queen Juno brought Tenkai into their world and says, without his appearance, their current path would be much more uncertain. While the conversation continues around the huge table, the Dragon Queen emphasizes, her proposal is for the benefit of all present. She does not hide her desire. For future stability, she wants Tenkai to remain here, integrated into their society. Realizing this, the young nettle servant immediately responds, exclaiming joyful agreement. Her hands clench tightly with excitement. She expresses her sincere wish for Mami-sama to stay, and her face flushes as she imagines him continuing to be with them. The Elven Queen acknowledges what she has heard, noting that her daughter Juno was among those saved thanks to the man's intervention. A feeling of genuine gratitude settles into her calm, regal appearance as she directs her gaze at Rich. She further strengthens her position by declaring that Om Mamadano must settle precisely in the sacred hollow of the world tree, that is the right thing to do. With a quiet smile, she fully supports the additional terms of the alliance, seeing his presence as a blessing. But still, she stops reading. The quill hovers over the parchment, and a moment of hesitation strikes her head. She begins to speak. Her voice cuts through the general agreement, carrying professional caution. Looking at the others, she asks if they have already considered Tenkai's own position regarding this agreement. She says that before making such a grand decision, they need to find out his true feelings, and suggests immediately calling him to the chamber. Somewhere further, near a pile of glass flasks on the wooden floor, the instigator of their dispute stands quietly. His figure, like a silent anchor, holds all the fuss while kings and queens weave their political combinations. He watches as the young beast girl presses the cold metal of the stethoscope to the patient's chest. Her animal ears twitch with concentration, and the rhythmic heartbeat fills her senses. Reports to him about his observations. Excitedly notes that the heartbeat is accompanied by a clear sound of breathing on the right, and Rin quietly, with attentive interest, follows the medical lesson. Snatching the instrument from her, he leans closer to check the sound himself. His face is stern as he peers into the internal mechanisms of the patient's recovery. He confirms her observation, praises the clarity of the right lung's breath, and orders her to remember this very sound as the standard for health. He warns that any change or absence of this sound will require a change in treatment up to another surgical intervention. She admits to herself this difficulty with a sharp, decisive nod at the very moment Rin notices movement from the bed. The heavy curtains of the infirmary are drawn back, and a horned figure enters the room. The figure appears solemnly in steps. His presence sharply and formally intrudes into this quiet medical silence. He sharply turns to the bed in surprise. The patient has finally opened his eyes, but the look in them is wide-eyed and completely clouded. With a relieved smile, he welcomes the man back to the world of awakening and gestures towards the comrades who had been taking care of his recovery all along. He gives a gentle smile and calms the patient. Recovery will still require patience, but the progress is undeniable, so one can rest peacefully. Hearing this, the blonde demon lord quietly bows his head in gratitude, acknowledging this difficult path to recovery is the one he has devotedly decided to follow. Nearby, Rin glances upward from the bed. Tears glisten in her eyes, which have not yet fallen, and adds her quiet, warm words of thanks to the healer's words. The demon lord stays by her side for a moment. The burden of their shared misfortune hangs in the quiet air of the infirmary. His face softens and changes to an expression of deep thought, as if he is weighing the long road still ahead for both of them. The silence is broken by Alec's approach, and Tenkai asks if there is any particular reason for the visit. Alec just shrugs. He says he decided that the healer is idle and thought to invite him for a drink. With a nod, almost casually, Alec turns and walks along the long, sunlit corridor, while Tenkai remains to return to his affairs with a final, polite farewell. Returning to the workshop, Koron stops and looks intently at the stethoscope with wide, uncertain eyes. Tenkai immediately asks what troubles her while she hesitates, wondering if she truly deserves to use such a perfect magical instrument. The history of the stethoscope stretches back many years. It leads to 1816, when a French doctor first used a paper tube to listen to a patient's heart. This simple invention over time transformed thanks to the work of others, including George Kamen, and eventually became the binaural instrument we use today. It connects simple observation with advanced diagnostics. She listens attentively as Tenkai sincerely says he wants to give her his own stethoscope. He explains he wants to prepare it specifically for her because he sees her dedication to learning. Surprised, she catches the words and wonders if such a thing can really be hers. He nods, saying it is all because of a promise made to her grandfather, but for now they have only one, so they will have to share. He asks if she agrees to use it together with him, at least for now. With a dazzling smile, she accepts the responsibility, sincerely and continuously thanking him as she celebrates. He shifts his thoughts to the future. One instrument is not enough, and they need to find a way to produce more medical equipment. His reflections are interrupted by the sudden appearance of a newcomer. The woman introduces herself as Miard, the Prime Minister serving under Queen Melina. Her title does not impress him. Even for a moment he freezes at the mere familiar sight of the glasses on her nose, a technology he did not expect to see here at all. Fixating her gaze on the accessory, the young beast person examines it more closely and marvels at how the lenses provide such clarity. She exclaims with delight what a glass material and realizes how much it enhances her vision. The discovery encourages him. He recognizes the glasses as a sophisticated tool that opens up a whole world of possibilities for their work. But the Prime Minister, when examining the frames, seems a bit overwhelmed by his sudden burst of enthusiasm. Understanding that he probably crossed the line, he shyly apologizes for his enthusiasm. She quietly asks for her glasses back, and her composure is restored as soon as the brief shared impulse of wonder passes. He enters the hall and declares that he has brought the guest as requested. The Prime Minister, Miard, adjusts her glasses, curiosity flashing in her eyes, while the Dragon King, Lindworm, looks on with the first hints of surprise. Seizing the moment, the young doctor says that he also has a matter of extraordinary importance that he wants to discuss with all the gathered leaders. In response to his request, the Prime Minister clarifies the essence of his consultation. He is already beginning to speak, but politely offers to yield the floor if she raises her own questions. Yet his main concern remains the long-term recovery of those affected during the recent conflict. He talks about the medical situation. Despite the fact that the acute physical injury and lung damage have already been stabilized, a much more insidious threat looms overhead. The wounds left by the wolf's claws and teeth carry a very high risk of infection, and he honestly admits that the thought of rabies does not give him peace. With a gloomy look in his eyes, he explains that this disease, contracted through bites or scratches from wild animals, is almost certainly fatal when symptoms appear. It is a terrible truth. The virus can lie dormant for months, but once fever breaks out and hydrophobia sets in, there is no treatment. The Dragon King listens with growing anxiety, and the gravity of the situation becomes clear. Preventing the virus from appearing is impossible. The survivors remain in mortal danger. When the group gathered around the table, the room became stuffy and heavy. The Queen Melina spoke first. Her voice was steady, but there was anxiety in it as she pointed to the troubling nature of recent events and noted that they looked like a bad omen for the kingdom. Responding to her concern, he began explaining his medical war, specifically the disease known as rabies. He admitted, usually it is not transmitted between people, but he was not sure if this disease even exists in this realm. Given the many races, he thought one should be prepared for the worst. Maillard, listening carefully, pressed him. What exactly do such preparations mean, and asked for specifics. He outlined his plan and said he wanted to keep 2 patients under observation in their current ward for some more time. Then he suggested thoroughly digging into the city's history to find any past cases with similar symptoms or even old legends that might hint at a recurring setup. Having finished his proposal, the young healer slightly bowed his head and quietly apologized for what he thought might have sounded selfish or demanding. Despite his modesty, the weight of his words lingered in the air for a long time as others pondered the consequences of his medical prediction. A faint smile touched the queen's lips as she addressed him with respect, acknowledging his devotion. She assured that she understood his reasoning and declared, all this she would leave in his skillful hands, placing full trust in his mastery. When the medical plan was agreed upon, he shifted his gaze to a more practical question and inquired about the reward for his services. The question immediately changed the mood of the meeting, and a moment of quiet reflection hung over the table. She shuddered and looked at him. She was embarrassed by the sudden word about compensation. She admitted, of course, they intended to pay for his hard work, but how exactly to properly thank a person whose healing abilities far exceeded even the most elite mages they had ever encountered she did not know. He quickly brushed off the concern and assured that he acted only out of his own desire to help as a doctor. He said that the hospitality he received and the cooperation with his requests were already sufficient payment for his efforts. He is a bit out of breath when the Dragon Queen playfully challenges him and asks if he really thinks her life is worthless. He quickly stammers, denies it, tries to hold on to the sharp change in the tone of the conversation and explain his modest intentions. Then he shifts the conversation to a historical precedent from his world, telling about Koishikawa Sanatorium. He explains that it was founded by his fellow Dr. Agawa Shousen with a noble purpose, so that even those without means could access life-saving aid. This vision of selfless service reveals the memory of the man himself, a devoted healer who spent his days among the scent of medicinal herbs, caring for the well-being of all regardless of their status. Listening attentively, Queen Melina begins to grasp the true depth of his plan and asks if his ultimate goal is to create a refuge where medical treatment becomes a right for every living soul in this kingdom. He confirms this with a passionate outburst, declaring that he dreams of giving healing to everyone who seeks it near the world tree. But he worries, in a country where medicine is so rare, this may seem arrogant, yet his conviction will not waver. After his statement, a heavy silence hangs over the gathered leaders. They are contemplating the scale of his plan. He stands before them, a solitary figure from another world, proposing a revolution in how they care for the various peoples of their land. The tension eases as the queen gives a warm, supportive smile, and the Dragon King bursts into loud laughter. It is clear that he is amused and at the same time impressed by his grand plan. Meanwhile, Miard watches intently. Her analytical mind is already weighing the practical consequences. Then Maillard shifts the conversation to his young companion Coronet and asks if she is really his student. She, in response, asks if he would agree to share his knowledge with the elves. He accepts the request without any hesitation. He smiles warmly when Maillard leans in and whispers that the source of his power must naturally remain a secret. He simply agrees, and this surprises her with his easy, everyday consent to such an important matter. Continuing the explanation, he says that his hands cannot reach through time and space to help everyone, so he hopes that as many people as possible will master these medical arts. Touched by his dedication, Maillard raises her hand and enthusiastically volunteers to become his first student. Queen Melina restrains a gaze full of determination and declares that they will indeed build a refuge in this kingdom to save all who suffer from diseases. Hearing a specific term, he tilts his head in surprise and asks what exactly the imperial appointment means in this land. When plans for the future begin to take shape, memories of another healing surface. A man with sharp light hair performs what many consider a miracle. In a huge city of stone spires, he placed his gloved hands on the shattered limb and began to sing ancient, measured spellsounds that hummed with a power older than the city itself. His touch made the very air tremble, spreading in waves like water. Radiant light blossomed from the fingertips as soon as the magic began its work. The result came instantly and was undeniable. The woman gasps in disbelief as she sees the man's shattered leg healing right before her eyes. A storm of approving cries rises in the hall. The bishop's name echoes throughout the room as a testament to his divine intervention. He remained unmoved even under a barrage of worship, explaining that a curse often grows within the physical wound itself. Handing over a small vial, he ordered, if the curse manifests as a fever, the holy water inside will provide the necessary relief. With tearful, final gratitude, the woman bowed deeply in the center of the huge, sunlit cathedral, while the figure of the bishop towered above the gathered crowd. He stood calmly while his subordinates marveled at his strength and watched how in a moment he healed such a severe wound. With a humble expression, he replied that it was not such a big deal, just the result of proper faith and prayer. When one of them asked why a woman of such low status deserved a divine miracle or the gift of holy water, he looked up. He spoke of a world where God created all people equal, and his voice carried the weight of barely concealed piety. And as soon as he clarified that this equality does not extend to other races and to people of mixed origin, a sharp predatory gleam flashed in his eyes. His followers quietly chuckled among themselves, mocking the idea that this liquid, which they knew as ordinary juice collected by slaves, could truly be sacred, but still continued to play the act. A light mocking mood was broken by the arrival of a messenger who brought an urgent summons from Archbishop Ecclesiastes. As soon as it became known that he was required at the Holy See immediately, a keen, focused expression flashed across his face. With a curt confirmation, he accepted the order and glanced toward the towering spires of the cathedral. There, high-ranking officials of Vera awaited him. Walking through the luxurious, sunlit corridors of the palace, he came across a familiar face. He asked the soul of this man whether he too had been summoned to this sudden gathering. Together with another accomplice named Comet, they stood in the grand hall, each of them confused by the lack of information about the urgent summons. He stands next to his comrades and listens as Comet grumbles about being used for public relations, almost like the recent slave exhibition. Soul remains silent, his face revealing nothing while they talk about their sponsors' demands and the dull nature of their own duties. Realizing the full weight of what is happening, he understands. Both the call of the soul and the call of the comet hint at something much greater than an ordinary briefing. He is gnawed by the thought of whether all 6 stars have been gathered together. Even his comet moves away with a collected, determined gait. Saul notes that one of their CMEO is unlikely to come. He constantly ignores direct orders for the sake of his mysterious experiments. They are mentioned, and this thread hangs in the air, becoming a cause for disputes and curiosity among the elite. When they approach the huge, whimsically decorated doors of the inner sanctuary, some voice remarks on the futility of mercy that brings no profit. This heavy silence of the corridor is broken only by footsteps that echo on the stone. Entering the luxurious living room, they see the room is already occupied by their own, those of the same rank as theirs. In the air hangs a heavy mixture of boredom and anticipation as the 6-star members settle into soft armchairs to await their senior. Among those waiting is FIA. He slouched casually, holding a staff, and nearby Zess a watchful gaze and relaxed posture revealing dangerous confidence. They embody the diverse and formidable power gathered within these walls. Each of them is a pillar of the church's influence. Suddenly, the huge doors burst open and a figure of incredible power appeared, a crown of horns, long luxurious robes. He greeted them with a calm, measured voice, and his presence immediately pressed everyone to their seats, silencing the room. The gathered elite 6 stars stand in a single formation before their leader. Although they differ in temperament and character, the burden of the future task at this moment of official assembly firmly unites them. He began by exposing the terrible situation. Among their holy healers, the world tree had seized the high priest, and the captive turned out to be none other than the high priest Colonel's son. This revelation so struck Phi that she clearly froze. Continuing his speech, he emphasized the need for an immediate and decisive response. The main concern was not only for this man's life, but that their sacred healing magic could be exposed and snatched right from under their enemies' noses. A heavy silence hung in the room while the other participants of 6 stars digested the news. On their faces froze both grim determination and deep unease. Far from the safety of the hall, the captured priest gripped the cold iron bars of his cell, his face twisted by a blend of fear and defiance. He abruptly stands up and stretches deeply, and warily his posture shows fatigue from long hours of studying. When Korin shakes off the last traces of sleep, she calls him and addresses him as Yuda-sama. He abruptly begins to apologize for the brief lapse in attention, just realizing that he is no longer alone. Soon FIA joins them, reporting that Alec was talking about a new project he is undertaking. He confirms his intention. She's gaze steady, focused, and full of purpose. He begins to talk about his plan, creating a hospital, a shelter where the sick and wounded can find relief regardless of their status. This idea fills Corona with amazement, while FIA listens more reservedly, thoughtfully, analytically. He illustrates his thought, shows a flawlessly detailed drawing of dragon anatomy. They lean closer. They are drawn by the complexity of the sketch, although he admits the scale of the work ahead is daunting and they lack time. With a clear sense of mission, he announces his ultimate goal to compile Kaitai Shinsho, a revolutionary new book on anatomy that will become the foundation of medical knowledge in this field. This grand-conceived endeavor echoes the historical attempts of scholars who sought to bridge the gap between traditional practices and rigorous study of the body through translation and observation, thus marking the beginning of a new era in medicine. He explains his plan to the group, emphasizing that recording the internal structure of the dragon is critically important for future medical records. Nearby, Kuroni listens with eyes wide open in admiration as he says this knowledge will allow others to treat dragons even without him. Despite his great ambitions, the young healer remains firmly grounded. He acknowledges that his work is far from finished and that he lacks many necessary resources. He lowers his gaze to the notes so the weight of the trials ahead is written all over his face. Next to her, Queen Melina and her companions catch a light, carefree moment. They recall the recent unsuccessful attempt to make soap. This memory brings a soft smile to the queen. A brief pause from serious talks about medical progress. Previous experiments of the group ended in a sharp failure, so they had to apologize for the persistent smell. And even in the dead of night, all their efforts to improve hygiene and daily life remain unbreakable despite occasional unpleasant setbacks. He immerses himself in the science of soap, breaking down its composition, animal fats and plant ash. He understands that his knowledge is still rough, but the principles of cleanliness are extremely important to prevent diseases from spreading in this world. The conversation breaks into delight over how to use soap for the first time. Karon is burning with the desire to achieve cleanliness far beyond ordinary water. He smiles warmly at her, supporting the thought, prevention is the best way to cure. When the night deepens, the scope of work becomes clear and the need for a proper clinic, specialized instruments, and broader medical knowledge among people becomes obvious. The list of requirements seems endless, but the necessity is undeniable. He thinks about the lack of resources and understands the supplies are dwindling. The question of how to get what is needed in this unfamiliar world weighs on him as he looks into the distance, lost in thought. He is suddenly swept up by the energetic flow of Fia as soon as she declares it's time to drink. Her enthusiasm leaves him almost no room for objections. She promises to listen to his stories properly once there is alcohol in them and insists, we must leave immediately. The group approaches a rural, well-lit establishment hidden among the trees. Warm light spills out into the night as they prepare to enter. As soon as they enter, the bartender greets them. He notices their arrival and with interest notes that this evening they are accompanied by a young healer. Inside it is noisy, a striking contrast to the silence in the forest outside. She immediately takes the steering wheel in her hands, loudly orders the staff to bring out the best drinks and put their heart into the service. While others exchange light greetings, the young man attentively watches her performance, a mixture of joy and fear. She looks back at him and asks if his hesitation is due to low tolerance for alcohol. He, a bit embarrassed, admits he simply makes it a rule to stay away from alcohol. He tries to explain his position, but his words are drowned in playful skepticism. The conversation abruptly changes course when the bartender mentions a name that catches his ear and asks if the young werewolf girl knows the dragon lord who visits upstairs. Inheriting such a powerful figure in the local tavern instantly plunges everyone into shocked silence. Then their gaze rests on a familiar sprawling figure at the next table. In front sits the leader, resembling a dwarf, and he is already completely drunk. He does not notice the arrival of the newcomers at all, fully absorbed in his dream. He bangs an empty mug on the table, loudly demanding a refill, and is jokingly scolded for setting a bad example for the younger generation. Nevertheless, his cheerfulness does not fade. He asks for another round. He leans back with a loud smile, handing the young man a wooden mug, while the latter looks on with a mixture of confusion and hesitation, as if trying to understand what this sudden friendliness is. Continuing to speak, the veteran warrior warns, it is not worth being picky when it comes to good moods, and urges his companion to take a hearty meal that enlivens the goal. When the young man finally takes a cautious sip and realizes that the liquid is surprisingly pleasant to taste, I sharply intervene. I tell the old man to stop bothering their guests. When the group sits around the table, the conversation turns to the drink itself. Tenkai calls it Kalwija and says it is pleasantly fruity, unlike the grain drinks he had drunk before. The noisy leader laughs heartily, impressed by the boy's sensible taste, and declares, that drink was indeed brewed from grain, but this one was made from local fruits. He listens attentively as Tenkai talks about the customs of his distant homeland, where drinks like ale are often served chilled to those at the table. This sounds quite strange and at the same time incredibly interesting. Suddenly, a man in a dark suit acts, directing a wave of magical energy at a wooden bucket until icy residues begin to crystallize on it and cold mist rises from the vessel. Everyone looks at the transformed drink with wide-open eyes and admiration, while the Beast Girl and others are already eager to try the icy bite of this newly created delicacy. He takes a huge gulp of the ice-covered drink, and his eyes open wide as the icy liquid hits his throat. The sensation instantly strikes him. He forcefully slams a wooden mug on the table, and it crashes with a crack like thunder. The roaring roar that echoes through the room forces the bearded man to declare the drink incredibly tasty, and this, to the woman's annoyance nearby, irritates her. She even flinches at the loudness. He leans back, gasping, and compares it to the spectacle of a sunset over a fertile plain or the wild joy of a golden sandstorm. He could not have imagined that there was such a way to savor a drink. He shifts his gaze to the young man who dared to make this icy assumption and asks if there is even more hidden wisdom in the art of alcohol. But the boy modestly waves it off, saying it does not seem like true wisdom. The woman with the staff sees how intelligent he looks and at the same time mocks the fact that he himself hardly drinks. He admits this, recalling his old love, especially that he preferred whiskey over beer. Next, he lays out the very idea of distillation, boiling the liquid and condensing the steam to separate components and create a much stronger spirit, and at this moment his companions freeze in a state of stunned disbelief. His eye flashes with a new predatory curiosity as he leans forward, demanding to hear every detail about this mysterious, stronger infusion. He gruffly cackles with a boisterous laugh, and his voice thunders as he declares that his people have always devoted themselves to the pursuit of the most exquisite alcoholic beverages. But FIA is by no means pleased. She grabs that ragamuffin and demands he stop pestering Tenkai, who looks increasingly tense from the sudden outburst. In this world, the bearded demon lord tries to calm the quarrelsome company, but Tenkai suddenly finds himself physically at the very epicenter of the commotion. He is pushed from side to side and his thoughts rush onward. He is already calculating the scientific possibilities of distillation, realizing that repeating the process could yield highly concentrated ethanol, possibly even for medical use. While he is stuck in his own thoughts, the giant sits down at the heavy wooden table. His face shifts from drunken fervor to a more restrained, measured expression. FIA sits beside him. Her sharp gaze does not leave the conversation, and the air in the room finally evens out. When the conversation changes direction, Tenkai shifts his gaze to Karon. She watches everything with quiet curiosity. He begins to talk about the subtleties of distillation he had considered earlier. His voice is steady as he shares the craft knowledge with those gatherers. While he speaks, the veteran warrior leans closer. His single eye reflects newly gained respect as he says he wants to ask a personal favor. He hints that as soon as Tenkai has a moment of leisure, he could look after his grandson, and in this there is a care that goes far beyond ordinary matters. Frozen by his conspiracy, the teenage boy quietly repeats the word grandchild, and his eyes widen as soon as he catches sight of the young girl with a shy, attentive expression in her eyes. And the veteran simply nods, confirming that this is indeed the child he was talking about, thereby adding a personal value to their growing conspiracy. Tenkai listens while Normand talks about his granddaughter's symptoms, constipation and occasional abdominal pain. He hears the dwarf brush off the seriousness and tell the young man, when the time comes, visit her, and in return for his medical help, he promises to make anything as payment. While Smith still holds the speech, boasting about the legendary skill of his people in blacksmithing and the arts, he bursts out in furious indignation when some young man suggests submitting a formal request instead of a personal favor, insisting, an exceptional level of skill requires proper payment. Later, the dwarf shares a meal with the group, and FIA notices his heavy drinking, while the doctor meanwhile inquires about the presence of the dragon tribe at the workplace. She clarifies that their influence extends not only through this room all the way to a place called Ether, above, known as a floor for fights. After Smith gives a grim warning about lives destroyed by this place, the woman asks how it differs from his own flaws. She watches as the dwarf sharply rises, as if they really saw the truth of this place with their own eyes despite its shameful reputation. He makes his way to the very institution. His heavy boots thud dully on the floor as a woman with elegant, intricate horns meets them, a practiced, friendly smile on her face. She asks if they came to taste the smoke, and her gaze lingers on the newcomers as they enter the strange, hollow cave rooms. Because of his formidable presence, she quickly admonishes him, whispering that loud voices disturb other visitors, and reminds him fire is strictly forbidden within these walls. He mutters something in a low tone in response. It is clear that he finds this stuffy, controlled atmosphere unbearable. The corridor opens into a spacious underground-like hall. The dim light of flickering lanterns outlines figures hunched in the shadows. The air is heavy with the scent of something sweet but sickly. It drifts from the pipes held by listless visitors sprawled on the floor. Next to him, a man leans over a large water pipe, takes a deep breath. Hand is pierced by a harsh, dry, muffled cough that echoes throughout the room. Nearby, another figure lies motionless, the gaze glassy, eyes staring into nowhere, shrouded in a haze of artificial bliss that conceals the physical decay around. Seeing the destruction with his own eyes, Tenkai returns to his companions. His voice trembles as he asks if this substance, this ether, really brought people to such a state, and FIA confirms his fears with a grim nod. Her face hardens as she looks at the addicts. Then she fixes him with a sharp, uncompromising gaze and warns, "Do not offer any caresses for the ear or any idealistic sentiments about what is happening before them. Here," she says, "there is no place for beautiful words and false hopes." Meanwhile, the veteran warrior surveys the grotesque souls around and says, "Some call it a bad habit, but just look them in the face and you will see the truth." He knows this all too well. Those who come here seeking salvation almost never find their way back to the light. Their lives are burned out by the very thing they sought to escape pain and find relief. The veteran warrior retreats while the shopkeeper brushes off any need for sympathy or embellishments. She bluntly calls the substance ether, looks straight ahead without any tricks, and says she needs neither pity nor empty sermons. Through her frankness, the words fall on the room like a heavy burden. She explains, ether, often called the breath of God, provides a temporary escape from suffering. Even the sacred leaves of the world tree cannot soothe it. It is a necessary mercy for those in agony. It allows them to snatch at least a moment of peace. Tenkai Listenchi's eyes widen, and a completely different awareness begins to awaken in his mind. To this revelation, he clings to confirmation. His voice trembles, mixed with both distrust and hope. He asks if this truly allows a person to sleep peacefully, completely unaware of their own pain. His companions, including FIA and the young coronet, look at him with wide-open eyes. They sense a sudden, sharp break in his behavior. While others watch, mixing confusion with curiosity, he reaches out to take the smoking device. The saleswoman watches him closely. Her face reveals nothing as he examines the craft tool with such concentration bordering on obsession. He grabs the pipe. A pure, mad inspiration flashes across his face. He declares that this is not just a drug for despair. This is exactly what he was looking for, a vital component of his grand plan which is already spinning in his head. With a joyful cry, he explains, "This substance is the key to a real hospital." He sees in it not just a drug, but the basis for general anesthesia, an idea capable of revolutionizing the approach to the sick and wounded. While he celebrates this unexpected discovery, the achievements of the history of such discoveries flash through his mind, from the first isolation of gases to their use in surgery. Meanwhile, far from the twilight interior of the Attern shelter, the sun floods the sprawling capital with light. Its grandiose domes and whimsical architecture are a testament to the wealth and power of the city, indifferent to the medical breakthrough being contemplated here in the shadows. Inside one of these majestic structures, a group of high-ranking officials and warriors gathers around a long table. Sol, Comet, and Zess sit silently next to Dragon King. Their faces are stern as they prepare to discuss state affairs and the shifting waves of their world. Comet voices a cold ultimatum, and shock is visible on her face in response. The order is simple: kill. Sol tries to argue and finds out if there is any chance their former comrades might survive, but the air remains thick with the grim truth of their mission. Due to the weight of this decision, the group convenes to discuss the next step. Lineworm notes that the fate of Colonel Sun and his assistant will be determined by the course of events. Comet volunteers for reconnaissance to infiltrate the area, but others quickly point out his appearance will be too conspicuous, so they settle on leaving it to chance to decide who will take the risk. In response to the need for a fair selection, FIA prepares to toss 3 coins into the air, while Sol watches the process silently, tensely, and focused. She counts accuracy confirmed, and her face remains unreadable as the metal discs catch the light. As the coins clink and fall down, the company sets the rules of their game, assigning the gold, silver, and copper coins to specific outcomes. FIA confidently names her prophecy of 3 stories. Her voice is steady against the silence that stretches tension in the library. Following her example, other council members Zess, Comet, and Sol, one after another, without pause, announce their bets, and the full weight of what this coin toss means for their future mission is frozen on their faces. In a moment, the 3 coins clinked against the fabric. The metallic clatter echoed through the room as they settled into their final places. Seeing the result, Zess calmly and decisively rises from his seat. FIA exclaims in surprise, realizing that he alone correctly predicted the outcome with triple tails, and now he is the one fate has chosen for the upcoming mission. With the matter settled, he prepares to depart, and Sol reflects that it should be so. The job is for the luckiest among them. Despite FIA's joking grumble that he was overlooked again, the group utters their last words of support to Zess as he sets out on the dangerous task. He bows low as the merchant woman expresses her gratitude to him for his swift and decisive actions, acknowledging the gravity of the matter he has taken upon himself. Moments later, the driver near the city gates checks the travel permit, confirming the identity of the trader named Lon before allowing him into the prepared transport. Then the driver returns to the carriage pulled by a beast and asks what exact destination lies ahead, while the creature nervously twitches and moves. Settling into the soft armchair of the private lounge, the traveler only indicates the direction to the southwest, and his entire gaze is already fixed on the road ahead. Under the steady gaze from beneath the wide-brimmed hat, he clarifies the true goal: the cave of the world tree inside the Elven Kingdom. Meanwhile, Tinkai walks the lively streets together with his young companions and finally feels relief. He has obtained a resource that may be useful for their cause. The boy examines a small vial. The substance is promising, but to safely apply it as medical treatment, extensive research is needed. He explains that they need to conduct tests on various subjects to determine the correct dosage and method of application, although finding volunteers is a major obstacle. He listens attentively while FIA suggests consulting SIA for more detailed information. The horned merchant stands aside and he nods in agreement, acknowledging the soundness and seeking professional advice. Because of this shared goal, she reveals his eager desire to support his dream to establish a hospital. He is noticeably moved. He did not think her dedication was so deep. Meanwhile, she considers, maybe she should forge the necessary surgical instruments herself, since her request to the blacksmith is still pending. She shifts attention to urgent needs. She asks if large blades are necessary for his work. He assures her any tools would be useful, but he will obtain the equipment himself, yet her watchful gaze suggests she has not yet given up on her proposals. In a moment, she raises her hand, fingers covered in an indistinct dark coating, and explains, although small instruments are convenient, her main goal is to prevent him from suffering any further injuries. He can only watch, slightly embarrassed by her straightforward care. In response to the technical difficulties of his medical research, she introduces the concept of spirit silver, a rare material that could potentially eliminate the need for blood during some magical processes. The group falls silent in stunned silence, digesting the weight of this revelation. With a radiant smile, she admits that all the intricacies of healing are beyond her, but she has decided to be helpful in any way. Before he can respond, she grabs his hand and her energy is contagious, as if saying, they are setting off right now. The young woman then drags him through the thickets with incredible strength, and her laughter rings out as she promises to lead him straight to the source of the spirit silver. He tries to keep his footing as he is swept away by the trail of her sharp, determined run. High above the world, a mighty obsidian dragon cuts through the sea of clouds. The mission is clear. They are searching for rare materials necessary to build a proper medical facility. He clings to the dragon's back and his breath falters in the thin, icy air. Alex notices that his passengers are uncomfortable, asks if it is too cold, and clarifies their specific goal. The dragon of golden arrows as it stretches across the horizon whispers to the companion that warmth is very close. Through the fog, the trembling of their target is already visible. They descend, and on the body of a huge mountain, right on its face, a sprawling city unfolds. Tenkai breathes sharply at the sight of the majestic castle, but Alex clarifies, this is Tojimina, the former great kingdom of dwarves, which now seems silent. After landing, they make their way through towering, empty stone corridors of the mountain city. Alex explains, the dwarves did not simply disappear. They moved their entire civilization to follow another vein, or left this place as an empty monument to their past. Eventually, they find a pocket of life in cold stone, a room where a fire crackles in a large fireplace. The horned shopkeeper is already there, and Tenkai feels relieved, while Alex says that this place remains the best for searching spirit silver and tosium, even though the dwarves have gone. Warmth is near the fireplace. Tenkai asks about the old man Normama. The shopkeeper says he was among the few who stayed in the city, and Tenkai, with a heavy heart, realizes they stand in the ruins of his friend's true home. The experienced blacksmith spoke with fierce determination. His single eye burned with the thought of a huge hospital that would become a salvation for every soul suffering from illness. Because of this bold dream, Queen Melina looked at him with respect, recognizing the scale of his plan as they stood together in the royal gardens, and officially requested his skill for the future of her people. He silently stared into the silence of the landscape, contemplating the end of an era for his nation, then bowed low to swear to devote his entire life and skill at the anvil to it. While the conversation continued, she asked about the exact purpose of the building they planned to construct, and said she had also hoped to speak with Tenkai, but he was not present now. In response, FIA explained that the young man had gone to Tosium Mine. This revelation surprised the old dwarf as soon as he realized how complex the mana crafting they intended to perform with spirit silver would be. He stood silently, looking at the desolate ruins of the land that was once his home. Meanwhile, the queen and her companions watched him, their faces frozen with the weight of future affairs. Despite all the risks, the masters decided to wait for the group's return, confident that they would manage to get the necessary materials while focusing on their own preparations. He prepared the workshop, the blacksmith's forge, the hammer, and the furnace, and stood silently, waiting for the work ahead. He stood before the assembled team, and his voice rang out as he announced, a huge project, the first in quite a long time, was finally at the doorstep. He watched as they erupted in a ringing roar of approval, while his granddaughter observed the exchange with a curious, somewhat detached expression. He barked orders, directing people to the quarry and black pond to gather materials, and waved a young girl to stay behind. He leaned closer, and his voice grew softer as he directly asked if her stomach still hurt. He noticed how her hands instinctively clutched her stomach. A flash of discomfort crossed her face, revealing the pain she was trying to hide. He quickly noticed how she strained to force a radiant smile and stood in a determined pose, loudly declaring that she felt great since morning and was ready for duty. He gently reminded her true strength is knowing when to rest, not indulging in pride, but she stubbornly reached to be of use to him. She persistently strives to prove her worth, begging her grandfather to let her join while announcing her departure to gather firewood. Norman can only watch and freeze in shocked silence as the enterprising granddaughter takes everything into her own hands. Her determination hides a hidden ailment. A few moments later, she rushes out of the workshop. Her delicate figure disappears into the distance, and the morning light floods the yards. Seeing her excitement, the old master bursts out with a loud shout of support, and his own enthusiasm ignites from her determination. In the forest, she works with impressive strength, swinging an axe and pulling heavy logs, gritting her teeth from the strain. Her efforts do not go unnoticed nearby. Some master whistles admiringly, then marvels at her industriousness. As the sun rises higher, other workers begin to get nervous. Noticing her tense movements, they advise taking a break if her stomach still troubles her. She brushes off their concerns, forces a smile, thanks them for their kindness, and insists she must continue. She tries to make a joke of it, suggesting that her discomfort is just digestion. But the experienced worker does not believe her and, pointing to the obvious pain frozen on her face, continues to warn her. Despite this, she bursts into ringing laughter and again insists she is fine. Suddenly, a sharp, painful, convulsive jerk pierces her body. Her eyes open wide in shock, and the world around blurs. Strength leaves her legs and she begins to stagger, causing Master Hugh to worry. He is confused, turning her condition over in his mind. She does not understand how the pain could have intensified so quickly when just a moment ago she felt so capable. She collapses into the underbrush, her body finally giving in under the weight of her hidden ailment. Hugh, seeing the sudden fall, shouts her name in panic, and it echoes among the trees. Seeing her fall, he rushes back to the village. His chest heaves with ragged breaths as he finds Norman. Only convulsive gestures, and he hurriedly says the girl has fallen. His voice trembles with the same urgency. Just hearing his report, the veteran one-eyed warrior's pupil sharply dilates from sheer fear alone. The news hits him harder than any physical blow. The realization that his granddaughter is in mortal danger stuns him for a moment, paralyzing him with shock. Breaking free from numbness, he grabs a nearby guide and orders him to lead straight to the castle. There is such urgency in his voice that there is no time to delay. They rush with desperation, racing against time to save the girl. Meanwhile, he speeds toward the very heart of the settlement. A medical tent is hastily set up and frightened onlookers gather around. The tension thickens in the air. The best they can find assemble to assess the condition of the girl, who is growing worse by the moment. Inside, she lies on the bed, her face twisted in a grimace of unbearable pain, and she calls for Hugh. Normam stands over her, his heart breaking as he asks the healers if there is anything they can do to ease her suffering, and Corona and Melina watch with deep concern. She gasps convulsively for air. They discuss how serious it all is. The Elven Queens hint that their only hope is to remember the master healer, Tenkai. The Beast Woman listens to every word, her face reflecting the despair of the moment when it becomes clear local remedies do not save. Their conversation darkens sharply as they count how much time it will take to reach the specialist. They realize it is 2 days on the road even if flying at full gallop. As the girl continues to cry out in pain, the delay weighs heavily on them, and they wonder if she will have the strength to survive until help arrives. She lies motionless, and her condition does not change until suddenly a loud, ominous rumble startles those standing watch near her. Corona and the Queen return together, their eyes wide open in a mixture of anxiety and disbelief at this unexpected intrusion. A huge figure of the forest god emerges from the watery whirl of mist and light. The mighty being looms over the small group. Its presence radiates an ancient, balancing power that cuts through the tension in the room. Fixing her gaze on the divine beast, the Queen feels her breath catch. She is struck by a sudden intuition. With a trembling voice, she asks if the Great Spirit truly intends to find Tenkai and bring him back to their side. The monster lets out a loud, guttural roar that makes the very floors trembling. It sounds like confirmation. With relief, the Queen offers to be its guide, and Corona bows low, passing the mission to her mistress and ancient protector. Thank you for watching. Before leaving, she casts one last glance back at the Master Gatherer. Normam and his companions are already ready. Their faces are carved with grim determination to do whatever is necessary while she is away. Then her gaze softens again as it rests on the pale, sleeping face of the young girl. She reflects on the resilience of these people and marvels at the strength that allows them to endure such trials. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows nearby in a carriage, the prisoner official watches everything unfolding with cold calculation gleaming in his eyes. He remains a silent observer, his true intentions hidden behind a mask of weary indifference. While the Queen prepares for the journey, the Dragon King rises on a crawling worm-like presence, draped in elegant attire. He insists the Queen should take an extra layer to protect herself from the piercing winter cold of the outside. A gesture of unexpected care that leaves the elven ruler momentarily speechless. She utters a word of thanks as the great beast beneath her, eager to rush forward, pounds the ground with its massive paws. Thump, thump. Every second is worth its weight in gold, and she begs the forest god to hasten the pace as quickly as possible to Tenkai. Turning back to the settlement, the horned merchant approaches Normam. Her voice shows concern as she says that Alec has not returned yet. She sincerely apologizes for the growing tension. Her presence becomes a quiet support amid the increasingly thickening fear. Sighing heavily, he brushed off her apologies, his gaze fixed on the ground, and he insists that neither she nor her child is to blame or has anything to apologize for. His anger finally broke through, directed only at himself, whom he considers powerless before the suffering that lies ahead. Next to him, a young Oni guy is frantically tearing off his flower, gritting his teeth as if the pain is devouring him. Normam calculates the grim truth of their situation. Even with the Queen's divine haste, help will not come until after midnight, so the guy will have to endure the torture for hours. He steps outside into the fierce cold. The experienced warrior stands alone as the snow begins to fall, silently watching his own vortex tear apart within him. The chilling question echoes in his mind again: is he destined to lose another soul under his watch? His single eye reflects a deep, ingrained sorrow. Snowflakes stick to his beard as he stares frozen into the emptiness of his own fears. And the thought of losing something else becomes a burden he can no longer birth. Resolve bends under the weight of past tragedies. In the air shelter, despair thickens. Crowns and arranged worms watch the suffering boy, and on their faces is frozen, helpless resignation. The low moans of the lone boy are the only sound, continuously reminding of the ticking time and the distance yet to be overcome. Looking up at the vaulted ceilings of the magnificent building, the voice asks if this place was intended as a hospital and tries to find hope in the architecture. Then a quiet plea sounds a desperate prayer for their master to return before it is too late for the life hanging by a thread. Kramer leads them through stone corridors and explains that they have already obtained the necessary medicine. She adds, with spirit silver they will be able to make a whole bunch of needed tools. Tenkai listens attentively and nods, confirming that he is keeping track of their progress. He holds on to what he is doing now, acknowledges that many challenges lie ahead, but they must focus on what can be done right now to maintain the pace. Behind them, a gnome laughs loudly, hinting that all construction needs must be handled by the old master. He admits, although the young man can be a bit talkative, his skills are undeniably impressive and reliable. Soon the team reaches the entrance to a deep well. A whole series of metal stairs leads down into the darkness of the underground mines. A small slime peeks over the edge and admits that this darkness is a bit scary. When they are just beginning the long descent, the shopkeeper notices how enormous the length of the stairs is. Tenkai notes that they have already descended almost 20 levels, but the bottom of this establishment still seems far away. Finally, they reach the base and enter a huge cave hall that impresses with its scale. The underground space stretches impossibly wide. It takes their breath away for a moment, and they stand in the stone ancient times like specks of dust. Without warning, a blinding flash of light bursts from the shadow sand. The oppressive darkness shatters completely. Tenkai covers his eyes and his heart pounds wildly. This sudden flash reveals something enormous lurking in the depths. He froze in paralyzed shock as the gigantic mechanical beast, a dragon of steel, and raised its head with a roar so powerful it deafened. Its jaws flared with terrible energy, marking the arrival of the mighty guardian. He emits a dazzling stream of energy, filling the cave with scorching white light that erases shadows to nothing. When the shine fades, a thick cloud of dust and debris hangs in the air. The echo of the discharge still pulses, vibrating through the stone walls. Darkness quickly engulfs the tunnel, leaving the group almost completely in darkness. Tenkai clicks a small pen flashlight. Its narrow beam cuts through the gloom as he says how quickly the light disappeared. He and the young Oni boy in helmets for protection look around. Tenkai notes, in such a cramped space, monitoring the oxygen level will be better with a torch or candle. Without warning, a dense viscous mass of cobwebs fiercely strikes the boy's face, muffling his cry of surprise as he struggles out of the sticky trap. The sudden strike freezes Tenkai in shock while the boy convulsively tries to pull off the binding straps. From the darkness emerges a new threat. He didn't even have time to blink. Understanding the trap, Tenkai recognizes the silk. It belongs to the spider, though he cannot comprehend why it ended up where there should have been emptiness. He calls Alec, sensing a dragon nearby. The dragon man lunges fiercely into battle. Claws tear thick strands and an irritated growl bursts from his chest. He tells Tenkai to hold on a moment while he clears the way from these pesky scoundrels. A young woman steps forward. Her voice trembles but sounds clear as she asks permission to treat the child. Tenkai, standing nearby, can only watch and freeze in shock while she makes her plea, her eyes filled with desperate determination. Normum, whose face has hardened from years of deep distrust, looms over her as a threatening figure. He sharply reminds her, once people abandoned Lindworm and fled when they needed help, so he asks why they should trust her kin again at all. The woman encounters his stern gaze, eyes wide open, filled with fear and unyielding determination. Meanwhile, Lindworm watches this replacement with cold, detached curiosity. The silence between them presses with the weight of ancient betrayals. The fist clenches from the side, the leather on the glove creaks from the tension of his anger. He warns her with a low, dangerous growl. If he trusts her with this and she fails, he will not hesitate to take her life right where she stands. Despite the mortal threat, she grips her staff tighter, her knuckles whitening from the strain. She sincerely apologizes for the cowardice of past days and declares she will no longer run away. She swears to stay and help until the one they are waiting for finally returns. Lindworm shifts his gaze from the standoff near the tent to the beast girl standing nearby. She asks Karon for her opinion and aloud wonders what Yudo would do if faced with this difficult choice. The girl's face warms with a clear, intelligent smile as she remembers her master's kind heart. She is sure, if he were nearby, he would simply look her in the eyes and ask for help without any doubt or hesitation. The Dragon Queen finds common ground. Her stern face finally begins to thaw as she looks at the determined man. She tells Normam that no matter how dark the history between their peoples, they cannot remain forever indifferent to the needs of the present. She looked at the young human with a calculating gaze and finally admitted, if the specialist is ready to act, it is much better than allowing the child to continue dragging out their agony. She watched as the rough leader first frowned, then unease spread across his face. Instead of his usual bravado, there was heavy silence until he heard a weak, trembling voice calling him from the headboard. He looked down at his grandson, Hugh, who was lying all sweaty, his face twisted. The boy admitted that the sharp pain that started in the center of his abdomen had now shifted and begged the healer to help him. His words made the eyes of the young girl animal flash with surprise. Immediately understood and asked if the source of the boy's suffering had really moved to another place, feeling how the very gravity of events had changed. She watched as the old warrior turned all his attention to the apprentice and demanded, "State your name." She replied that her name was Saya, and he cast aside pride and begged her to save his grandson. She stepped forward resolutely, gripping the staff tightly, and in her eyes burned a newly born desire to confront the medical crisis head-on. She stands over the bed where the young patient lies. Her face is stern as she explains the diagnosis to the gathered leaders. She calls the ailment the curse of mana stagnation, when energy accumulates and hardens inside the body, causing incredible suffering and physical torment. She places a steady hand on the boy's abdomen and feels an unnatural stony hardness beneath the skin. The manifestation of the curse is cruel. The accumulation of mana inflates his chest and belly so much that it hurts, as if pressure is building inside him. Turning back to the Dragon King and the chief, she requests leaves from the world tree to tame the patient's agony. She says, the leaves will not cure the root cause but are necessary to dull the pain and stabilize his condition before the real treatment begins. It is then that Coronet approaches with steaming dishes and offers a prepared decoction she had kept in reserve. Zhu accepts the help with a grateful look and understands, having more medicine for the difficult procedure ahead is vital for the boy's survival. But as soon as the medicine was prepared, the youth drains it in one gulp, his face contorted with effort, while the onlookers watch intently in tense silence. When he finishes the first portion, Saya announces, the preliminary steps are complete and the main act is about to begin. As she prepares a memory of her mentor, Tinkai, scenes flash through her mind. A moment from another world where he stood in a sterile corridor battling the limits of his healing arts. Once he lamented the impossibility of saving everyone, and now those words ignite in her the determination to prove he was wrong in this world. She looks at her patient with a soft, all-knowing smile, the same devoted resolve her teacher once showed. She tells herself, even if this is only her own selfishness, she cannot just stand aside and watch someone suffer when she has the knowledge and power to help. She draws strength from the memory of her mentorance. He stood unwavering while mana spiraled around him. He came to understand, turning away from one's duty means losing a part of one's own soul. And this conviction did not fade even when the most terrible trials hung before her. This memory of his courage flares in the dark tunnel. Alec, the obsidian dragon, surged forward with a thunderous roar. Tinkai orders the beast to hold its ground and firmly resolves to face the unknown threat alone as they make their way through the treacherous cave labyrinth. He obediently follows the dragon's lead. The creature drives a mysterious figure among the shattered rocks. A swift movement and the target is pinned in place. The colossal power of the dragon leaves no chance to escape as dust and debris fly into the air. Seeing that the dragon is about to deliver the final blow, he rushes into the thick of the fight and begs Alec to wait. He believes, even in this darkness there may remain a chance for dialogue, and he refuses to let violence be the only answer in this clash. When the dust settles, the true form of their enemy is revealed. A young girl with grotesque, spider-like limbs growing from her back, crouching in the shadows with a gaze strangely mixed with wild aggression and deep, sucking fear. She remains crouched and ready, defending herself, while he stands frozen in shock, realizing their monster is just a child who hit him with the force of physical pain, and he aloud wonders what could have made her attack, his heart gripped by sudden anxiety that only protected her. While he tries to digest the tragedy before him, near the very ground something suddenly stirred, noticed it out of the corner of his eye. Next to the bucket of sticky mud from the maiden's shadow, a swarm of tiny dark figures begins to emerge, darting and scurrying over the wet stone. Looking more closely, he shuddered with horror. Hundreds of tiny spiders, pressing against each other, crawled forward in a continuous frantic, tinkling mass. The true horror of the girl's condition began to reach him when those tiny creatures spread across the floor, and their presence filled the tunnel with a feeling of complete, endless fear. He bows low and sincerely apologizes, having frightened her with his sudden appearance and fire. Alex watches from the shadows. His flame probably caused the panic. In response, she remains crouched and explains. Her aggressive stance was only a way to shield smaller creatures behind her from harm. The young man closes his Aishi's face heavy with remorse, and he again utters his apologies. It is clear that he is deeply moved by her protective nature. Looking at him in response, she seemed confused by his genuine remorse, and her large eyes reflected a brief spark of uncertainty. Suddenly, a bright light flashes as a torch is lit, and she shudders with fear again while the new one apologizes for the darkness. She rises to her full height, her spider-like legs tense as she figures out whether this kindness is a trick to lower her guard before they kill her for amusement. He quickly clarifies their intentions and says that they are only in the tunnels to collect a rare material called spirit silver. He shows her a flickering sample. He assures her there will be no harm, and she looks at the shining object with new curiosity. She shudders, and suspicion flares up as soon as he voices the request. He tells her to accompany them so he can examine the wounded leg, but she immediately clings to motives, fearing he might be a predator or a killer. He quickly tries to calm her, explaining he only noticed her burn and wants to help. He gives a quiet, weary smile, and a small, slippery creature comfortably settles on his shoulder. He admits that he wants to provide medical help, but still is not sure if she will ever allow it. Part of the time, she just silently looks back. Her thoughts race as she tries to understand who this strange, kind person might be. Somewhere there, the tension of the journey finally dissipates as the group closes ranks again. Princess Juno breathes a frankly relieved sigh upon seeing the forest god again. Her eyes burn with joy. A gigantic chimera rises above Thema, silent guardian, while everyone else gathers together, grateful that the boss's granddaughter is safe. But despite everything, the cost of their latest trials begins to take its toll on him. He leans on his servants, his body covered in sweat, and his breathing breaks into ragged, hoarse gasps. Even despite obvious exhaustion, he stubbornly continues to direct his strength. The air around him trembles and flickers from the tension of his efforts. Carefully tracking him, the Dragon King sees the dangerous price the ritual demands. She notices his critical mana exhaustion and sternly warns that if he continues pushing beyond his limits, he will surely die. He can hardly hear Herhai's gaze, and all his attention completely absorbed by the task ahead. His eyes wide open, determination and agony mixed in them. Nearby, the veteran warrior and the Dragon Queen watch, increasingly worried. They already understand how severe his condition is. Finally, his strength betrays him and he collapses onto the makeshift bed. His lower jaw is clenched tight, teeth bared in a grimace of pain endured, cold sweat beads on his forehead, and his body trembles from sheer exhaustion after magical depletion. Young Oni screams out of fear with utter desperation in his voice when he sees his fallen comrade. He looks around at those nearby and demands an answer. Does the treatment really work? Meanwhile, the rest stand aside in the silence of mournful vigil. On their faces is anxiety for the man who gave so much. He watches as the young medic explains how difficult it is to drive out evil spirits and how this causes mana blockage. She adds that cleansing magic is the most grueling path for those whose mana has thickened, and apologizes for the harsh truth of what is happening. From her explanation, a memory of a warm, radiant smile flashes in her mind. For a moment, it paralyses her. The sharp contrast between this quiet picture and the burden of the current duty makes her eyes widen in shock. She quickly hides the inner turmoil behind a cautious smile and convinces the group that she is fine. Below, the companions remain gathered together. Anxiety still trembles on their faces, but hope is already growing as they look at her. When she is about to exert more effort again, the Dragon Lord places a firm, grounding hand on her shoulder. The ancient ruler warns her not to collapse blindly, acknowledges his own limits, and at the same time provides the support that the young medic so desperately needs. The eyes of the young healer widen sharply. They hold both shock and focused excitement as she faces the full weight of what is happening. She feverishly works on him, on that better-than-human, whose body is racked with pain and burning with fever. She flinches sharply at a sudden, loud click, but immediately lifts her gaze with a barely noticeable relief, as if to say help has finally arrived. She watches as a burly youth carefully lifts the sick man onto his back to carry him to a more suitable place, keeping a vigilant watch. She listens attentively and, addressing the group, announces a grim conclusion. A hard abdomen and violent tremors are clear signs that an evil spirit is possessing her. She listens as he fumbles with the term, prompting the Dragon Queen to explain. Such spirits are often simply invisible pathogens like bacteria or viruses. She watches as she explains, despite different races, their internal biology is similar enough, so magic works, although she admits she herself cannot do it. She is interrupted just as she is about to begin the ritual. The youth stops her and insists that one key detail must be confirmed before they proceed. He leans in, his voice tense, and asks a question that could change everything. Is the physical structure of this person truly identical to a human's? Zhou, confused, glanced down at the suffering patient, his face twisted in a silent grimace of pain. The Dragon Queen interrupts. Her voice is calm but carries the weight of ancient secrets. She admits she herself has not verified the truth, as such knowledge is strictly forbidden, but once a high-ranking priest from the past claimed it was exactly so. Zhou absorbs what she hears, and her face darkens as she considers what this means for the treatment. She hurriedly apologizes for the need in her next actions. Her gaze fully returns to the task. A thin, transparent slime still lies on the shoulder, and she reaches out. Her fingers tremble not from strength but despite the increasing pressure of circumstances. As she presses on his abdomen, her eyes widen sharply with anxiety. The muscles under her touch are hard as stone, an involuntary self-protective tension that screams of a severe internal crisis. This muscular defensive restraint is an undeniable warning. The body is already fighting a deep illness, and the forces are clearly on its side. From the touch, a sharp, hoarse cry of pain bursts from him, and he instantly opens his eyes wide, pure despair. She quickly pulls her hand back and quietly whispers another apologetic phrase, but the very place of his torment provides the final, decisive part of the diagnostic puzzle. She tracks how the pain shifted from the center of his chest down to a precise point on the lower right side. Coron watches from the edge, her animal ears twitching nervously, until the young medic finally realizes this is a classic case of appendicitis, a condition that can become fatal if not stopped. Turning to the burly leader, she clinically states the diagnosis. The root of the evil spirit is actually a severe appendicitis. Norman just stares back, one eye dilated, his gaze filled with both confusion and growing fear of these strange technical terms. He will beg her to find a way to save the young Manhai's voice breaks with despair, because he cannot accept that someone so alive and full of life can fade away. As he speaks, a complex map of the human abdomen looms calmly in the background, a reminder of the fragile balance between life and the quiet internal threats that can end it. And he watches as Tenkai questions Seiya about why cleansing magic is used for such stomach pains, trying to understand what the standard treatment is here. The young medic clarifies, although cleansing is a standard reaction to pain, it is often powerless when hidden corruption is too advanced. So he shows a small vial of medicine that might work for milder cases. This investigation astonishes Corona and her companion. When they realize that the medicine their master once used to fight invisible threats is actually inseparably linked to the cleansing magic they have always known, their amazement knows no bounds. Catching a shadow of hope, the bearded leader asks if persistent cleansing can truly heal the ailment. Tenkai silently weighs the risks, to rely on medicine or to give a chance that the disease will return if the source is not removed. Turning his attention to the others, the scholar asks Alec to call their assistant. He needs to use a potent substance called ether to prepare for the next stage of treatment. The Dragon King, with a sharp, focused gaze, acknowledges the request and summons power as a turbulent energy vortex begins to manifest in the air around them. The severity of the situation is increasing as the healer explains to the stunned leader. Unlike previous internal procedures, this time he will have to physically cut the body from the outside to reach the problem. He further explains that ether is needed to induce a deep, painless sleep, and this idea clearly frightens viewers who consider such a state a dangerously unnatural way to aid treatment. He stands ready while the shop owner approaches together with the young medical student, Zhe. Norman's gaze carries the weight of silent burden. The bearded leader talks about the risks, recalling warnings about the unpredictable nature of ether. He admits his own fear of this substance. Because of his fear, he grabs Zhe and demands, first let her test the anesthetic on him to check its safety for his friend. With his head bowed, he pleads for Hugh's life, offering his own existence as collateral for the success of the procedure. This demonstration of self-sacrifice moves everyone present, the Coroni, the shopkeeper, and the young doctor, and a stunned, respectful silence hangs in the room. A moment later, heavy curtains are drawn aside, revealing a makeshift surgical theater. As the preparation begins, he watches everything, mixing fear with hope, while the doctor adjusts his instruments to the patient's size. Feeling his torment, a quiet, confident hand rests on him without words, but with a promise of gratitude and firm resolve. He watches as the giant warrior lets out a thunderous roar. His face is a mask of pure determination, and he tenses, preparing for the procedure. This sudden outburst sends a wave of shock through the crowd, and on their faces is a mixture of anxiety and deep concern for their leader. Despite the sharpness of the moment, he remains unshaken. Sweat streams down from his chin, and his gaze is fixed on the task. All his effort, every drop of will, works toward the mission. Finally, the tension eases and he leans back, letting out a tired but genuine laugh. He notes that the sensations are just as painful as he expected, and somehow this even calms him. Feeling his strength beginning to wane, the shopkeeper gently takes his hand in his own. Her face warms with quiet, sorrowful respect until he finally allows his eyes to close. When the anesthesia begins to take effect, a heavy silence settles in the room. She acknowledges the full seriousness of the moment and gestures to call others. The real work is just starting. The traveler takes a step forward, and the echo of his boots emphasizes the guard's demand to show the travel permits. Standing before the huge arched gate, the traveler feels his full weight while the documents are scrutinized. As soon as the guard is convinced that everything is in order, he nods to allow them to proceed. One of the elven sentries holding a staff topped with a radiant crystal stared suspiciously at them and asked about the true purpose of their journey. He answers briefly, his face partially in shadow from a wide-brimmed hat, and says they are here on business. Satisfied with him, the guard officially allows them entry into the city. Inside is a collection of medical instruments, carefully arranged and ready for use. Sharp scalpels, various syringes, and special forceps all lie on a sterile tray. Having finished the first task, the doctor and his young assistant rush to the exit, thanking the horned woman for her help and promising to wait outside if needed. He pauses and looks more carefully at the surgical instruments, asking if there is a tray available that has been fully sterilized and on which there are no contaminants. Grabbing the metal tray in his hands, he looks at it intently as if a sudden revelation has just appeared, as if a new opportunity has just emerged. He watches closely as the shopkeeper directs energy into a small dark object. Nearby, Je watches, filled with both curiosity and anxiety, until suddenly the small workshop is filled with a flash of bright light. This glow pulses with magical heat, burning both the air and everything in it. This is a purification process. It transforms raw material, demonstrating control over power. When the glow fades, 3 shiny metal tools appear on the tray, still giving off a slight warmth. Je holds her breath in awe, her eyes wide open at the sight of the freshly forged instruments. She watches as the shopkeeper shows 3 blades, assuring their incredible sharpness and sterile condition, expressing deep gratitude, acknowledging the skill required to make such fine medical instruments in such a short time. Having secured the tools, he informs the group that he will wait outside to give him space. Cyan nods in agreement, and her expression becomes stern as the weight of the upcoming task settles on her shoulders. She stares at the instruments, her hands barely trembling as she contemplates the procedure ahead. In her culture, using a blade to open a living body is a deep taboo. This thought fills her with a cold sense of fear, even as she prepares to save a life. Behind the stone walls of the infirmary, a small crowd gathered in the dim light. Both beastmen and travelers stood frozen in a heavy, tension-filled silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the entrance. The fate of one of them was being decided. In the quiet room, a young patient lies restlessly on a simple bed, his face soaked with the tension of illness. Kramer and Jay stand ready, the air thickening with the scent of healing herbs and the inevitability of the forbidden operation. He writhes in pain while Tinkai begins the final preparations, urging everyone to change into the disposable protective suits he provided to maintain a sterile environment. Pulling on a surgical cap, she sharply shouts back in a determined voice as Tenkai checks if she is ready to move forward with this exhausting task ahead. They both stand ready in sterile gowns. Tenkai apologizes for the cramped space but emphasizes that cleanliness is an absolute necessity. Seiya's horns required special adjustment in the headgear to maintain airtightness. He approaches the suffering young man and explains, before the inhaled anesthesia can take full effect, another form of numbness is needed while the boy is still conscious despite the brief pain this will cause. Then the doctor shifts his gaze to the girl beast and orders to firmly hold the patient in a certain chicken pose to properly expose the lower part of the spine. She immediately obeys and lifts the boy's body while Zhe watches, eyes wide open and focused. Her face is now partially covered by a surgical mask, and the tension in the room is steadily increasing. He extends his gloved hand, warning the patient that he is about to touch his back to find the exact spot for the spinal injection. His fingers press against the skin and skillfully trace the iliac crest, searching for a landmark known as Tuffy Year's line, the key passage to the spinal block. He firmly presses his thumb against the patient's lower back, looking for the precise anatomical landmark. Without a marker to guide him, he relies solely on touch and quietly apologizes for the discomfort already caused. The pressure leaves a deep dent in the flesh, a temporary mark to guide his needle. The guy on the table flinches, his whole body tenses, and a dull pain of searching rolls along his back. He pauses and mentally checks the location, calculating the risks. If his assessment of the Jacobi line is correct, the spinal anesthesia should be safe, but he still watches the patient's individual physical dimensions and vertebral alignment. A mental map of human anatomy flashes in his mind at the intersection of the iliac crests and the fourth lumbar vertebra. Turning to the assistant, he asks to prepare povidone iodine in a sterile bag. Zhe carefully, as requested, pours the dark antiseptic solution, ensuring the sterile field is not contaminated. He nods with a brief word of thanks, his gaze never leaving the ongoing work. After everything is prepared on site, he draws a dose of lidocaine into the syringe. He warns the patient that he is starting local anesthesia. When the needle enters the skin, there will be a sharp sting. The needle pierces the skin, and the patient flinches again from the sudden sharp pain. He quietly mutters another apology. His hands remain steady as he completes the numbing process and prepares for the deeper injection. On the tray next to him, specialized instruments for the procedure are already laid out and ready. Among them is a long, thin spinal needle, the instrument that will ultimately deliver the anesthetic into the space around the spinal cord. Medical student Zhe holds the specialized tuoi needle steadily and confidently. Her hand does not tremble. She quietly speaks to Hugh, the patient, and asks him to immediately report if numbness or sharp pain appears in his limbs while she prepares to begin. She begins the insertion with absolute precision. The needle enters the skin with its sharp tip exactly at the spot previously marked on his lower back. Her fingers hold a delicate but firm grip, sensing the slightest changes in resistance as the needle advances through tissues beneath the surface. She slowly and deliberately moves her hand forward, guiding the long needle deeper toward the spine, and watches the patient's reaction. The needle she guides successfully passes through the interspinous ligament, an important milestone, bringing the tip closer to the subarachnoid space. Although the history of this technique stretches back over a century to the first successful spinal blocks in Germany and Japan, it still focuses on the present, carefully advancing the inner stylet from the core of the needle. In a moment, a clear drop of cerebrospinal fluid appears from the hub, bead by bead, a sign of perfect placement. Her eyes flash with relief as she confirms the puncture was successful. Once the path is established and the fluid flows, she turns to the assistants and asks them to hand over the catheter to complete the anesthetic administration before surgery. She carefully inserts the thin catheter into the needle, watching as it disappears into the spinal canal. After ensuring the needles have reached the required depth, 15 centimeters, she slowly withdraws the two needles, leaving the flexible catheter securely in place. To complete the preparation, she attaches a filter and connector to the external end of the tube, then firmly secures the entire assembly to the patient's back with strips of surgical tape. When the preparations are finished, she shifts her gaze to the apothecary, who asks if it is time to sedate the patient. Wincing in pain, the patient declares in a trembling voice his complete trust in her and insists that she perform the procedure. She holds his gaze calm, professional, and resolutely focused. The apothecary leans in and reminds the young man of the promise made to his grandfather, asking him not to worry and to lie down and rest while the sedative takes effect. The heavy weight of anesthesia soon covers, activating controlled unconsciousness that soothes pain and relaxes muscles completely, so the expression of agony on the patient's face softens as he sinks into a deep sleep. Since the patient is stable and fully unconscious, she gives a sharp, confident nod to her assistant, a sign that the operation can begin. She stands ready while the chief surgeon addresses her and entrusts her role until the end of the operation. She acknowledges the responsibility with a quiet, resolute nod. She looks at him with sharp, focused eyes above the mask and formally announces the start of the laparotomy for the appendectomy. The weight of this moment presses in the sterile air as he proclaims the start. Then he shifts his gaze to the young girl animal, ordering her to take the instruments. He specifically asks for the round-edged scalpel made by Alec, emphasizing that its edge is better for this job. He receives the instrument just as she quickly hands it over, nods to her with a word of thanks, and stands over the patient. He finds McBurney's point and plans a 5-centimeter incision along the natural skin fold. With a steady hand, he lowers the blade and makes the first cut. The assistants freeze, holding their breath, and fix their gaze on the precise movement that marks the true beginning of the life-saving procedure. The medical student's eyes widen sharply, both from excitement and anxiety, as the sharp blade finally cuts into the skin, marking the start of the critical procedure. She watches intently as the surgeon's hands align and hold course, guiding the scalpel along the exact coordinates of McBurney's point so the incision is exactly where it should be. They all freeze in rapt silence, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on the unfolding operation, and each assistant holds their breath until the first layer of tissue is pierced. The surgeon breaks the silence by requesting gauze, and his assistant responds instantly. Training kicks in, and she provides exactly what is needed without any delay. He carefully blots the area, wiping away blood to reveal a clean, controlled entry, the one through which they will reach the source of the patient's ailment. Next, he reaches for the forceps. Specialized instruments are needed to carefully push aside the subcutaneous fat and expose the deeper layers of the abdomen. He notices the unexpected thickness of the patient's skin, assuming it is a trait of their dwarven heritage, but is sincerely grateful for the exceptional sharpness of the blade given to him by his ally. He sets the instruments down for a moment, exhales evenly, as the first stage of the opening is complete, and now the most delicate work must begin. He reaches for the next set of instruments and chooses flat retractors, needed to hold the incision open. They are applied to the wound, pulling the skin back to expose the superficial fascia beneath it. Noticing the young beastkin, he orders Coroni to spread the surgical field with the instruments, gently letting her know there is no need to be nervous. When the area is cleaned and secured, he requests a round-bladed scalpel and serrated forceps and moves on to the next tissue layer. With steady hands, he makes a precise incision. The sharp edge of the instrument cuts through dense muscle fibers. This reveals the external oblique aponeurosis. Nearby, Je freezes, holding her breath, her eyes wide open, a mixture of awe and intense focus as she watches the patient's condition. He states that he will now switch to a sharpened scalpel for finer work ahead. Je acknowledges this with a quiet, restrained approval. When the new blade catches the light, she notices the incision is already quite deep and asks him to show exactly where the source of the illness lies. She watches attentively as Tenkai explains the way forward. The internal oblique muscle and peritoneum still block their path, but the swollen appendix should be just beneath them. Then he carefully guides the scalpel, making precise incisions through the external oblique aponeurosis, strictly following the natural direction of the fibers. To expand the surgical field, he calls for Mayo scissors and a white Launer attractor, intending to stretch the incision both vertically and horizontally. The metal blades tear through the dense tissue with rhythmic clicks. He reveals the internal oblique muscle they have just reached, and Je notes that they are finally approaching the appendix. With a steady hand, he separates the muscle fibers, paving a clear path deeper into the patient's abdomen. Next, he orders Corona to reposition the flat retractor to maintain exposure, and she quickly rushes to assist in adjusting the view. Examining more closely, he finds the semilunar line and transverse fascia, preparing to use pion forceps to proceed further. He carefully inserts the surgical scissors into the incision, his movements precise and steady as he passes through deeper layers of tissue. Having identified the peritoneum, he informs his assistants that they are almost at their goal. He orders Coronet to move the retractor once more, last time assuring her she can rest a bit once the adjustment is complete. The young beastwoman strains to the limit from physical exhaustion. Her breathing breaks into heavy convulsive inhales as she maintains the exhausting tension on the metal retractors to keep the surgical field unobstructed. Seeing Corona struggle, Je steps forward and gently wipes the sweat from her forehead. The girl quietly thanks her and reinforces her student encouragement. Hang in there a little longer. Returning to the task, Tenkai shows Corona a pair of toothless forceps. He explains that with these they will lift the membrane, making it easier to make a clean, central incision without damaging the organs beneath. In the silence and concentration of the room, the team works in perfect unison. Tinkai confirms the placement of the tools, and his assistants quickly nod in response, adjusting their grip to his pace. When the membrane is already stretched tight, a small intentional incision is made. The opening is carefully widened, and through the last protective layer of the abdominal cavity, shiny structures hidden beneath it are revealed. He takes the scissors again, and his focus narrows as the target finally appears on the horizon. A little further through this layer, and the inflamed appendix will be ready for removal. He carefully manipulates the forceps and finally brings the inflamed appendix into clear view. The entire medical team freezes, watching him, their eyes wide with the realization that they have reached a critical moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the silence of the surrounding area, causing those waiting outside to flinch in fear. The young boy Oni immediately rushes to the place where the sound came from, his face marked by anxiety, which, while he runs, doubt and fear cloud his mind. He cannot comprehend the logic of cutting someone's body to heal it. To him, this whole idea is a dangerous losing bet he should never have agreed to. He runs up to the shopkeeper, demands an explanation of the scream, and insists on checking his friend's safety. He tries to push further, but she firmly holds her ground. She looks him straight in the eyes, her face motionless, and pronounces the verdict. She will not move from her post. She presses him tightly against herself before he can even object further. Her voice softens as she explains that she does not want anyone else to experience the same remorse and the same mistakes that she had to endure. Hugging him tighter, she quietly reminds, when everything is unknown, there is only one thing left: to believe and wait for the result. She asks if he really thinks there is some other way. The boy falls silent, and the tension slides off him. He leans against her, feeling how the weight of her words and the gravity of the situation finally reach him. He bowed his head and sincerely apologized for his previous fiery sharpness and for the fuss it caused. Aleka looked at him, her face softening as she said that in such moments, there really remains only one way forward for them. Thanks to her unbreakable support, she looked directly at Tinkai. In her eyes was a quiet but fierce confidence, and she whispered that she completely trusted him. Tinkai, whose facial expression was partially hidden by a surgical mask, met her gaze with maximum focus and a single intent. Suddenly, the air in the room became pure panic. The patient's condition sharply worsened, and the internal organs began to protrude out of the incision due to incredible pressure in the abdomen. She screamed in fright, her hands trembling as she saw this gruesome sight, but Tinkai remained an immovable center of calm amid the chaos, firmly stating that he knew exactly what to do, and that the situation was still under his control. Acting quickly, he commanded Je to the table and ordered her to get a specific syringe with yellow liquid. She rushed to comply, eyes wide open from urgency, and found 3 cubic centimeters of lidocaine, confirming that it was the correct medicine. As soon as she took the syringe in her hands, he guided her through the next critical step, telling her to connect it to the filter that was already installed on Hughes. Alex stepped forward to help, carefully removing the protective cap so the connection could be made without delay. When the device was finally securely fixed, he gave the order for her to press the plunger and inject the entire dose of the mysterious substance. When she did, she couldn't help but ask what this new medicine was, curiosity briefly overcoming her fear. He explained that it was a form of spinal anesthesia technique different from ether, which she was familiar with. He also revealed that his decision to prepare this particular treatment in advance was not only about controlling the patient's pain, but also about a much more strategic goal for the operation. A moment later, the tension in the room began to ease. Medicine took effect, and the protruding organs miraculously retracted back into the abdominal cavity. Je gasped in disbelief, watching the crisis resolve right before their eyes, while Tinkai prepared to continue the delicate procedure as soon as the path was clear. He explained the mechanics of the procedure. Lidocaine, usually used for pain relief when introduced into the spinal space, acts as a powerful muscle relaxant. By suppressing the movement of the abdominal muscles, it holds the internal organs in place and allows the operation to proceed safely. Medical staff crowded around them, spectators watched it, and everyone froze in awe, their eyes wide open as if each was witnessing a true miracle of technology. Among the crowd, a young apprentice Aya felt deep reverence. She considered herself inexperienced, but the pure power of this magic was undeniable. It took her breath away in her chest, and even thoughts about what might unfold next confused her. She did not look away from the surgeon. Thoughts raced, and she understood the consequences of his knowledge, believing that they could radically change their world. Yet her training immediately suggested another side of the danger. This anesthesia could cause a deadly drop in blood pressure, and the effective window for lidocaine was too narrow. Outside, a massive, shining tree stood silently against the starry night, a beacon of life in the darkness. There was no time for reflection. The order to hurry cut through the air, making it clear that the most critical phase of the operation had to proceed without delay. Tenkai and the others rushed to the entrance. Their voices trembled with anxiety as they asked about Hu's condition. Stepping over the threshold, they come across a shopkeeper and a young Oni boy. The shopkeeper calls Tenkai, and the boy responds to his boss, Norman. He lets out a loud sigh of relief. Tears stream down his face as he sees that the shade is safe. The master sleeps peacefully, breathing steady and calm, a sharp contrast to the chaos that preceded this moment. As soon as he joyfully exclaims, the hall erupts in celebration. Tenkai surrounded by friends, their laughter filling the space as they celebrate the successful liberation and recovery of Hughes. In the whirl of festivities around him, a young medical student intently watches the stage with wide, thoughtful eyes. Laughter haunts her, it seems to echo in her head. She watches a diverse company, beastmen, Oni, and humans all together, and each expresses gratitude to the man who saved them. She wants to know if she will ever be able to become like him. Her gaze becomes sharper and a new determination appears in it. Seeing such true unity and relief, she feels something deep inside. Unaware of her gaze, the old boss quickly cuts off the crowd, reminding in a stern but gentle whisper that Hugh still needs to rest. Tenkai and the boy involuntarily giggle. He changed his tone too abruptly. He stands before the burly leader of the masters, who extends his hand with friendliness and deep respect. An old man, scarred, speaks with new weight, declaring he can no longer see the healer as an ordinary youth, and swears that this dead man from life will never be forgotten. Having sealed the agreement with a firm handshake, the masters asked for further mentorship, while nearby a young medical student beamed with joy. Her admiration for both men was visible to all. When the immediate crisis is averted, a solemn official statement will be made. This is a sign that the successful surgical intervention is complete. This victory becomes the foundation for a greater plan, to build a real hospital on the hill, a beacon of progress for all. The air explodes with loud shouts of the team as they raise their glasses to the man now called Master Amami, celebrating the miracle accomplished for their comrades. A chorus of voices merges into a loud toast, and the clinking of wooden mugs echoes with shared relief and triumph of this moment. In the midst of the celebration, the young apprentice stands aside. Having replaced simple clothes with an impressive new look, she grips her staff with a gaze burning with a clear, unbreakable result. She stands among her comrades, receiving sincere praise for her efforts. Coronet, FIA, and the shopkeeper gather around. Her face shines as they acknowledge the hard work she did during the recent crisis. Modestly, she deflects the compliments, insisting she only did what was within her power. Coronet beams, recounting how her master was pleased with the result. Meanwhile, FIA emphasizes that Sai's intervention prevented the events from going much worse without her. Everything could have become extremely harsh. Nearby, Normam checks the young patient, Heu. The boy is already sitting and smiling. Silently, he joyfully reports that the stomach no longer hurts at all, living proof that the medical teams successfully healed him. Seeing the boy's recovery, the giant warrior turns to the group, and in his heart is relief. He admits, if he had been alone, he could not have saved Heu, and his voice carries the deep weight of paternal gratitude as he looks at those who saved the child. He continues to look at them directly with one eye and solemnly declares, his gratitude goes far beyond just the chief doctor. From the depths of his heart, he expresses sincere thanks to each of them for their crucial role in saving the boy. They accept his thanks with modest smiles, and Sai speaks on behalf of the whole group as she politely responds. The room is filled with shared relief and quiet satisfaction from a job well done. The tension of the past few days finally begins to recede. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls from the entrance. They ask to summon the chief doctor. A burly man enters the room. His appearance immediately draws everyone's gaze as he looks for who is in charge here. As he approached, Normam invited him to join the ongoing celebration, but the man politely declined. He said he intended to remain vigilant and sober to keep Heu's condition under control in case of any complications, and in this dedication echoed the same determination as the medical team. He watches as the boisterous leader solemnly makes a grand statement and promises to build a huge hospital for the doctor. The man laughs, imagining how exquisite the celebratory drinks will taste once the work is completed. Next to her, an elegant merchant woman quietly and attentively watches what is happening. Her gaze lingers on all the unfolding events. She listens as the leader explains. He insisted that the doctor return home and rest, despite the operation being for his own grandson. He notes that the young man did not close his eyes all night to ensure the patient's safety, and this brings a relieved look to the medical student's face. Later, she approaches the doors of the medical chambers, intending to check on him. She freezes at the threshold. Her nose wrinkles because a strange and acrid smell bursts from inside, making her mustache buzz. She steps over the threshold and sees the doctor bent over the stove, twitching, furiously stirring with a spoon in the cauldron and holding some strange ingredients. The rotten stench knocks her off her feet. She recoils in disgust and demands an explanation of what the hell he is doing to produce such a vile smell. Eventually, she settles into a chair and sternly orders him to stop and go to sleep. He tries to explain that he wanted to use the successful operation to establish soap production, but she remains unyielding. She says he is too exhausted to work. She continues the lecture and emphasizes, although he has unique abilities, it is a mistake to carry the entire burden alone. She sharply asks if he really trusts her and others so little that he cannot rely on them. She watches as he lowers his gaze and finally admits, perhaps he acted out of urgency and anxiety. He confesses that during the operation he was tormented by doubts. He was not sure if he could treat the boy with the same confidence as a human. He feared that anatomical differences might cause a fatal mistake. He acknowledges his deepest insecurities and explains that his medical knowledge belongs to a completely different world. Although the anatomy here is similar, he feels the weight of every decision, fearing that his past successes were merely accidental luck. The thought of future failure and lives that might be lost due to his ignorance clearly haunts him. The merchant woman listens silently, then offers unexpected support. She says she does not care to be in the place of his efforts. She watches him closely, and her face softens as soon as she notices the burden he carries. She continues in a calm, soothing tone and insists, if he cannot find the cure, then no one in this world can. She promises that even if he fails, she will have neither regret nor resentment toward him, and asks him to stop being so harsh on himself. This unexpected statement momentarily throws him off balance, his eyes wide open, shock and relief in his gaze. She clarifies, her concern is not for the medical outcome but for his own well-being. As the sun breaks through the dense foliage of the surrounding forest with its rays, he finally finds the words and utters a quiet thank you. The tension that bound them begins to melt, dissolving into the morning air. Somewhere further, the silence of sturdy wooden doors is broken by a series of sharp, rhythmic knocks. A mysterious stranger, a partially hidden face under the brim of a hat, stops in front of the entrance. To the question about the recent events, he only replies, it's all because of the unpredictability of humanity. In the room, a man with sharp features and thick-framed glasses meets the visitor named Ran with a predatory smile. As soon as the gaze breaks away, it immediately returns to business and asks what is happening now after the recent unrest and how the moods of the locals have changed. He continues the explanation and notes that his organization does not intend to exacerbate the current situation or create unnecessary friction. Entering a more secluded corner of the room, he urges his companion to be brief and asks for an update regarding the illegal dissemination of knowledge about healing magic. He takes a long drag from a cigarette and throws out a remark about irony. The queen seems to have abandoned Colonel San, the very one who ignited this fire, and now left him to his own devices. This revelation leaves the traveler noticeably stunned. He asks why such a valuable thing and even healer mage doctors are immediately cast out from the crown. In response, the official checks his notes and reads out new public requirements regarding boiling water and hygiene, which were issued to the population as a replacement for magical intervention. He concludes with a grim observation. The country is undergoing a radical transformation, becoming a society that no longer relies on the miraculous power of healing magic, and the old ways are becoming obsolete. She makes her way through the bustling market, almost colliding with a passerby in a narrow alley. Brief apologies and she continues moving, her eyes scanning the crowd in search of any signs of trouble. Below, she crouches to check on a small child who seems lost among the feet of very busy shoppers and asks the girl where her parents might be. The street is a chaotic tapestry of life, everywhere the clinking of trade and the taste of street food. People from all walks of life squeeze through a narrow, weather-beaten passage in the slums, where every turn tells a story of survival and daily struggle. Having found a guardian for the child, she hands over the girl and immediately notices how easily she slips away as soon as someone looks away for a moment. The man in a heavy traveling coat thanks her. His face is hidden under a wide-brimmed hat. She only says that the child is restless and that in such a place it is hard to keep vigilance. He lowers his gaze to the young girl, who aloud wonders why it is so unusually crowded here today. He says, "A rare guest has arrived, and it is he who draws the crowds to this corner of the city, stirring up a commotion among the locals unaccustomed to such gatherings." While they walk together, the young boy calls out to his brother. His voice rings mixed with joy. He rushes headlong along the muddy path toward them, almost stumbling over his own feet when he sees that man in the hood. She watches the exchange of remarks with a wary expression. Her skepticism shows in every question why they ended up in such a desolate place at all. The man warns, since they owe the boy's master, she should avoid any reckless actions and foolish words. But she snorts at the very thought of being taught at home and replies, she is just an ordinary poor girl trying to survive. Sudden commotion on the street draws everyone's attention. A boy stumbles and falls, hitting the hard ground. Soon a crowd gathers, murmuring as the child's excitement turns into a painful incident and dust settles around his motionless body. He shudders and clenches his leg, raising his gaze from the dust tears in his eyes. She stands over him, her shadow looming over the small figure, and he murmurs plaintively in a trembling voice about the burning from the fall and calls the man he considers his brother to feel calmer. He twitches in pain on the ground until a hand reaches out to him. Nearby, a voice begins to sound, a rhythmic, ancient pouring of words. The air seems to hum with the weight of these spells as the stranger commands to put an end to the boy's suffering. When the last syllables of the spell break from his lips, a bright warm light flashes from his palm suddenly, as if from the air, illuminating the crowded market alley with a strange, heavenly glow. Witnesses freeze in place, their faces lit by an unexpected and powerful display of magic. FIA watches the spectacle intently with wide-open, frightened eyes, and her breath involuntarily falters at the flawless, effortless grace of the technique. Beyond her, the children watch in delight. The fear that gripped them moments ago recedes, yielding to deep admiration. The light fades and a boy stands perfectly whole is visible. The scraped knees are completely healed. He, locally known as Masu, gives a calm, intelligent smile and asks if the pain has passed. The boy bursts into joyful cries, praising the incredible skill of his older brother, and FIA reminds him to be properly grateful. Despite the joyful result, Norman approaches grumbling, thunderous apologies for the boy's clumsiness, while at the same time doubting why to waste such powerful healing magic on an ordinary epileptic seizure that didn't even bring them coins. He brushes off worry with an indifferent look, his eyes half closed as he reminds the older man, as an unregistered healer, he answers to no one. He does only what he wants when he wants, regardless of the cost and scale of the injury. Their conversation is interrupted by a ringing shout somewhere further down the alley. It announces that the food is finally ready. The tension of the moment subsides. The crowd shifts its attention to the warm dinner, and the group heads to where the call came from. Soon they find themselves in the steam and clatter club of the communal kitchen. Their large cauldrons with ketch are set for the hungry residents. This is a moment won at the cost of silence, a brief respite amid the noisy slums where everyone gathers to snatch a shared portion of food. The impoverished quarter buzzes with unusual liveliness. The air is thick with sounds as the crowd moves and with the smell of cooking fires. Walking through the crowded avenue, the experienced leader notices how the atmosphere has livelier and says that it is the presence of the traveler that sharply lifted people's spirits. He is about to be interrupted by a group of fiery young men. They rush forward, raise a bowl of freshly prepared food, and call out to him with titles of deep respect and brotherhood. They remember those terrible days when the disease spread and threatened to devour them. All many secretly whispered that it was a dark curse. And they beg him, accept their humble food as a sign of their great debt. They cannot find words to properly thank him. Carefully tasting, the traveler feels the flavor is unexpectedly rich and delicious. This thought brings relief and joy to the old man who was watching him closely. Across the road, other villagers continue to work diligently near the kitchen fires. Their efforts are a silent testament of collective gratitude to the man who brought them back from the brink of despair, while he notes that their recovery is progressing well. One of the survivors recalls the burning, rhythmic pain that once pierced his face, such unconditional torment that he already considered his end inevitable, until the traveler's purification took effect and the healing waters worked miracles. And the healer, modestly, attributes the power not to his actions but to the holy water. While the couple continues their walk, the traveler reflects on how rarely those who act in the shadows are met with such warmth, even when the clinical reality of the cursey, severe bacterial skin infection known as erysipelas is revealed in the chronicler's records. He listens carefully as the peasant throws out the name of the rumor's 6 stars. The man says, maybe it's a different story, but the connection with a high-ranking government official is hard to miss. He feels the name echoing in his head, a fragment of the world he thought he had left behind. 6 stars, he contemplates this term, unfamiliar yet persistently full of promise. Out of curiosity, the peasant unfolds the story and explains, under the great Bishop Eccles there are direct subordinates, the 6 stars, who travel and heal the impoverished. The man looks at him with sincere admiration and says that he reminds him of those legendary figures like. Meanwhile, as he walks on, he mentally reflects on the irony of this comparison. If the rumors were true, it would be an amazing coincidence, but he knows for sure. During the time he himself served in the church ranks, he never once met anyone with that name. Their quiet procession is suddenly cut through by a sharp, commanding voice. An official in a tall hat, accompanied by armed guards, bursts into the thickets and announces that rumors of illegal medical practices have reached the church, demanding the unlicensed healer surrender immediately. He reacts to the peasant's hesitation with a face twisted by fanatical zeal, shouting for them to move forward, warning the crowd that defending a swindler is the same as challenging the will of God himself, and his eyes blaze with a terrible, unrelenting intensity. His threats hang over the gathered crowd, drowning out children's voices and paralyzing adults with fear. They shift their gaze to their benefactor, torn between gratitude and the shadow of the church's future wrath. He watches the trembling crowd with a cold, thin-lipped smile, savoring the fear he himself has sown, seeming to enjoy the power he holds over these people as he prepares to root out heresy among them. He leans close to the peasant, eyes wide open, and in this predatory tension he notices something unusual. The man flinches, stunned by the sharp and aggressive intrusion into his personal space. Turning away with a look of complete disgust, he nastily notes that the air is pierced by a foul stench. It repels him. Behind him, the guards continue to bother the locals, pushing them aside with cold indifference. He rejects the peasant's pleas until attention falls on a young girl named Lena. Suddenly, one of the officials snatches her away. She screams in surprise, breaking free from the safety of the crowd, her small hands clutching her coat convulsively in fear. Her mother tries to intervene, but the guards roughly push her back and order her to be silent and not to interfere with the priest's work. The official looms over the frightened child, his face twisted with a mocking, cruel smile as he silences her screams. He and his guards roughly subdue a man named Aguro who tries to resist. They press him to the ground. The healing bishop watches everything calmly, almost detached. Her gaze is fixed on the chaos, and the silence sounds more disturbing than the guards' aggression. She silently remains a witness while he bursts into maniacal laughter and twitches the brush as if it were a sacred relic. He claims to have caught the breath of something divineth scent of holy water, sharply contrasting with the peasants' disgust, and mocks their inability to perceive the grace of the church. He holds trembling Lena high above his head as if she is simply proof. He declares that her very presence is proof of the heresy they seek to eradicate. He demands that the peasants immediately hand over the charlatan. His voice breaks into feverish laughter, and he threatens to execute the child as a rebel against God if they do not obey. The bishop enters the room. His appearance immediately makes everyone turn around. He greets those present, noting the bond between brother and sister, while Agirio stands aside with a mixture of surprise and wariness. He takes a step closer to the young girl, his gaze frozen as he studies her. She flinches for a moment, eyes wide open, trying to comprehend the sudden proximity of the high-ranking official. A barely noticeable, understanding smile touches his lips as he looks at her condition. The air in the room thickens with the weight of his diagnosis, which he never utters. Feeling how serious everything is, the warrior urges his sister to speak openly with the guest. He asks, "Tell us what changes she has noticed recently, or if she has recently dealt with any unusual objects." Without warning, the healer leans forward, his face only a few centimeters from hers. He ignores her surprised gasp and firmly states that he intends to give the treatment she so desperately needs. This ancient Elementa curse that haunts histories more than an ordinary disease, it stretches as an eternal shadow, claiming countless lives in distant lands and various eras, often mistaken for another and difficult to trace its true origin. While he begins the examination, the girl is amazed to feel the inflammation on her face already starting to recede, but his tone remains grim. Despite the symptoms seeming painless now, the curse will inevitably prove fatal if allowed to run its course. He continues the investigation, trying to find out how far the corruption has gone. He asks if she has seen any reddish swelling on her palms or soles, and she hesitates but finally admits similar spots are also on other parts of her body. She is mentioned while the group discusses the bleak situation. Ajiro's condition worsens, even his appearance begins to fade. Meanwhile, Ran combs the outskirts, fearing that the others have already vanished into the shadows. Nora recalls how strangers arrived foreigners whose appearance felt like a dark omen. Only a few days after their arrival did the curse begin to slowly, painfully crawl through the district. She admits that bitter remorse still smolders within her. Since something went wrong, she could have stopped it but chose to look away. Her voice hardens as she swears that next time such offenders appear, she herself will drive them out. Ajiro's memory rolls back to the time of shared disaster. He apologized to Nora, his heart clenched with the realization that without wealth they were powerless to stop the curse turning their home and work into ruin. He had to listen to her sharp but caring reproach. She reminded him how selfless he was, always jumping up to protect others at his own expense, and insisted that his hard work was already an excuse, even if their shared convenience seemed a bit unattractive to her. Touching back to the bitter reality of the present, the group freezes in heavy silence as shared history presses on them, and the threat of the curse looms and weighs even more heavily. The bishop smiles gently and reassuringly, easing the tension. He gives a simple promise of hope, telling them that everything will be all right. A sharp surge of confidence, and he clenches his fist. He declares without hesitation that he will find a way to resolve this crisis on his own. He is interrupted by an official report that is delivered directly to the office. He watches as the document is placed before him. The weight of the event presses on his shoulders, and his hand rises to his forehead in a tired gesture of distracted contemplation. FIA closely watches him, acknowledging the full seriousness of the new information. They look through the records together and notice a troubling pattern. Escaped slaves are detained in zones stretching along the outskirts of the slums. This is strange because those seeking refuge usually hide in the very heart of the district. He notes none of the prisoners will say where they are from. Fear paralyses them because they are afraid they will be sent back to the masters again. To get to the truth, he decides he will have to confront the slave trader Basque, a man who harbors a special grudge against him. He is outraged by the very thought that someone deliberately creates cursed creatures to poison the human world even more, and he does not understand what evil could justify such malice. But FIA begins to see a pattern in this. Her time in the wilderness supposedly gave her a glimmer of truth about the true purpose of the main instigator. Looking at the sprawling metropolis, you notice a sharp contrast. The new city rapidly flourishes with wave-like development, while the slums remain frozen and neglected almost as if it were intentional. She sits in silence amid the boundless collection of knowledge, and the puzzles finally come together, forming a whole. A cold awareness overwhelms him as soon as he admits the plague is a secret tool to exterminate the population and then seize the land for profit. The sheer cowardice of such a plan makes him boil with quiet, focused rage. She listens as FIA takes the wheel, a finger pointed confidently as she declares their mission is to apprehend the main culprit behind the plague. She reminds that these are clear instructions from their mentor and that she is ready to act immediately to bring the guilty to justice. Through this instruction, he notes that there are no high-ranking echoes and decides to move to Sisloop Agency to coordinate their next steps. However, FIA still hesitates. Her face fades with doubt whether it is really necessary to stubbornly stick to this plan. He is pondering the exact time of the order and wonders why they have to wait until the day after tomorrow to make a move. FIA responds, to catch the leader, action must be taken as soon as possible. Any delay only gives the enemy more time to hide. When he looks from the high balcony at the sprawling city, he acknowledges her logic but remains steadfast in his decision. He insists they must follow the teacher's instructions exactly, relying on the fact that the delay has a strategic reason they do not yet understand. Meanwhile, in the luxurious office, Merchant Lord Basecom is overwhelmed by panic. he bursts noisily into his associate's room. He has already been informed that the Ark will arrive in 2 days, and the powerful investigator from 6 stars intends to target their affairs, and this threatens everything they have managed to build. This warning seems to have come from an unexpected source, the Most Reverend Archbishop Eccles. The man in glasses is stunned to learn that someone so powerful in the church could turn out to be their ally, especially since Eccles is known as a person who values profit above all else. In response to the news, officials thank Bascom for his connections for securing themselves a breathing pause. They discuss the delicate situation. The church does not allow the investigation to be completely shut down, but they manage to buy themselves a crucial 2-day respite. He leans closer and something eerie flashes in his eyes. He suggests creating a distraction in the thickets to keep the investigators on a hook. But in a moment, he switches to the final, bloody decision to simply destroy the investigators themselves so that the problem disappears once and for all. He smiles with cold confidence and suggests they simply burn everything to the ground. If they reduce the visibility to ashes, they can be sure that no evidence or witnesses will remain, so no one can be pinned to them. He further explains, true purification by fire will make any official investigation completely pointless. If there is nothing to examine, then there is no crime to uncover. Next to him, Merchant Lord Bascom watches his silent, masked enforcers. They are waiting for the order to begin this. The conspirators gather to celebrate the ruthless efficiency of the plan. They admit, lack of evidence may arouse suspicion, but it is a much more advantageous and faster solution than allowing the 6 stars to continue their own. He returns to Bascom and admits, it was the merchant's own tales that sparked this deadly idea. The merchant, with a grim nod, accepts the praise and, as if recalling something, sinks into thoughts about the cursed slaves he once got rid of the same way. He has a twisted but professional pride. He insists he never leaves defective goods to avoid creating new problems. When the conversation fizzles out right by the floral arrangement, they decide to use the same caustic accelerator that was applied during the disposal of the slaves. The plan is ready, so they get to work without delay. At elsewhere, the saleswoman Alex stares into the distance, her face drawn by a heavy black premonition. She understands, if the arsonists succeed, the investigation will end before it even begins. The flames must be ignited by tomorrow. He still ignored the cold calculations gnawing in the shadows. His scarred face, sweat pouring down his forehead, he wondered if his entire plant would really burn. Nora sat silently nearby. Her gaze was distant, the weight of future cleansing hung in the air. Below, on the face of the master who conceived it all, spread a wide, cruel smile. He savored the thought of the flames. The chronicler pondered whether, in a world where advanced medicine and magic become indistinguishable, the price of human lives can ever truly be considered equal. Tinkai stands before the women of the entire district and talks about the properties of the local flora. He says that the fruit from one tree can be used to make effective medicine, holy water that will break the curse of the Red Quarter. Hearing this, FIA's eyes light up with hope. She excitedly tells the others, if they can make this medicine, her leadership will definitely buy it and their financial problems will be solved, plus they will get treatment. She continues, urging the women to put their own health first and to drink this potion themselves. Nora listens and freezes in complete silence. Her heart swells at the thought that such a simple berry could be the key to their salvation. The mood quickly spreads through the crowd, igniting a spark of hope. One by one, the women swear support, shouting that they are ready to work together and deliver the news to those who need it. As the plan takes shape, preparations start in earnest. They are almost waiting for the carriage. They coordinate logistics and decide to hide their belongings while they prepare for what lies ahead. Amid the bustle, FIA leans toward Nora and gives her a reassuring smile. She promises they will take on the investigation of the curse's origin so Nora and the others can focus on recovery without fear. The bustle begins. Tenkai finds himself at the center of attention. Women surround him, eagerly asking for help. Calmly, he announces he will stay with them, vowing to examine each one individually and ensure all their curses are completely lifted. He catches Nora's gaze and she responds with a look of pure, sincere gratitude and a radiant smile that reaches her eyes. She barely whispers words of thanks for the hope he has returned to her life. She lifts her gaze as the wind carries a promise of change. Falling petals herald a new beginning for the district. In the bustling workshop, the line between science and witchcraft blurs. Women work together, their joint labor transforming raw ingredients into an effective remedy. The air is thick with joy that has just broken through. Some marvel at the radiant results of their work. Others, laughing, drag the gyroscopic gyrohall with heavy crates, and friends embrace tightly with the relief they have finally shared. Lucia, her face shining with a confident smile, accepts praise for skillful handling of the delicate process as she helps Tenkai with preparations. Nearby, FIA watches the proceedings with a satisfied smile, while the others, noting the pungent aroma of the brew, insist. The thought that they are creating something truly life-saving justifies every minute of hard work. On the street, the spirit of cooperation spreads through the streets. Nora leads inspired residents to her home to continue their joint efforts. But in the wet shadows near the alley, a much darker conversation unfolds. Two figures watch the events with cold, calculating eyes and quietly whisper that if the holy water works, their control over the district's suffering will vanish. With icy determination, the leader of the pair freezes under the brim of his hat, staring intently outside. His gaze is fixed on the workshop as he declares they must burn the entire operation to the ground so that the curse is not left broken. The saboteur leader leads his group through dark, winding streets. His patience is about to snap when a subordinate's sneeze nearly cuts their silence. He growls harshly at the man and reminds him, a single mistake can wipe everything out, especially if these 6-star women sense they are here. Diving deeper into the shadows, he outlines the high stakes of the mission looming over them, grumbles about the worthlessness of his subordinates, and at the same time dreams of the huge payout promised by their benefactor. He imagines this slaughter as proof of his devotion to Papa and a chance to grab a better life. His gaze narrows in a cold, ambitious gleam as he contemplates the future. For him, the upcoming fire is not just a crime but the very foundation of his path to glory and status. While he stealthily watches from the darkness, Lucia and Nora pass by, unaware of the predator lurking nearby. He gives his orders, stay alert and silent so the prey does not notice the trap already being set. Reaching the target house, he gives the final order to start sabotage. He emphasizes to the team, set fire there and keep the fire going as they retreat so the destruction is unconditional. They start by spraying a dense flammable liquid on the dry leaves at the base of the structure. The sharp smell of oil fills the air as the ground is prepared for the spark. Spreading across the ground, the hand reaches out to give the final devastating touch. In this heavy silence, the tension before the coming chaos is palpable. A spark flares and in an instant the night is torn apart by a fierce explosion. A roaring fire devours the workshop. The leader throws his head back in a fit of mad laughter, and his face is illuminated by the dancing flames of his triumph. He watches from the shadows as the first spark finds its place, a small trembling light against the backdrop of coastal mansions. Standing on the balcony with his masked supporters, the leader announces that the beautiful bonfire has finally ignited and lights their way forward like. When the flames spread across the roofs, its mad laughter rose through the night air over the burning outskirts. Inferno grows into a roaring beast, carving its silhouette with a sharp contour, while the witness in the darkness freezes in wide-eyed horror. Despite his attempt to feign concern over the unfortunate incident, Nora and her companions do not back down. They show that they have already arranged the evacuation of this territory. To be angry at their disobedience, he snorts disdainfully at the magicless trash and orders his own to attack. But Nora is already moving. Her determination grows stronger as she prepares to strike. The clash erupts immediately, sharp and brutal. Nora breaks through the chaos and it becomes clear. She knew in advance about the trap with the flammable oil he prepared. Lucy was surrounded on two sides. She explains, they were warned about this betrayal, so they are ready to sacrifice the building for the criminals to face justice. She stood aside while the arsonist's leader let out a brazen laugh and belittled the very idea of sin. He boasted that they would simply slip through the flames thanks to their magic, but his arrogance was cut short by the bright light that began to surge from the outstretched hand. He could only watch in horror as a powerful burst of energy tore through the street, scattering his people and debris along with them. The force of the explosion completely thwarted the arsonist's attempt to escape. This stunning display of power made the leader tremble. His mind could not comprehend how such magic was even possible. When the smoke cleared, Tenkai stepped forward, his voice calm, and asked if they truly did not recognize the one standing before them. As chaos erupted around him, he remained composed. His determination only grew stronger, and he directed even more energy into his own body. With a sharp, confident movement, he prepared to unleash the full measure of his hidden essence. His gaze was cold and unyielding. One eye reflected the dazzling magic gathering in his palm. The very air seemed to hum with the tension of the transformation that was unfolding. The man they knew as a simple scientist vanished, replaced by a figure of ancient power, crowned with horns and radiating terrible majesty. He stood like a living legend, a force of nature that the arsonists could never hope to challenge. This divine revelation threw the arsonists' leader into a spiral of hysterical, broken laughter as soon as he recognized the signs of the legendary Archbishop Ecclesiastes. While the villain lost control over reality, the allies below gathered together and, frozen, looked up at the true power of the man who was their companion. The trade Lord Bascom freezes in horror and gapes as the truth about his situation finally dawns on him. Bristling, the arsonist leader looms over him, and it becomes clear. The very time Bascom thought he had bought was a trap set for his own downfall. The betrayal is absolute. Even his supposed allies have turned away, revealing the full depth of his conspiracies. He is forced to watch as the Great Hall is overwhelmed by a phalanx of the Master Punisher from the Mass Pushers, and their very appearance signals the end of his reign. The bishop stands firm amid the chaos. He's calm, sharply contrasting with the crippled man who silently crawls at his feet. Turning his gaze to the arsonist leader, the bishop strikes him with a chilling message. The expected inspection has been postponed until tomorrow. The leader's face twists in disbelief. His plans crumble as he realizes that the deadline he relied on has been mercilessly accelerated. While everything remained quietly under control, he continued coordinating actions and explained to Lucy about the window of opportunity near the window. He made it clear they could wait, but any signal from him must be met with immediate, decisive action. Suddenly, the tension breaks with an explosion of violence. The leader of the arsonists makes a desperate move, but he is immediately overwhelmed by ruthless force. He is knocked to the ground, and dominance turns into a frantic awareness he is no longer the predator in this game. Above it all towers the horned merchant, Alec. He reveals his true, enormous figure, and his gaze presses like a verdict. A list of former horrors stretches out, a stern reminder that the heavens see everything. And finally, the time for atonement through punishment has come for those who thought they were untouchable. When the gunpowder settles, the bishop is solemnly greeted by the stern general. He acknowledges the swift and decisive resolution of the matter. The church members gathered in ranks by the special unit stand silently and disciplined, testifying to the power already assembled in this hall. Far from political maneuvers in the cold dark night, a cry sounds calling the teacher and friend. The names Sensei and FI hang in the air, a desperate plea against the backdrop of shadows and uncertainty. Nora meets a man in a wide-brimmed hat and, with a voice strained from worry, asks why he has not yet caught the one she calls Sensei. He remains calm, his face hidden in the shadow of the hat, and explains that the situation is not quite as she thinks and that not everything is as it seems. He goes on to explain how his investigation, reinforced by the diligent work of the FIA, showed that Bayan intended to use the contaminated water supplied by Bascom. Memories of dark alleys and suspicious deals of traders still hang in the air as the truth of the conspiracy is revealed unvarnished. Turning to the woman with the cane, he sincerely and genuinely thanks her for the decisive role in exposing the conspiracy. She accepts the words of gratitude silently, with a thoughtful expression on her face, the burden of their shared victory and the weight of not letting it fall on them. Others nearby join the conversation, their faces clear with relief. Lucia, glancing among them, cautiously asks if she should now address him as High Priest by title, but he immediately rejects the idea, preferring the simple bond that already exists between them. Nora, with a gleam of gratitude in her eyes, simply utters sincere words of thanks. Standing before his comrades under the steady rain, he apologizes for the secrets he had to hide during the operation. He insists, despite his status already being revealed, he still wants to be known simply as Masu the Moleth, same one they always knew and trusted. While the rain continues to pour over the sprawling, radiant city, his voice carries over the rooftops. He announces that the immediate threat has already been neutralized. He lets the group go for the night, promising that when the sun rises, they will discuss their next steps and the future of the city. Later, the atmosphere changed to calm recovery. Little Lena joyfully exclaims that her skin has finally cleared, proof of the healing power of the water she was given. Masha watches her with a gentle smile, confirming that she diligently followed the treatment when Hiro and Nora approach with reports. They proudly talk about their progress. Ajiro controls the production of holy water in the new district, and Nur manages the construction of the factory in Silk Quarter. They discuss the logistics of gathering resources from the nearest forest, and Masu encourages their initiative. His gaze is fixed on the bright future they are building together. He stands next to his comrades and listens as a woman sincerely expresses deep gratitude. She admits that despite the darkness of the world, his actions lifted a heavy burden from her heart. In response, both she and scarred warrior bow low, their voices thick with gratitude. He immediately interrupts, not letting them continue, insisting that he is the one indebted to them for their vital help. In shared laughter, someone gasps for breath. Three stand toj through amid falling snow, their bond forged in the flame of their repeated dispatch. Looking at the skeletons of the city that remained, silence presses like a stone. In the air hung a simple question: what will be their next step on the road? FIA turns to him and asks if these events really coincide with their mentor's original plan. He confirms, no matter the variables, they achieved their goal to distribute holy water and uproot local corruption, helping themselves with what the merchants took and seized from their wealth. His gaze sharpens to a maniacal clarity. He proclaims that this district will become a Bikona city destined to illuminate the path forward for all humanity. While they walk, he contemplates the limits of magic. Although it is necessary, it was not enough to save people without their own intervention. FIA warns of theological risks as their holy water challenges the established doctrine of the Church. He vows to save the masses by any means if he has to feign loyalty to the very institutions he wants to bypass. FIA promises further support, and the memory of their smiling teacher remains a distant beacon guiding forward. He recalls the ancient history of his lineage, a time when people were weak, trembling before the power of demons and fleeing from the darkness of dragon shadows. It was in those years of suffering that divine mercy was kindled, and the vulnerable people were gifted a fragment of miraculous healing magic. This gift changed everything. When the fierce plague threatened to wipe all living things off the face of the earth, those who could master healing arts ensured that humanity not only survived but also became the most numerous race on the continent. Defeated by survival, people began to believe that they were chosen servants of God, the rightful rulers of the land. But this arrogance did not go unnoticed. The divine never intended healing magic as a tool of human superiority. So the power that was once a blessing was cut off and they became wanderers in the darkness once again. To correct the course of human history, a new decision was made to grant a different power that would not lead to the same pride. It was a power that grew from understanding the world as it is, knowledge accessible to everyone, which did not require bending natural laws. When the group moves through the luxurious halls of the palace, a wave of realization washes over them. Treatment, honed to such precision, turns into something entirely different. Alongside his comrades, he walks and it suddenly becomes clear. There is no truly significant difference between the highly developed magic and the refined science they now use. He stands with newly acquired dignity, and the true figure, the horned merchant exposed by the truth, emerges as he speaks about the future. Holding a steady gaze, he proclaims, everything they have achieved is not divine miracles, but the tangible power of medicine. After this statement, the young healer looks into the distance, and a barely noticeable, optimistic smile appears on his lips. Dawn breaks, a new chapter begins, a story destined to return both light and hope to this world, which it has already forgotten. He stood motionless while the woman spoke highly of him, calling him bright and serious. She admitted to others that she largely relied on him. Her voice sounded with sincere respect. Hearing such high praise about him, the young beast girl blushed a deep crimson. Her ears twitched with embarrassment while the woman watched her reaction with a sly, playful smile. In a moment, the group gathered in the workshop ready to get to work. He prepared the materials and the others watched eagerly. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp manure. He began the process by boiling corn in a solution of ash and water, explaining that he would redirect the lye he prepared for soap making. When asked about the strength of the mixture, he responded with a reassuring laugh but admitted he was not entirely sure how it would turn out. Then he handed the girl an hourglass and ordered her to flip it and wait exactly 20 minutes until the first stage was complete. While the pot quietly sizzled, he noted, 20 minutes of boiling is enough, but if the grains are left to soak overnight, the result will be even better. Everyone was impressed by the accuracy of his methods. They watched as steam rose from the bubbling cauldron. The result was impressive. The corn softened and took on a bright, deep golden hue. He emphasized that this color change was the final proof. Nixtamalization was complete, and those present were delighted. He transferred the corn into fresh water and vigorously rubbed off the kernels to remove the husks and remaining shells. The splashes rang clearly in the silence of the workshop. Finally, he laid out the processed corn on a flat stone slab and showed how to grind the kernels into a soft paste. Seeing how much effort it required, the young girl immediately volunteered to take on the heavy work, raised her hand, and did it with determined enthusiasm. She works diligently at the millstone. Her movements are steady and focused as she grinds the corn. Tenkai watches with a warm smile, praises her skill, and urges her to keep up such excellent work. Nearby, the shopkeeper scrutinizes the process with a critical eye, noting the modesty and monotony of the task. While she continues working, he takes a handful of freshly ground dough and squeezes it in his palms. Skillfully and habitually, he rolled the dough into a small, neat ball, then flattened it between his palms to make a thin disc. He places the flattened disc on a hot pan, holding it over a crackling fire. It immediately starts to sizzle and cooks on both sides, while a warm, inviting aroma spreads in the air without the usual foul stench that accompanies their food. He shows the group the finished result, calling the flat cakes tortillas. The shopkeeper and other women take cautious bites. Their faces instantly change, revealing surprise. She says, "The taste is simple, but there is a subtle sweetness and wonderful aroma that make it truly delicious." She takes another bite this time more confidently, savoring the flavor behind the warm crust of the bread. But the simplicity of the ingredients only conceals the deep pleasure that this taste provides. She looks down at the remnants in her hands, visibly moved by what she sees. With an expression of sincere wonder, she speaks deep gratitude, saying that this dish is wonderful beyond anything she could have hoped for. They gather together to discuss the consequences of his culinary success. The seller aloud wonders, could such incredible food be the key to breaking the curse that torments their people? Tenkai remains grounded and honestly admits, he is not sure, but such a possibility definitely exists. She bows low to him, her voice trembling with emotion as she expresses thanks a second time. She believes that if they can continue to grow such nourishment, a true path will emerge for the people to survive this. He smiles, warmly touched by her reaction and glad he could offer at least a spark of hope. She examines the ingredients laid out by Tenkai. Her gaze lingers on the meat, and sharp, leaves curiosity and hesitation mixed within her. Sensing her doubt, Tenkai nods to her as if assuring, he is confident in the culinary idea he is about to demonstrate. Moments later, he presents the finished taco and explains that he used the freshly made tortillas to wrap various fillings, imitating a dish from his own world. It results in a vibrant, portable meal that promises a complex blend of textures and spices. When he holds the dish before her, he explains, although the tortillas themselves are a familiar base, the real magic begins when they are combined with these specific ingredients. Despite her stubborn distrust of pungent herbs with a sharp smell, he urges her, take one single bite and feel the harmony of flavors. Making a leap, she bites into the taco and the effect is immediate. Her eyes widen in pure surprise as the explosion of flavors covers her palate. Once hated, the smell of leaves now perfectly complements the juicy meat and soft bread. The shock quickly fades away and she is overwhelmed by pure ecstasy. She cries out, demanding a cold drink to wash down the delicious dish, and sudden bursts of voice make everyone gathered shudder. Amid laughter and amazement, Tenkai modestly offers to share the recipe with everyone, seeing the joy his kitchen has brought to this company. Meanwhile, in the quieter wing of the Bishop Healer establishment, they are interrupted right in the middle of duties. A subordinate approaches cautiously and asks if he can find a minute to deal with an urgent matter. The face shows that something extraordinary has happened. The silence is cut when Soul suddenly appears. He picks up the stunned and wounded soldier from the night country. Tenkai and others quickly jump forward, anxiously asking what could have brought an experienced warrior to such a state. Almost not believing his own eyes, he explains, the soldier's injury was not received in battle, but due to a strange, unfortunate accident. As it turned out, the man was so stunned by the incredible taste of the local cold calwizia that he lost his balance and with full force hit his head against the wall. He stands upright and the young soldier bows low and profusely apologizes for what he believes is his own failure. Tenkai sits calmly, brushing off his worries and assuring him, injuries happen all the time, so there is nothing to be ashamed of. Stepping forward with a bottle of solution, the beast girl announces that she will clean the soldier's scratches. She examines the man's leg and with joyful certainty concludes, the fall did not break any bones. She is preparing to start treatment. Her enthusiasm does not fade as she seeks approval from others. Tenkai nodded in support, and the soldier froze, preparing for the very painful action of the cleansing agent. Liquid splashes on wet skin. The soldier flinches, expecting a sharp sting, but the pain he anticipates does not come. Sensing his surprise, she explains, the saline solution cleanses without causing the usual burning of water or harsher antiseptics. Widening her eyes in admiring amazement, the shopkeeper watches everything happening, and her skepticism melts away. The Biskin's medicine is now beyond doubt. Its effectiveness is obvious. Deeply moved, she bows her head and makes a sincere apologetic bow for her earlier harsh words. She officially recognizes the young girl not just as an assistant, but as a true apprentice of the mage, a title that holds considerable weight in their society. She reflects on the rarity of such a gift, and something resembling envy involuntarily softens in her gaze. For a vampire like her, who cannot heal wounds with magic, seeing such natural talent in another is both humiliating and inspiring. The young student's eyes widen sharply as she recalls the support she was given. She was told that everyone has the potential to learn and grow. She shakes her head, denying that her progress is so much innate talent as the kind of mentor guardian she happened to encounter along the way. She recalls her past as a simple captive, but now, thanks to the master's instructions, she is learning little by little. This revelation stuns the merchant, Chloe, because the idea of bringing healing magic back to her homeland seems like a dream without limits. Moved by this opportunity, the woman with horns falls to her knees and implores Tenkai to also take her as his student. He responds with a look as if thrown off track by the unexpected and harsh demand from a person of her rank. The danger of the moment is emphasized by the senior official. He reminds Chloe of her royal status, princess of the country of Night. He says that she, above all, must understand the priceless value of the medical knowledge offered to her. Tenkai addresses the gathered crowd with humble but firm determination, rejecting any notion of chosenness, explaining that his goal is simply to share the art of healing with as many inhabitants of this world as possible, regardless of their origin. This selfless statement momentarily leaves the officials present speechless. His gaze freezes on the young man who speaks of such wonders so matter-of-factly. Tenkai turns to Chloe, uttering a soft word of acceptance, thereby confirms them as the new boss. With a solemn bow, the princess introduces herself properly. She admits her lack of experience and promises to work diligently under his mentorship. Tenkai greets her with a warm smile, and Karun Shinesh is eager to lead the new apprentice. A radiant smile of pure joy lights up Chloe's face. Her eyes shine with new hope and a sense of purpose. Her former skepticism has melted away without a trace, only admiration for the road ahead remains. Above the landscape shines a colossal tree. Its light trembles with otherworldly glow, and its branches twist and gleam in the dark sky like a beacon for knowledge already taking root in this land. Arch explains that teeth marks on the tongue are a common sign of internal imbalance. Soul listens carefully and absorbs the medical knowledge being told to him. He asks the young soldier to confirm the observation, then challenges the group to determine the exact condition. The soldier's heart pounds wildly as he searches for the correct answer. The young soldier sticks out his tongue, showing the traces, and correctly diagnoses the disease. This is Kinnin-yasai. The rumor explodes with applause, celebrating his impeccable diagnostic abilities. His knowledge is praised by Arch, and then she abruptly switches to another condition, Beard's Eye. The teacher describes the symptoms of swelling and stomach disorder. The soldier, blushing, admits that this is exactly what he recently experienced. The lecturer continues the lecture, explains that such conditions lead to internal stagnation and the stomach needs rest. Hariake insists, magic is strong, but the highest method of treatment is the ability to accurately diagnose and gather information. When the group passes through the marble-decorated halls of this establishment, a voice calls out to Soul, addressing him by a high title. He is warmly welcomed, and others note his dedication to learning despite his status. The Soul remains composed. His presence commands respect among comrades. He listens while the student asks a careful question about how different body types can hide symptoms. The Soul acknowledges the complexity and confirms individual differences are a key factor in every case. He stands aside while the bishop explains the nuances of the physical examination and notes that bending the knees helps relax the abdominal muscles, making the diagnosis more accurate. The young soldier listens, holding his breath. Has never heard of such precise methods for investigating spiritual ailments. The bishop encourages him, Let him learn more from the great Bishop Eccleshe's insight truly has no equal. When the lesson comes to an end, Comet approaches closer, noting how well the role of teacher suits his companion. They ponder how their local cleverness might seem madness to outsiders, especially Eccles's methods he uses to tame malicious spirits. They walk side by side, talking about the fragile balance of power, acknowledging the cardinal probably wants to keep a close eye on the bishop to prevent any future unrest. Politics weighs heavily on them. Meanwhile, Zess is still focused on the two people he was sent to watch. He suspects the cardinals have completely different motives and wonders if their goal is to keep the bishop under constant surveillance. High above the rustling of trees, a quiet confidence remains unchanged. Zess is not one to make mistakes in his mission. Somewhere else the air is much lighter, the city is blooming. The streets are filled with laughter and life, a striking contrast to the recent darkness. Even those who suffered, like the young creature girl in this changing land, find reasons to smile. In the shadow of the ceremonial hall, a man with sharp glasses addresses 5 figures in hoods, confirming their readiness, calling them mercenaries of the Dark Elves and ordering their involvement to be kept strictly off official records. He unleashed a carefully planned catastrophe. A bloody explosion tears the night, and the sky flashes with a terrifying, blinding brightness. In the whirl of chaos, Zess stands red-faced, partially covered, while the commanders bark orders to latch onto the target, Colonel Sun, and capture the dangerous alien who infiltrated their ranks. When the shockwave subsides, the Dragon King Lindworm watches the flames from afar, noting that this is no ordinary fire from the land of night. Below, Normam and his companions shudder at the thunderous roar and realize in horror, a colossal fire has broken out, rapidly spreading through the settlement. Because the threat was growing, Alec was ordered to rise into the sky, and Lindworm commanded Tenkai to go to the castle and take care of the wounded. The Normans suspected that the sound was not magic, but a warning of explosive, as allegedly other traps might be waiting ahead, hidden somewhere throughout the area, until my court and her scribe confirmed that the situation was extremely serious. While the dragon prepares to take off, Miard and Queen Melina decide to coordinate actions with the elven soldiers for evacuation and rescue operations. Meanwhile, Tenkai examines the slime bucket, realizing its watery abilities could be the key to dousing the flames, and the small creature nods resolutely in response, ready to act. In the very heart of the flame, the forest god emerges through the smoke, his gigantic figure emphasizing the boundless scale of the catastrophe. Nearby, Bucket Slime prepares to unleash its power, its small appearance sharply contrasting with that menacing creature as both watch the fire creeping ever closer. In a moment, Queen Melina gathers her allies and urgently calls Tenkai and Je to follow her to the castle to provide medical support. They agree immediately, while the only boy stays behind, vowing to protect the others and the hospital from the approaching danger as the chaos intensifies. As soon as they leave, Alec carries on in an unrelenting battle with the flames in his dragon form, huge wings beating against the heat. Norman reports, the local residents around have been successfully evacuated, but the destruction still spreads despite all their efforts. Despite its immense power, Inferno does not give up. It threatens to devour everything in its path. Ailes looks back at the ruins from above, reflecting the merciless spread of flames with a golden eye, while Normam shouts a warning. The fire is stubborn and the danger has not gone away yet. He stands amid the crackling remnants of his own power. The human form barely restrains the dragon energy inside. Alec warns his companions, Oni Boy and Normam, that a full transformation will wipe out everything around. But in this state, his might is limited. While they argue about what to do next, suddenly a cold hits his face. A drop of water falls on his skin. Due to the intervention of Bucket Slime, a colossal flood crashes down from the sky with a roar momentarily flooding the very hellish flame. The enormous volume of rain stuns Alex and the others for a moment as they watch the raging fire extinguished, covered by an incredible elemental slime attack. A few moments later, the chimera creature griffin circles overhead, surveying the wet, smoky ruins. Below, Oni Boy and Norman begin searching for survivors, and the silence of the abandoned area presses down. They ask why such a destructive fire was set in a place where no one lives, and the mystery only deepens with every step through the charred remains. Against the backdrop of ongoing tension, a second, even fiercer explosion thundered in the distance. A new wave of debris soared into the air. FIA and Zess sharply turned their gazes toward the source of the sound and with growing fear realized the explosions were coming directly from the castle side. While smoke curls after the new explosion, Colonel Sun grabs his legs and leans forward, his face a mask of wild despair. He growls into the fog, demanding to name the one responsible for this chaos, insisting that as an official he must receive the respect supposedly dictated by his position. The official's demands are met only with the cold, predatory glances of Zess and Fi, emerging from the shadows like vengeful spirits. Zess's face is filled with pure, slowly boiling malice. His very appearance already catches Colonel Sin's words in his throat as he realizes he no longer controls the situation. When the echoes of the castle explosions reach them, Tenkai and Seiya suddenly come face to face with the elven royal authority. In the midst of the commotion and under the sharp smell of ozone, Tenkai steps forward, closes the distance, and introduces himself to Queen Melina and Princess Juno, while all three stand on the brink of a much greater war. The voice cuts into tension and arrogantly doubts the obvious, as if the answer lies on the surface and is visible to everyone. A bearded man, Colonel Sun, watches as a stranger bursts in wearing a mask. The stranger declares they have come to take him and calls him a rare talent. Nearby, a young soldier pales with horror, shouts that holding a prisoner is an unforgivable crime, and orders them to surrender immediately. Ignoring the order, the alien activates the device. A blinding beam flashes and strikes a wild, trembling shockwave that throws the young soldier backward, and he freezes in shock as debris falls around him. Through the swirling smoke and chaos of the explosion, the figure and Colonel Sun flee in a mask, leaving the stunned guards behind in the blast wave's wake. As soon as a moment of rest comes, the Colonel's son returns to the man in glasses and demands who he is and whom he belongs to. The man calmly calls himself Costa, a bishop, explaining that the use of explosives against magic is rare, but it suits them perfectly. He flinches, admitting that he has long been a bone in the church's throat and is not surprised if they wanted him dead, but he is wary of their sudden politeness and sudden salvation. The man named Costa smiles subtly, is pleased that Colonel Sun immediately understood. They are much more than just church agents, because in a moment he sensed their true essence. He watches as the prisoner shatters the silence with a mad laugh and wide-open eyes, his face twisted with eerie joy. Addressing the man as High Priest Colonel Sun, the patron notes that from now on they will work together, a prospect that clearly pleases the captain. Far away from the dark dealings of escape, two hands work with meticulous attention, threading a needle through training material. The quiet focus of this work sharply contrasts with the chaos of previous moments, emphasizing the transition to healing. Tenkai oversees the progress and gives his young apprentice a warm smile of support. Karin acknowledges that she is finally beginning to grasp the essence of delicate movements. Her animal ears twitch slightly as she concentrates on the medical sutures. After an exceptionally clean stitch, the young girl lifts her gaze, pride flashes in her eyes. The mentor inspects the completed work and notes, at this pace, she will soon be able to assist real patients in the clinic. She hesitates, feeling the weight of such responsibility, but the teacher gently pushes aside her modesty. He explains, gaining experience with real cases as soon as possible is the best way to truly master the craft and prepare for the future. His face grows sterner as he recalls the unpredictability of their world. He reminds her of the time with the wounded youth Hiyu and implies, inevitably, there will be moments when he cannot be there to help, so she must be ready to act on her own. The gravity of his words settles within her and she looks back, her resolve only strengthening. She suddenly realizes, lives may one day depend solely on her hands, and this gives her training a completely different power, utterly burning away initial doubts. Returning to the task with renewed strength, she resumes work under his watchful gaze. The young doctor silently decides to teach her everything he can. He will always be nearby to support, but the surprise of any moment will lurk somewhere beyond sight. She responds with a firm, unwavering nod. Her furry ears rise alertly, and her eyes open wide in a determination that has just ignited. Beyond her stretches a long road in the light of lanterns, and there, in the shadows, stands a solitary figure motionless. From the darkness, a voice thunders, demanding to know who has entered here. Tension mounts as Princess Juno steps forward. Her voice cuts through the silence, "Clear the way for the queen." And the mysterious man in the wide-brimmed hat remains in place like a moving obstacle. He pauses the silence for a moment, his eyes hidden beneath the brim of his hat, while Tenkai and Zhe look at him with growing anxiety, sensing that this encounter is different from those before. Zhe, clutching her staff, steps up to him and asks if he has come from the human world. She begs to leave their small community alone, explaining that they need nothing but a quiet, healthy life, and they have no intention of causing trouble. The stranger snorts disdainfully when they hear about the human world. He insists that he knows absolutely nothing about such a place and maintains a cold, detached manner. Because of this, the group is even more overwhelmed by anxiety. After this, he lectures her about the harsh chasm between ideals and reality, dismissing her hopes as complete nonsense, but she does not back down. She insists that a person must always strive for their ideal when they are too far from the truth. This audacity encounters a dreadful silence. The man does not retreat, stands like a frowning wall, and his presence looms over the lit path with a dark omen. He jerks forward a smeared movement that catches the group off guard. The strike sends a shockwave along the trajectory, and Je recoils in horror as the sudden brutality shatters the tense standoff in the tent. He does not let go of the merciless attack. A sharp, hissing exhale. His movements are almost too fast for the eye to catch. Beyond him, Princess Juno is frozen in icy horror as the cloaked figure closes the distance. The intent is clear and deadly. The blade whistles through the air and barely misses the younger princess. Instinctively ducks. The killer's eyes, cold and focused, gleam from beneath the hood, revealing a single deadly purpose without any room for mercy. But just as his strike was about to hit the target, a new figure appears with her seeds. Je's blade cuts into the killer's blades, sparks flying like fireworks. Je shudders, recognizing the familiar dark elf as her savior. His sudden appearance shifts the friction of the clash. She stands firm between the princess and the attacker. Her posture is like an impregnable barrier. The assassin growls in frustration, brushes her off as if she were a minor nuisance, and once again begins searching for a way to bypass her defense. Despite her skill, the dark elf was thrown back by the sheer fury of that onslaught. Tenkai and Seiya could only watch, stunned by the speed of the exchange, while the clang of steel collisions echoed through the night. Blood splatters on the ground as the defender receives a blow to the arm. Her face convulses in pain. She urgently calls Tenkai, insists she is fine, and implores, "Take the princess and run while you still can." She understands the enemy's goal is either kidnapping or murder, and Je tightens her resolve. She tells the others she will stay behind to buy them precious seconds. Her voice is steady despite this ruthless threat as she prepares to face danger head-on. A pair of tweezers carefully lifts a small dark fragment, and a voice filled with gratitude acknowledges the help of the senior from the college. She frowns intently, sweat appears under the surgical mask, and the burden of the procedure falls on her shoulders. The young medic announces the start of the disinfection process with practical precision and carefully treats the area around the small square incision. Her thoughts race wildly. She must justify the expectations placed on her, because failure at this critical moment is not an option. Next to the mentor, she prepares the next set of instruments. Together they work in a synchronized rhythm to ensure the patient's safety. A steady hand ready to inject with a syringe filled with anesthetic. The needle glistens under the light as the next phase of the operation begins. She leans down and quietly closes the master, Tenkai, informing him of the inevitable injection while aiming at the sensitive area near the wound. When the needle pierces the skin, he flinches from the pain, causing her to gasp, anxiously frightened, and immediately checks if he is okay. She listened as the patient tried to give a weak reassurance. He insisted that the injection was just a small prick, then thanked his assistant for the help. Despite his words, the weight of the task oppressed her. Drops of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she concentrated every ounce of willpower. Pulling herself together, she announced the start of the extraction while her assistant froze, holding his breath. Inside, she could only hope that the sedative agent had truly taken effect. Her gloved fingers tightly gripped the straight peen forceps. The surgical instrument was ready to perform a critical function. "I'm pulling it out," she shouted. Her gaze froze on the wound as she carefully began to remove. The tension in the room snapped at the edge. With a sharp jerk, the metal part was torn out, and immediately a burst splattered blood. The sudden splash of crimson color immobilized both her and the assistant. For a moment, they both froze in temporary horror, and the weight of the situation shifted in an instant. Blood was still flowing, and a wave of panic overwhelmed her. Her thoughts frantically flipped through medical texts. She had to determine the type of bleeding, distinguish the pulsating spray of an artery from the steady, continuous seepage of a vein. While the assistant feared a repeat of past tragedies, she understood. She had to stay calm and compress the wound, because any mistake now would be fatal. She steals determination from herself. Sweat runs down her forehead as she prepares to try again. Her palms do not tremble, and she returns to work. Her eyes are tightly squinted, focused in intense concentration, and her assistant watches, holding his breath. While she works, the young beast girl asks the patient patiently if he feels any pain. He calmly replies that the anesthetic is doing its job. Reassured by this confirmation, the trainee continues the delicate procedure, and her gaze never leaves the open wound. With the final precise movement, she successfully extracts the foreign object, lifts it, and declares victory. She carefully inspects the site, sighs with relief. After removal, there is no noticeable bleeding. Shifting attention to the next phase, she informs her companion that now they need to clean the area and ask for a second syringe ampule. The girl quickly complies, ready to help in the critical task to prevent infection. She explains, for deep wounds like this one, the most effective way is to rinse them with saline solution from a syringe, and also when using a catheter to reach the very depth. Without reducing pressure, she begins irrigation and carefully washes out everything still inside. When the cleaning is complete, excess moisture is carefully removed with sterile wipes until the wound is clean and ready for the final step. Then she announces that she is going to sew the opening and orders the assistant to bring the thread with a needle and a needle holder. She warns the girl, do not touch the sharp tips of the instruments. Having received the needle holder, she thanks and asks for a tray with dressing materials. Taking the instruments, she begins to close the wound and completes the treatment. She reaches for the surgical tray, gloves in place, and movements precise as she selects the needle and thread needed for the delicate work ahead. Despite preparation, the needle holder resists. It slips from her hands for a moment. Nearby, a young beast girl supports her with words, urging her not to give up and to hold firm. She inhales, presses with her hands again, and finally clamps the needle tightly with the metal jaws of the instrument. Her eyes widen sharply, full concentration. Drops of sweat roll down her forehead beneath the surgical cap. She carefully counts the entry point, hovers the needle over the edge of the wound to perfectly align the first stitch with. A decisive movement pierces the flesh with the sharp tip of the needle, and the exhausting process of closing the deep wound begins. She remains locked in focus, mentally rehearsing the knotting steps on the instrument. This is the moment to apply everything she has learned and turn theory into a life-saving action. The thread twists and pulls as she performs the complex tying technique with rhythmic precision. Nearby, a young girl watches the procedure, wrapped in silence with wide-open eyes, witnessing the silent struggle for recovery. Each tug of the thread draws the edges of the wound closer together. The tension was perfectly maintained so that the skin could properly meet and heal. To complete the first set of stitches, she asks for cooperative scissors, noting that they resemble the needle holder she just used. The assistant immediately responds, ready to provide the next instrument needed to finish the operation. She aligns her hands and whispers a quiet word of determination before declaring her intention to continue the sewing process with needle and thread. Nearby, the young assistant quickly confirms her with support, ready to help with whatever is needed. Then she takes the scissors and precisely cuts the excess thread, completing another stitch in the delicate procedure while maintaining flawless concentration. As they work, the weight of medical knowledge remains evident. The golden time for treating such wounds is usually within 6 hours, and for facial injuries it can extend to 24. During this window, if there is no obvious contamination, thorough cleaning and removal of non-viable tissues allow safe closure of the wound without accelerating the growth of infectious complications even in complex cases. She finally completes the task. The torn wound is now drawn together by a neat row of careful, professional stitches as she announces the completion of the procedure. They both freeze for a moment. The tension still hangs in the air as each looks down at their work. Drops of sweat run down their foreheads. Such concentration requires a colossal charge. The young girl leans forward, her wide-open eyes still full of anxiety, and she fusses desperately until, through the rush, she manages to ask her master if he is okay and if the pain has finally subsided. In response to her worry, he stirred, his eyes twitched and slowly opened. Quietly, with soft gratitude, he said that they really saved him. Hearing this, the young medic raised her gaze, her eyes widened, and in the deep feelings mixed surprise and a profound stirring emotion. She finally exhales a breath she hadn't noticed she was holding, closes her eyes, relief and a sense of duty fulfilled wash over her in a wave. The medical student is extremely exhausted. Sweat seeps through her mask after the difficult procedure. She declares that the iron fragments have been removed from her mentors Shoulder and Tenkai and Karon, who stand behind and watch, finally feel relief. They rejoice that it is all finally over. Outside, the desolate landscape is torn by ragged ruins under an endless cloudy sky. A voice calls to the official Costa and asks whether his observation was truly his own decision or part of a broader, more carefully calculated plan. The man in the wide-brimmed hat Masu meets with the official and wearily asks who is pulling the strings. The official barely smiles. Yes, he says, he got along well with the cardinal, but that is not his real employer. His employer is someone else entirely, someone who closely watches the movements of the 6 stars. The dark elf warrior Canon steps forward, cold, piercing gaze. She declares that she will take the prisoners to the demon lord. Masu noticeably trembles as soon as that title is uttered, and Colonel Sun frets, becomes concerned about how dangerously the conversation has turned. Her eyes narrow with cold focus as she cuts off any further talk. For her, there is no answer, only death, and everything said before is worthless. She begins to laugh. The sound chills the man standing before her to the bone. Seizing the moment, Masu begins weaving complex magical circles in the air. He whispers about the heat of sapientia and the distracting tactics of the Dark Elves, admitting that he now understands the full extent of the Demon Lord's involvement. A sudden burst of magic catches Canon off guard. The sorcerer tears power free, shouts for Jill and Percy to strike, and in an instant a dazzling light flares, a sign that the clash sharply shifts toward violence. He decides there is no reason to die senselessly. With all the information he has gathered, he launches a powerful explosion to cover the retreat and breaks away, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and debris. He dashes through the forest, and the smoke from his distraction still hangs thick in the air. Behind him, the dark elf and her soldiers are already coming to their senses. Their silhouettes emerge from the mist, and they begin to chase, harass, confuse, track. Seeing him disappear into the trees, she forcefully points forward and orders her subordinates. Zara must be indebted to follow her example. She keeps him in her sights and is not going to let him slip away. Despite the distance he has already gained, the echo of the previous clash still lingers. He barely stumbles, fragments and dust from the explosion still swirl around as he squeezes out his last strength. He looks back, clenches his teeth in a surge of rage and pain. The chase does not stop, and he understands. Mere escapes of the dark elven elites will not repel them. Grabbing his tools, he starts weaving a complex spell on the run. He grips a strange, segmented staff and whispers ancient words. The light gathers around him, crackling and sparkling, preparing a desperate countermeasure. Suddenly, a dazzling flash bursts from the thick foliage. For a moment, it blinds everyone nearby. One of the pursuers calls to his leader, stunned by the suddenly unleashed magical energy. She watches the screen intently, mixing irritation with professional curiosity. She notices he is trying to patch his own shoulder while running, a troublesome thing for an ordinary person, but she is confident that his physical abilities will never match those of the Dark Elf. While the opponent's attention momentarily disperses, he swiftly plunges into the field of tall grass. He immediately understands its height is perfect for camouflage and hopes to disappear before the pursuers close the distance. He crouched low in the thick thickets, breathing raggedly while the elven pursuers scoured the area. One of the subordinates returned to their leader, asking why she suddenly hesitated while they searched for any sign of movement. Canon remained silent, her sharp eyes narrowed as understanding suddenly came. She noticed, although the pursuit was cruel and relentless, Udekti had not yet shown all his power and had not revealed the true magic she knew he possessed. Sensing a change in the air, the fugitive sprang from his place to change position, but a sudden, thunderous roar from above confused him. He looked up in horror, and just then a dazzling pillar of energy descended onto the field, shattering the silence. The strike was catastrophic. A violent explosion of dark force tore through the tall grass, and shock waves rolled across the landscape. At the spot where the fugitive was hiding, a scorched crater remained. After the explosion, he staggered unsteadily and tried to stay on his feet until suddenly he found himself trapped in a dead end, as the elven commander and her squad closed in from all sides. A cold, predatory smiling, she drew her blade, declaring that the game of hide and seek was over. She dashed forward with blinding speed. The sword struck his stick, sparks scattered like hail along with the crackling of fragments. Such a blow made him recoil backward. His boots tore the ground, drawing deep furrows. Clenching his teeth and bursting through incredible pressure, he poured all his strength into the block to the last drop. The ground cracked beneath him and roared under the weight of the relentless blows of the elven warrior. Drops of sweat gathered on his forehead as he fiercely stared at his opponent. His muscles twitched and screamed from the tension. Despite the pain, he held on, and in his eyes blazed a desperate determination to survive the barrage of blows. He struggles to catch up. The dark elven warrior unleashes a torrent of blows, her blade becoming a streak of deadly resolve. The beaten man receives a devastating blow right on target. A fountain of crimson blood bursts into the air from him. He is swallowed by a loud blow, and above him rises a cloud of dust that hides all the cruelty of this blow. In a moment, he lies broken in the middle of the overturned earth, a body battered and soaked in blood. He looks helplessly as the warrior stands over him, calmly saying goodbye while her companions watch. She just as cold-bloodedly raises the blade and declares that it is time to put an end to his life. Ignoring her cold order, he refuses to surrender despite the agony, and his thoughts wildly race in search of any way to survive. When the steel descends, he suddenly realizes something vital and exclaims that he has finally found it. He lies broken and defeated, and above the place stand dark elves. Somewhere a voice sounds anxiously. He recognizes them as dark elves and in panic sends a call for reinforcements to deal with the uninvited intruders. They are interrupted by the realization that the pursuers from the World Tree are already drawing closer. Zara turns to Kenan and asks for orders because their location has just been compromised. They decide to retreat, and Kenan notes that she has already managed to sweat enough for today. She orders the group to move on and leave that dying man behind as soon as they start the road back home. Open the shadows in the thick foliage. A hidden observer watches their departure with a satisfied smile, whispering that everything went exactly as she planned. She steps out of the bushes, kneels beside the unconscious figure, and calls him Zess, declaring that Mio has finally arrived to find him. The resonance between the magic stone and its creator is a deep bond that does not disappear even when the stone is held by someone else. Mio sees in this thread luck for Zess. The ancient words of power, apple, and poison only let them understand that their fates are inextricably intertwined. She explains how she recognized the stone embedded in her staff, feeling in it a distinct, intuitive spark. It turns out that during the previous gathering they exchanged their stones, a decision that now allows them to sense each other's presence and well-being even at a distance. With a smirk on her lips, she says goodbye to him now, saying that she will hold on to the stone a little longer. After the words, she thoughtfully voices a thought, whether their companion Comet understood the truth about the situation they are in. Her eyes sparkle both with mischief and warm feeling. When he turns to move on, his figure melts into the thick forest foliage. She pauses for a moment. The horse stands silently nearby, the only witness to her gaze as the path completely swallows him. Suddenly, a man in a wide-brimmed hat steps onto his road and crosses his path, meeting him relaxedly, almost mockingly. He immediately notices the state of the traveler, and his sharp gaze slides over the fresh wounds that disfigure the skin. Despite the tension of the clash, he still rushes to help, and his gaze immediately shifts to the most urgent need: treatment. The horse patiently waits while the two men stand among the undergrowth, and the burden of their shared past hangs in the air. Her face trembles and softens, confusedly, deep concern in her eyes as she looks at his unconscious body. A heavy silence settles in the clearing, and she cannot understand why he does not wake up, as if the last trials have finally caught up with him. These are 6 Starsa Union bound by a sacred oath never to let their circle break. In an era when the boundaries between the high art of medicine and the arcane have vanished, their unity is the foundation of the mission, a promise made in the shadow of the Great Academy. He called everyone to the high terrace, where the group gathered and looked at the city, while one of them asked the reason for such an urgent and unexpected gathering. When the group gathered, the bishop turned his gaze to Comet. His face was stern. He was about to speak to the exhausted traveler against the backdrop of mounting tension. Suddenly, deep in his soul, he was sharply pierced by a sudden feeling of recognition, and he realized with shock that Mio had just activated his magic stone, a sign of truly urgent need. Others froze in shock at this news. Their eyes widened as everyone present began to realize the consequences of such a desperate act. The outcome was brutal. If the stone was already in play, it meant Zess was most likely in mortal danger, and they had nothing left to do but prepare for the worst. He stated that he intended to immediately proceed to the World Tree, explaining that he had come only to announce his departure. But the bishop interrupted him, urging not to panic and to wait for instructions that depend on the moon. He remained steadfast until the soul stepped forward, promised to deliver the news, and offered to join the fight if the battle was truly brewing. So the bishop entrusted the soul for the first time to oversee everything that happens. He kicked the wall with powerless fury. The sound of stone against stone echoed, emphasizing that he could not just sit and wait while the lives of his comrades hung by a thread. He abruptly steps away. His back is turned to his comrades as a rare, palpable rage pours out of him. FIA watches him with concern on her face. She wonders how unusual this sudden outburst is. Usually he remains restrained, often visiting them with hidden warmth, but now there is no trace of it. Saul, standing nearby, can only agree. Seeing a friend in such a state is a striking deviation from his usual behavior. She recalls a conversation with Mio, who said the only time he saw such rage was during the investigation of the murder at the Baron's estate. The memory of that dark event seems to linger in the Ira, grim reminder of a deep-rooted sense of justice that fuels his current outrage. 10 years before this, the seeds of this insult had already been sown in the Academy's courtyard. In his boyhood years, he often became the target of cruel whispers. Other students mocked his status as a bishop's wardand, poked him as a self-proclaimed outsider who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. While he sat in lonely silence, his peers openly mocked his benefactor. They called the bishop greedy and hinted that his parents were probably no less shameless. They were consumed by bitter envy. They could not understand why a commoner like him was given proximity to power while they, despite noble origin, were passed over. Verbal images quickly escalated into a clash. With a sudden, brutal shove, he was knocked into the dust. His tormentors loomed above, their jeers ringing in the air as they mockingly addressed him like their dear classmates. Standing over the dead boy, the young son of the colonel sneered contemptuously, calling his silence pathetic and cowardly. He ordered him to stay in place, his voice dripping with the audacity of one who considered himself superior from birth. When the leader of the hooligans was already turning back, one of them quietly cursed under his breath, irritated by the scene they had caused. They pressured Colonel Sun to move on, leaving the boy alone in the thicket with his muffled, boiling indignation. A moment before, a young soul approached him and, apologizing breathlessly, asked for forgiveness. She had left him alone with the offenders. He tried to joke and lighten the mood, but the boyish anger was already burning with a white flame. He answered sharply with a bitter reproach that they had ended up alone anyway, and that they had no family to protect them. He was greeted as soon as he moved through the quiet corridors of the academy. Someone called out to him with a voice familiar from the past, naming him Arch, and the silence shattered in the ornamented passage. The young scientist lifted his gaze from the book, his face calm, composed until a classmate approached to announce the news. It turned out that Eccles would not come that day, so the students would have to stay for self-study. Joining his peers, he noticed the class was unusually empty, and this immediately raised the question of why no one was supervising them. Some wondered why the room was left unattended, and he honestly admitted he hadn't even heard a specific reason. Yet despite this, the atmosphere in the auditorium remained quite relaxed. He shifted his gaze to his classmate and asked where the rest of their group was. The boy explained. Since it was an independent session, Mio insisted on conducting one more experiment, and they went together toward the yard. In the sunlit gardens, energetic Mio was already in the midst of a heated argument with her friends. Despite warnings from the previous fire incident, she did not back down an inch. Her eyes shone with a bold intent as she prepared her staff. Suddenly, uncontrolled energy burst out like a whirlwind from her position, all froze in place. She exclaimed in surprise, admitting she had made a mistake, while the magic began to wildly spread and slip out of her control, to the great irritation of those standing nearby. The other stitch suddenly disappeared in a whirl of light and power. The courtyard flared with chaos, and the students scattered, fleeing from the blow. Against the backdrop of magical discharge flashes, voices broke through from all sides with irritation and panic, demanding an explanation of what they were thinking at all, while the experiment spectacularly and completely failed. From a safe distance, he watched the catastrophe unfold, together with his comrade. They looked at the smoke rising from the garden. They talked about the essence of the reckless act. It turned out to be an attempt at research meant to enhance the effect of magic. He left clear instructions regarding the safety of the academy students, especially about Mio's explosive experiments. While Zess, clinging to the tree branches, looks down, Comet calls him and asks why he is here. Zess explains, the orders from Bishop Ecclesi were unequivocal. He was to intervene and stop Mio's research if it ever became truly dangerous. As they walk through the academy grounds, Comet admits, earlier he did not intervene because he thought everything was still under control. He says he has one more task, and with this, he reveals he has an additional message addressed to the entire group. Then he pulls out a formal sealed envelope and explains that although it is technically a request from the bishop, he perceives it more as a personal challenge. The wax seal remains intact, bearing the weight of expectations for their mentor. She takes the letter with a serious face and listens as Comet says the bishop trusted her ability to make the right decision regarding its content. The task ahead slowly takes shape in her mind as she breaks the seal. The group eventually reaches a huge multi-story estate, and they are immediately met by a tall, stern-faced man who demands to know their business. Standing before this monumental architecture, they realize this is not a visit, but the start of a trial the bishop has already prepared for them. The church delegation arrives at the grand estate. Their arrival is met with the weight of spiritual authority. The grim butler welcomes the bishop and his companions, acknowledging the long-awaited arrival of the commander of the special forces and the young acolytes. Inside, he enters a brief meeting with a sharp-eyed official. The conversation quickly shifts to the students known as ecclesiastes. They express both doubt and concern. These youths are only theology school students, yet have mastered advanced regeneration magic, which should not be possible for those outside the church's inner circle. He remains silent while the young girls Faye and Mia wait nearby. Their faces show a mix of boredom and curiosity. They ponder the strange privileged treatment. They are regarded as equals to high-ranking priests, although they are merely pupils, and they wonder why they were summoned for such a matter. As they move through the luxurious corridors, he runs through the reports of his subordinates in his mind. He was warned, a young, potentially dangerous one will arrive, and that burden of responsibility settles as a heavy pressure in the silence among paintings and art in that silent, exhibit-filled gallery. Outside of him, the young women admire with fear how luxurious everything in the estate is, both the lace tapestries and the vast lands owned by the proprietor. They whisper about Baron Gherkin, a man who once held a high position in the church, then returned to secular life. This change undoubtedly brought him immense wealth. They continue on, and the conversation turns to the grim purpose of their visit, the examination of a dead noble lady who also left church service. The church holds a strict order. The bodies of those who practiced healing magic are subject to inspection. This rule was born from fear that such powerful techniques might seep into the secular world. He again confirms this doctrine, firmly stating that all healing magic must remain under the absolute control of the church. He warns, any unauthorized use is a grave sin, and any signs of violation must be stopped immediately and without mercy. Finally, they reach the place. There they are awaited by a noblewoman with an exquisite whimsical hairstyle, and her irritation is visible to the naked eye. She demands to know how much longer they will keep her waiting, complaining that the lengthy church procedures are delaying her sister's funeral and causing unnecessary suffering. She stands as if made of sharp and demanding air while the bishop presents the team he assembled for the mandatory examination of her late sister. As if not believing, she points at the young girls in the group and demands an explanation for why the children were brought to such a gloomy event, and the bishop immediately apologizes flusteredly. Next to him, Baron Gherkin watches the exchange closely, his face frozen with grief. The bishop expresses condolences, but the baron only urges on. Let it continue. He trusts the experts chosen by the church. Then the baron leads the group to the inner chambers, explaining that his wife remains in the room where death found her. As they move, the atmosphere grows thicker and tenser. A merchant named Hennet loudly protests the delay. He rushes out of the estate and away from the presence of the dead, but the official in glasses sternly reminds, no one will leave until the inspection is complete. Against the backdrop of quarrels, the maid Linan comes forward first and offers her report, calling herself the one who first discovered the Baroness's body. She describes the terrifying moment of discovery. She says she had brought water into the room as usual, but when she entered, the door was open and the mistress was lying on the floor, showing no signs of life. Here the Baroness lies motionless, her pale face frozen in a final, terrifying grimace that gives no immediate clues as to how she suddenly passed away. She lies motionless on the bed, the silent center of this grim meeting. The bishop and his young assistant approach the headboard to begin their solemn examination of the remains. While the investigators focus on the body, the witnesses stand in heavy, oppressive silence. The baron, the countess, and the merchant carry their own burden of grief or anxiety. Their gazes are averted from the pale figure on the sheets. Breaking the quiet, the bishop asks if the woman suffered from any known curses or magical diseases. The baron shakes his head and says that to his knowledge there were no signs of treachery or supernatural attack. The invisible burden of tension thickens in the air. The countess instantly tenses and prickles at the line of questioning, and the merchant beside her barely restrains a nervous, sweaty tremor. The Baron continues to bury himself in a gloomy apology to his late wife, while the bishop concludes the summary. The absence of an obvious cause led to the first report of a natural course. The assistant Zhe leans closer, her sharp gaze with medical scrutiny slides over the features of the Baroness. She cross-checks the timeline, confirming that the death occurred the previous night, then pointedly asks if the body has been moved since then. The bishop asserts that the remains stayed exactly where they were found on the bed, untouched by any hand. Hearing this, the young medic mutters that the situation is becoming increasingly strange. This remark sends a noticeable wave of shock among the gathered nobles and servants. Their faces contort with fear and confusion. The bishop demands explanations, asking literally what exactly frightens her about the state of the body. She touches the skin and explains, under normal conditions, blood settling after death within a few hours causes clear darkening. Yet despite how much time seems to have passed, the Baroness's face remains unnaturally unchanged, ignoring the laws of decay everyone expects. Known medical facts state, after death, blood circulation stops and under gravity blood settles in the lowest parts of the body, forming distinct reddish-purple spots, livor mortis. This process usually begins within 30 minutes and sets in after 12-24 hours, but the Baroness's skin is still eerily pale. During this clinical observation, the silence in the room is broken by a commanding voice that growls, "Soldier Lawrence." The manner tightens with tension, every guard on alert, watching how, after the mysterious disappearance of their late. He squints, his gaze becomes sharp and uncompromising as he confirms, the security in the room is absolute, as reported. There is no room for mistakes or deception in this investigation. Every detail must be carefully checked under the watchful eyes of the church and military. He continues the stern briefing, acknowledging the presence of witnesses and the need for their involvement. He orders subordinates to return to their posts so the perimeter remains securely sealed while the medical examination continues. Nearby, a young medical student and her tired companion lean closer to the deceased Baroness. She notes a strange sensation during abdominal palpation, and this detail catches the man's gaze beside her. He looks with a cynical but focused expression. She continues the examination, pressing her palms against the cold, still preserved form. It is frightening. There is no resistance, no natural rigidity expected, as if the very life force itself has left, leaving no usual biological signs of death. Turning to the bishop, she points out a clear discrepancy in abdominal pressure between the left and right sides. The high-ranking healer silently observes. His face reveals nothing as he contemplates this new, troubling evidence that undermines standard medical logic. This anomaly leads back to ancient, now disproven bloodletting practices once considered a way to balance bodily humors. But as the investigation goes deeper, the shadow of these archaic and often dangerous methods looms over the current mystery, hinting at a cause of death far more insidious than a simple illness. The young medical student inserts a needle into the bare bone of the remains, her eyes wide open, containing both cold clinical focus and fear. A sharp movement sends a wave of shock through the room, and suppressed gasps escape from the gathered nobility. They cannot believe what they see as she conducts her grim examination. Because of this alleged desecration, the Countess bursts into rage. Her voice is piercing as she declares that such an insult to her late sister cannot be tolerated. She demands an immediate report be sent to the Holy See while the Baron remains silent. His face is a mask of grief and confusion. Stepping past the loud outburst, she calmly states, the experiment was successful. Her gaze is fixed on the needle sinking into the body with eerie ease. She says the lack of resistance proves the abdominal muscles are completely absent where they should be, confirming her darkest suspicions about the true nature of the woman's condition. In response to this news, the bishop leans forward, furrows his brow, and orders to identify the connection between these physical abnormalities and the phenomenon of therapeutic magic leakage. She abruptly turns to the captain and, wasting no time, asks him to petition the Holy See for the issuance of Special Permit Number 42, while the bishop doubts whether such a drastic step is truly necessary. She looks again at the pale deceased and realizes this is not a typical case of magical leakage, but a situation far more terrifying and unnatural. Finally, the weight of her conclusions settles over the room like a shroud as she delivers her final verdict. Narrowing her eyes, she declares, the Baroness succumbed neither to disease nor magic. She became a victim of cold-blooded murder. The palace estate erupts with a scream of murder, sharp, stunning, and the afternoon silence shatters into pieces. The air in the estate is thick with tension as the group gathers. The bishop calmly asks to voice a few unresolved points before moving forward. Yet, despite the countess' sharp demand to explain everything immediately, the hesitation noticeably unsettles the merchant standing nearby. He shows impatience, insists the inspection is already complete, and questions whether they are even capable of resolving this. But the young medical student does not back down, assuring him that they are fully capable. His frustration is literally audible. He frowns and glares angrily through his glasses, clearly wanting to distance himself from these grim events. Turning to the sorrowful baron, the bishop asks if his late wife ever had serious injuries. The baron recalls her strict years in the church. There were scratches, but nothing serious. The countess picks up this thought, confirming that the woman did not suffer such in her youth either. The medical student carefully considers this detail. She nods, absorbs this information, and prepares to ask the next critical question in her investigative case. Then the conversation turned to the woman's recent habits, whether she had been taking too many medications lately. The young man standing nearby hesitated as he answered. She continues to give turn to the woman's recent habits, whether she had been taking too many medications lately. The young man standing nearby hesitated as he answered. Other words hardly calm the shopkeeper. He jerks at the medical student and demands to know why such intrusive questions are needed and how much longer this interrogation will last. The student calmly assures him that this is the last question. While the tension in the hall smolders and grows, an official with sharp features and glasses abruptly interrupts the conversation, stops everything, and calls the bishop to finally pay attention. He drafts a formal document, special permit number 42, and this throws both the bishop and the medical student off track. They are stunned by the speed of bureaucracy. Such a permit usually requires an exhausting review that should take much longer. The official explanation clarifies the situation. The bishop had beforehand anticipated submitting a petition for permission and correctly foresaw that the investigation would reach this critical point where such authority would be needed. Observing the exchange from the side, a young girl in a horned headband suddenly grasps the strategic genius of the bishop. Her eyes widen with delight as she praises the bishop for his incredible foresight and thoughtful plan, and for how he manages to stay several steps ahead of everyone. Truly impressive. Turning to her companion Comet, she says that the bishop is extremely talented, and that Zess's previous assumptions about his character and abilities were completely wrong. She was overwhelmed by a wave of irritation. The bishop's actions were not a challenge, but a form of excessive care that suffocated her. Through this tension, the room exploded. Lenin shouted in self-defense, and in a desperate attempt to prove her innocence, rushed to the gathered nobles and officials. The heavy logic of the whole situation weighed on her. If she had committed this act, it would have been quite natural for her to be the first to come across the body, but the time still remained a matter of dispute. She continued her defense and pointed out, while she was in the count's residence, others had no verifiable alibi at the time of death. In response to this accusation, Countess Aspronia met it with a cold look and asked why Lenin should not expect to become the main suspect given her closeness to the deceased. Then the Countess voiced a possible motive. The Baroness was increasingly troubled by the constant, demanding requests for gifts coming from Lenin's own sister. This revealed truth silenced Baron Jerkin while the Count persistently sought an answer. Her face spoke. The connection between these family demands and the tragedy was not a coincidence. Cornered by the dreadful pressure to the edge, she shifted her gaze to the merchant Henneth and demanded an answer whether the unresolved conflict with the Baroness was the cause of this terrible verdict. She watches as the official with thick glasses nervously and desperately defends the Countess. His face shines with sweat as he insists that there is nothing wrong with her behavior. Then she turns her gaze to the merchant, calmly analyzing his connection with the deceased, pointing out that he depended on the Baroness and that he would suffer if she stopped making her frequent purchases. His eyes widen in horror as the weight of her words reaches him. In the air hangs a heavy hint of a financial motive. Before the tension spills out, the bishop steps forward to stop the accusations, stating that the current line of questioning has been fruitful enough and that it is time to make the final clarification. Give the decision. A young girl with a horned headband takes the initiative and asks everyone in the room, who among those present before their arrival could have cast healing magic at this question. The church soldier falls silent. Janet, the merchant, can only stammer out of confusion and does not understand why suddenly the attention shifted to such a specific and unexpected demand. With a sharp, unwavering gaze, the girl ignores his clumsy attempts and declares that the list of suspects has finally been narrowed down to one person. In a sharp, dramatic gesture, she instantly points her finger at the grieving widower, and her voice rings with confidence. She names Baron Herkin as the true killer. The Baron's eyes narrow a mocking, barely noticeable smile, and his thick mustache twitches as he prepares to speak. He lets out a contemptuous snort and waves off the accusation, saying it is nothing more than wild and senseless childish delusions. He asks how anyone could take such a statement seriously, especially when it contradicts the supposedly established limits of healing magic. Stepping over the mockery, Comet shifts his gaze to the young healer and asks her to clearly explain her next step. The medical student holds a focused, resolute expression, prepares another needle, and shows that she will now examine the left side of the face. The bishop and his guards recoil in horror, and their voices rise in a chorus of condemnation. They shout that any further interference with the body is forbidden desecration and demand that the captain immediately stop this madness, regardless of the girl's age. In response to their anger, she calmly pulls out an official document, raising it so that everyone can see. Her piercing gaze instantly silences the hall. She announces she has a special permit number 42, issued in the name of His Holiness. A rare piece of paper, as she explains, gives the legal right to perform an autopsy, a procedure during which the body is subjected to systematic examination to determine the cause of death. Under normal circumstances, this is strictly prohibited. The Baron can only freeze in shocked stupor as his defense crumbles. She does not waste a moment and pushes the needle into the cold flesh of the deceased. While working, she notices the resistance is the same as before. The needle does not penetrate the dense muscular layer beneath the skin, confirming her suspicions about the nature of the injury. The needle enters the flesh, marking the beginning of a bloody but necessary investigation of the truth along the path of the Baroness. She extracts a sample. The needle, withdrawing, leaves a stain. The Baron lets out a malicious laugh and shouts that it should be so. When his stomach is pierced, blood naturally appears. Nearby, an officer in glasses coldly and thoughtfully watches the procedure. Unwavering, despite the mockery, she leans further over the body movements, precise and dispassionately methodical, as she focuses only on what she must do. The sudden change in atmosphere freezes the witnesses, the bishop, the baron, and the countess, in a state of bewildered shock. She snaps a look at them, and her voice cuts sharply as she demands to stop this futile chatter, swearing to provide irrefutable evidence of her words from. Firmly holding the hand, she sets the needle ready to show the anomaly she has just found. The bishop leans forward, his brows furrowed, as he carefully examines the small instrument held before him. He notices there really is a trace of blood on the surface, but it has not flowed inside the needle as it should have with a fresh corpse. This confirms her suspicion. Seizing this revelatory moment, she raises her staff and it begins to pulse with bright, mystical light as she prepares to reveal the final truth. She smiles warmly at Comet, praises his determination, but gently warns, if he overdoes it, he might be left with a hole in his stomach. Her tone is light, yet sincere concern for her companion's feelings is still evident. In response to her concern, he lets out an irritated cry from his chest, his face twisted with agitation. She remains steady, her gaze fixed on the grim task ahead. The contrast between his outburst and her cold focus is stark. In a moment, his face softens. A shadow of reproach flickers in his eyes as he offers a sincere apology for childish behavior. He admits that losing his temper is beneath him, especially given the seriousness of what is happening. When he falls silent, she again turns to the grim reality before them and exposes the terrible truth. Outwardly, everything seemed intact, but the Baroness' insides were completely torn apart. The Baron visibly shudders, his eyes wide with realized horror. She continues the clinical assessment, her voice steady as she states that this was not a natural departure, but a deliberate knife strike that caused fatal bleeding. The image of the blade piercing the body hangs heavy in the air as she speaks. When the Baron's wife's composure begins to crack, she explains the oddity: bloodless skin. She says that the surface wound was magically healed to hide the murder, and the absence of bruising is not a sign of silence and peace, but a deliberate lie. She looks directly at the trembling man, demanding explanations. After all, he alone has the means and opportunity to organize such a lie. His face shines with sweat, and his eyes dart in search of an exit that does not exist. Her words carry such devastating weight that they finally break him. He falls to the floor in despair, and the Countess cries out in shock. Amid the chaos of that confession, the young medic simply points out, the most likely cause of such betrayal is greed. She brought the truth to light so the Baron could only cling with his hands to the burden of his own position. He was a nobleman, but Baron is the lowest rung of aristocracy, a fragile position no matter how you look at it. Despite all efforts to keep up appearances, his estate's money lay in ruins, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet even in this hopelessness, he made a choice that sealed his fate. He could only listen as the official with sharp glasses sharply interrupted the conversation, and noted that poverty had warned them more than once. She meanwhile continued pouring money into the Countess's state and into the hands of merchants a leak the Baron's house could not afford. The Countess silently observed, absorbing every detail of the financial betrayal that led to this tragedy. He stood silently while the weight of the past thundered through the room, and Herkin's voice trembled as he recounted his lost dreams of becoming a mage as well as a marriage to misery, and the simple hope that their children might follow the same path. But the dreams were trampled, the fortune was taken, and he was left broken, clinging to the fragments of a life that could have been. His own memories were no less bitter, they surfaced like filth. He recalled the cruel words of the woman who was supposed to love him. She accused him of driving away guests and wished he had never been born. The little boy with blood on his face once him sat among the ruins of childhood, absorbing the poison of a mother who saw only a burden in him. They shared a common thread of misfortune, but he felt only burning disgust toward the man before him. Gritting his teeth, he tried to restrain his revulsion toward those who wallowed in their own misery and yet failed to protect what truly mattered. For him, there was nothing more disgusting than a person who cannot honor their own kin, allowing inner rot to poison everything they speak of. In the eyes of the law, he was a criminal. This fact was spat at him with disgusting certainty, like poison. While he was shackled, the medical student could only silently grit his teeth and look through mute pain. Her voice, a barely audible whisper, called his name. The burden of his past deeds collided with the harsh sentence of the present, leaving him alone in his silent rage. Then the bishop stepped forward. His voice was calm as he revealed the hidden truth that shadowed the Baron's narrative. He stated that Misery knew about her husband's bitter regrets that remained and wore a special magical stone around her neck to support his weakening talent. She was not a passive victim of fate. She secretly negotiated with the church, tirelessly striving for a way for him to stand on his feet again. This revelation struck him like a physical shove, forcing him to realize his wife's last actions were about deep love and sacrifice. He burst out in a terrible scream, pure, unadulterated agony, and the name of his deceased wife tore through his throat as the truth about his own failures became unbearable. The soft face in memory that once comforted now only sharpened the blade of his remorse. Confused by grief and guilt, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the young medical student, pressing a torn blade to her throat. The guards shuddered in shock, and he, in a frenzy, ordered them to drop their weapons. His eyes burned with wild, broken determination. He declared life in this place was over for him, so he would flee and seek twisted joy elsewhere, using the frightened girl as a shield. He briefly tightened his grip. Steel lay cold on her skin as she stared blankly ahead, frozen in paralyzed horror. But just as he was about to strike, a dark, threatening presence began to manifest behind him, a shadow born of the fury of comet boiling inside. The air seemed to grow heavy, carrying the scent of inevitable punishment, a silent promise that the Baron's desperate stunt was about to end quickly and bloodily. He lunged forward sharply, his twisted face stretched into a desperate, mad smile, and collided with the young man. The medical student was dragged into the same meat grinder, eyes wide with terror as the clash intensified and the air buzzed with hostile determination. The fight flares with a burst of movements, blades and magic clash in a chaotic dance. He holds on with the strength of a man who has nothing to lose, while his opponent responds with precise, disciplined strikes, and his frantic defense begins to falter under the pressure. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy erupts between them, a radiant shockwave tears through the room and throws both fighters backward, the floor beneath them starting to crumble. Through the smoke and debris, his face remains a mask of utter hopeless despair. His eyes bulge as he looks directly at his opponents, refusing to give up even as his strength fades. They hold together against the madness. The young mages prepare their next move. Formed into a single formation, a grim determination freezes on their faces as they channel their combined power into one devastating spell. The resulting magical discharge is enormous. A swirling vortex of light and power bursts from the balcony, illuminating the night sky and shaking the very foundations of the manor as it devours the last resistance. As the dust settles, she silently watches the Baron lying broken, pressed to the floor by the weight of their combined magic. His mad energy finally fades. In the distance, in the quiet, luxurious halls of the manor, a voice cuts through the silence and entrusts a critical task to a man named Lawrence. Lawrence accepts responsibility, confirming everything simply and conscientiously, his voice echoing down the empty corridor. Soul prepares to depart, expressing heartfelt thanks for the help during the trial. He turns to leave, his cloak fluttering slightly as he moves toward the exit with his companion. As the soldiers withdraw, the man with sharp glasses shifts his gaze to the young medical student. He admits his growing curiosity. He asks about the very nature of the specific methods they used during the investigation and what their true purpose really was. He continues explaining and adds, from his experience with other investigators, he knows they usually try healing magic on the dead to verify that death is truly final. He surveys her with a cold, calculating look, seeking a deeper explanation for their deviation from the norm. His gaze sharpens as he points out that their approach sharply differed from standard procedures, as if there is something more in their skills than meets the eye. Realizing that it was precisely their unconventional intervention that ultimately solved the case, he pesters her with questions. Why do they use such atypical techniques, and why is the knowledge only with them? Unmoved by his persistent questions, she responds with only a simple, mysterious smile and says she was just following her mentor's instructions. Her face is calm, revealing nothing beyond the basic truth of her training. As soon as she finishes the explanation, she casually waves goodbye to the departing captain and leaves the room herself, leaving the official behind. When she disappears from sight, the officials develop a reflex about the group, especially highlighting the mystery of the one called Eccles and his companion Comet. He thinks, despite their impressive knowledge and abilities, they are still almost children, yet at the same time the situation has definitely become more interesting. He watches as the young mages gather. Their urgent crisis is finally behind them. Mio vaguely adjusts her hair, and Tenkai explains that he took on a specific task himself to preserve the result as a memorable souvenir of the day's events. FIA and Mio continue to converse lightly, as if untouched by the weight they have just endured. Their moment of rest is interrupted by Zas. He approaches with his usual sour expression and demands to know why everyone is wandering idly. He explains that he was sent to check on Comet and Mio because Tenkai, whom the group calls Master Eccles, used the number 42, a move that definitely required supervision. Despite the prickly arrival, FIA and Mio do not slow down and tease him, hinting that his irritability is just a mask for relief when he sees them safe. He sharply jumps in words, orders them to be silent, and irritation flares as he tries to maintain his detached image in the face of their antics. Nearby, Baron Gherkin stands with Countess Asphonia and Leon. His voice trembles with sincere emotion as he thanks deeply. The Baron expresses heartfelt gratitude to the entire company for their vital help in his sister's case, acknowledging how much the service means to his family. Zes falls silent. His gaze drops as the reality of the situation and the Baron's gratitude settle on him. The quarrels that were before subside, and for a moment he is overwhelmed by a somber reflection on what has happened. Above the grand estate, high in the sky, the word proposal hangs in the air. A new development begins to take shape within the mansion's walls. The architecture stands silently and imposingly against the sky, a witness to the waves of changing politics and magic. Tenkai captures the attention of the entire group, and his voice sharply becomes stern cautionary. He says that this time they were lucky to escape, but they can no longer rely on luck, emphasizing a permanent solution is needed for their safety. For this reason, he proposes a deal to exchange magical stones. By holding a share of each other's power, they will immediately feel if someone in the group is in danger, so in battle, they will never truly be alone. He explains magical stones respond to the one who crystallized them, so a connection arises between them, allowing them to sense each other's state regardless of distance. In response, the others voiced approval. Zes offers to take on the task, and Saul notes that more information is always a tactical advantage. FIA and the young medical student share a moment of joyful agreement together. Turning to the exhausted-looking Comet, the medical student asks for his consent, and he simply shrugs and admits he has no reason to refuse the agreement. When the pack was calmed, she passionately declares that the 6 stars are now one whole, emphasizing their bond cannot be broken and none of them can be lost. So they stand together, and she looks at her companions with sincere warmth, confessing that she now sees them all as her true family. Outside the luxurious mansion, the air thickens with rumors. Passers-by begin quietly whispering about what just happened. The students whispered excitedly about how the 6 stars successfully resolved a serious incident with the nobility, and one dissatisfied young man mutters that he could have achieved the same results if given the chance. Against the backdrop of the rapidly growing fame of the young mages, a bishop and an official with slicked back hair observe from afar. Their faces reveal nothing, but their very presence looms over the Academy's new discovery. He leans closer and smiles as if he has calculated everything, addresses Colonel Sun by name, and admits that he has always held him in great respect. The sudden confirmation shakes the ground beneath. Colonel Sun's eyes widen, he gasps for breath, and his mouth hangs halfway open as he processes the unexpected praise. Continuing his speech, he urges the man not to waste a second and to join his side, promising that he will be treated with dignity and granted immense power. This offer changes Colonel Sun's expression to uncontrollable, almost mad joy. His eyes blaze with new, predatory ambitions. Barthany Academy, a fortress clinging to a jagged cliff, and the dispatched report sounds of the successful capture of the World Tree. They lead out a disheveled, bearded man. He is called the very healing mage they were looking for. Exhaustion and fear are frozen on his face. He is brought before a huge throne where a towering figure in a hood and heavy armor calls him to approach. Beside the figure stands an official watching as his master repeats the vow of fair treatment, while one threatening eye emerges from the darkness near the open portal. A medical student carefully presses the stethoscope to the chest of a young elf. Her face is focus-edged, listens to the steady rhythm of his heart. Nearby, Karon freezes with tension, her ears twitch as she waits for the results. With relief, she reports, the boy's condition is stable and there are no signs of that terrible lung disease they feared. The young elf beams with joy, and his companion tightly pulls him into a close, grateful embrace, thanking the healer for her skill, and adds that later the master will also examine him. Despite the good news, he still remains with a heavy heart. The boy lowers his head in shame. Tears well up in his eyes as he apologizes to his soul and laments that it was his fault. Because of him, the enemies managed to escape. His words hang in the air and are met by heavy silence from those standing nearby. The commander places a calming hand on the boy's shoulder and orders him not to dwell on the past and the insurmountable odds faced against those explosions. He declares, they will simply train even harder, so next time they face the enemies, the outcome will be different. Under the influence of these words, the young soldier raises his gaze, and a new determination to become stronger flashes in his eyes. She shares this determination. Her gaze hardens, and silently making a vow to herself, she forces herself to go even further with her comrades, ready to face any trials that lie ahead. She sits quietly by the bed, not taking her eyes off the boy until his eyes tremble and open wide, sharply stunned by his sudden consciousness. His face shifts from a sad thoughtfulness to surprise with wide-open eyes. As soon as he moved, she immediately called the girl beast and impatiently exclaimed that their companion had finally returned to the world of lively awakening. He suddenly sits up, bewildered and unable to comprehend how long he was unconscious. Quietly asks aloud. Nearby, the princess briefly stops her preparations, and the young beast girl is overwhelmed with relief. Tears well up as soon as she sees him alive and far from there. Before he fully regains consciousness, the loud friend lunges forward, pressing him against the pillows in suffocating, festive embraces. He meets them with a shy, exhausted smile and apologizes to everyone for the huge anxiety his too long sleep probably caused. While he listens, the Dragon Queen reports, a severe fever kept him in torment for quite a long time. Hearing this, others begin to express their own reproaches, each feeling guilty for the circumstances that led to his fall. He shifts his gaze to the beast girl, gives her a warm, sincere smile, and thanks her for everything she did while he was unconscious. Her face flushes with a blush from shame and pure joy. Finally, he inquires about the princess's health, directly asking if her wounded arm was cared for. The beast girl promptly confirms that the treatment was successful and promises to soon provide a full report on everyone's condition. She watches as the young man begins to understand how much care he received and listens as the beast girl explains. The medical student continuously applied cleansing magic, following his procedure. The Tenkaiid is noticeably stunned, realizing the scale of Seiya's efforts for his recovery while he was unconscious. He lowers his gaze to his own hand and freezes. No purulent wound, no fever rash. Then it dawns on him how much magic had to be spent to save him. And the realization that she stayed by his side all the time, constantly casting spells to suppress the infection, strikes him with a deep sense of near death. While the student humbly accepts his gratitude, the beast girl points out that someone else kept silent watch the entire dark hour, and this raises a question in him about where she might be. Je tries to downplay her role, but Koron insists. Chloe's devotion was equally necessary for his survival. Across the room, the group has gathered and the Dragon King notes they were careful enough to shield him from the harsh morning light while he was recovering. The air is heavy with relief, but from their weary postures it is clear, everyone paid with their bodies for this time. The horned woman looms over him. Her face is calm as she explains. For one of her kind, it is not a burden, at least sitting without sleep for a night is no problem at all, but an ordinary duty. She immediately dismisses any talk of gratitude, calling her act merely a repayment of the debt for the kindness he once showed them. Next to her, the Dragon King confirms, the entire circle of companions shared this long night watch and did not leave him until his condition stabilized. Even those who usually keep their distance united in caring for his well-being during the crisis. Tears well up in his eyes as the weight of their devotion reaches him. He twitches from the old pain of wounds but still finds the strength to voice his deep gratitude to all. It is hard for him to rise and sit, his body is still fragile, but the need to express thanks outweighs the physical discomfort. Noticing his impatience, the Dragon King orders him to freeze and sleep. The vampire woman says that her people have a hidden art that can speed up his recovery. Chloe suggests this secret technique might be the key to restoring his strength faster than ordinary treatment. She stands with them. Her plan has already gained the approval of the Dragon King. Lindworm notes how skillfully it was devised. Meanwhile, the young elven princess watches, curious, did others know about this hidden talent? To demonstrate this, the vampire princess suspends herself in the air and directs specialized magic. This ancient technique was created for her lineage. It allowed blood to be drawn from prey unnoticed, without raising alarm, a refined play with sensations. When she reaches out her hand to the bed, a soft, rhythmic glow begins to pulse around the wounded man. His companions freeze in silence and watch as the ghostly light washes over him. He sharply catches his breath, his eyes widen as a strange sensation rolls through his body. The constant, relentless pain that had tormented him since the start of the battle melts away in this soothing warmth. He sits up without any difficulty and exclaims in disbelief, "The pain has completely disappeared." She explains that the magic works like a local anesthetic, only a specific area goes numb without affecting his consciousness overall. He is truly impressed by the use of her hereditary magic. She admits that inspiration came when she observed the medical techniques he had used before. Then it became clear to her that the predatory arts of her people could be reinterpreted for healing. Nearby, the young beastwoman watches him intently, her face a complex mixture of relief and still-living anxiety. Approaching his bed, she addresses him as her lord, her voice slightly trembling. She confesses, although she was honored with responsibility during his recovery, the burden and fear of losing him became almost unbearable. She sharply raised her gaze, tears glistened in her eyes, not yet shed, and firmly declared that she wants to learn and become stronger. She did not want to be powerless again and feel that devastating despair swamp that crushes to the ground. She sought the strength that comes only with true experience. Seeing her determination, he felt a surge of responsibility and officially asked for her further advice and support in the coming days. She responded with a radiant, tearful smile, sincerely agreeing to stay close and help him in every way she could. Their moment of connection was interrupted by the arrival of others. The Dragon King lined up behind, and the present, deprived, like a worm, watched everything with a playful, all-knowing smile. Norman grumbled about the noise, noting that the teacher had finally awakened, and the rest of the group gathered around with a mixed feeling of relief and excitement. The room quickly became crowded with voices. More and more visitors came to make sure of his recovery, even saying that Queen Melina herself was among those waiting to see him. The atmosphere remained light and noisy, a sharp contrast to the heavy tension that had hung over them just a few hours ago. Beyond the noise of the recovery room, a huge forest beast lay curled up in a peaceful sleep, its mighty body hidden in a quiet niche. Far from the silence of the forest, on the horizon, the silhouette of a distant island emerged motionless, a solid and silent witness to the passage of time and unfolding events. At another time, or perhaps rooted in memory, two sharp, focused eyes peeked over a surgical mask, and the eyebrows glistened with sweat, the same that comes with complete concentration. Confidently holding his hands, the surgeon laid down the scalpel after successfully removing the source of the ailment, and placed a small dark mass in a metal weighing tray as soon as the procedure was completed. He stood in the sterile hospital corridor. His face was calm while a man in frenzy, thirsty for news about his son's emergency appendectomy, rushed to him. Panic was palpable as he asked if the boy was okay. Smiling reassuringly, the surgeon informed the father that the operation was completely successful and the boy was already resting peacefully, finally out of danger. Filled with gratitude, the man grabbed his hand and began to squeeze tightly, praising him as a savior and hero, but the doctor just quietly chuckled as if to say the praise was a bit too grand for a routine procedure. When the father insisted on finding a way to repay the debt, the doctor paused for a moment and then asked if the man would be free the coming weekend. He explained that he wanted to go to the field for work and asked if the man could look after his son for a while in exchange so that he could travel peacefully. This memory of simpler times faded as he stood among the rustling tall grass on the coastal cliff. The salty sea air sharply contrasted with the sterile smell of the hospital room. Turning away from Avesta, he began his path along a narrow dirt trail, his backpack pulling his back with heavy supplies as he ventured deeper into the lush wilderness of the island. Meanwhile, at the local clinic a few years later, a man named Kaguya suddenly rushed in to check on his friend Kurowa, who was sitting on a bench. Kurowa dryly noted that the doctor had just left, so the reception remained quiet. He inquires about the health of his friend's child and rejoices upon hearing that the boy is finally resting peacefully. Both men admire the doctor's talent, acknowledging that such a recovery would not have happened without him. Clutching the bottle of strong drink meant to be a gift, the father Freeshi's face falls when he sees the clinic is empty. His companion says the doctor has gone on another field trip, a habit that takes him as far from the village as he manages to treat it. He stands before the stone marker and notes that it is in Ishiganto, remarking that the names for such talismans vary in different regions, but their purpose remains unchanged. Looking closer, he explains, these are essentially talismans meant to ward off evil. They are placed in the most favorable spots at blind corners or sharp turns where, according to legends, Iluaman spirits gather, especially along roads facing the sea. The conversation shifts to broader protection. It shelters the entire island from threats descending from the skies, from the destructive force of typhoons and fierce winds. He wonders whether lightning also belongs to these celestial threats and concludes, in his imagination, yes, probably it does. Later, walking among the dense greenery, he talks on the phone, reassuring his colleague Okazawa that the research is not a burden. Okazawa apologized for interrupting his graduate studies and admits, he has long been fascinated by the folklore of Seva Island, especially the stories of those who were taken as he. While he continues along the cobblestone path, his companions suggest, if the schedule allows, he should visit an abandoned shrine. He politely thanks them and tells that man not to worry. The path leads to a dense, green mountain slopeth ere there seems to thicken with history. A voice on the other side of the line warns, the place is so dilapidated that it can hardly be considered a shrine anymore, yet it still promises this will be a place worth seeing. With a heavy splash, his boots sink into the mud. The wet earth gives way under the weight as he ventures deeper into the thicket. He stretches through the dense, damp thickets of the island. Boots sink into the wet earth as he checks the spot a second time. A voice from above confirms he is on the right path but warns, the summer heat drives swarms of leeches and mosquitoes. His companion, Okuzawa, adjusts his glasses and continues the conversation, steering it towards local legends to avoid boredom. He brings up the topic of visits by gods. Supposedly, Namo Age is the most famous example, and the tradition of mass ritual visitors is widespread throughout the region. The researcher delves into the lecture, explaining how these creatures from the mud-covered Pantu of Okinawa to the feathered Toshiden of Kagoshima serve as spiritual guardians. He explains that these figures, often appearing as a frightening crowd to drive away evil spirits and protect the health of villagers, function almost like divine healers for the community. Meanwhile, the traveler finally emerges from the thickets and finds himself before a huge, weathered stone foundation. The scale of the ancient masonry, half swallowed by the jungle, unmistakably confirms he has reached the site of the abandoned sanctuary. He suddenly gasps for breath, his eyes widening in disbelief as the full picture of the ruins finally unfolds. What he sees is far grander and more mysterious than the legends could have suggested, leaving him momentarily breathless. Surveying the place, he weighs rational explanations and admits unusual weather disruptions do occur. But that incredible force of lightning strikes here is unprecedented. He is still a skeptic about all things mystical, but the absence of such phenomena on neighboring islands hints at a special, perhaps darker truth hidden in local legends. Far from the humid Seiwa jungles, a cold wind rushes past the spires of the majestic stone-carved cathedral. In its sacred halls, a stern voice echoes dully, scolding a subordinate for being late. In a spacious, sunlit library, three high-ranking officials gather among towering shelves of ancient knowledge, discussing a report so shocking it defies imagination, their faces marked by curiosity and anxiety as they weigh the consequences of news from a distant island. She stands among the giant shelves of the grand library, her luxurious headdress catching the dim light, while the man in glasses asks a question about the very essence of the report that brought them together, aloud pondering what could be so important as to disrupt their meeting. He leans forward, his gaze narrowing behind his glasses as he recalls Colonel Sun's failure Eccles's subordinate near the World Tree. She confirms, the event is etched in her memory, her voice is steady, though the situation itself weighs heavily. Because of this failure, he assumes, maybe everything is going according to her plan. She is met with an attentive, almost playful facial expression. She responds with a counter-question, does he have any evidence to support such a bold statement? He shifts the conversation to the 6 stars. Supposedly, they intended to use the situation to subdue the insolent Eccles, but the real problem is what will happen next. He adds that one of the 6 stars has already gone to deal with the disposal of Colonelson. When the conversation goes deeper, they realize the complete impossibility of the battle on the World Tree events that shatter their expectations. He says that the failure of the 6 stars is extremely serious and asks whether the higher one should bear all the ultimate responsibility. Above the silence of the government halls over the city's domes hangs the sun, and ancient words whisper at the time when the house was not yet inhabited, a mysterious omen hanging over the political intrigues unfolding. Meanwhile, in a completely different setting, a group gathers around a figure lying motionless on an elevated platform. The air is thick with the scent of clinical recovery or the heavy aftertaste of a ritual room. The focus shifts to a man with long, flowing dark hair and a piercing gaze. His appearance causes the room to fall silent. The handrails quietly whisper with admiration, acknowledging the return of the one called Eccles. His face reveals nothing as he stands among his followers. He stirs, abruptly rising on the bed in the dimly lit room, and his companions cluster into a tight circle. Zess, unable to contain his impatience, demands all the details of the events near the World Tree, but the man called Eccles gives only an empty, confused look. He repeats the name of the great tree again and again as if it is a foreign term to him, and the words remain strange on his tongue. This time, a stifling silence settles in the room, and he convulsively tries to cling to memories that seem to have melted into the fog, leaving him to drift with his own mind. Seeing genuine confusion in his eyes, Zess shudders with distrust. He asks what these talks mean, but the man only shakes his head and firmly says he has no memory of the events they are so desperately interrogating him about. The mercenary's anger overflows. His voice rises as he accuses his leader of playing a cruel trick. He cannot comprehend how such colossal events could simply vanish from someone's mind, especially when the stakes were too high for all of them. Ignoring his outburst of anger, she leans forward, her voice is quiet but filled with desperate hope, and utters a request. If he remembers that moment, it was he who snatched her from the claws of the Dark Elves. It was a feat that should have been etched into his soul, yet his face remains unchanged. While she waits for an answer, the burden of his lost history weighs more heavily on him. This is a classic case of retrograde amnesia, a condition where the brain erases memories directly preceding a traumatic event. Such a protective mechanism can last months or even years, leaving a person unable to recall key moments of their own life. Despite the confusion, he reaches out to everyone with his calm authority. He tells Zess to find rest and assures the man that his unbreakable loyalty is not forgotten. The tension in the room begins to ease, giving way to sorrowful acceptance of their new, broken reality. He continues to sit in the silence of the room, a figure of calm concentration against the backdrop of luxurious decor. Mio offers to stay a little longer nearby, a small support for the teacher who has lost the thread of his own history and memories of those he fought for. He remained the silent center of their anxiety as the company moved through the city streets. One of the companions voiced a doubt that stubbornly lingered, whether Zess had truly recovered, but another quickly offered brief reassurance, confirming that he was stable and adding that overall he looked normal. As the group moved, a noblewoman with an elegant headdress thoughtfully surveyed the political landscape. She reasoned that, if possible, confirmation from the Ujat tribe would be best to solidify their position and test the fragile shifts in loyalty in the region. Besides Zess and his companion, they surveyed the path they had to take through incredible hardships. They recalled Ujat with a mixed feeling of respect and exhaustion, marveled that they managed to carry their burdens so far despite the devastating odds, and wondered if they could have done more. The conversation jumped to where exactly the representatives of UJAT are currently hiding. It was noted that Hennet, a member of that tribe, is now in the papal chancery, serving under the direct order of the Pope, so it was difficult for them to reach him. The noblewoman did not avert her gaze from the strategic value of the tribes, insisting that the intention to handle the UJAT situation must be fulfilled personally. Yet she admitted, the unclear circumstances concerning Zess's condition remain a troubling, separate mystery that requires immediate answers. The conversation shifted to the recent violence near the World Tree, where dark elves were noticed. One of the warriors recalled, as soon as they reached Mio, the attack was already in full swing, and this made them think that behind it all stands a hidden hand, controlling these seemingly unrelated events from the shadows, far beyond the World Tree. This suspicion of conspiracy only deepened as they recalled those who harbored hatred against their leader. They aloud wondered whether it was the cardinals or their associates behind the growing opposition, trying to undermine the influence of the one they called sensei. The investigation finally pointed to a specific group, the Kabashev faction. When their name was mentioned, the gravity of what was happening became clear, an ancient political enmity capable of shaking everything they fought for. Lord Bayan watched the developments with a cold, calculating gaze. He pauses on this situation and agrees with the assessment. If their enemies wanted to strike secretly, there were plenty of chances inside the country. He understands the focus must shift. Something specific happened near the World Tree, and it forced the strike to be directed at Zess at that very moment. As the group processes this realization, their conversation is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected presence approaching them. His gaze sharpens, he feels the atmosphere change abruptly as the interruption draws near. In a long, luxuriously decorated corridor, a solitary figure stands in their way, blocking the path with brazen confidence. A man with wild, spiky hair and a mocking smile introduces himself. He is Tyron, the Inquisitor. He addresses the Archbishop directly, and his tone, like glue, flows with feigned submission as he acknowledges the high-ranking official. Behind him, the rhythmic dull thud of many boots echoes through the building, a sign that a significant force is approaching. He is not alone. From the darkness emerges a phalanx of hooded, masked figures led by a noble woman with an impressive white afro. It is precisely the number of inquisitors that makes their hostile intent undeniable. Tyron sharply raises his finger at the Archbishop and loudly proclaims that he is suspected of heresy. He declares, here and now the official must be taken into custody, and the crowd freezes in shock. The history of the Church and its healing magic is long and complicated, beginning in the times of great upheaval and spiritual revelations. It all began with a man named Clemens, at first, to whom God granted a miracle, gathered 10 disciples around him to lay the foundation for what later became a global faith. This foundation took place in an era when humanity was persecuted. Meanwhile, the Church tried to restore relations with other races, but their attempts were quickly cut off by a global punishment known as calamity. But after that catastrophe, the organization grew to incredible proportions. It became the central force of humanity and turned into a gigantic entity at the very heart of the world. In this vast hierarchy, the weight of history echoes in every gaze. The leaders of faith keep a vigilant watch over the spiritual and physical well-being of the people. The current structure of the Church is a direct legacy of those first 10 disciples. The Pope stands at the top, and the College of Cardinals directs the faith with an iron will. They stand as pillars of the modern Church centralized authority, where power flows from top to bottom, ensuring that the miracles of the past continue to shape the world today. She sits at the top of the rigid hierarchy, one of the cardinals chosen as the Pope's supreme advisors. The path to such a position is long. One must pass through the ranks from deacon to priest, then to bishop, and finally become an archbishop. In theory, this system guarantees that only those with the highest moral and ethical qualities are chosen to lead the faithful. But the reality of the modern Church often departs from these high ideals. In recent years, selection for such high positions has increasingly fallen under the influence of internal factions and political maneuvers, and the clinking of gold often weighs more than spiritual merits. This centralized system of power distinguishes the Church from other faiths, where there may be dozens of ranks or a complete lack of clear hierarchy. Here, authority is absolute and concentrated in the hands of a few influential figures. Their faces are known throughout the land. Each embodies a distinct aspect of the far-reaching sphere of influence of the entire institution. In this atmosphere of unquestioned dominance, Saul stands before a lavish gathering of his peers. The gigantic hall, full of silent witnesses, points the way to the hearing stand, reminds under whose watchful eye all high-ranking officials must work. He becomes the subject of an Inquisition inquiry, formal process where his actions and loyalty are questioned by figures like a meticulous official in glasses and a mocking tyrant. This is an internal mechanism that maintains the purity of church leadership so that no one, regardless of rank, is above the law of faith. This strict internal control is a legacy of the church's history, which began when the disciples of Clemens took over power after his departure, establishing the church as the sole organization capable of leading humanity into the future through the manifestation of miracles, while deeply rooted discrimination against other races still lurked in the shadow of their holy work. Due to constant threats looming over their clan, the need for human unity and cooperation became the church's main mandate. They emphasized that only solidarity would enable survival in a world still shaken by the aftermath of the catastrophe. To cement this unity and punish those who dared to stray from the path laid by Clemens, the church established the Inquisition. These enforcers imposed on heads were to identify and destroy heretics, preventing the collective will of faith from remaining in doubt. The official adjusted his glasses, light glinted on the lenses as he pondered the unique nature of the council. It was an organization under the direct jurisdiction of the Popia sphere where magicians usually had no influence, but the current circumstances forced an exception to the established order. He stood alongside his peers, representing the Kavishu faction, a group whose roots were woven into the very history of religious conflicts, from the Crusades to the present day. They inherited the tradition of suppressing heresy and imposing dogma line that saw the Inquisition rise as an instrument of political and spiritual control through the centuries. They were that ruling triumvirate face of the dominant anthropocentric ideology that sought to maintain order in the vast hierarchy of the church. Before the crowds, their power was unquestionably a beacon of faith that stood on an uncompromising position regarding human unity and the preservation of their divine mandate. Well, that's all in this video. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. While other sects like the Shalom faction preached harmony with other races, or the Swimmer faction obsessed over the minutiae of scripture and doctrinal purity, this particular group had a much more militant and aggressive character. Their path was defined not by peaceful coexistence or theological disputes, but by the uncompromising use of force to maintain human unity. Against the backdrop of these ideological rifts, the warrior forged a path through the consecrated corridors, and the influence of the Kavashu faction was felt in him without words. Despite their colossal power, they kept a strategic distance from the official Inquisition machinery, allowing them to act with an autonomy that few others in the church could afford. The icy voice shattered the silence and cut a sharp warning: do not distort the situation. The moment was too heavy. There was no room for mistakes or false assumptions here under such unquestionable power. He looked up when the woman with the ornate headdress addressed him directly. Her gaze pierced through him, and it held so much expectation. She made it clear. His presence was needed for one single, immense mission. He was called not for ordinary politics, but to become a shield for the church and all humanity against the encroaching darkness. Standing before the assembled council, he gave a measured response. He acknowledged their request, but at the same time subtly reminded them of his own limits. He agreed to serve their cause if that was truly their intention, but his words carried a clear impatience, emphasized that, unlike those who seem immortal in the church, his time was too valuable to waste on trifles. He turns around, and his appearance suddenly cuts through with a blinding flash of light as he announces his intention to apologize and withdraw from this meeting. When the light fades, the warrior priest walks away, dragging a trail behind him, leaving high-ranking officials behind. The phantom image of a horned creature lingers in the air for a long time. Seeing his defiance, the noblewoman with hair as white as a wall shouts for him to stop, stunned that the archbishop dares to leave in the middle of the solemn interrogation. Her outburst of anger drowns out the cold voice of the official in glasses. He asks if that man really believes they are involved in some petty game. The official lecturer continues the speech and reminds everyone, those who bear the seal of the 5 horns and whose breath is given by the Creator have a sacred duty to guard peace in the world. Above them, a giant armored figure rises above the chamber like a silent judge and demands an answer: why such interference is allowed. Ignoring pressure from above, the man in glasses adjusts the focus and says that the previous points were obvious, but he has 4 specific remarks that need to be considered. Then he names a specific name, Colonel Sun, and expresses a grim suspicion that the archbishop deliberately abandoned his own subordinates to their fate. He continues his attack, insisting that Seoul abandoned its duties at the World Tree and fled like a coward. This statement provokes a sharp response from noble women. They point to the extreme danger to the inhabitants of the World Trees and to the cruelty of leaving someone behind in. Against the backdrop of these increasingly sharp contradictions, the bishop bows low and offers deep apologies for the instability caused to the country by the actions of his subordinates. While he continues to hold a pose of deep submission, the bespectacled official barely restrains his triumph. A wide, predatory smile stretches across his entire face. Two inquisitors look at the screen of humiliation, their eyes cold and calculating as they weigh the bishop's words. Somewhere off-screen, a squad of subordinates, even the arrogant tyrant himself, stands ready, unaware of the political storm brewing in the hall. Breaking the silence, wrapped in silence, the horned noble woman coldly notes that she did not know the bishop's apprentice turned out to be such a failure. Her direct verdict hits like a physical blow. It catches the official representative off guard and visibly shakes the bishop from public shame. The tension in the room is felt every moment. The noblewoman with striking white afro reacts with noticeable shock to how the conversation unfolds. Nearby, the horned woman keeps herself composed, her face frozen in a mask of quiet, sad reflection as she asks whether her presence is still needed despite orders from the mysterious Kabushu faction. She is met with the unwavering gaze of the horned woman, one that reflects a sharp eye, a deep inner resolve, as she makes it clear. Empty words will not change her intention to stay. Beyond her, the rest watch in heavy silence, the power of the moment settling over the gathering like a thick shroud. This defiance causes the noblewoman's eyes to narrow and her face to contort, showing both anger and accusation. She declares, even if Colonel Sun was not a direct subordinate at the very end, he was undoubtedly under their command until then. Therefore, the responsibility for his actions lies squarely on their shoulders. From beneath the hood emerges a gigantic figure who steps forward to intervene. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from him, causing the room to fall silent and focus solely on him. He declares unwavering dedication to the nation's defense but cannot remain silent about the incompetence and illegal actions that occurred under their watch, directly blaming them for the recent defeats. He points to leadership failures, and the noblewoman abruptly launches into defense, shouting denials. Her features twitch as she insists she knows nothing of such matters and tries to deflect the mounting pressure, hinting that the orders they gave should be the ones under suspicion. She is suddenly interrupted by the official with sharp glasses. He leans forward, his face a mask of righteous anger, demanding answers. He barks a second demand to find out how they are connected to the massive fire that recently devastated this area. His voice echoes through the hall like a judge's gavel. He does not cease the relentless interrogation and reveals a stunning statement from a prisoner named Bayan, who is now rotting in a cell. The man, resembling a half-madman from despair, allegedly testified that he was forced to commit arson by the archbishop himself, and this news sends a shockwave through the entire assembly. Then he shifts his poisonous gaze to the woman with horns, accusing her and her companions of knowing about the fire that was about to happen and doing nothing to stop it. He questions the event itself, hinting that the lack of real damage proves it was a planned, deceptive performance to manipulate and exploit the situation. He shudders with distrust, his face twitches as soon as the name Lord Nagapu is spoken. The secretive Lord in the Hood remains unmoved, confirming that the needed person is already lost. And this news seems to strike right at the very heart of the official's power. Because of this shift in power, the crooked woman speaks with chilling impassivity. If Lord Nagzapu had not overseen the southern district, including the red light area, such chaos would never have been allowed to flourish under an official's watch. When the weight of her words settles, the gaze rests on the cold stone floor. There the whole reality becomes clear. The place occupied by the official is better attributed to the influence of Lord Nazapa's legacy. The official's composure completely breaks down. Sweat pours down his forehead like rain when he realizes he has been cornered. He claims that their intention is to incite the dragon against them and turn high-ranking officials against each other in order to desperately shift the blame from themselves. In response to the increasingly intense tension, the noblewoman with white afro raises her decorated staff and points it at the woman with horns. Her patience has finally snapped, demands how much longer this interrogation procedure will last. She continues her tirade. Her eyes flash with rage as she points her finger and declares that her accuser is neither an inquisitor nor even a member of the High Council. Her voice breaks with the question, on what grounds do they allow themselves such blatant contempt? As if indifferent to the outbreak, the woman with horns fixes her gaze intently and motionlessly, and her voice remains a quiet whisper of calm. She simply asks that no one be in the room. Seeing the dead end, the cornered lord briefly apologizes to the noblewoman and she, turning on her heels, hurriedly rushes out of the room like a whirlwind. In every sharp step, her anger is evident. She does not take her eyes off the noble lady. Her eyes burn with restrained, quiet strength that matches the sharp, scrutinizing gaze of her interlocutor. Noticing the friction, the official in glasses stubbornly interrupts the conversation and remarks, "Chloe's competitive nature is exactly why she was invited to this circle." He says her presence here is a result of her own stubbornness and the influence of those around her, while the cloaked lord silently watches this quarrel. The conversation shifts to the nature of so-called holy water. The official dismisses it, saying it is just a label for ordinary liquid. He explains that what peasants once used to treat simple wounds, the church has reinterpreted and relabeled in a new way, and this truth settles like a heavy burden in the air as he accuses them of merely shifting the very argument. He leans even closer. His glass reflects the dim light as he asks whether such an explanation clarifies the situation or if additional details are needed to satisfy her curiosity. This revelation pushes the noblewoman with the white afro into a fit of righteous indignation. She roars that this is the highest sacrilegious crime, commoners producing something that the church supposedly endows with divine essence, thus a direct challenge to the gods and a betrayal of their faith. Despite her outburst, the official continues the interrogation, accusing the opponent of using Lord Bayan to help produce this water and ultimately, for personal gain, to burn to the ground the land on which they stand. She does not budge an inch, coldly dismissing his cunning theories as if they are nothing but curious delusions. When she demands concrete evidence, the minds of those standing nearby flash back to how ordinary people tirelessly worked preparing their goods, and instantly the chasm between the official's accusations and the real labor that actually took place becomes visible. Finally, she resists with her gaze of firm, unwavering defiance. Her silent determination speaks louder than any verbal retort until the tension in the room reaches its peak. She responds with a look so powerful it demands an answer. Her eye opens wide and focuses intently as she challenges the very premise of the entire confrontation. Turning her back to the gathered officials, she notes that the presence of the entire Kabash faction confirmed her suspicions. This was never meant to be a legitimate investigation of heresy. She sighs heavily, then her face hardens as she points out the absurdity of the situation. Noting that taking hostages and issuing threats under the guise of a religious court is nothing but cruel charade. Her gaze narrows to a sharp, icy line, and she bluntly asks what exactly they really want her to do in response to their demands. Such frankness provokes an outburst of mocking laughter from Eckerd. He claps his hands with delight and praises her for so quickly grasping the reality of her own plight. Then he shifts the conversation to the last, far more urgent concern. He discusses the consequences of the incident with the colonel's son and how the 6 stars returned from the tree of the world wounded, so the nobility is puzzling over what exactly could have happened. Leaning in, he reminds her, even if she claims ignorance about the 6 stars, as a person she must take full responsibility for the failures of those under her. High above the world, among a sea of cumulus clouds and steaming structures, the order to move out is given the start of a new, uncertain journey. A sharp clink of metal on thread cuts through the silence in the room. She carefully pulls out the last stitch from the healed flesh of the hand, holding the hands firmly and evenly. She raises her gaze, her animal ears twitching, and in this pride and impatient anticipation, she announces that the procedure is complete and seeks approval for her work. She watches as he, surprised, bends his arm and admires how straight the scar has healed and how full the range of motion has become, which he has reclaimed. They gather around the table while he reinforces the lesson. Perfect mastery of basic techniques, knots, and stitches is the foundation of all medical successes. He watches the noblewoman as she encourages the young beast person to continue training alongside them, and the girl accepts this with passionate dedication. Then he extends the invitation to others, offering everyone to continue the training together, and the proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement. He looks at the sunny courtyard and allows the silence to hold one thought. The need for companionship burns, but doubt gnaws. Is everyone too burdened with their own weight to join? He remained a silent subject of their conversation while the horned Nevernorosa princess, Chloe, showed indifference to the details of the recent incident. Her attention was elsewhere. Opposite her, the elven queen listened attentively, and the restrained features of her face already bore the weight of what had happened as they weighed the consequences of the recent chaos. Beside the huge meeting table, the air seemed to thicken with suspicion as the gathered leaders argued about the hidden hand behind this chaos. One sharply overpowered all with her voice, a vow to fiercely track down and destroy whoever dared to pull the strings of this conspiracy. Others sat silently in tense, focused silence, understanding the fragile peace was under threat. Then she turned her thoughts to the young man. From now on, his well-being was the most important. Her resolve strengthened as she declared, the path for them was set. With a sharp command, she directed Captain Heath to focus on uncovering the truth, and the soldier immediately agreed to take charge of a special investigative team to root out the traitors. Their strategic plans abruptly fell apart as a flustered messenger burst into the room, his face pale with urgent anxiety. He was almost driven back for interrupting the high meeting, but he hoarsely snatched a warning something extremely dangerous was already unfolding, so they had to pay immediate attention as the doors slammed wide open. The reason for the alarm quickly became clear. Archbishop Eccles made a majestic, formidable approach to the World Tree, and his presence radiated power. As he stepped forward, the hidden tension between the elven and human factions exploded at the brink. The fate of their fragile peace hung by a thread. The Archbishop's cold gaze swept across the hall, signaling the start of a new, dangerous phase of the conflict. In the dark, suffocating mine tunnels, the air was sticky with dust and full of the workers' despair. They begged Lord Daystel to stop, insisting that the task ahead was truly impossible and that he was exhausting himself too much. He ignored their screams. His face was covered with sweat and dirt, and he gripped the tool with trembling hands. A muffled curse escaped his lips. The body had already been drained to the limit by this exhausting work, but his determination did not waver. When asked about stubbornness, he cast a fierce, tired look at his comrades. He demanded an answer. Who else would finish the work if he stopped now? His voice echoed with a heavy sense of duty, and the others fell silent together. The burden of every word brought tears to the eyes of his young granddaughter, Sophie Earl, who looked at him with a mix of fear and admiration. He was driven by one desperate goal: to earn enough to feed everyone, even if the price was his health. Caught by the same desperate hope, the girl later found herself in a dense forest where she had to make her way through a downpour pouring like from a bucket. She ran at full speed without stopping. Only one thing was in her mind: to find help that her family so desperately needed. And she knew, in this world, progressive medicine was the only thing that could be mistaken for magic. Finally, she reached the high ridge and stopped to catch her breath while surveying the misty horizon. Squinting through the rain, she tried to check the direction, hoping she had not strayed in the darkness of the storm. Her heart twitched as soon as she noticed in the distance the huge silhouette of the World Tree, confirmation that she was on the right path. Exhausted and soaked through, nearby she spotted the entrance to a cave. It promised a brief respite from the relentless rain. She hurried to the shelter, and stepping over the threshold, a short sigh of relief escaped her chest. The danger from the elements had already passed, but the real challenge of her journey to save her grandfather was just beginning. She wraps herself in darkness and does not notice the looming threats behind her. From the shadows rises a huge serpent neck and nearby-piercing, shining eyes of a winged predator. Suddenly, she is surrounded by a chorus of bloodthirsty screams. A chimera creature and its reptilian companion confront each other right in the presence of the monster, and their predatory intent becomes completely obvious. Frightened, a young girl rushes through the storm. Her cries for help are drowned in the wind. Her foot slips on the slippery, rain-soaked rock sand. She falls, rolling straight toward the edge of the abyss. She plunges headlong down steep, jagged slopes. Gravity takes its toll. The world disappears in rain and stones, and wide eyes reflect the pure, unspeakable horror of the fall. She hits the ground with a disgusting, dull thud, her body broken, covered in blood. Consciousness fades, and thoughts drift to her grandfather and those she left behind as she whispers her last words, a belated, tearful, apologetic silence for not managing. Her motionless body is held in the field of vision from above by the chimera beast, circling and flapping its heavy wings under the onslaught of a terrible downpour. Below, the girl lies surrendered to the wild element. She lies down, and blood gathers around her head, darkening the cold earth while her breathing becomes increasingly shallow. The light in her eyes fades. The weight of her journey is finally too great to bear. While the girl's life hangs by a thread, Faye stands far from the fury of the mountains in the silence of the majestic pavilion. She listens as her mentor orders an investigation into the mysterious zest and to monitor the state of the country, and with slight fatigue notes. He always makes incredibly complex tasks seem so simple. She stands in the rain, not taking her eyes off the figures in hoods who watch them from afar. Sol doubts whether the teacher is wise to investigate alone, yet remains silent, weighing the risks of their current plight. This dense tension cuts her sudden statement, "We need to find something to eat," and it sounds sharp, as if out of place. The stomach demands food, and for a moment this obscures the very secret of their observers. A barely noticeable moment of lightness shatters as a shadow looms through the rain. Sol immediately prepares to engage the monster, but she yells for him to hold position. She senses something wrong in his approach. In compliance with her order, the gigantic chimeric beast stops and instead of attacking, shows that it is carrying a passenger. It carefully lowers the small, broken body of Zafiro onto the Sodner. The girl, her face a mask of blood, and raises her gaze to the giant creature and gives a faint, grateful smile. She quietly whispers, "Thank you for saving me," and at the same time painfully admits that she once feared such a gentle heart. When her strength finally runs out, she helplessly falls forward right into the embrace of the soul that was already waiting. Before slipping into unconsciousness, she gasps for air with her last breath and breaks into a desperate plea to see Normam Sama. She sees life itself leaving the child. She takes a step forward, her gaze filled with fierce determination. She tells the soul that this cannot be allowed to end here. She will use her powers to heal the girl's body, broken to death. Their gazes lock in a silent promise of salvation. Amid blood and rain, a new bond is born from a shared moment of despair. She presses the wounded girl to herself, her face frozen in cold determination to find a way to help her in this land. Nearby, a man in a lavish uniform warns, the costs will be insane and they cannot afford to rely on the locals. With despair in her eyes, she looks down at him and demands an answer. Explain what your action means and whether there really is no other way to save the child. Hearing this nearby, from inside the protected wagon, a commotion arises. Voices are heard asking if there really is a person there and how severe the reported injuries are. For now, Best Girl and her companions watch how everything unfolds, growing increasingly worried, their faces frozen with concern for their friend. The Beast Girl explains that while Alig is in the country, people are hidden in the dragon's place, and this revelation shockingly stuns the horned woman nearby. At elsewhere, a dark-haired man known as Mami-sama speaks with the authorities, insisting his safety is paramount, as people will definitely target him first. He continues a stern lecture, categorically stating that he cannot allow a meeting with people, although he admits his presence is necessary if there are sick or wounded among them. Turning back to the company, the young girl lies in a puddle of her own blood. Her breathing is rapid and shallow. She struggles to stay conscious despite her terrible wounds. She stared at the dying girl, and one urgent need spun rapidly in her mind to stop the bleeding. Understanding hit her immediately. She was not capable of it. But the very thought of calling people nearby was paralyzing with fear of the consequences. Seeing her hesitation, the archbishop stepped forward decisively and noted that people had already gathered near the castle gates. He suggested that if they provided the necessary medical assistance, there might still be a chance for survival. And the bishop responded with a stern warning, reminding that people's demands are often unpredictable and dangerous. He spoke about the risks of sabotage and how hostages might disappear, hinting that their involvement could turn into an even greater disaster. The team froze in tense silence. The decision weighed on them as they cast glances between the suffering girl and the path to the people. Nearby, others watched the exchange with grim faces. Everyone understood that every moment pushed the wounded girl closer to the end. Breaking the silence, the young princess spoke in a trembling but resolute voice. No protocols and no pride are worth another's life. She begged them to cast aside doubts and seek help from human mages. While the earth pressed down on her, the dying girl exhaled a weak protest through the pain, begging them not to involve people for her sake. She feared that this debt would bring only trouble and misfortune to her comrades. She continued to speak through the pain, naming the impossible price that people would undoubtedly demand for their services. The princess could only watch silently, her heart tightening with the understanding that they had nothing to pay for the salvation they so desperately needed. She sobbed, her face twisted in agony as blood streamed from her shattered eye. A voice, sticky with despair, begged to be left alone. She insisted that she had relied too much on the world tree, which had opened its gates for her. Watching her agony, Coronet's eyes widened in shock. Wild determination began to strengthen as she looked at the dying child. When she froze, the voice broke the tension and firmly reminded of the sacred duty. A doctor never turns away from a patient under no circumstances and at no cost. Despite the doctor's firm remark, Kuroni clasped her head with her hands. Her face froze into a mask of inner turmoil. She apologized for the anxiety her hesitation caused while the wounded girl continued sobbing nearby. Finally, she found her voice and ordered the others to evacuate immediately. With desperate determination, she declared that only she was capable of acting and would begin treatment without any delay. Chloe and FIA stand side by side, their faces filled with a new determined mood. Chloe declares that she will no longer run away. Her spirit is unbroken, it remains steadfast and ready for the challenge ahead. Her companion Kuroni, eyes widened from intense concentration, demands immediate instructions, prepare to play her role in the unfolding crisis. They begin preparations. Chloe tunes herself to perform specialized technique, while FIA quickly prepares the necessary water for the procedure. She, the beast girl with beastly features, carefully pours boiled water on the wound to clean it, and with a barely noticeable reproach notes, "Saline solution would be ideal, but for now, this will have to suffice." Her efforts are supported by FIA, who is called next to assist and who responds with firm confirmation, while the group continues their urgent medical work. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, high-ranking officials along with Sol and Queen Melina are on full alert, searching for aliens who slipped past the defenses. Hey, the soul of the commander suddenly finds the girl's location. He bursts into the room sharply and shouts accusations of illegal intrusion into the royal castle. They, the corner group, hold to their work despite the interference, begging for enough time to complete medical treatment before being taken into custody. She watched as the woman with the towering white headdress looked down arrogantly, smiling mockingly, and questioned whether they were really performing the treatment. Coronet did not hesitate. She fired back with fierce determination that she was the one saving the patient. The queen's skepticism only grew. How could some beast girl possibly wield cleansing magic? She stepped forward to close the distance and introduced herself. FIA Senior then recounted her history and training under Carlson. When asked about progress, FIA confirmed that the initial stages were already completed. Seeing everything prepared, Saul decided to take on the final, most delicate steps. He dismissed the idea of additional permission and declared he would handle the suturing and stopping the bleeding himself. With a burst of focused energy, he wove a complex web of light over the wound. The girls froze in stunned silence as under his skill the flesh knit back together and the wound remained perfectly sealed. He emphasized that from the very beginning he aimed to heal them. Nearby, an official with glasses watched with a sour expression, clearly displeased by this unusual turn of events but unable to intervene. The tension finally eased when the young girl they had fought so hard to save sat up and responded with a weak but sincere smile. She shone for her rescuers, her voice trembled with gratitude, and she called them all those who had returned her life. Riding the wave of this victory, the queen addressed the group, urging them to set aside quarrels and act together as joint rescuers. She took responsibility for the consequences of the diplomatic conversation, assuring them that the issue of payment to the human kingdom would be resolved. Saul turned his back to the group. The cloak fluttered as he dealt with his gear. He brushed off any talk of reward, saying his actions were just a fleeting whim, and gave them a final careless farewell. A small slimy creature peeks out from the heavy fabric of the cloak, its wide-open eyes full of curiosity watching everything around. Observing the newcomer, this little creature notices a dwarf with an impressive white afro emerging from the shadows. She introduces herself as Perla, the wife of Lord Dazestall, and urgently requests an audience with Normama, shocking the entire gathered company. Through her desperate plea, she returns to the smithy and explains how bad everything is. She reports that Lord Dazestall has been struck by a debilitating plant disease, and this shocks those who once remembered the mighty master. She continues, describing how this ailment causes terrible numbness in the limbs. The loss of sensation deprives the master blacksmith even of the ability to hold his tools, a fate that FIA finds truly unbearable. For the dwarf, she insists, such an ailment is not just a physical illness. It is a spiritual punishment. Losing the ability to create means losing the very essence of her being, and this leads to what she calls true death. Her gaze becomes even more piercing as she reveals the broader consequences. Without the unique power of Dazestall, adamant production has stopped, threatening the very foundation of their society's daily existence. At this moment of complete collapse, she begs for help, fearing that only Norman has the power to save them. She implores the group to go to the World Tree to find a cure. Despite her, the former king does not move from his place, stands with his back and continues his work, brushing off her pleas with cold indifference, saying he is too busy and no longer considers himself a ruler, which leaves Perla frozen in shock. He did not offer any support, and two women had to digest his cold rejection in the heavy silence of the workshop. He watched as she turned to leave, but suddenly her departure was stopped by a familiar voice that sounded from the yard. She froze in shock when a young boy appeared. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. He was looking at his mother. He did not hesitate for a second. He rushed forward and plunged into her embrace while she sobbed from immense relief. They did not let go of each other for a long time until she pulled back and asked how he ended up so far from home. He explained that he had followed his grandfather out of loneliness, and she admitted that the years of separation had been unbearable for her as well. He beamed with joy and told the story of how the kind Dr. Tenkai saved him from an illness that could have taken his life. He spoke about the pain during appendicitis and the miracle of the surgery that brought him back from the very abyss. His story immediately caught FIA's attention, and she stepped forward to say, the healer is her own master. She suggested that if Tenkai is capable of performing such miracles, then he might be the key to curing the plant disease that torments Perla's husband. She watched as Perla's facial expression changed, and in the woman's heart, everything was wildly pounding. The chance for treatment for her husband finally became a tangible reality. She watched as the face of the young beast girl lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. Coronet could not contain her excitement and shouted that they needed to go to her master immediately. Her admiration for him was evident in every word as she beamed a wide, toothy smile. When the group moved across the ancient stone bridge, a voice called out to the doctor inquiring how his recent meeting had gone. The doctor replied calmly, the talks were fruitful, and they finally made progress in resolving the old misunderstandings that poisoned their negotiations. Nearby, the Horned Princess shifted her gaze to the commander and asked him to assess the situation. He responded with a confident, self-satisfied grin and declared that this venture was a colossal success. The acknowledgement seemed to momentarily unsettle her as she contemplated the consequences of their great harvest. While others celebrated their progress, the mage remained lost in her own gloomy thoughts about their companion, Zess. Although all the details of his trial remained a secret, she felt the burden he bore and knew all too well that such a weight could shatter the composure of even the strongest soul. Her thoughts were interrupted as the commander continued his report, explaining that these lands have their own method of healing, completely separate from the influence of the church, and it is based on the legendary World Tree. The mention of such power startled the princess. She visibly shuddered, while the doctor turned to the patient before him and gave him his full attention. His hands remained steady despite the gravity of the situation. The Great Hall of the Dragon Tribe is filled with a heavy atmosphere until the conversation shifts to the recent Dark Elf incursions, noting that in this realm the boundary between advanced medicine and ancient magic is completely blurred, making it very difficult to understand the situation. Sitting at the long stone table, the official utters deep apologies, acknowledging that their attempts to treat the terrible disease of vomiting blood have failed. The burden of this failure weighs on the assembly. The Dragon King and the Wicker Worm, listening attentively, point out that people mostly remain unaware of the true nature of the Dark Elves. She asks what exactly they hope to achieve with this conversation. She continues speaking, acknowledging the boundless web of misunderstandings that exists between their peoples, expressing a sincere desire to cooperate to unravel these problems step by step for a future without conflict. Pausing the heavy political conversation, she reaches for the teapot and apologizes for a moment while preparing to serve the guests. With a light smile, she raises a cup of tea to the archbishop, trying to ease the tension of the negotiations with a hospitable gesture. But her face suddenly brightens as soon as she reveals the critical information. Among their sacred order of healer mages, the priest was taken captive the World Tree. Somewhere far from the halls of power, the traveler stands before a modest building and wonders if this is really the same dining hall run by the dragon. The companion confirms they have come to the right place. The Dragon King settles with a seat in the tavern, and her eyes flash with impatience as she declares her hunger. Without wasting a second, she immediately orders signature dishes and drinks for two from the host. Next to her, a soldier cautiously scanned the room with his eyes, frowning. He leaned over to ask if she was okay with alcohol, and she simply nodded affirmatively. Across the room, the horned shopkeeper and her companions closely examine the newcomers, and their silent attention adds another layer of tension to the air. The soldier fidgets awkwardly, feeling the weight of his own steps and showing his restless anxiety, while the Dragon Queen does not miss a beat, even onse, her gaze fully fixed on the upcoming feast. The appearance of food raises a new wave of confusion. A tray with tacos is placed before them. He looks intently at the dish, stunned by such a choice in this cold, distant land. Despite doubts, he still reaches out his hand and firmly, confidently takes one of the folded tortillas. The first bite hits him unexpectedly hard. Sweat pours down his forehead as he processes the sharp, burning flavors. To survive the heat, he grabs a wooden mug and with one desperate gulp drains it to the bottom. He is almost blown away by the force of the taste, exclaims that it is too delicious. Lindworm looks at him, stunned by the incredible strength of his reaction. Through this internal reaction, a memory from her youth surfaces. Back then, during a thunderstorm on the way back from the seminary, lightning split a tree. He still trembles from sweat and gasps for air. The heat from the food clearly takes its toll of him when he praises it. She asks if he is exaggerating, but he remains adamant about the quality. Kramar, a man with horns and dark glasses, silently watches them, keeping a completely impassive expression on his face. Lindworm shifts his gaze to him and asks if this dish is a traditional part of dragon culture. He replies that he knows most of the dishes of the world tree, but this particular cooking style is also new to him. Meanwhile, he explains that he developed this menu specifically for guests from Night Country, and this detail fuels Lindworm's interest as she watches the noisy crew. He raises his gaze as soon as a group of young girls enters the establishment, among them Beast Girl Coronet and a young medical student. Their appearance reshapes the atmosphere in the room. The woman behind the counter, whose own horns mark her origin, meets the newcomers. They say they are carrying out a mission for Alec and ask for enough tacos to feed their entire group. FIA apologizes embarrassedly, explaining that her previous irritability was only due to an empty stomach. Glancing at the young medical student, she asks if they can say a few words in private while Mio looks through anxiety. The student, assures her that she is fine. The conversation shifts to their shared history. They recall the difficult days at the academy and how FIA was a support for her then. Sol joins the conversation and, leaning forward, suggests, if Sia wants to return to the safety and order of the church, he is ready to use his influence. FIA recalls disturbing rumors about dark elves and the chaos stirred up by Colonel Sun. Her face darkens as she shares everything she knows. Despite the temptation to live more stably, Zhe firmly refuses, stating that she deeply desires to stay where she is and follow her current path. Accepting her decision, Sol signals that it is time to leave, and FIA gently, at the end, pats SIA on the shoulder and says that they will most likely return to the human world soon. Before moving on, the whole company stands together outside. The air is heavy with the burden of their shared history and uncertain future. She reassures the young beast girl that her bodily wounds are no longer a cause for concern. Her voice is calm and warm as she checks how the healing is progressing. Watching the girl's reaction, her surprise, she gently suggests the next step, says they can treat the remaining marks to make them even less noticeable than before. She outlines the plan and notes, regenerative magic has already done its work, but currently hypertrophic scars are still very noticeable and can be significantly improved with specialized care. The complexity of such injuries is enormous. Scars and keloids arise from subtle physical processes and often leave persistent aesthetic and functional marks. But modern medical understanding offers hope for further improvement, not just by magic. Later, the conversation shifts to more complex cases, the deep scars of Lord Daystal. Despite all the difficulty, the group still sets out to find the necessary expertise. The young medic and her mentor prepare for the road ahead. Turning to the noblewoman, she offered her the same hope, promised that as soon as the main procedures succeed, they would also begin to restore the beauty of her skin, to the great surprise of the woman. The sand girl, although grateful to the mentor for the hints, still cannot remain silent. She retains a taste of skepticism about whether it is really possible to fully restore everything. She gazes intently, searching for even a crumb of firm confidence. She freezes, eyes wide open in complete disbelief, and with a trembling voice asks if it is really possible to heal every wound and erase the physical evidence of her past sufferings so that nothing remains. She watched silently, Anxiety and helplessness intertwined until the young winged girl broke down and gave up, her body convulsed with spasmodic sobs that filled the clinic. Nearby stood Perla, her face frozen with painful sympathy for the child's misfortune. Just then Je rushed into the room to find out what had happened, and the appearance of the medical student breathed professional urgency into the chaotic scene. Amid the howling, the girl still managed to explain. She almost fell and someone grabbed her hand too forcefully, trying to save her. Sia listened attentively, frowning and trying to figure out what happened. Finally, she asked the girl to wait a moment while she prepared to examine the injury. Before the exam could begin, Tenkai stepped forward. His calm collided with tension as he asked the girl if she could perform a simple bonsai gesture. He raised his own hands high, demonstrating in practice. The movements were measured and supportive. For a moment, this distracted the girl from the pain. His eyes narrowed, focused with cold precision, watching how the girl's muscles moved and her feathers twitched. Approaching, he quietly apologized for the intrusion, reaching out to the injured limb. Karan looked at him from the side, arms crossed, a watchful gaze clearly doubting his unorthodox approach to the situation. Carefully grasped the wing and noted to himself, the internal structure is amazingly similar to what he had already studied. With a confident nod, he was about to apply a specific technique to dislocate the joint. With a sharp movement of the practitioner, he adjusted the wingan. The girl flinched and sharply exhaled from the sudden shock. The sharp pain that tormented her vanished instantly, giving way to a strange feeling of lightness. The girl's face lit up with pure joy as soon as she realized the torment was over, and Karan froze in complete shock at the speed of recovery. Seizing the success, Tenkai smiled and asked her to raise both hands once more to make sure everything was in place. He quietly watched with restrained satisfaction as the young girl tested her restored mobility. With a joyful exclamation, she threw her feathered wings upward. The pain that had gripped her in waves just moments ago was already dissipating. Perla bent down and gently patted her head, confirming the test was finally over. Yet despite the success, he did not relax. He carefully explained that this type of joint dislocation often occurs in the young, and asked her to be more careful in the future. This condition, often called pulled elbow, occurs when a sudden tug on the arm causes the head of the radius bone to slip out of the annular ligament. It is a common case in children aged 2 to 6 years as their ligaments are still developing. The subluxation causes sharp pain and prevents the injured from rotating the forearm or raising the arm. Although modern diagnostics often rely on images to rule out fractures, a skilled specialist can diagnose and reduce the joint through precise manual manipulations, returning the bone to the correct position within the ligament. With eyes wide open in admiration, the young girl realizes she stands before a true, genuine one. Below, a young man stands among the gathered nobility, raising his hands in a gesture of sincere surprise as if before something that can only be called true sorcery. He offers a soft, apt smile, and his gaze sparkles with the same determination that seems to settle in the air between them. But the noble woman with white hair rising like spires suddenly bows deeply and solemnly. Her voice rings with new respect. She sincerely apologizes for her previous insolence and formally asks for his cooperation, and he is momentarily confused, barely managing to compose a response. Beyond the palace intrigues, a desperate cry echoes far across the deserted, terraced landscape of stone and dust. It calls for the leader who is still unseen. The young man, his face marked by anxiety, reports that the teacher and his mother have already set off toward the parents' side. He begs the elder, why did he decide to stay when his own relatives are in such trouble? The old warrior, his face a mask of stern resolve, does not budge an inch. He snorts upon hearing about his son, saying that the son wasted the legacy and pride of the craftsman, so he owes nothing to the fool. The boy is torn apart by the cold refusal and he breaks down. His voice is hoarse as he shouts that his grandfather is nothing more than a stubborn, heartless fool. The huge figure of the boss, stomping his steps, descends into the foggy distance. His subordinates can only watch with heavy hearts. Someone dares to whisper that the paternal bond cannot be broken so easily, but the elder only mutters an order to return to work, and the emotional rift remains wide open. He double-checks the preparations, making sure nothing is lost before setting out on the road. Having examined the modified carriage, Obsidian Dragon explains the new configuration. He says he ordered the master to redesign the carriage so that both he and Forced God could pull it, because during this journey they all cannot fit on their backs. The little boy listens attentively and enthusiastically praises the old man's skill to the point that, while the group gathers near the transport, the elven princess arrives and with a polite, apologetic pause announces that she is late. Her appearance immediately resonates among those already waiting for departure. Standing ready for the mission ahead, two women prepare. One holds her staff firmly, her face focused and determined. Suddenly, a wave of shock covers them. Their eyes widen in disbelief as they see something completely unexpected. The dragon jerks away with a frightened cry and demands an explanation for why humans were brought to this place. The sharp intrusion immediately destabilizes this giant. Disturbed by the situation, the woman with the staff begins to protest, but her companion instantly interrupts, urging her not to lose calm. She explains that an official appeal on this matter came from Archbishop Eccles. Continuing the explanation, she reminds her friend of her duty as the direct subordinate of the 6 stars. She emphasizes that her powers must be directed for the sake of the world tree and to restore broken trust with the human kingdom. She explains that circumstances have changed and this confuses the obsidian dragon. He can only respond with embarrassed murmurs to her sharp change of tone. Continuing the explanation, she clarifies, the church seeks coexistence, not clashes. To prove these intentions, she was appointed to work alongside them to use her specialized cleansing and restorative magics as a sign of goodwill. The dragon still remains extremely distrustful of such a sudden peaceful offering, but the young man nearby does not waste the moment and confirms her name and forces her in response to ask for his. The young man steps forward, looks decisively, and officially introduces himself, Tenkai Akido. Nearby, on a small, slippery creature, he politely greets and makes it clear that he is ready to cooperate, though tension still lingers in the air. Having established his identity, he simply asks the woman if she agrees to accompany their group on the journey to the Dwarf Kingdom, which is soon. Her proposal momentarily throws her off balance. Her eyes widen in surprise at such an unexpected invitation. Before she can answer, the huge dragon cuts in, his voice thick with hesitation. He admits, recent events haunt him and he fears that his presence will only bring new troubles or danger to those nearby. Sensing his friend's doubt, the young man makes a sincere request and insists. The skill of this woman will be critical for their mission. He speaks of the dwarves and the need to come to the aid of those in distress, confessing that the only thing he truly fears is regret for not having done everything he could to help. Sincere display of determination finally breaks through the dragon's defense. He, sighing resignedly, acknowledges that his companion, as always, behaves self-sacrificially. He agrees with the plan but sternly orders the youth to stay close to him for protection. The youth responds with a grateful smile and sincerely thanks him. When their alliance begins to strengthen, the woman remembers the 6 stars and asks where the other archbishop is now. She realizes, from her original group only she remains, the others have probably already set off back on the road. She points to the horizon and says that their goal is very close. She listens as the young man asks which of the figures is the same archbishop about whom rumors circulate, then points to the one with noticeable horns and says that it is. As they approach the transport, the elf boy recognizes a familiar face and, with surprise, calls his grandfather. Old gnome Normam fidgets near the inspection of the machine, muttering about its durability and still unable to calm down. The sails are still the same as when it was just a cart. Tenkai joins him. He agrees. A breakdown on the road would be a disaster, so they focus, without jokes, on what lies ahead. The children's eyes flash with hope when they ask if the old man will join the expedition, but he immediately grumbles. He says he is only going as a mechanic. He grumbles a response, but very soon determination envelops the whole group as they exchange final words of thanks and readiness. Suddenly, a giant winged creature jumps into the air, dragging a cart behind it, while Tenkai announces the official departure to the realm of the dwarves. He and his companions tear into the sky. The huge wings of the forest god cut through the air as they leave behind towering stone gates. The ascent is steep and the modified cart swiftly carries them away from the safety of the elven fortress. While they ascend, below unfolds the true scale of the forest. A colossal world tree dominates, stretching to the heavens. The gigantic crown spreads under the bright open sky like a sea of green. Turning to the ground, the masked lord and the princess with horns walk side by side. The conversation is heavy with the weight of recent losses. He shares the anxiety that does not leave him over Zess's decision to stay, and she remains certain. She says FIA can handle the situation without him. She knows leaving FIA in this land inevitably invites petty gossip and judgment from the court, even if it may have social consequences. Her face remains unyielding, focused on the necessity of the path they have chosen. Continuing the step, the Lord vows to protect their team from the metaphorical sparks of conflict that will inevitably fall upon them. He promises to take on any troubles that flare up, thus securing the FIA position, even despite its absence. Above the clouds, the forest god continues to maintain steady flight, and the altered cart behind stretches like a tiny, fragile grain carried by a great predator. The wind whistles past the wooden frame as they burst into the air at incredible speeds. A quiet anticipation reigns in the cabin. A multicolored company settles in to embark on a long journey. Inside, it is unexpectedly spacious. Friends can rest and discuss plans while the world outside the windows creeps on. He stares forward with a new purpose. His eyes reflect the distant horizon, and his tiny, transparent companion stays close, not moving an inch. The weight of the mission is felt immediately, yet his determination has never been stronger. He and the rest of the travelers remain in the hut while the carriage flies through the clouds, tightly gripped by the massive, spotted limbs of their grotesque transport. The calm realization that the journey has truly begun settles on the group with a sense of transition. The familiar landscape below finally melts away and recedes. Inside the cabin, she settles into her place and takes in everything with a calculated glance. A barely noticeable, somewhat intelligent smile slides across her lips. FIA quietly declares her intention to closely monitor every development, making it clear that her role in this journey involves something deeper, perhaps a more personal, incredibly simple form of companionship. Snow covers the landscape with a thick, white curtain. A voice calls Zoe Farrell and asks if the work is progressing properly, considering the extremely heavy snowfall that has engulfed them. In the warm hall, he stands before his leader to report, explaining that by focusing on waterways and mountain trails, they keep the situation under control. He remains unshaken until the leader acknowledges his efforts. A solitary teamto continue vital work, and the responsibility weighs heavily on his shoulders. Nearby, workers gather around bowls, their conversation thick with anxiety, cursing their fate and lamenting that the relentless snow and current work have made it impossible to extract mana, which they so desperately lack for the upcoming festival. As he begins to walk away, one of the men calls out to him from behind, demanding to know why he is not worried about their trouble. He stops, stands with his back to them, and calmly replies that the course of action has already been chosen. There are no doubts left. Left alone with his thoughts, he looks down at his hand. Dark, torn lines crawl across the skin. An old wisdom comes to mind: only rest can save from this, but he knows he must risk everything for another path. In the cramped shelter of the room, she watches as a little boy carefully moves the window, tightly closing it against the cold wind. He says the sun is setting and that Chloe must be protected from catching a cold. She presses closer to the light and quietly thanks him. She listens attentively to how the question sounds, and her wide-open eyes reflect the weight of the endpoint Noxmise. Next to her, a horned woman confirms her knowledge of the place with a solemn nod. Her face seems unreadable, yet it carries the weight of history. The winged youth speaks of the time when they sought refuge from the light and expresses deep eternal gratitude for the land granted to them after the great catastrophe, a debt they vow to honor at the future festival of spirits. He is overwhelmed by the burden of these conditions. He frowns and tries to figure out the essence of this catastrophe and why the festival seems to be at the very center of their plans. Over the frozen landscape, a multi-ton creature cuts through the raging blizzard, and the rider announces their inevitable arrival at the settlement. The alarm ripples throughout the entire settlement. The shadow of a dragon-like creature looms over the rooftops, and cries of alarm echo against the backdrop of a winter storm. They hold positions, a line of worn warriors, gripping shields and spears, ready to defend their home from the threat descending from the skies. As soon as the beast touched the ground, a commanding order rang out to stand still, cease hostility, and acknowledge there is no need for an attack here. When the giant beast lands, a young girl sitting on its back calls the village and announces her return. She shouts for Lady Perla and others to step aside and proclaims the arrival of reinforcements she brought from outside. Hearing her scream, the village leader and his companions freeze in shock. Their eyes widen as they see the aliens. A word for help hangs in the icy air, a promise they stopped believing in long ago. He freezes in place, his breath catching as he looks at the group. Eyes gaze a mix of distrust and a faint spark of buried hope. The gray-haired warrior stands with a stone face. Shock freezes in the silence. He tries to comprehend that salvation might be real. A few minutes later, the girl leads forward the sullen man, introducing him as Tenkai-sensei, and asks the old man to meet him. The old man's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets when he realizes that the person before him is a kind he definitely did not expect to see here. He suddenly turns his back to them. In a cold voice, he orders them to leave immediately. This rude refusal shakes the ground from both the girl and the guest. The old man stands firm, and in his tense posture, the weight of an ancient, hidden grievance is felt. Seeing the tension, the noble lady steps forward without hesitation to clarify everything. She thanks the girl for her efforts but justifies the leader's cruelty. She explains that their people from the kingdom have already been burned. The worthless ones who came to them earlier only made everything worse. In response to this story of failures, the woman with the decorative stick steps forward and insists on seeing the patient herself. The leader is unconvinced. His gaze hardens as he wonders if these are the same people from the church who let them down again. He lets out a bitter growl, telling about a man who abandoned his duties and left them to rot while he went his own way. Finally, with a defiant oath, he swears they will never rely on such a person again. His pride is cold and stubborn like the snow falling around them. He stood still, his expression sour, while the loud newcomer roared a greeting. The Mananother giant from the village mocked his wooden manner, and his granddaughter watched the quarrel with wide, frightened eyes. The impulsive man went to trade at his place, then reproachfully declared that he had been accused of a lack of hospitality. Allegedly, his rudeness to those who came for treatment was inappropriate. He barked back, grumbling for the person to leave him alone and not meddle in matters that did not concern him. Their gazes locked in a silent, fiercely tense challenge. Neither was willing to back down while the snow fell around them. When the argument flared up, Dazastel mockingly offered to help with the hard work and claimed he could handle it with one hand, which only fueled his irritation. And he snapped that he was fully capable of managing his affairs as the children fussed and whispered nearby that a real fight was about to break out. Suddenly, the tension broke with physical cruelty. Two giants clashed in a chaotic whirl of snow and strength. They grappled in combat and roared, their faces twisted with effort, yet the hostility that flared at first seemed to turn into a rough, competitive display of power. Despite the brutality of this clash, in every blow flying from one to the other, a shared history was felt. Eventually, the fight subsided. Both men were breathing heavily, covered in frost, and finally turned their gaze back to the group. The dust settled, and the young granddaughter's gaze fell on the horned woman standing among the strangers. Her eyes widened in shock. She stammered a respectful greeting as soon as she realized that the legendary Princess Chloe was standing right before them. She stands quietly while Norman contemplates the history of this land. His voice is hoarse from the newly gained submission. He admits, when his people first sought this territory, they caused a lot of trouble, but the cave where they now live became a vital refuge, sheltering them from the cruel curse of the sun. Continuing his solemn speech, he explains that the upcoming Spirit Festival is more than just a celebration. It is a sacred vow forged between Chloe's father and King Lugan. He swears on the very honor of his nation that they will honor this ancient debt of gratitude and ensure the festival is conducted with the respect it deserves. After these official announcements, a masked figure offers words of thanks but at the same time worries about the princess's health, urging her to put her well-being first. Norman bows deeply. His previous aggression completely vanishes, replaced by a profound sense of duty and respect toward the royal guest. Inside the sturdy stone walls of the village's main hall, the rhythmic chime of fireworks over the fireplace blaze. The warmth in the room sharply contrasts with the piercing winds outside as the group begins to settle in. They gather around a large table to discuss the strange illnesses affecting the villagers and to find a medical explanation for the spreading fatigue. One of the companions draws attention to the oddity of the symptoms. People's hands constantly go numb, but without any visible swelling or inflammation that could explain it. She rests her chin on her palm, squinting, deeply immersed in analytical thought as she examines the evidence. When asked for her professional opinion, she suggests that the root cause may lie in a fundamental incompatibility between this ailment and the standard remedies they have already tried. Developing her theory, she explains, some curses have their own magical affinity, making traditional healing spells completely powerless. It is a subtle, insidious force like a disease that slowly drains a person's vitality from within, causing neither fever nor any visible wound. They reflect on the complexity of the situation, acknowledging that the harsh methods of the church often do not suit such delicate magical interventions. Even if current cases are still mild, the uncertainty of how to act against this invisible false hang weighs heavily on the entire group. She explains that although the church has limits, her mentor may have knowledge capable of curing this ailment. Tenkai listens attentively, His eyes widen as he processes the thought that salvation might come from outside the established religious order. Following her example, the young man turns to Dazastal and asks him to cooperate for the test. He shows a specific hand position and asks the big man to repeat it exactly as he does. Dazastal, though doubtful and confused by the request, thinks he must demonstrate this new challenge. He looks. He carefully watches as the burly man follows the order, pressing his palms together as instructed. The boy asks him to hold the position for a moment and moves on to a more direct, physical examination how the curse affects the peasant's motor functions. Dazastal screams in agony from pain as a sharp shot pierces his arm, and FIA and the other gnomes raise the alarm. He is stopped as soon as Tenkai steps forward and calmly asks permission to examine the hand to confirm the suspicion. The young man carefully places it in his large calloused palm, noticing that the muscles have not atrophied despite obvious suffering. Makes a sharp slap on the inner side of the wrist, performing a quick diagnostic test. The blow makes the gnome's eyes widen, and a surge of electric pain pierces his ground. After this, Tenkai interrogates him whether the numbness is concentrated between the thumb and the middle of the ring finger. He watches as the doctor returns to the group and explains, the basic structure of their bodies seems amazingly similar across different races. He looks directly at the man in pain and announces his final diagnosis, carpal tunnel syndrome. He introduces the term carpal tunnel syndrome for the first time, a name that sounds foreign and too clinical for the gathered group. Princess Juno and others exchange confused glances, trying to grasp the meaning of the strange words while reconciling this new information with their worldview. To clarify, he gives a detailed explanation of the structure of the hand, describing how the median nerve passes through a narrow canal in the wrist. When this passage is compressed due to inflammation or constant strain, the same numbness and loss of strength that already torment the patient appear. He explains this condition often occurs in those whose earnings depend on continuous, repetitive hand movements. It is not a curse or some mysterious affliction, but a physical consequence of labor, a conclusion that is gradually beginning to reach young viewers. Hearing this, Dazastal's expression hardens until the full weight of the situation sinks in. For a gnome whose very identity and survival depend on craft and exhausting physical labor, such a diagnosis is a devastating blow to their way of life. When the conversation turns to possible methods, he admits, sometimes risk can really calm the inflammation, but in most severe cases this is not enough. Dazastal mumbles in agreement, saying they have already tried to calm the hand idol, but the symptoms remain despite all their efforts. With a keen gaze, he proposes a more definitive solution: surgery. Even if magical treatment could not reach the source of the compression, precise physical intervention can work where other methods have failed and give at least a spark of hope where there was none. The word surgery hangs in the air, and the veteran gnome freezes in pure shock. The very idea of deliberately cutting open a seemingly healthy limb sounds both radical and terrifyingly trembling to those unaccustomed to such methods. He quickly calms them down and draws a parallel with the procedure he previously performed on the abdomen of a young boy. Having made a careful incision to relieve pressure from the pinched nerve, he explains that the natural function of the hand will finally be restored, and the patient will be able to return to his work. Suddenly, he is thrown into the air. Dazastal grabs him by the collar. The gnome's face twisted with rage at the mere hint of cutting his own son. A pressing shock overwhelms the crowd around. Even Princess Juno and Charon gasp in horror at the sudden outbreak of violence against the healer, fearing the legendary temper of the gnome. Releasing his grip, the stocky gnome slowly looks at his own trembling hand. His skepticism presses against the despair hanging over him. Before the situation could escalate further, the horned merchant steps forward, blocking the young doctor, while Heyo hysterically calls for his father, begging him to stop and look at the evidence before him. With a sharp movement, the boy unbuttons his tunic and shows a neat, fully healed line of a surgical scar on his chest. Dazastal's eyes flash with pure shock. He freezes, realizing the cutting has already happened. A young man with a bright, confident smile explains, the healer pulled that disease out of him, so he asks his father to accept the same saving mercy. He says the pain disappeared and the operation was the only thing that really worked. Nearby, one of the norms, an official man in glasses, looks at this revelation, stunned into silence. His preconceived notions about medicine crumble from the boy's testimony. Against the backdrop of emotional turmoil, the healer casts Chloe a brief, precise glance. Their silent bond is strengthened by this moment of triumph over injustice. When he looked at his own worn and painful hands, the gnome finally realized the blade he once feared as a tool of harm could become the only instrument capable of restoring his strength and means of life. Holding the gnome's gaze without looking away, the young man with unwavering determination confirms his readiness to perform the procedure. A deep devotion to the oath and care for the patient's health burns in his eyes. He stands before the assembly, the weight of the decision hangs in the air and presses on everyone. The conversation breaks down over the risks of the procedure. Some wonder if one of those resting would be enough, but the agreement is unshakable. The master's hands are the key to their shared future, and only the blade leads the way forward to bring them back. Hearing this, the master craftsman laughed loudly, his eyes twisted with the resolve that appeared. He reproaches them for hesitation, insists that a ray of hope has finally appeared, and now there is no place for fear, for the decision is near. Then the master extends his hand and firmly grasps the doctor's palm, a gesture of deep respect and official greeting. He addresses him, Amami-sensei. He promises a lavish banquet feast in honor of this agreement before the hard work of surgery begins. As the tension subsides, the young girl nearby watches the scene with wide, curious eyes. The doctor says a few gentle words of thanks to her, asks her to relax while preparations for the upcoming procedure continue in the background. With another loud, heartfelt laugh, the master departs, and his presence still fills the room for a moment with rough hope. He bids them farewell only temporarily, and as he prepares for the trial ahead, his confidence follows. In the ensuing silence, the beast girl says with relief that the master has finally been convinced to trust the stranger. The doctor nods in agreement and lingers on the road ahead. The responsibility falls on his shoulders once again. Outside, amid falling snow, the master elder Normam gazes intently at the horizon, his look sharp as the weather. He quietly murmurs someone's name. His thoughts are clearly many miles away from the warmth of the blacksmith's forge and the recent negotiations. He stands against the winter cold, a legendary figure who survived the great catastrophe that once devastated the kingdom. Though he acknowledges the master's lineage and the rich mana flowing in his veins, he knows true talent and the burden of leadership are forged in a much colder flame than mere heredity alone. He watched as a bearded man cried out in despair, insisting that he had no one left to rely on. He questioned the strength of his obsession and dismissed the upcoming spirit festival, saying it was just an ordinary celebration. The man's gaze sharpened as I once again thought about the deep conviction. Words alone would not be enough. Because of this dismissal, he declared that the traditions of Night Country could not be so easily neglected, begged for understanding and respect for their history. He warned, to forget the ancient covenants and scorn the gods of the ancestors would be an unforgivable stain on their heritage, and begged the veteran to reconsider his position. When the tension between them reached its limit, a familiar voice sharply called out, breaking the heavy atmosphere as the young surgeon approached to check on them. In response, the bearded man quickly hid his fervor and assured the newcomer that their conversation had just ended. After that, the group gathered together and the surgeon explained why these particular instruments were needed for the procedure. The veteran pondered, would the equipment that he and the young dragon had already managed to make earlier be insufficient for this job? He explained, although he was capable, the complexity of the upcoming treatment required special equipment beyond his usual competencies, because this operation was not his main specialty. A heavy burden lies on Normam's soul. The old dwarf stubbornly does not back down, reminding Dazestel the upcoming operation is for the sake of his own son. He acknowledges that the debt to the doctor is many times greater than any tradition, and will not allow old customs to stand in the way of light. A sudden flash of determination, and the master blacksmith announces that he will forge everything needed for the procedure. He orders Dazestel to help and dismisses their previous dispute for the sake of action. Even his young granddaughter silently watches as the grandfather's stubbornness turns into a fierce, singular goal to help the man who saved their family. Off-screen, the young elven princess with a somber face thoughtfully weighs how serious everything is. She speaks about the horror of the operation, cutting and working with the leading hand, a prospect that paralyses most with fear. Her restrained admission, the determination of the dwarf king to take such a risk, is proof of his incredible endurance and trust in the healer. Nearby, the beast girl is silent, and her gaze drifts far away as she contemplates the uncertainty of the path ahead. The weight of the upcoming procedure hangs in the air as a heavy burden. It concerns everyone gathered in the village as they await the next move. She is joined by a noble merchant who shares a sad realization about their shared history. Their ailments were never just a personal burden, they were symptoms of a deeper malady that afflicted the entire nation. The conversation turns to the terrible price of loyalty and the physical exhaustion from the decisions they now must make to ensure the future. A woman with an ornate headdress looks sideways in a half-step, smiling gently and understandingly, and notices the colossal weight the young doctor carries. She is struck by the strength needed to bear the hopes and lives of so many different peoples and wonders how much one man can truly bear. Turning to forget, fire casts deep lines on Norman's face as he prepares for work. His gaze is a mask of stern determination. The weight of the choice he made seems carved into every wrinkle above his brows as he decides to challenge tradition for the sake of his own. He sits alone in the silence of his workshop, surrounded by the tools of his craft like silent witnesses. This silence is oppressive. Within it are frozen, unspoken fears and the unwavering promise of a father ready to risk everything for his son's future and his people's survival. A powerful blacksmith and his companion prepare for a precision trick. Norman gives an encouraging command, urging Dazastal to start the delicate work. The blacksmith lowers the hammer with a thunderous strike and a cascade of sparks bursts forth in the workshop. Tenkai and the others silently freeze in awe as the raw blank under the skilled hands of the craftsman begins to take on a new, purposeful form. The elder presents the finished product, a pair of exquisitely crafted surgical forceps. Norman is noticeably stunned. He looks at the work and cannot believe how Tenkai managed to describe such a perfect instrument in such detail that they were able to make it flawlessly. Next to FIA playfully teases the young doctor, her tongue sticks out in a mischievous gesture. She asks why he has such strange instruments, pronounces a name that throws him off balance and leaves him momentarily speechless while the others watch. Her face lights up with intense curiosity as she leans closer. Her gaze clings to him. She is captivated by the very idea of his operation, so she insists on being present and seeing the procedure with her own eyes. In response to her demand, he gives a soft, hesitant confirmation and his eyes widen as the realization of the test he will soon endure dawns on him. The weight of the situation is already beginning to overshadow the light jokes. Next to him, a comrade asks if such clothing is suitable for the cold while they stand in front of a snow-covered building. He briefly and encouragingly confirms, acknowledging that the air is barely chilly. As soon as they go inside, Norman approaches him and asks if he slept well despite the recent tremors. He admits he didn't even notice them, and Norman then explains that the earthquakes have become frighteningly frequent, hopes this does not bode ill for their work today. This sensation draws the attention of Chloe, and Corinthi join him to thoughtfully weigh the full gravity of these aftershocks. The team freezes in tense silence. The weight of the unstable ground beneath them suddenly becomes much more palpable. She squints her eyes. Suddenly, a cold realization overwhelms her as she weighs the chance she had previously dismissed. When she looks into the distance, a single word of doubt escapes her lips. Returning to the group, she tells an old legend about the Spirit Festival, admitting that she long considered this story merely a myth. Her face is stern as she explains the spiritual meaning of unrest in the mountains. The legend warns, if the ritual is not performed in the heart of Nox, the mountain will erupt and unleash fury in a volcanic eruption, coloring the sky in what the ancients called the blood of the god. He listens as the weight of the situation settles in the room and understands. The very existence of the town depends on the resilience of the peak. Despite the looming threat, Norman remains unbreakable. He declares that he cannot allow the people to fall into panic. He is convinced that as soon as he is healed, he will be able to tackle the crisis. His determination brings tears to the eyes of those watching. They are moved by his sense of duty. While the patient prepares, he readies himself to begin the operation together with allies in the dim light of the workshop. The air thickens with tension as the instruments are laid out, marking the first step toward Norman's recovery and perhaps the salvation of the entire town. He begins by preparing the surgical instruments and states that the first step is to precisely determine the site for the incision. His gaze sharply widens from deep concentration as he leans closer and quietly apologizes in case the sensation proves ticklish for his patient. In response, Norman remains remarkably composed and gives full consent to the procedure however necessary it may be. Firmly holding the hand, the young surgeon begins marking the rough skin of the palm. The pen rhythmically scratches the surface, producing characteristic sounds. His focus narrows even further. His gaze is fixed on the anatomical landmarks. He mentally calculates the intersection of Kaplan's capillary line with the ulnar edge of the middle finger. This meticulous mapping continues as he draws a complex grid on the hand, carefully charting a path through the hidden branches of the median nerve and palmar branches to ensure a safe route for his blade. As soon as he finishes the markings, FIA looks at the instrument in his hand with curiosity, as if doubting whether it is really an oil bone. She slightly does not believe her own eyes, noticing the amazing efficiency of the instrument that allows him to mark the skin so clearly without the need for a traditional inkwell. She carefully watches as Tenkai explains the mechanics of the surgical marker and how the ink is stored inside the instrument itself. He says that having such special equipment for operations would be ideal, but this modern handheld marker is an impressive substitute. Then he turns to her, apologizes for interrupting her work earlier, and offers to help with post-operative care. He believes this is the perfect opportunity to teach the whole group these advanced medical techniques. Switching attention to the next step, he introduces the S-March bandage and explains that it is critically important to prevent excessive blood loss. FIA is clearly stunned and asks again if this can really be done, while he lets the patient raise his arm. As he begins to rotate the limb with practiced ease, Normam adjusts the posture so that the procedure goes smoothly. He thanks for the cooperation and prepares to tightly secure the bandage. Then he calls Princess Juno and asks her to use the cord to firmly tie the upper arm. She responds instantly, already ready to play her role in this delicate operation. The process of achieving hemostasis is extremely meticulous. Blood is shifted from the limb to create a clean, bloodless field for the operation. Although the method is effective, he still keeps in mind the risks of possible nerve damage or circulation problems if the pressure is maintained too long. However, the short-statured one breaks from the norm when the pressure increases, and this immediately makes the young surgeon apologize. He offers to administer a sedative if the discomfort becomes unbearable, but the somewhat rough patient stubbornly says he can endure the sensation for now. Finally, he issues a strict warning to every nido: maintain a sterile environment. He delegates the rest of the tasks, asks Juno to continue assisting, and Corona to focus on ongoing disinfection of the site. He orders the team to thoroughly treat Normam's hand with disinfectant so that the sterile field extends all the way to the bandage. FIA obeys. He notes that such a large area requires extra caution. Approaching closer to the patient, she quietly apologizes and only then begins the cold application of the antiseptic. When the liquid covers his skin, the sensation becomes foreign and burning, a sharp contrast to the dull pain from the injury. When the zone was prepared, Coronet skillfully lays out sterile sheets. He inspects all the equipment and makes sure the environment is finally ready for the first incision. Moving on to the next phase, he explains to the horned merchant they will abandon the traditional magical pacification. Instead, he wants to apply a local approach to reduce systemic load and asks for her unique help. The concept of pain control is a specialized discipline focused on reducing suffering through targeted interventions. It believes that techniques like nerve blocks using components of the world tree can be more effective than complete loss of consciousness. He emphasizes that there are many ways to ease the patient's suffering and hopes to coordinate these efforts with her experience. She accepts the challenge with a faintly smiling understanding. She promises the magic of her tribe will ensure that the patient feels nothing, not even the first barely perceptible prick of the anesthetic needle. She watches as the patient, Dazastal, describes a strange, numb sensation spreading through his arm. Tenkei focused and Maskettes preparing to administer additional local anesthesia. When the needle pierces the skin, Tenkai carefully outlines the incision line with small injections. Dazastal watches with a tense, unwavering gaze, his trust entirely in the hands of the young surgeon. He continues to explain the procedure and emphasizes the need for a nerve block at a 45-degree angle near the palmaris longest tendon. His movements must be as precise as possible to ensure the area completely loses sensation. Having approached his patient's condition, Tenkai asks if he is holding on. Dazastal is surprised that there is no pain and says how strange it feels when you are poked again and again with no discomfort. Nodding firmly, the patient persistently asks the doctor to act, entrusting his life and means of livelihood to Tenkai's care. Tenkai accepts the responsibility, calmly and resolutely affirming. Focusing on what lies ahead, the surgeon announces the official start of the carpal tunnel release procedure. His eyes, visible above the mask, are sharply fixed on the task. The atmosphere in the room thickens as soon as the first incision is made. Dazastel's face is covered in sweat, his jaw tense as he endures the psychological burden of the operation, even if there is no physical pain. Beyond the immediate surgical field, a young girl looks on, her tearful eyes wide open, anxiety for her own on her face. Behind her stand a horned shopkeeper and other men, frozen in tense silence. All their hopes rest on the success of this unprecedented medical trick. She hurries through the thick snow, her small feet crunching on the frozen ground as she calls out to her grandfather. Catching up with him, she begs him to return, pointing out that her father's operation has already begun, and asks why he will not stay nearby. He stops, his gaze steady and firm, and explains. He has already finished making the surgical instruments. The logic is simple. If he were really needed, the doctor would have sent word long ago to stop him. Without returning to the bed, he insists there is one more task no less important and it must be done immediately. She remains open-mouthed with surprise, bewildered by his sudden focus. He steadily extends his hand and asks the assistant for the round scalpel blade. Coronet instantly reacts, places the instrument in his open palm, and as soon as the procedure starts, everything is on the edge. His eyes, visible through the surgical mask, are narrowed in a state of focused tension. He mentally maps anatomical landmarks, concentrating on the intersection of Kaplan's cardinal line and the mid-palmar crease to ensure absolute precision. With surgical precision, he begins the incision, carefully bypassing the flexion contractures that appeared after the injury so as not to cut the distal palmar crease and not cause additional damage. Nearby, next to Dazastel and Chloe freeze, staring at what is happening. Their faces shine with sweat. The tension in the room presses on their skin. The feeling of the moment weighs heavily on them as they watch this delicate work. The young assistant is amazed that there is almost no blood, although the wound is deep. She understands. The thin, vibrating string used earlier works as a perfect tourniquet, keeping the surgical field clean and controlled. Entering the patient's room, Tenkai asks Dazastel if the pain can be kept under control. The giant emits a low guttural "aha," nodding for him to act without hesitation, and Tenkai orders gauze to ensure the area remains dry. Satisfied with the progress, he prepares for the next delicate step. He says in the room that the subcutaneous tissue needs to be cut a little more to reach the hidden injuries and begin the recovery. The instrument moves with agonizing slowness, carefully parting the layers of flesh. Each movement is a calculated duel with silence, where one must stop the constant harm that has tormented the patient for so long. He evens out his breathing, narrows his gaze into a sharp focus, and prepares for the next delicate step of the procedure. Turning to his young assistant, he ordered Kuroni to use the double-hooked retractor that he had specially made for this purpose, and asked her to pull the incision open to the left and right just as she had done before. She nodded firmly, ready to play her role in the operation. As she pulls the skin back, the internal structures of the hand open fully, and he watches without looking away. A drop of sweat appears on his forehead from pure tension. She asks if the tension is sufficient, and he confirms everything is perfect. He asks her to hold steady, then calls Chloe so she can prepare for her turn to assist. He explains that he wants to reduce the surgical wound without cutting further, and instead uses flat hooks to widen the opening. Quietly, he asks Kuroni to shift slightly to adjust her to the new angle of the expanders. When the retractors are repositioned, the opening widens and even more intricate tissue beneath the palm surface is revealed. He notices how tense Chloe looks and encourages her, says everything is fine, and asks her to hold firm despite the difficulties. Below, their patient continues to sleep soundly under sedation, feeling nothing until the precision of events unfolds above him. After this, he announces his next move and carefully presses the scalpel into the fat layer to deepen the path to the damaged nerves. He continues the delicate work fully focused as he carefully penetrates the tissue. Nearby, Chloe tightly closes her eyes and directs all her concentration to keeping the retractor still. He makes a precise, shallow incision, orders Kuroni to readjust her double-hooked retractor, pulls Palmer's aponeurosis to both sides to clear his path. She immediately follows the command. Their movements coincide as he identifies the vertical fibers of the aponeurosis buried deep in the subcutaneous fat tissue. Suddenly, he sharply lets out a cry of surprise, and his hand freezes when he encounters something unexpected beneath the surface. Noticing his hesitation, Chloe asks what happened, and he apologizes for the brief pause. He says he expected to find a layer of fat between the polymer aponeurosis and the transverse carpal ligament, a usual feature of human anatomy, and cannot help but wonder if this structural difference is unique to the dwarf race. Looking from the side, FIA remains silent. Her gaze is fixed on the surgeon as he recalibrates his approach. She shudders inside, struck by the sheer audacity of performing such a forbidden procedure, yet at the same time marvels at the calm composure of the team. She almost offers to close the wound with her own regenerative magic to relieve the tension but restrains herself, seeing their unwavering determination. Next to Zess, motionless and watchful, stares with a piercing gaze without a single blink, and Coronet's eyes widen. There is both admiration and anxiety at how complicated the operation looks. He gives his assistants a brief word of thanks for their resiliency, a steady voice even under pressure. At the end, he casts a firm, resolute look at everyone and declares that he will move forward. His eyes burn with a single goal: to complete the operation. He announces that he intends to continue, stating, "Now he will make an incision through the layer of fat." His eyes are wide open, complete, icy concentration as he prepares for the delicate maneuver. As soon as he makes the incision, he notices the target, the transverse carpal ligament, also known as the flexor retinaculum, which runs horizontally across the surgical field. The surgeon asks for confirmation and clarifies whether this structure serves as a cover for the carpal tunnel. Nearby, the assistant nods steadily and confirms, acknowledging this critically important landmark. He examines the surrounding anatomy, how the carpal tunnel is wrapped on 3 sides by bone, and the flexor retinaculum forms the final limiting covering. This complex system of wrist bones forms a rigid foundation of the hand, a structural necessity that leaves almost no room for error or swelling. In this narrow space, the median nerve and various tendons are tightly packed together, showing the fragile balance of internal anatomy. Realizing the consequences, the assistant points out, it is this structure that causes the syndrome by compressing the nerve. He agrees and explains, if the pressure is removed, they will be able to restore function and alleviate the patient's suffering. But he still notices a possible problem. The superficial palmar archay network of blood vessels lies just in front of the ligament, so even more precise work is needed to avoid causing bleeding. He warns his assistant, Juno, that damage to blood vessels will cause heavy bleeding and obscure their view of the surgical field. He insists that she move with utmost caution and requests the newly created instrument, the elevatordo, continue this delicate procedure. Holds a specialized instrument. The surgeon explains that its purpose is to insert precisely between the median nerve and the flexor retinaculum. He breaks down the threat: one wrong scalpel move and the nerve can be cut, causing irreversible paralysis or severe disability. To prevent this, he plans to slide the instrument right under the retinaculum, creating a physical barrier so the blade never touches the nerve directly. Suddenly, a sharp tremor rolls through the room, surgical instruments clink, and the lights sway precariously and dangerously. During the pain, the patient grimaces and mumbles through the discomfort that these tremors have become frequent, although they usually pass quickly. Feeling the instability, the doctor orders a short pause and waits for the vibrations to subside. As the shaking seems to weaken, he prepares to resume his work Without warning, a second much stronger shock hits the building, almost knocking the medical team off their feet. The entire room wildly overturns from the powerful jolt. The operation instantly collapses, and the healers frantically grab onto everything to avoid losing the patient. In despair, he raises his head as the ceiling collapses, but the expected fatal blow does not come. Instead, a small slippery creature bursts into bright light. Its form expands to support the falling beams and stones. He stands amid the screeching of supporting beams and warning signals, glances at others. His voice muffles under the surgical mask, and he thanks the slime for its heroic efforts. The voices of his companions drift faintly through the thick dust. They are alive, but trapped in such darkness that they barely distinguish their own hands. After the tremor, the specialized surgical instrument slipped from his hands and now lies endlessly on the dusty floor, a silent witness to the disrupted procedure. Medical assistants are gripped by panic as the structure around them groans pitifully under incredible pressure. They scream in fear, warning that the ceiling is about to collapse, and the cracking of splitting wood echoes through the cramped, dusty space. Tenkai catches up to them, calling, "Check if everyone is okay." His voice muffles under the surgical mask. FIA, with a frightened expression, shouts back that everyone managed to escape from the first cave and even offers to transform into her dragon form to clear the debris, to clear the way. He ignores the offer, fully focuses on the delicate matter, holding his hand steady, grips the surgical instrument. A bucket-shaped slime sits on his head and watches the procedure with wide-open, silent eyes. While the surgery continues, others silently watch, fear and admiration mixed. FIA and Juno apologize for the distraction, but Tenkai stands firm. He says they are in the middle of a life-saving operation and will only retreat when the threat becomes unconditional. Suddenly, a flash of energy light pierces the dense darkness of the ruined chamber. This is FIA, who acted, raised her exquisite staff high to direct the power. From the crystal tip bursts a column of pure white light. It waves away shadows and reveals how great the destruction is around their improvised operating theater. She gazes intently into the light, sharp and focused. She knows it is pointless to hope for success if they are left to work in complete darkness, and her magic provides exactly the clarity needed for the work ahead. Tenkai immediately notices her effort. He briefly raises his gaze, their eyes meet, and he silently nods with gratitude. He asks if this level of light is enough, then, taking a resolute breath, prepares to continue the operation. He and the rest were still stuck inside the shaky, snowy structure until another jolt rocked the foundation and tore out a cry of alarm from outside. Due to a sudden jerk, the critical surgical lift slipped from his hands and fell to the floor with a dull clatter, causing his partners to gape in shock. He explains the full seriousness of the situation and emphasizes that this tool is vitally necessary to protect the median nerve during the incision. Without it, the risk of permanent paralysis for the patient is catastrophically high. In response, she immediately asks what they can do now because the fallen instrument is no longer sterile, and the situation becomes increasingly hopeless with every second. Hearing their concern, patient Dazastel lifts his gazatired but determined and tells the doctor that he has already come to terms with the risks and is ready for any outcome. The doctor hesitates. What is more dangerous, another tremor, or how the prolonged pressure is already crippling the man's arm? With a grim determination, he declares that he will perform the operation without the elevator, relying on his own precision to pass through the delicate tissue. Meanwhile, she grips her staff tightly, her eyes fixed on the task ahead as she prepares to give the unwavering support needed for this desperate risk. She strains, bending under the weight of the collapsing ceiling, and her magic flares as she pressures the others to stay focused. Below, the medical team works frantically amid dust and falling stones. Her energy crackles from her fingertips. A radiant barrier flares, barely pushing back the distance massive wooden beams and jagged rocks. Pressing through the tension with effort, she gives a quick apologetic smile for the brief lapse in focus. Her eyes never leave the unstable ceiling for a moment. The young medical student freezes with awe and realizes the titanic burden they bear. The mage balances the retreating debris while simultaneously quelling the tremors threatening the fragile operation. Despite exhaustion, the sorceress holds firm. She does not give up and vows not to let their efforts fail. A quiet understanding passes between them as the mage confirms her promise. She asks the team to trust her, for she holds the world steady just a little longer. When the trembling finally subsides, the chief surgeon's gaze sharpens and he announces that the operation will resume immediately. Nearby, a bearded worker watches the event heavily and silently with almost palpable tension, while the assistant confirms the order with a sharp, disciplined response. The surgeon's hand is steady as he presents the scalpel, his thoughts racing through anatomical risks. Beneath the tissue, the median nerve lies too close, so he must use the reverse blade technique to ensure the patient's safety. He acts with utmost caution. Metal retractors pull back the skin, exposing the delicate structures beneath. The scalpel moves with surgical precision, tracing the pre-marked lines on the patient's wrist. The surgeon maintains focus, understanding that traditional methods often require larger incisions, while the modern approach demands a much smaller, precise, and controlled opening. He breathes evenly, his eyes sharp above the mask, never wavering. Nearby stands Princess Juno, ready to assist her silent supports under high pressure. Next to her, a young medical student notices thick drops of sweat running down FIA's face and offers to wipe them off. FIA, tightly gripping the staff, directs stabilizing magic and insists she is fine, but the physical backlash of the spell is visible to the naked eye in the tense expression on her face. Feeling the pressure growing stronger, he directly speaks to the mage and sincerely apologizes for the delay in the procedure, begging her to endure the tension just a little longer. She responds with a defiant, tired smile, assuring that she will handle it. And beneath her, the work continues without pause, blades slowly and methodically carving a path through the fabric. The tension in the room is palpable. Princess Juno and the student watch every move, eyes wide with anxiety. FIA's breathing grows heavier and the patient is drenched in sweat. The body reacts to the invasive but necessary trauma of the operation. With one final steady movement, he announces that the flexorid inoculum incision is complete. The internal anatomy is now fully exposed, proof that the first major obstacle has been successfully overcome. Entering the operating room, the medical student peers at the beginning and asks for confirmation. She speaks in a whisper when she recognizes the pale structure lying just beneath the surface. He confirms her observation. They have reached the median nerve, most critical and vulnerable point of the entire operation. He announces that the operation has been successfully completed and explains, only the incision remains to be closed with horizontal mattress sutures. Hearing this, Dazastal freezes and stares upward with disbelief, his eyes wide as if asking whether this torment is really over. He finds it hard to grasp how they simply cut him and brought everything to an end, while the medical assistants around wear tired but triumphant smiles, and Princess Juno watches with quiet, majestic focus. The stocky man admits that the reality of what is happening still hasn't fully sunk in. Faye stands firm above him. Her face is frozen in a focused mask, though magical stabilization has already drained much of her strength. Feeling the patient's anxiety still trembling, the surgeon behind the mask gives a calming smile and says that everything is fine, so he should finally allow himself to rest. When the final phase begins, the patient's gaze remains fixed on the ceiling. Sweat rolls down the forehead, and the order to close the wound echoes throughout the room. She continues to pour all the remaining strength into the spell. Her face shines with sweat as she maintains the fragile balance needed for the final stitches. Outside the temporary operating theater, the workshop stands silently and detached from everything, buried under a thick blanket of flawless white snow. Meanwhile, a crowd has gathered in the cold, their faces frozen in dull wrinkles of anxiety and hope as they wait for news about the fate of their leader. With horror, he watches as a furious explosion tears the building apart and debris flies in all directions. The force of the impact is colossal. He can only break free from shock with a trembling scream, while the castle itself seems to crumble under the pressure of the sudden release of energy. He is not alone in his horror. When a young princess nearby screams, calling others, her face twisted with fear for their safety. Standing next to her is a man he was just on the brink of death but now stands steady. His voice thunders as he calls his comrades. Recovery seems instantaneous and miraculous despite the severity of his previous wounds. With a confident smile, he steps out of the light of his own recovery, declaring that the wait is finally over. He stands before the stunned crowd, radiating strength and vitality, living proof that the desperate operation brought him back from the edge of the abyss. The quiet morning air hung still over the quirky multi-tiered tower. Its stone walls and conical roofs silently testified to what was happening inside. Inside, someone quietly and thoughtfully made a barely audible sound and the silence parted. Inside, the burly leader Dazastal leaned over to check the group. His voice grew hoarse with anxiety as he asked if they were all okay after this ordeal. The young man Tinkai immediately reassured him, saying that thanks to their efforts, no one was seriously injured and no repairs were needed. He watched as another man approached. His face twisted with disbelief as he pointed to Dazastal's hand and shouted that the success of such a delicate procedure was nothing short of a miracle. The question of whether the transplant had truly taken held desperate tension. Next to the young elven princess and a little girl, the boy spoke again steady, without trembling, explaining that his own well-being was thanks to the mysterious Amami-sensei. He looked incredibly composed despite all the chaos that had just subsided. Then he turned to the bearded giant and beamed a grateful smile, sincerely thanking him for the protection. But as soon as he spoke, a hint of medical concern flashed across his face. He warned that they must closely watch for any signs of post-operative complications or pain that does not subside. The tension finally eased, broken by the roar of loud, joyful laughter from the giant. He held his bandaged hand up as a sign of victory. Around him, others joined the celebration, relief and shared joy that they had survived shone on their faces. This contagious joy spread through the room, a montage of smiling faces and loud friendly pats on the back, and so ended their closest danger. The young man's smile shone especially brightly, revealing deep satisfaction with the outcome. Meanwhile, in the quiet shade nearby, an elegant woman with curved horns looked down at the massive winged creature lying in a deep, peaceful sleep. She spoke softly, acknowledging the need to return the others to the surface, but in a way that would not disturb the resting beast. Medical student and Princess Horn stand together outside. Their faces show the burden of recent events. She looks exhausted. Drops of sweat appear on her forehead as she thinks about the people they have encountered on their way. Could it be that the one called 6 Stars actually has a good heart? In the distance, a stone monument rises on a tiered hill, a silent reminder that the divine instrument has not yet struck. Off-camera, the group gathers to discuss the next step. Only 6 days remain until the Spirit Festival, and everyone is worried about the princess being okay. Turning to the young man, the medical student asks if it would be wise to use regeneration magic to heal the injuries of his companion Fia. He stops and uncertainty shadows his face as he admits, in such complex spells his knowledge is still lacking. He fears that if he forcibly attempts restoration, the severed tendons might heal incorrectly. Because of this risk, he advises them to keep moving forward for now, without relying on magical healing. The veteran warrior listens silently, and his gaze hardens as he absorbs the full weight of the choice before them. He sinks heavily to the ground, the burden of recent events etched on his tired features. Then a joyful cry cuts through the air. Haiku rushes to him, calling for Dad with relief that mirrors the exhaustion of the older man. The young elf begins to tell about his journey with exhausted excitement and says that the operation went perfectly. He admits that at Nox Mine he learned mana mining secrets from the one called Amami Samund. This news leaves the adults around in shocked silence. To prove his words, he shows a flickering crowd of mana crystals. Their ephemeral glow illuminates the faces of all gathered. The sheer amount of small loot makes Dazed and Normum gasp in amazement. They can hardly believe they brought back so much wealth from the adepts. He looks at the crystals, then back at his son. The bearded leader is momentarily speechless, his eyes wide open, filled with both pride and distrust. Haiku continues to look down at him. The young face shines with satisfaction that he has joined their cause. Breaking the emotional silence, the old one-eyed man suddenly speaks sharply and impatiently, reminding, there is no time for celebrations. He says he saw preparations for a large oven in the castle workshop, so a much larger plan has already been set in motion. Nearby, others discuss the precarious state of the area. The castle itself is already on the verge of collapse. Just one more shock will strike. They assume that the presence of adamant disrupts the natural flow of mana, so the creation of divine instruments becomes a matter of absolute necessity. When the elder again turns his gaze to the man he once served, he orders him to take up his mantle and lead for the sake of the kingdom. The man insists that the divine tools must be forged immediately, and the leader finally straightens up, giving orders to his people to prepare for the work ahead. In the silence of the workshop, tools lie ready, silent testimony of work about to begin. The voice spreads through the room and admits, days without pause lie ahead, for they will compete with time against the inevitable catastrophe. The blacksmith's forge roars as the smiths begin their desperate work. Dazed, with a stone face and grim determination, rhythmically pumps the bellows while Norman helps stirring the molten essence in the crucible. Nearby, Haiku watches the craftsmanship entranced. The air thickens with heat and smells of burnt mana. With a sharp, decisive movement, he drives the tongs into the white-hot liquid, pulling out a mass of raw, pulsating energy. The material explodes with a fierce flash of light and heat, resisting the transition from liquid to solid as it is drawn from the furnace. This volatile core cracks and spews sparks, a miniature dream trap squeezed between the metal jaws of tweezers. This is the raw essence of creation, unstable and deadly dangerous, yet still necessary for the work that must be done. Then he forcefully presses the glowing mass into a prepared barrel of water. The reaction flashes instantly and wildly. Steam hisses and whirls upward in a dense cloud as the water evaporates, while the sharp cooling tames the fierce energy raging in the metal. When the steam dissipates, the cooling bar lies on the surface, still smoldering with a faint, internal glow. Norman warns, do not let impurities settle. But the younger smith sharply retorts, asserting his authority as king and insisting that he knows exactly how to work with the forge. He places the hardened mass on the heavy anvil, and the first strike flies with the force of thunder. A dazzling shockwave of pure mana explodes, spreading in circles. The collision shakes everything as if the very foundations of the workshop are trembling. The rhythmic ringing of hammers truly begins now. Each strike is precisely aimed to carve the stubborn material. With every collision, sparks fly like fading stars. The metal begins to yield to the relentless pressure of skilled blacksmiths. They work in flawless, ineffable harmony. Their hammers rise and fall in a synchronous dance of creation. Dazastel and Norman put all their strength into each strike, and nearby, Faye watches through tears with a smile. Her heart fills with hope as she sees the birth of instruments that might still save their world. He lets out a victorious roar, his face drenched in sweat, but in his ice-pure joy reflected in the boundless delight of his mentor and the young woman beside him. Their shared joyful bustle echoes across the endless sky of Cloud Streetand. It is a sign that the exhausting work is over. On the workbench lies the fruit of their labor, a heavy decorated chest tied with thick ropes, inside which is a newly made divine instrument. Seeing the finished work, the entire workshop bursts into a chorus of joyful exclamations. The blacksmith's face shines with relief and pride. When the first rush subsides, they clasp together by the table and study what they have made, relieved to acknowledge the promise to the night country was fulfilled much earlier than expected. The burden of the deadline finally falls from their shoulders. Turning back to the visitors who supported them throughout the trials, the master blacksmith offers sincere words of gratitude to the teacher and his companions. He expresses deep thanks for their presence, and they accept the praise with modest smiles and a sense of shared victory. While the crowd still buzzes, the senior blacksmith looks at his apprentice with a gaze filled with deep, silently spoken understanding. Stepping forward, the two men grip each other firmly, clasping hands. The younger promises to repay the debt for the support he received, but the elder only smiles and reminds him, between father and son, there are no such debts. He was still in the workshop when a messenger burst through the doors and shouted to the king, calling with urgent news. Out of breath, he reported, the guests arrived much earlier than expected, and this suddenly turned the court upside down. After this report, 3 carriages or 8 wagons stop amid the falling snow on the outskirts of the city. A solemn announcement resounds. The delegation from the Night Country has finally reached its destination. While they were arriving, the archbishop remained composed. His face revealed nothing as he stood beside the young companion. He noted that the timing was perfect and ordered the immediate start of the Festival of the Divine Spirit. But Fia finds messenger sparrows sitting on stone arches. She found them, she whispers, but her eyes do not leave the bird couriers. She quickly ties a small scroll to one of the birds and releases it into the sky. The creature takes off, carrying her urgent report beyond the horizon. High above the stone balcony, 2 figures stand against the fierce wind. One shivers and grumbles about the sudden, piercing cold in the air. During the bishop's arrival, Saul soon picks up. He reports that a messenger bird from Fia is on the way. Queen Melina watches, her face betraying nothing as the news arrives. Meanwhile, Princess Juno stands amid the blizzard and snow whirlwind, her gaze distant. In these hard times, the boundary between advanced medicine and arcane craft is increasingly blurred. In the village, the atmosphere is oppressive, making one want to kneel. The local mana has suffered a severe disruption because of this. Migration had to start earlier than everyone expected. Daestel and his exhausted companions bow before their lord, King Lujan. He speaks of the tragic state of their nation, and his voice sinks under the weight of their shared suffering. Suddenly, they are intercepted by a formidable, towering figure of a master hooded. When questioned about the alliance, the mysterious lord speaks only of the city's fate and the upcoming festival, and his figure casts a long shadow over the snowy ground. He stands too high when the group approaches, and his presence dominantly compresses the space. A woman with elegant horns steps forward. Her voice rings with reverence as she calls him father and announces her arrival. She watches as suddenly another joins the reunion, a young woman shouting that she is calling her sister. The horned woman noticeably trembles, her eyes wide open, full of distrust, as she asks how Chloe could have found her in such a remote place. Outside the chapel, the village continues to slowly change. The skeleton of a large building rises against the gray sky, and birds circle over the construction site. He again shifts his gaze to the travelers, acknowledging Dazastal's report with a quiet, thoughtful hem. Although the acute medical crisis is behind them, he remains skeptically wary. Are they truly ready to break free from the Shadow Refuge? Then he leans very close to Tenkai, a masked face pressed close to the young man's face. He speaks directly, as if issuing a challenge. He asks if he is really the sensei he has heard rumors about, and says he has questions that only such a person can answer. Inside, the tension thickens, and a single carriage slowly makes its way through deserted, snow-covered steps. Its path is marked by deep ruts in the frozen ground. Tenkai is silent, and his thoughts drift to the ancient legends of his people and the vampire dream that drives them for generations. He recalls so many different paths. Some follow the night, others seek relief deep in the earth. Tenkai is silent, and his thoughts drift to the ancient legends of his people and the vampire dream that drives them for generations. He recalls so many different paths. Some follow the night, others seek relief deep in the earth. He recalls so many different paths. Some follow the night, others seek relief deep in the earth. He listens carefully as the master voices their shared longing, a desire forged by centuries of wandering in the shadows. The goal is simple but profound: to finally be freed from the burning curse of the sun, which has long dictated every step they take. He asks the young man a direct question, his voice weighs as if the future of his people depends on it. He asks if they can really rely on the one who offers what looks like a way out but remains a mystery. Tenkai stumbles and only stares wide-eyed in response as the weight of what is happening grows upon him. His eyes widen in a moment of quiet revelation. The oppressive pressure of the master's gaze and the full weight of the vampire's hope overwhelm him. Seeing the tension, Chloe quickly steps between everyone, protecting the teacher, and calls out to her father. Such questioning is disrespectful. Her sister stands nearby, equally troubled by the sudden interrogation of their guests. Nearby, Day still adds his own grim thought and reminds them, people still hurt. He acknowledges that a realist is one who understands how false hope can kill just as surely as any poison, and only then presses, demanding a final answer. The master does not move. His sharp gaze is fixed solely on the young man as he waits for an answer capable of turning everything upside down for his kind. Sweat streams under the watchful, merciless gaze. He utters a humble apology in a trembling voice, admitting, although he gives his all, his conscience does not allow him to promise a guaranteed cure. He explains that despite his efforts, the path forward remains uncertain. After his confession, a heavy silence falls, broken only by the soft glow of a nearby lantern. Finally, the master speaks again, acknowledging the sincerity of the answer and uttering a word of thanks for the truth, no matter how hard it may be. Looking away, he quietly calls his daughter. His face shows no sign as he prepares for the next step in this delicate arrangement. He has just handed over the decree, and Chloe is instantly overwhelmed by shocked, wide-open distrust. She demands an answer as to why she must return to Night Country so suddenly. Her voice trembles from the impact of this order. Unlike her sister's despair, the younger girl shines with genuine delight. She exclaims that it is incredible her sister will finally return home, and her fangs peek out in a wide, joyful smile. She feels his unbreakable determination when he explains, this is the only logical consequence. As a father, he cannot simply retreat while the child remains in the human world, especially under the care of those he considers unreliable. His heavy statement plunges Tenkai and Chloe into dark silence. They exchange a brief, painful glance. The burden of impending separation hangs between them. FIA cuts them off. He leans over and remarks on Tenkai's habit of taking on the most thankless roles. He only quietly, humbly watches, accepting his fate, while Mia watches him with anxiety. She follows the others as they move on and reaches the dark passage arch carved into the steep slope of the hill. The dark passage leads Days still. He announces that they have reached the entrance to the Nox tunnels. He warns everyone to be careful with their step as they prepare to descend underground. He leads him one by one into the darkness. Tenkai adjusts his scarf. His expression is focused while the others gather the remnants of determination for the road ahead into unknown depths. She watches in despair as the way forward is completely blocked. Huge boulders have collapsed into the tunnel and they have sealed the passage tightly. His comrades catch him. He thought the earthquake had collapsed the cave. Then, ordering the others to stand aside, he prepares to clear the way himself. He releases a burst of power. The air trembles from the intense energy as he strikes the barrier and breaks the vibration through the stone. The strike is devastating. Huge rocks crumble to dust and the tunnel clears in an instant. When the dust settles, the conversation shifts to the very nature of the technique. It is defined as vibrational magic, the specialty of those from the Night Country. She asks if the princess can also perform such a trick, and then the royal woman humbly replies that her skills are by no means comparable to the level of her father's mastery. Then suddenly a thought strikes her, and she aloud wonders if the same vibrational magic can be applied internally to explore the human body. This advice causes a wave of panic in the group. The idea that internal organs could be shaken to pieces by vibration frightens much more than it helps. She stands next to Tenkai and sister Chloe while they discuss the next steps. Tenkai suggests clearing the path immediately. Sister Chloe supports the plan, noting that transforming into a dragon in these high chambers is practically impossible. After the decision, hard work begins. Dazastel and his colleagues lift huge boulders onto their shoulders, muscles hunch under the weight of the tunnel collapse. They are not alone in this labor. The rest of the group catches up and joins in. Even those unaccustomed to such exhaustion, like FIA and others, pull everything they can to restore the passage as quickly as possible. While the physical work continues, another approach is prepared. Hands are released forward, directing energy that manifests as flickering, concentric rings of resonance. Together, the two mages release their power. Tenkai and Sister Chloe stand side by side. Their combined magic flashes a bright burst of energy that cuts through the dark cave. This surge of power hits the remaining obstacle precisely. The stones crumble into dust and small fragments, much to the young mage's delight. Although the path is almost clear, the scars of the cave remain. The previous tunnel is clean enough to pass through, but the air is heavy from the effects of magical exhaustion. He turns to the senior master and apologizes for the delay their efforts caused. Dazastel brushes off the concern, but a gloom still settles on the young man's face. He feels the mana around them growing increasingly restless, a harbinger of the phenomenon called God's sigh. A sharp, bloody tremor suddenly tears the cave, and a wave of dust and stones falls on the group. Tenkai and his companions are knocked off their feet. They convulsively try to stay on their feet under the deafening roar of the earth, which hums and shifts. They instantly react with alarm, clutch their chests, freeze in resolute tension as they look at the settling smoke. The scale of destruction stuns them for a moment, their eyes wide open as they absorb the transformed landscape. The group gathers at the edge of a torn new crack that split the tunnel floor wide open. Saul notices that the divine wrath seems to have only pushed the events, and Dazastel points out, the giant boulders that previously blocked the way have fallen into the abyss, and finally the road ahead is clear. She quickly turns to the others, and her voice trembles with anxiety as she asks if everyone is okay. Tenkai and the rest of the tired travelers give hurried reassurances. They say they got out of the collapse without serious injuries. She does not hesitate, rushing forward into the darkness of the cleared passage. She bursts out with a determined cry. Overpowering her father and sister, she declares that she intends to be the first to reach the sanctuary of the divine kingdom. She rushes forward when suddenly a scorching heavenly glow breaks through the tunnel from the far end. Her soul recoils from this glare. She covers her eyes and screams a desperate warning as the light of the sun itself seems to have pierced all the way into the underground depths. She abruptly stops as if rooted to the spot, her heart pounding like a hammer in her chest, while she and Mio bathe in the horribly beautiful glow. The palpable pressure of energy bursting from this light presses so hard that it pins both of them immovably in place. Her breath catches in her throat and her face freezes into a mask of crystal-clear shock. She looks straight into the very heart of the blinding white void. She realizes the world they knew has irrevocably changed. She was the center of a frenzied storm, and the men desperately called her name, their faces twisted with panic, losing her. Crushed sobs and tears, she can only, through her sobbing, utter apologies, hiding her face with her palms, which is carved by grief, while Tenkai and the rest rush to her aid. Suddenly her breath broke off. A strange feeling overwhelmed her completely. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the expected end did not come. She watched as he smiled with relief and explained, the fact that he did not react immediately is a good sign, but they still need a little more time to be sure of the outcome. She could only silently look at him, and tears of a completely different kind gathered in her eyes, because the impossible reality of her survival slowly took root in her heart. With a sharp and at the same time amazingly smooth movement, she fell into a deep bow, her long hair touching the ground as she expressed her sincere, deep gratitude to the man who risked everything for her. Next to her, the man who silently endured this in silent agony finally broke down. Tears streamed down his face, and he whispered words of thanks and quiet apology for never having believed. He listened silently as Tenkai met his gaze with a gentle, tired smile, as if urging him not to get stuck in the past and at the same time reminding them both, the healing is just beginning. He goes with purpose alongside his comrades. The nervousness of the situation is immediately apparent as the fair-haired man calls them forward without wasting a second. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad following him, including the horned woman, the young beast girl, and the burly warrior, make their way through the dark corridor, holding their gaze and firm determination. The path ahead stretches deep underground. a long tunnel with wooden reinforcements, lit by flickering lanterns that cast long shadows on the roughly hewn stone. Suddenly, a delicate creature with shimmering, butterfly-like wings bursts forth and flies right into his path. He does not even have time to comprehend her sudden appearance. The small creature flies through the air with a series of sharp, jerky movements and disappears into the darkness of the cave, leaving barely noticeable light trails behind. He freezes in amazement, but the horned woman calmly explains, "These are fairies, spirits that gather where the mana flow is especially dense." He understands it has been a very long time since he last encountered such. Next, the seasoned warriors took turns discussing the structural strength of the tunnels. Despite the recent collapse, they are already approaching the sacred boundaries of the divine realm. Breaking out of the narrow passage, they come upon the huge torii gates, a silent sentinel sign guarding the entrance to the ancient sanctuary nestled right against the mountainside. Stone stairs rise evenly to the heart of the sacred place, and a solitary lantern casts a soft, approximate light on the cracked path. Reaching the summit, the group stands before Hydro's shrine, its name clearly carved on a wooden plaque. Tenkai fixes his gaze on the structure, and his eyes widen. A wave of recognition and disbelief washes over him completely. He barely finds his voice, stammering in shock upon seeing a traditional shrine in this land. Seeing his anxiety, his fair-haired companion asks what has unsettled him so, and wonders if such structures are common in his homeland. While they discuss the strange architecture, Chloe interrupts the conversation and admits, her knowledge is limited, but the design is incredibly recognizable, sharply unique, and unlike anything she has ever encountered. Still unable to recover from the discovery, the young man asks if he will be allowed to examine the building more closely later. The gray-bearded leader agrees but warns, it is ancient so it might be fragile, while Alec urges him to act carefully. Turning his attention back to the rest of the party, the leader orders everyone to line up in a straight line and prepare. He states that he has a private matter to discuss with Chloe. Near them, a light-haired man smiles warmly and encouragingly at the young girl, asking if she remembers the sacred prayer he taught her. She looks up, shining with determination, and confidently confirms she is ready for what lies ahead. Under the sacred arch torii gate, an announcement rings in the air. The Divine Spirit Festival is about to begin, and ceremonial duties are starting. As the festival begins, the crowd gathers for a solemn prayer. People clasp their hands together and plead for divine favor. Beside them, others join the silent watch, faces filled with hope and reverence, while spirit moths flutter their wings overhead, circling in a dance. Above the assembly, ritual leaders take their places on the raised platform of the sanctuary, from where the sea of faithful followers is visible as the ceremony reaches its peak. Exhaling evenly, the master craftsman grips the ceremonial hammer tighter, and it begins to hum, filling with ghostly golden light as it absorbs the surrounding energy. When he lifts the heavy tool, the young traveler freezes with delight. He feels a sudden, incredibly strong surge of mana permeating the very air around them, many times more powerful than he expected. The hammer strikes with thunderous force on the ancient seal. The blow awakens a fierce tremor, catching the spectators off guard. They sway as the ground groans beneath their feet. Against the backdrop of chaos twisting and shaking the earth, the young princess screams in terror, her voice almost drowned out by the wild power tearing from the heart of the sanctuary. Suddenly, from the point of impact bursts a dazzling radiance, engulfing the sanctuary and the crowd in a sea of pure white light. As the blinding light begins to recede, the furious tremors that bound the sanctuary finally subside, and Tenkai, through the confusion, looks around, shielding his eyes from the fading glow. While he tries to recover, his gaze rests on a man calmly standing amid the ruins of the ritual, watching as the stream of mana begins to flow across the landscape like a gentle breeze. He watches the stone chalice, the swirling waters and resonant energy slowly quiet down. The ceremonial instruments, having done their work, secured the massive wall. From the edge of the basin, Dazastel steps forward and, addressing the crowd, announces in a loud voice that the divine pacification is complete and the spiritual disorder corrected. His announcement is concluded by the final, brilliant flash of light on the distant horizon, thus officially marking the end of the Divine Spirit Festival, as silence returns to the earth.